Chapter 1, Accidentally Crossing Over and Obtaining a Pretentious System. Dizzy. So dizzy. Xiaoran felt a dizzying sensation in his mind. Then the picture in front of him began to clear up. At this moment, the computer in front of him is playing the Tokyo actress Ohashi not letting in bald man's physical combat screen. He himself was sitting on a chair. His pants had slipped down to his ankles. The left hand and right hand are moving in slow motion. Holy, what's going on here? Xiaoran remembers the last second. 35-year-old himself is still standing on the stage of the stock exchange. Full of excitement is ready to give their own company gong listed. But who knows the gong hammer contact with the gong? A powerful electric tingling sensation was transmitted from his hand to his whole body. Damn, the gong has electricity. I was electrocuted. Last second, he was on the exchange platform. How? Now, was watching an action movie? Could it be crossing over? His company had only just broken through the difficulties of photolithography and 1 nanometer chips, and going public and expanding the scale would solve the predicament of China's chip technology being strangled. Once listed, the market value would be at least $500 billion. Before the listing, Xiaoran has always suppressed his flamboyant personality and acted in a low-profile manner, for fear of attracting attention from abroad and having his research and development blocked. I did not expect to go to work on their own or stepping on a shared bicycle, eating our small restaurants. Bath massage never shouted at the technician under 35 years old. The whole 10 years, I've been living like this and I'm still being watched. MD, it must be those dog agents of the pretty country. Actually electrify the gong. At the same time, the memories of Xiaoran in this world were strongly injected into his mind, and a shot went into his soul. Xiaoran only felt his mind rising, and his understanding of this world gradually became clearer. This world is almost the same as the world he is in. The technology, economy, and world layout are almost exactly the same. Completely parallel worlds. Xiaoran in this world is still a poor student who is about to graduate from university in the Dragon Kingdom, and is only 20 years old this year. Although handsome, but the character of introversion. Not many friends. Just now, the world of Xiaoran is in his room while polishing the gun, while observing the action movie. In a moment of excitement, his foot actually kicked the leakage of the plug board. This TM, all blame too poor, plug board leakage. Still do not want to change. Fortunately, I have crossed over. Otherwise, tomorrow, the world will appear a college student watching action movies too excited electrocuted to death news. Xiaoran looked at his hand and stopped moving it. The hanging heart finally let go. Well, okay. Visual inspection. Reached the passing line in his heart. More than 18 centimeters. To 18 centimeters are not. Then it is better to head to the death of it. Ding. Here is the invincible pretending system. Detected pretending host. Is scanning. Xiaoran mind a voice rang. System? Pretentious system? Xiaoran had read a lot of web novels, and he didn't expect the whole crossing over to get a system to be fulfilled on himself. It seems that the web novel pouncing players are honestly not kidding me. Just, what the hell is a pretender system? End of detection. Host style, pretender. Cool to pretend. In line with the boarding environment. Level rating, second pussy. Next level, teaser. Physical condition, 50 points out of 100. Physical condition, too slow to clean the gun and often goes off. Body is weak. Physical condition, too slow to clean the gun and often goes off. Body is weak. Suggestion, pretending to be a pussy is easy to be cut. Host's physique is too weak. Suggest deleting host's memory and looking for a new host. Don't delete your memories. I'm quick with my gun. I'm strong. Xiaoran shouted. His back was covered in cold sweat. I'm TM so hard to obtain the golden finger. Ready to walk on the peak of life. Actually because of the slow gun polishing speed to be abandoned. What kind of human tragedy is this? Xiaoran utilized his 20 years single hand speed to the limit, and then got down on the ground and did push-ups again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Surprisingly, shamefully physically exhausted collapsed to the ground. Xiaoran gasped for air. MD, this body was overdrawn by this kid into what kind? Detected host wealth value of 1,000. Insufficient wealth. Pretend easy to fail. Suggestion A, abandon binding, delete memories, find a new host. B, I choose B. Without waiting for the system to finish, Xiaoran hurriedly shouted out his choice, fearing that the system would delete his memory and leave him. Suggestion B, receive a new B gift package. Keep pretending, level up and gain wealth. B, I choose B. Xiaoran emphasized his choice once again. Successfully bound host. Congratulations. You have become the 18th generation owner of the Pretend system. The distribution of newbie gift packs will now begin. 1. $1 million of pretending startup capital. Please check. Even a dime should be spent to create a $2 million forcing effect. At this time Xiaoran's cell phone received a text message. Bank card deposited $1 million. $1 million for a startup fund for pretending to be a pussy. What the hell kind of fairy system is this? Xiao Ran was overjoyed and waited for other gift packages from the system. 2. Obtained a newbie item from the system. Extra strong vigorous pill, permanently enhances physical fitness by 20 points out of 100. It seems that novice pretenders are really easy to be beaten, and the system specifically gives out vigorous pills. This can make up for the slow motion when I wipe my gun. The host has taken the power pill, and his physique has been upgraded to 70. What was the concept of a 70 physique? Equivalent to the standard of working out for 5 years. What's this feeling? Xiao Ran felt his body's power constantly surging. Even the lollipop was energized. A pillar of power. The distribution of the newbie gift pack is complete, and the distribution of the system instruction manual will now begin. Huge information began to pour into Xiao Ran's mind. When Xiao Ran digested the information, he also understood how the strongest pretender system was used. To put it simply, there are 3 principles. 1 is to seize every opportunity to pretend to be a pussy, constantly upgrading and gaining wealth and skills. 2 is to pretend that you can't be hit in the face. If you are hit in the face 3 times, the system will delete your memory and run away. Herd is not allow others to pretend in front of you. To pretend in front of you, to have no qualms about ruthlessly punching him in the face. The pretending task system will detect the surrounding environment released from time to time. In addition to completing the system pretending to be a pussy task, you can also pretend to be a pussy on your own in your daily life. Xiao Ran is rated as a second pussy, and on top of it there are comedians, bullies, losers, pussy kings, pussy saints, pussy immortals, pussy gods, and pussy bullies. There are millions of roads, but pretending to be a pussy is the first one. Pretending doesn't stop. Be a pussy bully soon. Ha 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 ha. From today onwards, I'm TM the one with the golden finger. Xiao Ran jumped up happily, topped with a lollipop and ran wildly around the room. What are you doing? A sexy dressed girl pushed the door in. This girl was in her mid-20s, with delicate and beautiful features, a tall figure, and long slender white legs. She was wearing a loose V-neck t-shirt, revealing a deep cleavage, holding a banana and eating it while looking at Xiao Ran. Her name is Su Yun, is Xiao Ran's tenant. Occupation is, bar resident singer? What the? Forgetting that he rented out one of the houses to someone else. Xiao Ran was petrified in place. Su Yun looked at Xiao Ran. The line of sight began to move down. Chapter 2 Quest Reward. Power Pill? Su Yun gazed at Xiao Ran and moved her eyes downward. Finally the line of sight stopped at. Wow, I can't imagine. It's quite big. The sun is quite big today. It's a bit harsh on the eyes. Su Yun pretended to be shaken by the sunlight through the window and bit the banana in her hand with a calm face. This somewhat untimely sound rang out. From the computer, the sound of a romantic action movie wrestling came. Xiao Ran hurriedly ran over, closed the computer, and haphazardly picked up his clothes to cover himself. This damn broken computer. There are so many pop-up ads. Xiao Ran looked righteous. Watch less ads. Clean up the hygiene on the floor. The paper. Su Yun looked at Xiao Ran, shook her head, closed the door and went. Xiao Ran felt like he was mercilessly demolished. MD, just crossing over, and carrying such a big pot. I'm going to work. You can fix dinner yourself. Su Yun closes the door of the room, pushes the password box, opens the door and leaves. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground was getting farther and farther away. Alas, Xiao Ran sighed with some regret. He suspected that Su Yun was not a singer. Have you ever seen any singer who leaves late and returns early, dresses sexy, and pushes a password box every time she goes out? This costume was more like a windy angel who liked to fight guerrilla with the police marshal and often frequented hotels. The box is a variety of uniforms and props. In this regard, Xiao Ran is very painful. Really can't figure out why such a young and beautiful girl would embark on such a path. Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? Where is the work address? If you have the opportunity, you should really take care of her business, so that she can earn enough money to get out of the misery as soon as possible. Xiao Ran finished tidying up the room and cleaned up the battlefield. Decided to computer D-disk hidden in the folder 30G of video learning materials all deleted. Damn. I think I am a big handsome man. How can I be addicted to the joy of watching the winter Kyoto female porn stars rise and fall? From today onwards, I'm going to strengthen my body and do 500 push-ups a day. Start now. 1, 2, 499, 500. Sure enough, upgrading your physique was effortless. Surprisingly, he was able to do 500 push-ups in one breath. Xiao Ran looked at the time. It's 1800 hours. Today is Saturday. Memory tells him that it's time to go to KTV to work. Xiao Ran in this world worked hard and did some part-time jobs at night. Although he has a pretentious startup capital of $1 million, this money can only be used for pretending. Rubbing. It is better to play this job first. Walking to the cool fire KTV, shuttling between the various boxes. This face, so handsome, can indeed make the female guests in those boxes apoplectic and often patronize. Xiao Ran is the traffic code of this KTV, and the salary is not bad for a student. 200 yuan per night. Stinking. What the hell are you pretending for? All come here to work, and you still don't let anyone touch it? Crisp slaps and men's curses came from the VIP 888 box, as well as the sound of beer bottles falling to the ground. Hearing the loud noise, the crowd gathered around, only to see a girl sitting paralyzed on the ground crying, and a man with a scar on the left side of his face was pointing at the woman and cursing. The crowd froze, not dare to go forward, because they can see that the man is Scarface. Scarface is a famous street gangsters in Kilo 1, because the face was cut a scar and named, but cut his people well, by Scarface cut off the nose and ears. This is not. Scarface just got out of prison not long ago, deliberately in the Cool Fire KTV trouble. Want to collect some protection money. Scar, she is just a part-time waitress. What has offended Scar? Please don't blame Scar. The present consumption, our treat, as an apology to brother Scar. KTV manager Lu Xin compensated with a smile while waving his hand for the girl who was sitting paralyzed and crying to hurry up and leave. The girl wiped her tears in aggravation, got up and was about to leave, but was pulled back by Scarface. Who the hell let you go? Tonight you have to sit on me and move while singing with me. The girl desperately struggled to get away, but was pushed down onto the KTV couch by Scarface, held down by the two well-built men who were singing with Scarface, and poured beer directly onto her. Those two men were wearing undershirts, revealing large tattoos, and were socialites at first glance. Brother Xian, save me. The girl lifts her head and struggles desperately, looking at Lu Xian in horror. Seeing the girl's proper face, Xiao Ran realized that she was actually the schoolgirl Yang Mimi, who Xiao Ran had been secretly in love with for a long time in this world. Isn't her family doing cell phones? Isn't she rich? How could she be working part-time here? Detected pretending environment. Please feel free to pretend. Mission release, save the girl with an elegant posture and pretend to be a pussy. Mission reward, power pill. The system prompt sounded in Xiao Ran's head, giving him the task of pretending to be a pussy. Crap. Even if you pretend to be a pussy, you still need to have an elegant posture? This system's requirement. It's a bit excessive. At this moment, Scarface had a face of horizontal meat and was staring menacingly at Lu Xian. I don't want you to be free. You guys get the hell out of here. Don't affect the mood of the old man singing. The KTV attendants gathered in the box at this time were all shocked by Scarface's eyes. Brother Scar, if this little girl has done anything wrong, please don't be angry. She doesn't know any better. I can let Brother Long come and talk to you. Lu Xian still compensated with a smile and moved out the KTV's boss, Brother Long. After all, Brother Long was also a social mixer and had some face in the jungle. Pa! A beer bottle smashed on Lu Xian's head and shattered into slag. Blood bubbled out of Lu Xian's head. What JB Dragon brother? He was mixed with Lao Zi back then. In front of Lao Zi also worthy to call brother? You hurry up and roll for me. Just now this is to educate you don't know how to do things. If you don't leave, I'll smash you to death. Said. Scarface picked up another beer bottle, staring at Lu Xian with a fierce look. Lu Xian was already covered in blood and his head was a bit blank. The KTV attendants also didn't dare to go forward. Where had they seen such a scene? While the crowd was at a loss for words, an icy cold voice came from behind. A labor reformer who brushes toilets in prison. What kind of pussy is he pretending here? Chapter 3, 4 in a row. Save the wet beauty. The crowd quieted down and looked for the owner of the voice. At this moment, Xiao Ran stood calmly at the back, looking at Scarface with a self-conscious face. Yes, that's right, he was the one who said those words just now. The crowd looked at Xiao Ran with puzzled and surprised faces. Scarface and his two muscular brothers also stood up, obviously also subdued by Xiao Ran's words. It's him? Yang Nini was very surprised. She didn't expect this pervert, who usually kept silent and liked to follow her, to stand up for herself at this moment. Flutter, flutter. Xiao Ran's heart was beating hard at this time. MD, I have an invincible pretending system. What am I afraid of? UTM looking for death? Scarface cracked the beer bottle, revealing the sharp glass blade. He held the mouth of the bottle and pointed at Xiao Ran. F***CK. This stupid sculpture won't want to stab me. Xiao Ran was panicking internally, but he showed a calm face and didn't even look at Scarface. He took out a cigarette and deliberately turned it upside down and put it in his mouth, then lit the cigarette butt, started to smoke hard. This picture was a bit raw, leaving Scarface and the others dumbfounded. Yes, in Xiao Ran's previous world, the murderer Li Fengtian was smoking upside down. The bosses of your prisons are all my dad's ponies, but he shouldn't be able to get out in this life. I kinda miss him. Xiao Ran leisurely exhaled smoke, his expression somewhat faintly sad. Scarface and his two friends were obviously subdued, their expressions somewhat surprised and a hint of horror. Mo Fei, you are talking about Brother Wu. That is my Uncle Wu. Xiao Ran exhaled smoke, His expression was calm, as if he was nostalgic for his relatives in prison. Which prison doesn't have a ruthless character? Which ruthless character isn't a lifetime sentence? Xiao Ran precisely utilized this. Pretending to be a tough guy is successful. Gained experience value of 50. Current experience bar is 50 out of 100. Xiao Ran's hanging heart was released when he heard the system prompt stating that he had succeeded in pretending to be a pussy. The waiters around him also exchanged words in amazement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He actually knows Brother Wu. What kind of person is this kid's dad? Brother Wu is actually all his lackeys. Then what is he doing working here? Is he experiencing life? I reckon it is. I heard that a lot of rich sons like to experience life. Scarface and the man with him were obviously a little scared, their faces showing panic. Brother Wu in the prison was known as a ruthless man in the city, doing no harm, reigning supreme in the prison, and also having many minions outside. Offend Wu brother, the consequences are unimaginable. Scarface secretly said unlucky, he just wanted to take advantage of the issue to blackmail a sum of money. I did not expect that in this kind of place can still meet Brother Wu's acquaintances, and the hierarchy is still above Brother Wu. Since you're Wu's friend, we'll give you face today. I don't know how to call little brother, just you, also worthy of asking my name? Xiao Ran flicked his cigarette on the ground, lowered his head, and stomped on the ground vigorously, acting like a pervert. Acting successful. Gained experience value 30. Current experience bar is 80 out of 100. Double push. Successful in pretending to be a pervert again within 10 minutes. Rewarded with 1 normal power pill. Ordinary power pill, permanently increases body mass by 5. With a body mass of 75, Xiao Ran felt the power in his body surging. Since little brother is not convenient to disclose, then forget it, there will be a need to use brother in the future. Scarface said, but saw Xiao Ran suddenly raise his head and stare at himself with stern eyes. F***ck. Said the wrong thing? Brother Wu is all his family's horseman. How can I call my brother in front of him? He hurriedly changed his words. No, in the future, if you need to use me, feel free to look for me. Scarface said cautiously, afraid of saying any sentence wrong. Pretending to be successful. Gained experience value 20. Upgraded to, teaser. Current experience bar is 0/1000. Gained upgrade reward, normal power pill. Permanently increased body mass by 5. Triple pussy. Rewarded 200,000 wealth for the third successful pussy faking in 10 minutes. At this moment, Xiao Ran's cell phone rang with a text message reminder tone. It seemed to be a text message of 200,000 arriving. Xiao Ran deliberately took out his Dragon A2 cell phone, clicked on the text message and pretended to be a little disappointed, saying, my dad is really stingy, said he came out to play today, only to give me 200,000 pocket money. The attendant next to him curiously came over, looked at the content of the text message, and couldn't help but read it out. Your account deposited 200,000 yuan. The balance is 201,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan for 1 day's pocket money? And there's more than $1 million deposited. What kind of family is this? Obviously so rich. Still using a cell phone made 3 years ago. Are all rich people so low-key? Scarface was horrified. MD, he met a big shot today. He began to recall everything that had just happened. He shouldn't have said anything wrong. Pretending to be successful. Gained experience value 50. Current experience bar is 50/1000. As expected, money can make people worship. Quadra push. Successful 4th time playing pussy in 10 minutes. 1 random skill card, randomly draw skills. The higher the level, the more powerful the skill. Xiao Ran wanted to level up before extracting, and did not open it for the time being. Brother, today is also considered to be an acquaintance. I'll give you face today. Let's go. Scarface swallowed his saliva, waved his hand, and led the 2 muscular men beside him to slink away. Mission completed. Mission rating, SS. Mission summary, gained 150 experience value. Upgraded to tease. Obtained 2 ordinary power pills, permanently increased body mass by 10. Gained 1 skill card. Acquired wealth 200,000. Acquired wealth 200,000. SS rating. It seemed like the system was more satisfied with this pretense. Well done. Brother Xiao is great. The crowd of waiters applauded Xiao Ran, not realizing that the usually low-key part-time college student was such a bully. Thank you, Yang Mimi whispered. Oh, a small matter. Xiao Ran looked at Yang Mimi who was still sitting on the sofa with a shocked face. At this time, her pink dress was wet with beer, and her clothes were a little bit transparent, so she could vaguely see the attractive buttocks shape under the dress and the proud ditch in front of her chest. Xiao Ran pulled up Yang Mimi directly with one hand. Come with me. Chapter 4, Wet Clothes. Time to change. Come with me. Xiao Ran pulled Yang Mimi's hand and walked out. Yang Mimi was a little flustered. Her brain was a little blank. Her body didn't listen to the call to get up and follow Xiao Ran outside. How cool! A hero saves a beauty, and a beauty gives her body in return. How come I can't touch such a good thing? 555. A waitress in KTV covered her mouth with both hands and looked enviously. Hey, the freshness period of a male gentleman to a woman is only 1 month. Like him, I guess it's only 1 day. He's so handsome, it's okay to be his woman for a day. No way. Sissy, he's working here with us, it can't be to hunt for sex. It's possible. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Yang Nini couldn't help but tense up when she heard the waitresses behind her talking. What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to talk to me? What are you going to do? Yang Nini broke free of Xiao Ran's hand that was pulling her and stopped to look at Xiao Ran. Don't think that being rich makes you great. She's not that kind of person. Xiao Ran turned his head to look at Yang Nini, and through the soaked translucent pink skirt, he vaguely saw the spring light inside the skirt. What are you looking at? Realizing that Xiao Ran was looking at herself, Yang Nini covered her chest and was a bit shy. Although her family's company was in trouble, there was still dignity in shame. Look, your clothes are soaked. It's time to change. Xiao Ran finished and continued to pull Yang Nini forward. Clothes are wet. Time to change? This kind of old excuse just wants to take me to open a room and take a bath. Then, Yang Nini bites her lips. Sure enough, he stepped forward to save himself. Not out of kindness, but out of the lecherous nature of a male son. Let go. Yang Nini broke away from Xiao Ran's hand. You think being rich makes you great? You can do whatever you want just because you have money? Do whatever you want? What did I do? Xiao Ran was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Yang Nini would say that. It's not what you did, but what you want to do. A lower body animal full of spermatozoa. Yang Nini bit her lips. She hated Xiao Ran's kind of cockney who thought he was rich and omnipotent. MD, she even looked at me like this. Xiao Ran felt greatly humiliated. Yes, she was beautiful and had thoughts of his own, but he was not a LSP. He continued to pull up Yang Nini's hand and walked forward. You let go. Yang Nini struggled desperately, but Xiao Ran's physique was already at the level of a professional athlete. Her slender jade arm was simply unable to break free from Xiao Ran's hands. Let go. Yang Nini grabbed Xiao Ran's hand with the nails of her other hand as she struggled desperately. Xiao Ran didn't care and pulled her forward. Let go of. Before the words were finished, Xiao Ran unexpectedly let go of his hand. Arrived. Xiao Ran's tone was flat. Yang Nini looked up and Xiao Ran unexpectedly brought herself to the entrance of the Kuchi store. Kuchi was the top women's clothing store in the world. Surprisingly, he brought himself to buy clothes. It turned out that she had overthought it. The strength is still quite big. Xiao Ran looked at the blood marks on the back of his hand and then looked at Yang Nini and said flirtatiously. Looking at the back of Xiao Ran's hand, Yang Nini was a little ashamed and only felt her face was hot. Pretending is successful. Gained experience value of 100. Current experience bar is 150/1000. Surprisingly, there is so much experience. It seems that the invisible pretending is the most deadly. Go inside and change into clean clothes. Without being told, Xiao Ran pulled Yang Nini into the store. Welcome to the light. The waitress Zhangli, who was just still full of smiles, saw Xiao Ran and Yang Nini who entered the door, and made a judgment from Xiao Ran's full of ground floor goods. These are two poor people. Therefore, she didn't even bother to say welcome. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. These clothes are expensive. Zhangli glanced at Xiao Ran and the others, then greeted the new clerk, Xiao Ping, to entertain them, while she continued to wait for the rich customers to come to her door. Xiao Ran didn't bother with her and took Yang Nini to look at the clothes in the store. Take a look around. You can try them on if you like. Xiao Ping smiled and introduced the clothes to Xiao Ran in them. Yang Nini looked a bit nervous. She just noticed the price. The cheapest set of clothes cost 3,888 renminbi. In the past, she could have bought it without even looking at it. But now, she refused the marriage arranged by the family, ran out from home. The family cut off all financial support. She can only part-time. 3888 was too expensive for her now. Xiao Ran saw her concern. Buy whichever piece you see. Don't worry about the money. This money for me to spend is a waste. Buying clothes for you is a good choice. Yang Nini knew that Xiao Ran had seen her concerns and was a little shy. She looked at this one and picked that one, never choosing. Zhangli on the side looked at Xiao Ran and the others, revealing a look of disgust, and started to be sarcastic with the other waitresses. Look at that poor look. You know you can't afford it, and you're still pretending there. Just Xiao Ping, that girl is stupid, thinking that Kuchi is something that anyone can afford, not knowing to look at the dress to recognize who is the potential customer. Let her learn more. It's good to learn more lessons. At this moment, Yang Nini's gaze lingered on a white dress. It could be seen that she liked this dress very much. Yang Nini just wanted to look at the price on the dress when Xiao Ran took the dress off the hanger with one hand. Try it on. Xiao Ran handed the dress to Yang Nini as if ordering. Beauty, try it on. This dress should look good on you. Xiao Ping smiled and guided Yang Nini to the fitting room. Welcome, Mr. Zhu, it's been a long time, oh. At this moment, Zhang Li had a fawning face as she greeted the customers entering the store. Judging from her level of enthusiasm, the one who entered the store was a rich familiar customer. Xiao Ran looked towards the door, and it turned out to be Zhu Sheng from his class who brought Luo Jie, the beauty of the school. Luo Jie was dressed in a low-cut bodysuit, with two huge balls in front of her chest, swaying around as if they could run out of the clothes at any time when she walked, while Zhu Sheng had one hand directly on Luo Jie's upturned buttocks. Zhu Sheng's family is in real estate. His family has money, he thinks he is great, and he looks down on Xiao Ran on weekdays. Luo Jie, on the other hand, is a popular figure on campus, and the school rumor is that whoever can buy her a bag can be her night-night, and it seems that the rumor is true. Zhu Sheng also saw Xiao Ran at this time. He showed an incredulous expression and exaggeratedly greeted Xiao Ran. Yo, 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 quick look, this is who we have here. Zhu Sheng walked over with his arm around Luo Jie without bad intentions, looking up and down at Xiao Ran who was wearing all ground floor goods and sneered. So it's the poorest Xiao Gongzi in our class. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5, $188,000? Swipe the card. Zhu Sheng surveyed Xiao Ran with no bad intentions. Part-time here. Working as a waitress? Luo Jie also does not have bad intentions and looks with a contemptuous face. Detected someone pretending. Please hit him in the face. Hard. Mission release. 1. Hit the face of the pretender hard. 2. Pretend to be a pussy. Mission reward, power pill. A system beep sounded in his head, and the reward was pills again. Oh, these two then, actually belittled himself. Then, I'll use my pussy to cure their pussy. Accompanying a friend here, just looking around. Xiao Ran looked towards the fitting room. Yo, no mistake. You actually have friends who can afford kuchi. Ha ha. Zhu Sheng's tone was full of sarcasm. Xiao Ran also ignored him. He himself is not what he used to be. This kind of thug who is eager to tell the whole world when he has a little bit of money, is still too low. At this time, Yang Nini came out from the fitting room. A white dress, beautiful and moving, quite suitable for you. Xiao Ran looked at the chirpy Yang Nini, and heartily marveled. You kid, how is it possible? How can a toad eat swan meat? Zhu Sheng eyes colorful looking at Yang Nini. He was full of surprise. He couldn't believe that he was so rich. Chasing after her fiercely were rejected by her. I didn't think that now she was actually with this poor boy. I want this one she's wearing. Bitch, dare to steal my thunder. I will make you lose face. Luo Jie saw Zhu Sheng's somewhat fascinated gaze at Yang Mimi and deliberately pointed at Yang Mimi's dress and said, sorry, this dress is a limited edition. There is only this set in the store. Xiao Ping told Luo Jie with a smile. I want this one from her. Luo Jie pulled Zhu Sheng and pouted. Okay, buy it for you. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to humiliate Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi, so Zhu Sheng decisively agreed. Xiao Ping, why did you let her put this limited edition dress on? Quickly let her take it off. The waitress Zhang Li walked up to Yang Mimi and said in a command-like tone. Yang Mimi felt humiliated and her face instantly turned red. We'll take this one. Swipe the card. Xiao Ran stopped in front of Yang Mimi, directly took out his bank card and coldly looked at Zhang Li. Did you see the price? This is a global limited edition. The price is 18,800,000. Can you afford it? Zhang Li did not pick up Xiao Ran's bank card, but instead began to mock. This tone, ironic and provocative flavor. Don't freeze, quickly take off. Luo Jie had a smug look on her face and urged on the side. Zhu Sheng's heart thumped when he heard the price. It was true that his family was rich, but he had only wanted to spend a small amount of money to buy some clothes for Luo Jie to satisfy her vanity, and then bring her to the hotel to have a good time. In order to win this 10,000 people ride the chick rolling bedsheet spend 18,800,000 is not cost effective. Besides, the family to give him the money is not so much as to be able to casually spend 18,800,000 to buy a piece of clothing. They're all classmates. Why don't we just let them have it and we'll look at something else? Zhu Sheng found a grand excuse. No, I want this one on her. Luo Jie played up her lady temper, pointing her finger at Yang Mimi. Take it off for me. Are you deaf? Swipe. Xiao Ran's face turned blue as he handed his bank card to Zhang Li. Zhang Li still had a look of contempt, crossing her arms over her chest, without the slightest intention of taking the card. Xiao Ping hurriedly took the card. Sorry, wait a moment. Dropping. From the front desk came the sound of a successful card swipe. Zhu Sheng was stunned. This kid wearing ground floor goods can really afford $1,880,000 of clothes, but usually how to not see it at all. Luo Jie pinched Zhu Sheng's arm, blaming him for not buying clothes for himself and making himself lose face. Zhang Li, on the other hand, regretted to death that she had misread and offended this rich bigot. Your bank card. Zhang Li snatched the bank card from Xiao Ping's hand and handed it to Xiao Ran with a smile on her face. The speed of her face change was so fast that it made people feel uncomfortable. Xiao Ran took the bank card and looked at Zhang Li coldly. You'd better find your next job early. Tomorrow I will give feedback to Kuchi Global After Sales Service Center about today's shopping experience. Although he was not the kind of person who liked to pick fights, but this kind of dog-eyed person, it was good to scare her. Don't, please, Zhongli humbly pleaded beside Xiaoran. Xiaoran ignored it as she pointed to a nearby set of bikinis consisting of only 3 red threads and turned her head to look at Luo Jie. You, change into this outfit now. I'll give you 1,880,000. You, Luo Jie is a little shy but very heartfelt. Usually those men spend a few $100s to buy a bag for themselves, want to snap with themselves. Now give yourself 18,800,000. Not to mention changing clothes, is to let him bring to the hotel a variety of positions. She is willing to, just in front of so many people. It is too disgraceful. Are you marvelous if you have a few dollars? Zhu Sheng felt insulted. After all, Luo Jie's current status is her girlfriend. Aren't you usually like this? Isn't it disgusting? Xiaoran coolly finished, pulled up Yang Mimi and walked out, leaving behind him Zhu Sheng, who was full of annoyance but could do nothing about it. Luo Jie, on the other hand, secretly resolved that she must hook Xiaoran into her hand. After all, she is experienced and has the ability to make a man horny. Pretending is successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, A. Reward, 1 ordinary power pill. Permanently increase body mass by 5. Gained experience value of 100. Current experience value is 250/1000. A system prompt rang in his head. The rating is A. It seems that this pussy still has room for improvement. Did you just really want to see her in a bikini? On the way, Yang Nini couldn't help but ask out. After all, Luo Jie's body is hot and her chest is at least a C grade. Could it be that the male's head is nothing but sex or sex? Xiaoran stopped and looked at Yang Mimi, looking up and down, and finally his eyes rested on Yang Mimi's chest. This made Yang Mimi a little uncomfortable and instantly blushed. What are you looking at? Yang Mimi's chest undulated with her breathing, waves surging. Xiaoran swallowed his saliva. You know the story of the monkey breaking corn, right? I wouldn't throw away a watermelon for a melon. Yang Mimi was a little annoyed. It's true that all the males are lower body animals. I saved you today. Don't you have anything to show? Xiaoran looked at Yang Mimi, his eyes roaming over her body. This disgusting feeling came back. Sure enough, man, he still wants to go to a hotel to roll in bed with himself. She looked at Xiaoran and regretted letting him help her buy such expensive clothes, feeling that she had fallen into his trap. Why are you staring at me? I saved you. Didn't your teacher teach you to say thank you? Thank you? Could it be that he just wants me to say a thank you? Yang Mimi is secretly surprised inwardly. Xiaoran shook his head and waved his hand as a goodbye to her. Go back to school by yourself. Let's go. Pretending is successful. Gained experience value 50. Current experience bar is 300/1000. F***CK. I didn't fake it. How did I get experience? This girl is ing treating me as a pervert again, right? Looking at Xiaoran's back without looking back. Yang Nini's face turned red with shame. It turns out that at the beginning of the brain full of colorful thoughts are themselves. Chapter 6 Boss. I suspect that kid is faking it. It was already 12 p.m. when I got home, and the house was still dark. Su Yun is still not back. It seems that business is good today. Another night of labor. Xiaoran thought like this, but there was some inexplicable loss. System. Drop. I'm in. Opened the attribute panel. Xiaoran's attributes were displayed in his mind. Level, T's. Experience bar is 300/1000. Physique, 85 points. 85 physique. Equivalent to a top athlete. Wealth, 1,013,000 yuan. Item bar, 1 skill card. So much experience and wealth in one day. This pretentious system was truly invincible. Thinking about the previous world, China was stuck in the neck by the pretty country, and he was able to overcome the technical difficulties with great difficulty, only to be murdered by the agents of the pretty country. Now that he had traveled to a parallel world, the dragon country he was in was facing a similar situation. If you start the industrial layout from now on, is it possible to get rid of the fate of being necked? Xiaoran looked at his Dragon A2 cell phone and fell into deep thought. Words are divided into two, but said that Scarface was subdued by Xiaoran's open-minded behavior in KTV. He thought it was Xiaoran's own squatting in prison during this time. Kiln Bay City, the new male black forces. So let the little brother to inquire clearly. Would like to go to the dock in a few days to pay their respects. Who expected only a moment's effort. The little brother will Xiaoran's situation touched at 8 or 9. Kilowan Eastern Suburb Barbecue Stall. The little brother told Scarface about Xiaoran's situation. After hearing this, Scarface's face turned blue. Did you ask clearly? He's alone in his house? This can't be wrong. His name is Xiaoran. His father Xiao Jianjun. He was just born not long ago. His father disappeared. At that time there was also a rumor that it was his father was a pervert rapist and murderer at that time. So he escaped. Later Xiaoran his mom raised Xiaoran alone and grew up. He got sick and died the year before last, and now he is the only one in his family. MD, this kid dares to pretend in my face, see if I don't waste him. Scar viciously bit down a mouthful of lamb skewer and drank a bottle of beer in one gulp, his eyes full of ferocious flavor. He had only been out of prison for a short while, and it was the right time to re-establish his authority and raise his flag to recruit people. If he was fooled by a kid, and the word got out, he would become the joke of the Jianghu. He would never allow this to happen. After sleeping until 10 a.m., Xiao Ran woke up and found the door of the next room open. Su Yun hadn't come back yet. It looks like this industry is not working either. Eating youthful rice and earning hard money, Xiao Ran has some feelings. However, he is not disgusted with Su Yun's profession. After all, Su Yun is a qualified tenant. The rent is given on time every month and never brings guests back. The cell phone was on, and there were actually more than 20 missed calls. Strange numbers, dialed in after 1 a.m. So late, and call so many, should not be sales or agent. Could it be that Su Yun was arrested by the police uncle? Xiao Ran decisively dialed back. No one answered. Dial again. Still no answer. Is Su Yun really arrested? Xiao Ran felt bad and dialed the phone again. Passed. Hey, UTM Hua, so early in the morning to play Nima's phone. The tone of the phone on the other end of the phone is grumpy, but the voice is somewhat familiar, as if it has been heard somewhere. Hello, I'm Xiao Ran. You called me last night, what's the matter? The opposite side of the mouth was full of profanity. It didn't look like it was a police marshal. Could it be that some gangster client was not satisfied with Su Yun's service and detained the person? Xiao Ran, Xiao Gongzi right. Little pussy brat. Last night KTV in front of me quite able to pretend today also disturbed the old man sleep. Tonight at 6 o'clock, you send last night's girl and 500,000 to the happy skating rink. This matter will be even. Otherwise I will tear your mouth. This love of pretending to be a pussy. It turned out to be Scarface who met in KTV last night and actually got his phone number. In the past, Xiao Ran would probably have been scared to death, but now that he had traveled across the world and had an invincible pretending system, Xiao Ran naturally wouldn't put it in his eyes as far as this kind of punk who only knew how to fight and kill inside his head was concerned. Oh, you 2-bit street skank. You are afraid of a toad marrying a frog. Ugly looking playflowers. You also do not take a piss and look at yourself. See if you are worthy. I warn you, my uncle is very powerful. Kiln Bay City which big brother do not dare to mess with. You look for death words try. You don't know the death of the brat, but also pretend to be Nima? Tonight have the guts to bring your uncle together to come here, to see the old man not in front of your uncle's face to beat the out of you. I thought I could scare this kid to knock a sum of money, but I didn't expect this kid to curse himself on the phone without knowing what to do. Scarface's sleepiness was gone, and he was so angry that he sat up. Dumbass, tonight at 6 p.m., happy skating rink, bring your people, bring your guys, I'll let you know my uncle's power. Xiao Ran hung up the phone after saying that. Scarface wanted to curse some more, but realized that the opposite side had already hung up the phone. Damn, I haven't finished speaking yet actually dared to hang up on me. Scarface dialed the phone back. Sorry your phone is temporarily unavailable. Dial again. Sorry your phone is not answered. Dial again. I'm sorry your call has been turned off. Asterisk. Scarface's face turned green with anger, and a call was dialed to his little brother. Eru, Tiger, tonight at 6 o'clock. Call all the brothers, bring the guys, go to the happy skating rink. Cut people. Chapter 7, Black Boss chased me 3 blocks with a knife. In the evening, before 6 p.m., Scarface brought his minions to the happy skating rink. Some of them with a watermelon knife, some with a steel pipe, some with a wrench. A grand piece. There must be 50 or so people. Next to the customers see this group of people are interested in running far away. On the sidelines to watch. Boss, who is drying tonight? How to call all the big guys here? A little brother in the crowd asked Scarface. Asterisk a little than the cub. This bastard is too pretentious. He dares to curse the old man. I have to let him know how to write the word death. Boss, you just came out not long ago, and then dry fights and so on and then go in how to do? Go in. This pussy cub is too pretentious. Even if I go in I also want to him. Xiao Ran was mixed in the crowd of onlookers. Seeing that Scarface and the others were carrying knives, he revealed a meaningful smile. He took out his cell phone and dialed. Hey, police uncle, I'm reporting that there's a mob fight in Happy Square. Not long after, a dozen police cars surrounded the happy skating rink, and dozens of police officers came down from the car fully armed. Scarface was stunned. Crikey, this kid is too unarmed. Even called out to the police? Uncle, this TM is the uncle he said on the phone? At once, Scarface's group of people were in a mess, scattering and escaping. In the face of the police's arrest and questioning, some pretended to be passing by to try to muddle through, while others pretended to be workers to try to evade arrest. As you all know, I'm a repairman, and it makes sense to carry a wrench on me, doesn't it? As you can see, I'm the one who cooks in my house, and it's not too much to ask to carry a kitchen knife on my person, is it? Like him, I'm a teenage girl at heart. I'm afraid of being bullied by the bad guys, and it makes sense to have a watermelon knife for defense, right? And most of them were recognized by the police and wore silver one-piece bracelets. This time Scarface's minions were almost wiped out. Damn, I have to chop this little pussy. Scarface was frantically fleeing while making up his mind inwardly. With a ruthlessness, he took advantage of the chaos and rushed out. At this moment, Xiao Ran was happily watching the spectacle of the destruction of Scarface's gang from the side. Unexpectedly, Scarface rushed towards his side from the chaotic crowd and was actually bumped into by him. Little pussy brat, you're hiding here. I'll chop you to death. Scarface picked up his knife and flew towards Xiao Ran. Crap, Xiao Ran originally just wanted to spectate, but he didn't expect Scarface to accidentally run into himself while escaping. He pulled his leg and ran, as fast as flying. After all, someone was chasing after him with a knife. After all, he now has a physique that far exceeds that of a professional athlete. Fighting does not dare to come. Running is quite fast. This find who to say reason to go. Scarface was panting at the back, chasing Xiao Ran. Have the guts to stand still, don't run. Waste, have the guts to catch up with me. Xiao Ran had a relaxed face, stopping to give Scarface a mocking look. Many people beside him gathered around. Some took out their cell phones that could videotape at the time and started filming. Damn, you better not let me catch you. Scarface was red with anger. He raised his knife and continued to chase. Suyun carrying a password box walking in the work on the road. I didn't expect Xiao Ran to run over to her, and she brushed past her. Obviously saw himself but did not even greet her. What's going on? Running so fast? Looking up again but realizing that the infamous Scarface over here was chasing Xiao Ran with a knife. Not good. Xiao Ran is in danger. Suyun's face changed, and with the momentum of instantaneous thunder and lightning, she stretched out her foot. Scarface, tripped by the sudden rise of the foot, fell a dog. Looking back, the woman who had just tripped herself disappeared. Scarface was dropped. Hard to climb up. Looking at Xiao Ran's far away back, hating and gnashing his teeth. Better not let me find you. Suyun hid in the alley next to her. Looking nervous, she dialed a phone. Captain Wang, I have an emergency and need to speak with Falcon. Hold on a moment. Not long after, a majestic voice rang out on the other end of the phone. The tone was flat but revealed majesty. Hello, this is Falcon. Chief, Xiao Ran was chased by someone with a knife today. Before Suyun could finish her words, she was interrupted by the man on the other end of the phone. Is he alright? The voice was obviously a bit anxious. It's fine, but the person chasing him is a small punk leader over here. I'm worried that this small punk will pester him. Suyun voiced out her worries. After all, she could not be by Xiao Ran's side all the time to exercise close protection on him. Okay, I know. I will handle this matter. He will graduate from university soon. You keep an eye on his movements at all times and contact me anytime there is a situation. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Suyun breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Xiao Ran was fine, or else her protection of him all these years by wearing makeup as a tenant would have been a lost cause. Kilowan City Public Security Bureau. A small clerk ran into the director's office in small steps with a panicked look. What's the matter? Panic. How many times have I told you? We police have to be more steady so that we can give the public a sense of security. Director. Internal call. Chief Code 012. According to the regulations of the Dragon's internal telephone, 1 represents the Dragon's security department, while 2 represents the chief's ordering in the industry. Luo Zhe was alarmed. Quick, take me to the machine room. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Zhe hurriedly jogged to the machine room. He tried his best to restrain his wildly beating heart and picked up the phone. Good day, Chief. This is Luo Zhe, the director of the Public Security Bureau of Kilowan City. The small clerk stood aside, not daring to utter a single breath. Looking at the chief's sweaty face. Yes, this morning issued a knife chasing a vicious incident. The perpetrator we are still in the process of arresting. Yes, we will definitely catch this murderer who dared to chase people with a knife in downtown within 24 hours. Please rest assured, Chief. Confirming that the opposite party had hung up the phone, Luo Zhe let out a sigh of relief, his forehead covered in beads of sweat. Go, notify the Interpol team. Within 24 hours, make sure to catch Scarface. Chapter 8. Chopping up a person. Is that so bad? That night, the whole city of Kilowan City police action. Streets and alleys, everywhere flashing police lights. Scarface's wanted notice was also posted all over the streets and alleys of the bulletin boards, and the TV set was also scrolling the image of Scarface holding chasing people. The bounty has reached 50,000 yuan. At this time, Scarface is in the rental room angrily to their own little brother's call. Dozens of calls were made in a row, but no one answered. It looks like they have all been arrested. It was not easy for a little brother to pick up the phone. Hey, Tiger, you ran out? Boss, I didn't go today because I had a stomach upset. Damn, you goon. Boss, you hurry up and run. Now the city's police are looking for you. Did you hack someone to death? What? The city's police are looking for me? You fart. No, you watch TV. I don't talk to you much. Don't say you called me. You goon. Before Scarface could finish his sentence, the little brother hurriedly hung up the phone. What's the situation? What is he afraid of? Scarface half-heartedly turned on the TV. We are now collecting clues from the city about Scarface, and if you provide any important clues or help in the arrest, you will be rewarded 50,000 yuan. I can't believe it's true. He's really wanted. Scarface looked out through the window again, and sure enough, there were police everywhere on the street. What is the situation of this Nima? Not just cut a person it, but also TM did not cut to. As for so much commotion it, could it be that the identity of that kid is really their own cannot afford to mess with the existence? Damn, little brother yellow hair's intelligence is wrong, said Xiao Ran is a child without parents. This pit death old me. Pretending is successful. Gained experience value 100. Current experience bar is 400/1000. Xiao Ran was watching TV in the living room when suddenly the system's beep sounded in his head. What the hell? Watching a TV can still be upgraded? Xiao Ran looked at the image of Scarface chasing himself with a knife on TV and was dumbfounded. Su Yun was cooking in the kitchen. She sneaked a glance at Xiao Ran and pretended to ask carelessly, "What was going on in the street today? Why did someone chase you with a knife?" "Oh, nothing. He bullied my classmate. I taught him a lesson." "What? You taught him a lesson?" Su Yun put down the spatula and came from the kitchen to the living room, looking at Xiao Ran incredulously. "Yeah, verbal lesson." Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. These years he practiced secret protection around Xiao Ran. All of Xiao Ran's everything she knew, including the 30G video learning materials that he hid in the D-disk and set the password. With her knowledge of Xiao Ran, he didn't even have the strength to do 10 push-ups, let alone fight with someone like Scarface who had been mixing with the world for more than 10 years. "You clearly saw me. Why are you pretending not to recognize me?" Su Yun asked. "Afraid of that bastard staring at you? Ah, if he knows you know me, your business will be difficult to do in the future." Xiao Ran doesn't want Su Yun to do business with Scarface. The thought of Scarface's face full of horizontal meat is disgusting. It turned out to be concerned about herself. Su Yun's heart was warm for a while. "Slow down. He just said that my business is difficult." "What the hell? Could it be that he found out his true identity?" "You know about my business?" Su Yun asked tentatively. "Ah, business? What business?" Xiao Ran realized that he said the wrong thing and deliberately pretended to be confused. Although Su Yun was engaged in that kind of profession, after all, she was also a person of the same age and loved face. "Your dishes, are they mushy?" Xiao Ran pointed to the thick smoke coming out of the kitchen. "Oops, my cucumber." Su Yun ran into the kitchen and started to put out the fire. Su Yun began to reflect. This is too unlike her. She has never made the slightest mistake in her previous work, and now this simple makeup protection is so distracted and frequently wrong. What in the world is wrong with herself? Until now, Scarface was still confused and didn't get the situation clearly. From the time he called in Xiao Ran about the fight, he had already felt the strength of the uncle in Xiao Ran's mouth. Yes, it only took the police 2 hours to catch him hiding in a rented room. At the moment, he was sitting in the interrogation room of the police station. Opposite to him were 2 policemen. One of them was actually the director of the Kilawan City Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhe. "What law did I break?" Scarface cautiously inquired. The public security director personally interrogated him. There must be something big. Could it be that he had drunkenly chopped up someone and shredded their body last night? Scarface tried to recall the bits and pieces of last night's drunkenness. Other than frantically calling Xiao Ran, he couldn't remember anything. "Did you get into a mob fight at night?" "Yes." "Did you chase and cut someone with a knife?" "Yes." "Give him a statement." "Just this?" Scarface breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you guilty of something else you haven't explained?" "No. Realizing that he said the wrong thing, Scarface quickly denied it. "Who were you guys brawling with?" "A little pussy brat. A little Jiang who rules are not there. Said a good fight, but he called the police." Speaking of this, Scarface is angry, which has a front foot about the fight and then the police. There are rules, there is moral justice. What's wrong with calling the police? What's the point of fighting, winning and going to jail, losing and being hospitalized? Yes, he called the police. Well, Scarface hated his teeth, but said on the surface against his will. "Is he the one you chased 3 blocks with a knife?" "Yes." "He can't do a fight, but he runs fast." "Not scientific at all." "What is his name?" "It seems to be called Xiao Ran." "Xiao Ran. You remember this name well. In the future you come out, you have to go around him. Do you understand? Luoze stared at Scarface with a serious expression. The tone was not like a warning, but more like an ultimatum to him. Why? Scarface couldn't help but ask. His current arrest was entirely caused by that brat Xiaoran. He wanted to know which god he had met. Don't ask. If I say one more word it will be considered a violation. Crouching. Trough. Chapter 9. Seeing the world at the bar. Outside the window, crowds of people riding their bikes to work drove across the street, and the oldest man buying breakfast yelled from his stand, "Another sunny day. Get up." Suyun wore a thin nightgown and opened the door to Xiaoran's room. Through the nightgown, the seductive body was hidden. Xiaoran on the bed was posed on the bed, sleeping like a dead pig. "Get up." Suyun lifted Xiaoran's quilt with one hand. "A column is in the sky." At the age of 20, it couldn't be more normal. "What are you doing?" Xiaoran opened his drowsy eyes and realized that Suyun was staring at his supreme point. "Crap." Xiaoran hurriedly took the quilt and covered himself. "Can't even knock on the door. You're scaring me like this. I'll shrivel up easily, okay? It's time to get up. Wait to go to school to be late. I cooked porridge. You eat a little." Suyun was not foreign at all. Halo, almost forgot that he was a student. "Did you not go to work last night? How come you still made breakfast?" Xiaoran was a little curious. Since her mom passed away, Suyun rented here and went to work every night, and couldn't get up at all in the morning. Yes, the job quit. Late shifts are not good for the body. Actually Suyun wanted to protect Xiaoran as much as possible, so she adjusted her work style. Those night jobs of hers were given to others. "Oh, if you don't have a job, you cannot pay the rent. Cook and eat for me as rent," Xiaoran thought to herself. Her job didn't know what kind of perverted customers she would encounter. It did hurt her body. Now that she quit her job, she was inexplicably a little happy. It was as if she was expecting something. "I don't know how to cook. I can only cook kanji and the following. Why don't I give you the following? Do you eat it or not?" Suyun finished, twisted her butt and went out. Seeing the safe production hip line under Suyun's sexy pajamas, Xiaoran's nosebleed nearly dripped on the bedsheet. After eating the porridge cooked by Suyun, Xiaoran slowly came to school. A few days after graduation, the school has long been closed. Everyone is busy partying, drinking. After all, after graduation, they will be in the south and north of the world, and there is not much time left to drink together. Ding ding ding. Xiaoran's cell phone rang. Picked up the phone. It turned out to be a classmate Stone Mirror called. "Hey, Stone." "Xiaoran, tonight at 6 p.m. the boss is treating us at the old place bar." This time the boss, Fong Ji, but the blood money. He saved a few months of living expenses all out. "There are 3,000 yuan. Come over early. We also called a few beauties in the next class together." Stone Mirror on the phone is full of excitement. "Okay, I will definitely be there." Fong Ji and Shijing are Xiaoran's few friends. They have never been to the bar. Near graduation, the boss Fong Ji had saved up some money and wanted to take his little brothers to see the world, which was indeed rare. Thinking about this, Xiaoran was a little moved. At 6 p.m., Xiaoran took a taxi to the door of the old place bar. This is the best bar in Yaoan City. Previously, Xiaoran did not hear those rich students say, "Here a night consumption casually have to 4 or 5,000. Listen to the scary. When Xiaoran arrived, he saw Fang Ji and Shijing with 3 female students standing in front of the bar looking around. The 3 female students are wearing sexy short dresses, makeup, a face of impatience, obviously no longer wanting to wait, wanting to go in early to have fun. "Quickly, quickly, have been waiting for you for half a day. I can't wait to go in and feel the atmosphere." Stone Mirror saw Xiao then hurriedly pulled Xiaoran up and walked towards the entrance of the bar. Xiaoran greeted the 3 beautiful classmates. However, the 3 female classmates only glanced at Xiaoran symbolically. Although Xiaoran is handsome, but a full of ground goods. In this money in the bar, handsome has a chicken hair use? Boss Fong Ji stiffly took out 3,000 yuan and slammed it on the bar. "Open a seat." But who knows? The waiter brought them to a card seat in the corner of the bar. It turned out that 3,000 yuan was only enough for minimum spending here. Only enough to buy 10 bottles of beer. And the card seat is still in the most inconspicuous corner of the bar. This corner, in addition to music, not even light. As soon as the 3 female students sat down, they started to throw their faces on the spot. 6 people drinking 10 bottles of beer. Is it to be funny? I thought I could follow the wrongdoer to the bar for once. I didn't expect it to be sitting on the side of the bar. Not even a light. It was simply humiliating. "Yo, isn't this Fong Ji? Bringing your poor brother to the bar to get a better understanding? How come there are only these few bottles of wine?" "Xiaoran, this poor guy is here too? It's your first time here. Why are you sitting in such a seat that ghosts can't even see? There's not even a light. Is it because you can't afford to pay the electricity bill?" "Xiaoran, Stone Mirror and the others subconsciously looked towards the place where the voice came from, only to see a youth wearing a flowery shirt walk over from a position near the center of the bar, looking at them with a face full of mockery. Xiaoran, they all know this youth. His name is Wang Xin. He is also a student of Qilin University, a rich second generation. He drove an Audi during his school days. Wherever he goes, there are girls' attention, and he lives a good life. Detected the host being despised. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Task release. Please start pretending to be a bully. Hit him hard in the face. The swollen kind. Task reward, 5 million. Here comes the job again. $5 million rewarded for completion. Xiaoran was secretly happy inside. Drinking a crappy drink in a bar. How did you drink out of your sense of superiority? Xiaoran swept a glance at Wang Xian with a look of contempt. Yo. Drinking a broken wine? What a big mouth. Wang Xian's face was full of sneers and mockery. I just want to know how a poor guy who only orders 10 bottles of wine for 6 people has the nerve to pretend to be a pussy here. Chapter 10. All the spending tonight will be paid for by Mr. Xiao. Saying this, Feng Ji was filled with embarrassment. He had saved up some money with great difficulty, and had wanted to bring his brothers here to have a good time, but unexpectedly he ran into acquaintances, and was also sarcasm and mocked like this. The 3 female classmates who came with him even turned red, complaining that Xiaoran had no money and still acted like a pussy, causing himself to be mocked as well. Yo, isn't this the 3 golden flowers from the next class? Why are you with them? Isn't this a flower stuck in cow dung? Come to my table, let's have a few drinks and make friends. Wang Xian pointed to his own table near the center of the bar, which had 2 bottles of foreign wine that cost several $1,000s, compared to this one of his own. It was a world of difference. The 3 female classmates' eyes were glowing as they took a look at it, and the 3 of them looked at each other before getting up and preparing to go over. Ma Rongrong, what do you mean? You told me you wanted to come to the old place to play. I brought you here and you're going to go drink with someone else. Feng Ji was a bit embarrassed on his face and stood in front of the 3 girls, blocking the way. What do I mean? You brought me here to play and you're nestled in this hole? Just these few bottles of wine. And you brought so many of your loser brothers. How can you be so mean? Ha ha ha, poor people just go to the stalls to drink beer and blow off steam. No money to come here for what? Is not a disgrace? Wang Xian added fuel to the fire. Don't think having a few stinking dollars is great. Don't push your luck here. Shi Jing also couldn't help but stand up and roared at Wang Xian Rue. Originally, he was full of expectations and wanted to follow Feng Ji to see the world, but he didn't expect to be publicly humiliated by others. His face was trampled under his feet. Rich is marvelous. Can't see you also like me. More a few bottles of wine. No money, don't talk. You guys just a few bottles of wine. A few mouths to drink. Drink and hurry to get out. This place, not you can come to play. Wang Xian raised his voice. He was going to make this table of paupers the joke of the whole place tonight. The crowd in the bar had their gazes turned this way. They were waiting to see the joke. Sure enough, no matter what world there was, there were always such self-righteous thugs. Xiaoran stared at Wang Xian who was twisting his body in triumph. His heart filled with indignation. Lao Zi's previous life was almost worth $500 billion, pretending to have a starting capital of more than $1 million. Today, I'll let you know what the hell is called a TM rich man. Yes, you're right, being rich is marvelous. Xiaoran stood up and raised his voice. Feng Ji and the others were stunned, unable to believe that such words were coming from Xiaoran's mouth. But, Wang Xian, this place is not for us like you either. Xiaoran continued to raise his volume. This table had just become the center of attention of the entire venue, and the crowd had all turned their gazes here. Asterisk. Uing said I may. You earthy wave to show me. Wang Xian glared at Xiaoran, mockery pulling at his eyes. This kind of thing is still pretending in front of himself. Isn't this looking for death? Waiter! Xiaoran let out a yell. The waiter who was watching the show on one side immediately walked over. Brother, what do you need? Take the centermost VIP table and open it for me. Xiaoran pointed to the table in the very center of the bar, on which was a bottle of foreign wine that looked like it was worth a lot of money. There was the center of the room, with the bar's most dazzling lights and the attention of the entire room. However, in order to sit there, one had to buy that bottle of foreign wine on that table. Brother, are you sure? To sit there, you must buy that bottle of wine. That bottle of wine costs 88,000. The waiter obviously didn't believe Xiaoran had such strength. Feng Ji and the others also immediately stopped Xiaoran. Xiaoran, you're crazy. The minimum consumption there is 88,000. 88,000 Forget it Xiaoran. We admit it. Let's go. Didn't you hear me clearly? Open this table in the center for me. Xiaoran directly walked up to the table in the center bar of the bar and yelled. Wang Xian looked at Xiaoran with a look of a retard. Waiter, don't pay attention to him. He's a poor guy who can only act like a pussy. Don't take care of this idiot. Xiao Ran took the card out of his pocket and slapped it on the table. Bring me the most expensive wine in your store. All the spending in the bar tonight. Except for this dumbass. All of it is on me. Xiao Ran pointed at Wang Xin, which was the idiot in his mouth. The waiter's first reaction to hearing this was disbelief. The consumption level of the city of Yaoan, he is aware of. Usually those who have the face of the boss to come. Consumption of tens of thousands of dollars is considered a big deal. To open the store's most expensive wine, 1,888,000 yen, and also to pay the bill for the whole scene, how much money it would cost. The crowd is also skeptical. On the side of the coaxing, the bar manager heard that someone wants to open the most expensive wine, but also to invite the whole audience, hurriedly came over, and behaved very politely to Xiao Ran. Brother, the most expensive Remy Martin in this store is $188,000, plus the consumption of the whole house. It counts to about $800,000 it. Brush $1 million. Xiao Ran waved his hand. With the extra money, treat the whole room to a few more drinks. The bar manager took Xiao Ran's card and inserted it into the POS, his hand trembling a bit. If this person wasn't pretending and really spent $1 million, tonight's commission would be in the six figures. The whole room held their breath and looked at the POS machine in the manager's hand. Whether he was pretending to be a pussy or a trenchant, we would see the difference immediately. Drop. The POS machine in the manager's hand issued a drop sound, swiping the card successfully. The whole room thundered. The cheers and whistles were endless. All of tonight's consumption. Mr. Xiao pays the bill. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. The bar manager picked up the microphone and shouted excitedly. Everyone in the room raised their glasses to toast Xiao Ran. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. The dynamic music and brilliant lights were only shining for Xiao Ran's table at this moment. Fang Ji, Shi Jing, Wang Xin and the three female students were stunned. Xiao Ran, this guy with a full body of ground floor goods. This usually only drink plain water do not want to buy drinks of the poor. This raw melon egg who stepped into the bar for the first time. Surprisingly, a one-time consumption of $1 million. What a concept. I'm afraid the average person can't earn $1 million even if they work their whole life. The hotel owner personally served the $180,018,000 Remy Martin with a smile on his face. Brother, sure you want to open it? Open. The boss skillfully took out the corkscrew and carefully opened it. All the guests in the room took out their cell phones to capture the moment when this 180,000 yuan bottle of foreign wine was opened. Being able to witness the opening of the bottle was a great honor. The three golden flowers from the next class were full of smiles at the moment. Their asses were already sitting firmly at Xiao Ran's table, feeling doubly dignified. They look at Xiao Ran's eyes, even fierce as a tiger and wolf. Wang Xin, who was still madly sarcastic before, held up a wineglass filled with foreign wine and walked to Xiao Ran, toasting to Xiao Ran coyly. Brother, it's me who has eyes but no pearls. I was offended much before. Forgive me, my little brother will drink a toast first. Pretending to be successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS, rewarded $5 million in wealth. Damn, it's true that the bigger the pussy you pretend to be, the more experience and wealth you get. Gained 1,000 experience value. Upgraded to bull. Current experience bar is 600/5000. Upgrade reward, 1 advanced power pill. The upgrade prize is again TM power pills. Permanently increase body mass by 10 points. Host's constitution is 95. Xiao Ran only felt that his body was full of energy. This is a great feeling. Chapter 11 The Fastest Man Alive. At the General Administration of Athletics of the Dragon Kingdom, a coach-like man held the CD-ROM that had been expedited by the Athletics Bureau of Kilowan City, with a look of disdain on his face. This man was none other than the head coach of the Dragon Kingdom's track and field program, Su Qihong. He dialed the phone of Tian Yiming, the director of the Kilowan City Sports Bureau. Hey, old Tian, what's the situation? Su Qihong was contemptuous of such behavior as sending CD internal recommendations, all kinds of relationships and indicator households. Did you receive the stuff? See for yourself. I found a good middle distance runner. He is a college student majoring in IT at Kilwan University. He may be able to hit the Olympic gold medal. You're not mistaken. A geek who engages in IT, how fast can he be again? But also impact the Olympic gold medal. You're not unaware that the Dragon Sports University has cultivated so many middle distance runners, and in the end, it's still not a medal that you didn't get. Su Qihong was a little depressed, probably because of the difference in physique. On the track and field, it's all about the blacks. Longwei has also organized countless marathon running world races. The champion and runner-up were all taken by the blacks, and the local runners in Longwei can often only act as a companion. Speaking of this, Su Qihong was depressed, and he didn't have much confidence in the middle and long-distance running events. You watch the video first. 1 or 2 words can't say. I can only say that it's fast. It's really fast. He's the fastest man I've seen so far. Tian Yiming on the other end of the phone made a promise. Su Chihong was a little unconvinced. Lao Tian was his college classmate. Sent him CDs not once or twice. Every time he talked a lot. Every time he said that he had met the fastest runner in the world. But as a result, once he went to inspect, it was not up to the level of a second-level athlete. Okay, I'll watch it when I have time. You too. I can understand if you want to make achievements, but the Dragon Country track and field appearance quota is limited. I have to leave the opportunity to the strongest people in Dragon Country, so that, not to say that we can impact the championship, I have to fight for our Dragon Country athletes to appear in the semi-final track. Su Chihong stated his reasons, hoping that Tian Yiming would stop fooling around. Su Deya. Tian Yiming actually directly called Su Chihong's nickname, which was given by a few detrimental friends when he was in college based on Su Chihong's characteristic of having big incisors that were thieves. Calling himself by his nickname showed that Tian Yiming was serious. I'm not joking with you. I admit that the first few times I looked away. This time, I was really shocked. That kid with his hands in his pockets. 1,000 meters can run within 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Alright, I'll wait and see. Hanging up the phone, Su Chihong took out the CD-ROM, only to see that the CD-ROM was written with a marker pen. Fast as lightning, man. Crap. When will Tian Yiming's character of not bragging all over the place change? Su Chihong put the CD-ROM into the computer CD-ROM drive. The computer is reading the data in the CD-ROM. At this time the phone rang. Hey, Director Wang, did you get in touch with that runner on your side who's ready to sign up for the 1,000 meters? What? He has to go into the national team first to appear. Otherwise he won't appear? Isn't this making conditions to the country? I know his strength, but to enter the national team you have to have relevant competition experience and obtain certain results. It's not up to me alone. You do some more work with him. It will soon be the Olympics hosted by the Dragon Kingdom. If he can get out and run into the finals, won't he be able to win glory for the country? Of course we want him to represent the country. But, before the words were finished, suddenly Su Chihong stopped talking. He stared at the computer screen in surprise. A young man was being chased for 3 blocks by a vicious man with a knife. Conservatively estimated, the distance between each street was more than 500 meters. The young man had his hands in his pockets and was occasionally turning around to taunt the man with the knife behind him. The time it took the young man to run through the 3 street intersections was a surprising 3 minutes and 26 seconds. What kind of concept is this? The standard of international professional middle distance runners. Moreover, this young man's running posture is not standardized. If trained, Su Chihong was shocked to the point of breaking into a sweat. Hey, Coach Su, is the signal broken? It's not broken. I'm in. Coach Su, it's like this. Zhang Yang is a player that we've managed to select with great difficulty with the hope of making it out of the lineup. Let's make it a special case and solve the problem of his national team athlete status. What do you think? No need. Let's forget it if he doesn't want to participate. Coach Su, what are you doing? He's the seeded player we've chosen by the thousands. We have to have a Dragon Nation person who can make it out of the first round in this Olympics, right? The opposite face was surprised. People have the strength to take the opportunity to raise requirements. What can be done? Try to meet his. Cannot take the national honor joke off. No need. I think I've found someone who can stand on the Olympic podium. Su Chihong looked at the young man in the video and revealed a smile. Coach Su, you. Su Chihong hung up the phone and immediately dialed Tian Yiming's phone. Old Tian, quickly tell me what's going on with this video? Have you seen the video? Seen it. Did I brag? No. He's also the fastest man I've seen so far. Tell me what happened to the video. A few days ago, there was a mass brawl in Kilowan City. Tian Yiming told Su Chihong about the passerby filming Scarface chasing Xiaoran with a knife. If the video hasn't been edited and accelerated, then this kid might be able to hit the Olympic medals. Quickly tell me what this kid's name is. This kid is called Xiaoran. Do you want to come to the scene to inspect? Come on. I booked the closest flight today. So soon? I can't wait for a seeded player like this. Chapter 12, later, at 2 p.m. Kilowan City Airfield. The airplane from the national capital slowly landed on the tarmac. A man of nearly 50 years old but with a robust body wearing a short-sleeved shirt walked out of the airport. Tian Yiming recognized Su Chihong at a glance in the bustling crowd from a long distance through those 2 large incisors. Old Su, here. Tian Yiming waved to the crowd. Old Tian, your eyesight is really good. You're old and can still see this far. Su Chihong wrapped his arm around Tian Yiming's shoulder. Their brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time. It's mainly because your features are too obvious. Ha ha. Good for you, little Tian Yiming. They joked around and undermined each other. Why didn't you even bring a change of clothes? Su Chihong didn't bring anything with him on this trip. It wasn't in line with his habits. I was too anxious to meet the young man in the video and didn't have time to go home. Getting into the car drove on the highway. Old Sue, what treatment are you going to give him this time? Such strength. As long as he wants, as long as it's within my ability, it's all fine. First of all, his national athlete's identity, his national capital account, his nursing, training coach, life coach, and the professional athlete's salary, participation bonus. As long as he agrees to represent the country to fight in the Olympics, I can solve it all. It's the first time you've offered such a generous package, so there shouldn't be anyone stupid enough to turn it down. I heard that Zhang Yang, the seeded player from Nanshan province, approached you for a national athlete status and you didn't even agree. Yes, you also know the process and criteria for recognizing a national athlete. Still, if you have the strength and can win glory for the country, everything is fine. Shall we go to the hotel first or go directly to that kid? Go directly to that kid. You notified it. I've already asked the school to notify. On the Kiln University campus, Xiaoran was loitering in the playground when in the distance Luo Jie overcame the immense gravitational pull of the earth on her chest and ran over. Xiaoran, why don't you answer my call? She was wearing a white t-shirt and a small black hip-hugging short skirt with waves and big white legs. Such a beautiful woman. If one is with her for a long time, one can't help but fall in love with her over time. The one who always calls me after 10 p.m. is you? I thought it was a scam call. Looking for me that late for something? Xiaoran had a calm face. Although Luo Jie was very pretty, there were too many rumors in the jungle. This kind of bad woman who often didn't come home. Humph. Sooner or later she would get a taste of her own power. Last time in Kuchi store. What you said, is it still words? Luo Jie fiddled with her hair on her chest in a cute manner. Are you serious? Xiaoran is a little nervous. He is a little afraid that Luo Jie will suddenly make excessive actions at school, which he can't say anything about. After all, the rumor in the jungle is that a bag can be used to have an in-depth communication with her. Well, don't you want to see it? I can show it to you, but can it be in a different place? A place where it's just me and you? Luo Jie had a pitiful look on her face. Any man who had seen her body would not be able to help it, and she believed that Xiaoran was the same, because he was also a man. Damn, this bastard actually wants to be with himself for money. It is simply a joke. Xiaoran, was almost worth $500 billion in my previous life. The 18th generation of the owner of the invincible pretending system, aspire to become a good young man with ideals, culture, morality and integrity in the Dragon Kingdom. How can, suddenly shameful stone shift? What the? Namo Amitabha Buddha, great compassionate goddess of mercy Bodhisattva, Prajna Paramitha, God Amen. Forgive the sinful me, screw the chicken tonight, great luck. Xiaoran swallowed his saliva and said the mantra in a haphazard manner. Xiaoran, what are you saying? Luo Jie was a bit puzzled. I'm thinking about yesterday's stage play of Romeo and Juliet. I'm going to tell my uncle, and then he'll kick your ass hard with his boot. The tension and expressiveness of this line takes on the characteristics of an isosceles triangle. Because the polymer rays under the catalytic reaction has exceeded the range of sound waves, Xiaoran rambled on about windy things to hide his inner restlessness. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Understand? Xiaoran pretended to be serious and looked at Luo Jie. Well, have a little impression. What you said this, the math teacher seems to have said. Luo Jie nodded as if she pretended to understand. Vernal pool sweetly. What did she study in college? I can't believe she said it rings a bell. Oh, God. I promise, I'll kick her ass so hard with my foot. Ding, ding, ding. Xiaoran's phone rang. An unfamiliar number called. Hello, Xiaoran right. I'm the principal. A national team coach is looking for you. Idiot. I'm your father. Xiaoran hung up the phone. The principal would call with himself? And TM national team coach looking for me? Can't the crooks nowadays recruit someone with more than an elementary school diploma? Ding ding ding. The phone rang again. It was him again. Directly hang up. Never give the scammers any opportunity to take advantage of. Ding ding ding. It was actually the class teacher. Mr. Yi's phone. Hello, MS. E. Xiaoran. Why don't you answer the principal's call? What the? Is the principal really calling? Oh, the signal is not good. Come to the principal's office. The principal wants to see you. It's all over. The principal of Kiln University, Mr. Ing Yen Chiu, is known as the devil who guards the morals of the campus. There was a kind brother in the last term. When he urinated, he was a bit soft and accidentally peed outside. As a result, he was caught by the Demon King and punished to brush the toilet for a semester. Outspoken this time. I only hope that the principal, his old man, is as blessed as the East Sea, as long as the South Mountain. All the best. And deaf in both ears. I am willing to take the principal's everything to exchange for him to lose hearing in both ears. Xiaoran, what are you doing? The principal is looking for me. I have to go over. Then what about us? What to say? Luo Jie pretended to be shy. Say it later. You, so bad. Oh. Chapter 13. Running 1000 meters can make you dizzy. Is this what you call a fast man? In the principal's office of Kiln University, the principal, Wu Rinchao, smilingly introduced his outstanding student, Xiao Ran, to the two honored guests from the sports world. Yes, he has been cultivated more by the school's culture. He has strength but is more low-key, which is also in line with our school's motto of advocating virtue and humility, and being knowledgeable and conscientious. At this time, Su Qihong was looking over Xiao Ran's sports scores from previous years. Freshman year, 1000 meters, time 6 minutes and 20 seconds, unqualified. Sophomore, 1000 meters, 6 minutes and 50 seconds, unqualified. Junior year, 1000 meters, 7 minutes and 20 seconds, failed. Senior, men's 1000 meters, time, blank, failed. Note, fainted in the middle of the race. Is this ing physical education taught by a math teacher? Why is it getting worse and worse? It's outrageously bad. In any case, Su Qihong could not believe that Xiao Ran is the lad who was as fast as lightning in the video. The sports scores of Xiao Ran were closed. Su Qihong, burning with anger, with vicious eyes to Tian Yiming. Want a knife a person's eyes? Can not hide. Then where is he now? Coach Su, but he hoofed it over as soon as he got off the airplane. Tian Yiming hadn't realized Su Qihong's collapsed mood. Already notified. He'll be here soon. Wu Rinchao greeted Su Qihong and Tian Yiming with tea. Principal, you're looking for me? The door to the principal's office was left open, and Xiao Ran scowled as he walked in. Su Qihong stared dead at the young man in front of him. His body was thin, his legs were weak, and he was wearing slippers. Damn, he has to be able to run past the junior high school physical education students. I am upside down to Pol Xiang. After coaching for so many years, he could tell at a glance what kind of person could run fast. Xiao Ran, come on. This is Coach Su from the National Track and Field Program. This is Director Tian from the Sports Bureau of Kilowan City. They watched the video of your running and felt that you have the potential to join the national team, so they came over to check it out. Wu Rinchao happily introduced the identity of the visitors to Xiao Ran. After all, if the school can cultivate a national team athlete, the school also has a glory. Oh, this running thing, I'm okay, sloppy. The principal didn't mention half a word about scolding him on the phone. Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Sloppy? You call fainting in the middle of 1000 meters sloppy? Simply a mess. Su Qihong, full of contempt. Some cannot see the young man in front of the eyes. It seems that the video is technically processed. Damn. Tian Luo again caused himself to make a trip for nothing. Humph. The national team is not anyone can enter. A 1000 meters run 6 or 7 minutes. Do not even think about it. Su Qihong slammed Xiao Ran's sports report card on the coffee table. Su Qihong's action made Tian Yiming a bit surprised, but he glanced at Xiao Ran's report card and instantly understood. Could the video be a fake? Su Qihong's sudden change of face made the principal Wu Rinchao a little embarrassed. Xiao Ran, how fast can you run 1000 meters? You are now representing Kiln University. Don't disgrace the school. The principal stared at Xiao Ran. It's fine for you kid to scold me on the phone. If you make me lose face in front of them, just wait. Xiao Ran realized the weight of the principal's words. If he disgraced the school, the cleaning of all the toilets in this school would probably be laid off. How fast I can run depends on how fast you need me to run. Xiao Ran has a calm face. 95 points of physical fitness. Beyond the physical quality of professional athletes. Do you think I am messing with you? Full of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The video is your own accelerated processing. Right. Young net, do some pitiful things. Waste my time. Su Qihong stood up, ready to go. Xiao Ran's just pretentious words made him completely disappointed. Director Tian, in the future, don't waste my time. Calling his friend Tian Yiming as Director Tian had already shown Su Qihong's disappointment in him for the last time. Tian Yiming was a little embarrassed. Xiao Ran's video was indeed what he saw from the internet, but he didn't expect it to be fake. It was indeed his own dereliction of duty. Coach Su, Xiao Ran reached out to stop Su Qihong's way. I'll give you a chance. You pick a few athletes that you supposedly qualify to join the national team and run with me. If I lose, feel free to insult me any way you want, but you can't talk down to me without any basis. You don't deserve it. Simply pretentious to the extreme. A person who fainted in the middle of 1000 meters has to compete with a national team athlete. Isn't this a waste of time? I don't have time to play with you, Su Qihong said coldly. At this time, he only wanted to book a plane ticket earlier to go back earlier. Alas, no wonder the Dragon Country track and field competition has not won a medal. Xiao Ran sighed straight. What did you say? Su Qihong stared at Xiao Ran with stern eyes. The Dragon Country athletics team hadn't won any medals. This was a fact and a pain in Su Qihong's heart. Whoever mentioned it was rubbing salt in his wounds. I said there is such a stupid coach. No wonder the Dragon Country track and field team hasn't won a medal. Not even the courage to compete with me. Are you afraid that the national team you trained will lose to a piece of trash like me in your eyes? Xiao Ran didn't budge an inch. Strength was here and low profile was not allowed. Director Tian, you should always have national level distance runners in Kilowon City. Call him over and let this kid know what strength means. Since he dared to compare his weaknesses to other people's strengths, this kid was simply stupid and incorrigible. Just as well, let's play with him and teach him a lesson. Let him know that the national track and field team is not a soccer team, not a softball that just eats sea cucumbers and doesn't score. Chapter 14, The Great Gale of 8 Classes. Appearance. The Kiln University Athletic Stadium is crowded with students watching the action. I heard that there was a stupid student who fainted in the middle of running 1,000 meters to challenge the national long-distance runner. Everyone has put down the game that is pushing the high ground and walked out of the internet cafe. Let go of the gas on their girlfriends and walk out of the couple's house. Collective leave of absence to say that the great aunt came out of the classroom. All gathered at the athletic field, just to see which stupid asshole it was. These days, there really aren't many college students who are this stupid. Did you hear? That douchebag never passed his college sports run. Then where did he get the courage to challenge a national-level athlete? It should be that stupidity gave him blind confidence. I heard that if he loses, he has to eat Shang upside down. Isn't that right? So disgusting. Where is that douchebag? Right there. The one wearing slippers on runway 2. Crap. Wearing slippers and running with a national athlete. Really stupid. The onlookers chatted with each other. Detected the host being despised by the group. Please feel free to pretend. Task released. Win the race. Pretend to hit them in the face. Task reward, power pill. The system released the mission in Xiao Ran's mind. Yang Nini was also pushed by her friend to come and watch the fun, not realizing that the idiot in her friend's mouth was Xiao Ran who had saved him a few days ago. What's going on? A few days ago he was being chased by Scarface with a knife, and today he's running with a national athlete. Why is he doing something out of character? Xiao Ran, go for it. Xiao Ran, go for it. In the midst of the mockery-filled voices, an alternative voice rang out, and it was actually a female? This cheering sound made Feng Ji and Shermira in the crowd a little embarrassed. As Xiao Ran's good brothers, they both didn't dare to cheer for Xiao Ran, feeling ashamed and afraid of being called stupid. Which stupid dick? Cheer him up. Let me see. Crap. How is my dream goddess? Oh. Haina, my Yurong sister Goddess. Don't you shake. I'm dizzy. Can't stand it. Please don't be a stupid woman for this idiot. You're mine. Many IT geeks in the crowd ghostly cried and hugged and cried because they saw that the girl who cheered for Xiao Ran was actually Luo Jie, who has many titles such as Dark Female Warrior, 10,000 People's Fans, and Yao Young's sister all in one. At this time Luo Jie jumped up and down in the crowd shouting cheering, her chest scenery rising and falling up and down. You, girlfriend? Chen Chouguan, a national level athlete standing on runway number 1, asked Xiao Ran enviously. Chen Chouguan, as his name suggests, is known as the fastest man in Kilowon City, and has ridden the 1,000-meter track many times, getting gold medals, only on the international track, but often drowned in the sea of black people. At this moment, his gaze was jumping up and down with the snowy white piece of Luo Jie's chest. No, Xiao Ran had a calm face and turned his head to look at Chen Chouguan. Crap, why do you have a nosebleed? Have you? Where is it? I'll touch it. The fire is a little big. Onlookers. Xiao Ran right. Chen Chouguan finished dealing with the nosebleed and looked up at the sky with a deep face. Xiao Ran was a bit unsure. Do you know where the wind comes from? Chen Chouguan pretended to be deep. Where? Xiao Ran was a little confused, not knowing what he was trying to convey. When I was a child, I asked the noisy brook where the wind came from. There was no answer. I asked the silent lambs where the wind came from. Still no answer. I asked the red sun in the morning, the evening sun in the evening, the falling leaves in the fall, the snowflakes in the winter. There was no answer until Chen Chouguan said this with a deep, emotional face, like he was reciting a text, but suddenly stopped. Until what? Xiao Ran was a bit curious. This Chen Chouguan was all tendon flesh but exuded a literary flavor. Until the year before last, I participated in the 1,000-meter final of the Dragon Kingdom, and my underdogs told me that my feet were close to the speed of light, and the huge turbine of airflow generated by running triggered the air convection in the North Pacific Ocean, and a huge airflow from Siberia southward into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, which triggered a big gale of grade 8. Chen Chouguan stopped looking at the sky and turned his head to look at Xiao Ran, saying solemnly, "This is where the wind comes from. Since then everyone has sent me a nickname 8-level Great Gale. Nima, careless, did not flash." Xiao Ran felt a wave of nausea, being loaded by this cargo. Engaged in so much, said solemnly, "The original is to pretend in front of my invincible pretender king? The 8th grade wind? I think it's more like a wind gale of magnitude 8. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." "Oh, simply stupid. Wait, you'd better run faster. I'm afraid I'll put my hands in my pockets and you won't be able to catch up with my slippers, Xiao Ran said seriously. This sentence triggered the crowd of onlookers to laugh wildly. Ha ha, this bastard can really pretend. Xiao Ran, don't joke around. Change your shoes. This is the latest running shoes. Remember, you are representing Kiln University. Even if you lose, you can't lose too badly. Principal Wu Renchao handed Xiao Ran the newly bought running shoes. Principal, leave these shoes for when I participate in the Olympics. Run with him. Slippers, it's enough. Xiao Ran squatted down and started the preparatory movements. Let him participate in the Olympics? Simply delusional. The whole country would not agree. Su Qihan looked at the insouciant teenager wearing slippers in front of him and coldly said to Chen Chasing Light. Chasing Light, you wait and do your best. Use your strength to make him give up his illusions early. Okay, let this Kiln University's campus. Blowing a big grade 8 gale. Chapter 15, Hands in Pockets Flip-Flops. Pretending to be a bully also depends on Xiao. On your marks, get ready. The onlookers were looking forward to the upcoming showdown. Although the outcome was not in doubt, they wanted to see how ugly that idiot running in slippers could lose. They were looking forward to seeing him lose. The uglier the better kind. Apart from the principal who was holding the running shoes. Apart from Yang Mimi who was nervously biting her lips. Apart from Luo Jia who was jumping in waves. There was also Fang Ji and Shi Jing. All the rest were waiting to see the joke. Boom! The starting gun sounded, and Chen Shouguang almost simultaneously rushed out of the track like a stringed arrow. A sports hosting student was doing the talking. Chen Shouguang. He really lives up to his name. The airflow brought out by his running lifted the skirt of the beautiful girl from the second class of the junior college. Oh my. It's actually my favorite pink color. And there's a cute Mickey Mouse. Cough cough cough. Back to the match. Chen Shouguang gave it his all at the start, killing the suspense of the race. For him, the only enemy on the track was himself, and he was going to set a new national record that he had set before. And look at our other contestant. Xiao Ran. Where is he? Where is he? Oh no. He's even crouching at the track. Is he deaf? Didn't he hear the starting gun shot? Oh come on. Someone get up there and kick his ass hard. Look, he's standing up. He's getting ready to run. He lifted his left leg. Is he ready to run? Oh no. He's actually warming up. Looking at Chen Shouguang who had already run 50 meters away, Xiao Ran stopped his warm-up exercises. It was time to put on a show by himself. Hands in pockets flip-flops. It was still Zhao's turn to pretend to be a bully. What? He really has his hands in his pockets? Oh my god. Please have a thunder. Split this pretentious douchebag to death. Ah, where did he go? Did he drop out? What's going on? Did he just turn in his flash? How did he suddenly appear there? 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. This can't be. Exclamation marks appeared above the heads of all the spectators present, and within moments, Xiao Ran had already caught up and was neck and neck with Chen Chasing Light. This speed, the show made Su Qihan's scalp numb. This teenager's strength, swollen my face, really TM strong to outrageous. Wind frenzy great level 8, please go faster. I'm going to overtake you. Oh. Xiao Ran put his hands in his pockets, stepped on his slippers and provoked Chen Shouguang, living like a duck running wild. Impossible. How can I, Kilowan fast man, lose to such a douchebag? Chen Shouguang put his best foot forward, stepping his feet faster and faster. Sorry to inform you, tonight at 5:30, I still have to go to see Pleasant Goat. I'm in a hurry, so I won't accompany you. Bye dash. With the wind whizzing by, Xiao Ran ran furiously all the way towards the finish line. The 8th grade Gale was desperately chasing after him. 2 minutes and 13 seconds. At this length, men are silent when they see it, and women shed tears when they see it. Su Qihan inner excitement to the extreme. The world can run into 2 minutes and 13 seconds of people. A hand can be counted over it, let alone his hands in the pockets without swinging arms to accelerate, but also TM wearing slippers. Xiao Ran, I knew it, you're the fastest. Luo Jia cried with excitement, ran to Xiao Ran's side, and her body was close to Xiao Ran. You're bad, he knows, he's fast, you know. The boys present had nosebleeds, envious and jealous to the extreme. What do you know? What, I'm the fastest? Just make it clear, okay? Xiao Ran panicked and explained, without speaking clearly, in the future, he would become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Many girls look at Xiao Ran, jumping forward to approach, in the way of Luo Jia's face and body. Eyes actually wild flow out in vain envy fish love remorse. Go to. This force let him loaded to. Lousy put his girlfriend are put away in the cabinet. UTM will give me to see this? Except for his own pleasure. Where is the audience's pleasure? Scattered. Boss, I don't want him to lose, but I'm ing more upset if he wins. Sure Mirror looked at Xiao Ran. who was madly squeezed by Luo Jie, and was a little jealous. Who the hell isn't? Alas. Fang Ji looked at Luo Jie and wiped his warm nosebleed, pretending to be successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, S. Reward, 1 power pill. Permanent increase of 5 points of physique. The host's constitution is 100. Full level. Gain 2,000 experience points. Current experience bar is 2,600/5,000. Gain 2,000 experience points. Instead of seeing Xiao Ran being punched in the face, he was allowed to act out. The crowd dispersed most of the way, and the boys went back to their dorm rooms to sharpen their knives. At this time only a small portion of the field was left, and Yang Nini was surprisingly there. Luo Jie, on the other hand, stood close to Xiao Ran, as if declaring her sovereignty. Luo Jie, please, don't lean so close, it's hard for me to breathe. Xiao Ran, I apologize to you. Su Qihong walked over, he stretched out his right hand. On behalf of the athletics group of the Dragon Country Sports Administration, I invite you to join the national team. Xiao Ran broke free from Luo Jie's fierce chest squeeze and put his hands in his pockets, with no intention of shaking hands with Su Qihong. Xiao Ran, it's hard to get into the national team. Other people can't get in even if they cut their heads off. Now Coach Su invited you. What are you still thinking about? The principal also urged strongly from the side. After all, having a student who joined the national team is an honor for the school. As long as you join the national team, we will equip you with professional training coaches, life coaches, as well as athletes' salaries and various participation bonuses. Su Qihong continued to talk about every condition he could think of. After all, for a college student from an ordinary family, these conditions, every single one of them was full of temptation. However, Xiao Ran remained non-committal. For him, these conditions could not be said to be less attractive, but could only be said to be unattractive. Xiao Ran, Yang Nini walked over. I know you don't lack money, and you don't care even more about these conditions, he said, but for the sake of Dragon Country's honor, join the national team. The heart of patriotism is shared by all people. Xiao Ran looked up. Yang Nini was looking at herself. The feeling of heartbeat. Coach Su, by joining the national team you can participate in the Olympics, right? Xiao Ran asked, but his eyes were still looking at Yang Nini. Of course, I will definitely leave you a spot in the Olympics. The Olympics can compete with those black people, right? Xiao Ran's eyes were still looking at Yang Nini. Of course, Su Qihong replied from the side. I promise you, join the national team. Su Qihong was too excited to speak. This time, when the Olympics were held in the Dragon Kingdom, it was expected to get a medal, or even a gold medal. At that time, you will go to watch me compete, right? Xiao Ran stared at Yang Nini. Of course, Yang Nini's face flew red. He knew that Xiao Ran joined the national team. Most of the reason was for himself. Xiao Ran, I'm going to cheer for you too. Luo Jie stuck up again. Don't. I'm having trouble breathing. Xiao Ran desperately broke free, afraid that Yang Nini would misunderstand. I'm leaving, I won't bother you guys anymore. Seeing Luo Jie treating Xiao Ran like that, Yang Nini was inexplicably heartbroken. But what can be done? Her own emotions have become the last straw to save the family company. Yang Nini, don't go. Xiao Ran wanted to go after her, but she was tightly clamped on her arm by Luo Jie with her soft parts. It sent Su Qihong's blood spurting as he watched. Xiao Ran, you're the one who's going to represent the Dragon Kingdom in the Olympics. You can't afford to get weak in the legs during the competition. From now on, you must conserve your energy. Chapter 16. The goddess is getting engaged. Su Yun spent an afternoon making a table of dark dishes. Xiao Ran looked at the table of dark dishes and didn't know which one to pinch. So you lost face at school today, huh? Su Yun is wearing a low-cut loose t-shirt, sitting on the opposite side of the table, gloating as she looks at Xiao Ran. Luckily, I've joined the national track team, Xiao Ran said as she picked up a piece of blackened fried egg. National team? You won? Su Yun couldn't believe it. With his understanding of Xiao Ran, he couldn't even do 10 push-ups, let alone run and win against a national-level athlete. Yeah, coach said that he has reserved a spot for me to participate in the Olympics. Do you want to go see it then? Xiao Ran put the egg in his mouth. A bitter, salty and savory feeling made him go straight to his head. The Olympics? You want to participate in the Olympics? Su Yun's eyes widened. Her back was in a cold sweat. After so long, she never realized that Xiao Ran had such strong physical strength. It was simply a dereliction of duty. Yeah, coach wants me not to be late on the day of the Olympics, not to run in slippers and come back with a medal. Xiao Ran was holding the egg and didn't dare to chew it. The flavor was just too much to describe. Meaning you are the one who ran in slippers and won the national level athlete today? Su Yun was a little excited. The deep canyon in front of her chest was undulating high and low. Well, at that time, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. Su Yun forced herself to be calm, haphazardly clipped food into her mouth, hiding her panic. Rue. Suyun spat out in one mouthful. It turned out that the food she made was so bad, Xiaoran silently spat out the fried egg in his mouth, went to the refrigerator and took a carton of milk to Suyun. Eat some fruit, banana and milk. I manage enough. Accompanied by the early morning sunshine, Xiaoran walked into the campus and instantly felt the hateful gaze from the male students. Xiaoran greeted a male classmate he knew. Hey, I say, aren't you an IT major in the next class? What are you doing carrying a kitchen knife? I say, what are you staring at me for? What are you doing with your knife drawn? Asterisk 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 asterisk. A wild ride. Luckily fast. Yesterday's pretense was so successful that even going to school was life-threatening. So who the hell are we going to talk to about this? But fortunately, in a few days we'll graduate. Xiao Yi walks on campus. Everywhere you can see the publicity of the campus job fair. College students' employment pressure is huge. In order to help students' employment, every graduation, the school will contact the enterprise in the campus to organize a powerful job fair. By then, many students will bid farewell to the campus completely and step into society. Xiaoran, where are you going to work after graduation? At some point, Yang Nini walked over. Haven't thought about it yet. I'm going to drum up some small business on my own. Xiaoran wanted to start his own company after graduation to engage in chip-related research. Only the current capital of more than $6 million may not be enough. What about you? Xiaoran looked at Yang Nini. I probably won't come out to work. Yang Nini looked a little sad. Why? Not working after studying for so many years? Even if your family is rich, you can't be like this. I'll be engaged soon, so I should be a full-time wife. When she said this, Yang Nini wasn't happy. Engaged? With whom? Xiaoran was very surprised. Engaged to who? Did I say yes? The owner of Soli's cell phone. That rotten banana? Xiaoran dropped his jaw in shock. Soli cell phone is a foreign brand that flooded into the Dragon Country in recent years. The boss, Nichikawa Sakamoto, is a person from the East Japan. His family's financial strength is so strong that it can be ranked in the top 10 of the East Japan country. And what goes hand in hand with his financial strength is his flirtatious personality. Less than 30 years old, he has already changed 6 wives. He also often messed around outside, often on all kinds of lace news. And last year, he was also accused of sexual assault by the famous actress Ozawa Ma. But because there was no evidence, Nichikawa Sakamoto still got away with it. So the society called him a rotten banana. How did you get engaged to him? Don't you know what he is? Xiaoran was a bit angry. He couldn't watch such a good flower stuck in cow dung. No, it was stuck in the dog that was a dog day dog. Xiaoran, I know you're doing me a favor, and sometimes I wish I could decide my own emotions, but I can't help it. Thank you for letting me know that there are people in this world who can stand up for me without being in it for money or sex. Yang Nini suddenly walked forward and kissed Xiaoran on the cheek. The warm, wet and soft feeling on his cheek made Xiaoran instantly petrified in place. What is this situation? Looking at Yang Nini again, she shyly ran away, finally following her heart and being bold for once, even if it's a goodbye to her youth. Yang Nini, Xiaoran chased after her to the school entrance, but saw Yang Nini getting into a Lamborghini sports car, driven by none other than Hinagawa Sakamoto. Its appearance is not good, a face of obscenity. The sports car roared and whizzed by. How could Yang Nini be willing to marry such an Easterner? There must be something else. Xiaoran searched the internet for stand-up phones and Hinokawa Sakamatsu. Sure enough, a large number of lace news appeared about the acquisition of Longwa cell phone company by Soli Mobile Phone, and Nichikawa Saka dedicated its abuse of many Dongjing female performers. It turns out that most of the cell phone manufacturers in the Dragon State cell phone chips are imported from the Japanese Kawasaka specialist family enterprise of the Soleil Company. And since the Soleil cell phone into the Dragon Country, Soleil Company adjusted the chip export strategy to the Dragon Country cell phone manufacturers. Only will lag behind the times of the iteration of the products exported to the Dragon Country cell phone producers, resulting in the Dragon Country cell phone products in the market to lose the competitive advantage of many cell phone manufacturers, therefore closed down. And Yang Nini's family's Dragon cell phone is facing the same predicament. Without a chip it can only stop production. It seems that such things as necklaces will always be there no matter what time of the year it is. Behind will be bullied. Really is a universal truth. In this way, Yang Nini and Nichikawa Sakai engaged. Most likely have no choice but to use their bodies in exchange for the chip, to save her family's hard-earned enterprise. Thinking that Yang Nini might be bullied by that disgusting Hinokawa Sakazu, Xiaoran clenched his fists. Little Dongying, it seems that if I don't say you 1T call me dad. Chapter 17 Unlocking the Stealth Skill. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Xiaoran locked himself in his room at night as he gathered more information about Hinokawa Sakai specialized from the fragmented lace news on the internet. Xiaoran, why are you closing the door? Outside the room Su Yun knocked on the door. I'm already asleep. Xiaoran didn't want Su-yun to know that he was going to deal with Hinagawa Sakai. After all, she was just a woman who hadn't seen the world and had just gotten out of the good graces. It would be dangerous to involve her instead. So early? Su-yun didn't believe it. He didn't go to bed this early. Yes, I sleep naked. Do you want to see? Xiaoran asked. Scram! This kid must have something to hide from himself. But this is too trivial for Su-yun. Su-yun returned to her room and opened the surveillance on her computer. Surprisingly, the surveillance screen was of Xiaoran surfing the internet. In order to protect Xiaoran, she had long ago installed a miniature camera in the hidden corner of her brother's house. As the surveillance screen zoomed in, the content on Xiaoran's computer screen was clear. Hinagawa Sakoju? What is he doing searching for Hinagawa Sakazu? Could it be that he knows his true identity? Looking more closely at the content of the page, he realized that it was all kinds of lace news about the sexual abuse of Hinakawa Sakamono. Hey, should be their own overintentioned. Xiaoran, probably like many single dogs, have a hobby of watching love action movies. At this time, Xiaoran was flipping through the information about Hinakawa Sakai item by item. An anonymous netizen's request for help caught his attention. Got drunk by Seoul mobile phone boss Hinakawa Sakamono and brought him back to his house. He also took a video. Is there a way to delete the video? This message was posted 2 years ago, but after this plea for help, several anonymous netizens left messages with the same experience. It seems this Hinagawa has a penchant for filming. If he could hack into Hinagawa Sakai's computer, he might be able to find those videos. This was a piece of cake for Xiaoran. It should be known that before crossing over, Xiaoran was a ceiling in the IT industry, and Pretty Country had spent a lot of money to invite him to join the military intelligence department, throwing out tantalizing conditions such as money, beauty and power. However, as a Chinese, he saw through the ugly face of Pretty Country's use of its hegemonic position to stifle the development of other countries. He would rather be a nameless person in China than a rich dog in Pretty Country. And Xiaoran only spent 10 years to develop a 1-nanometer chip, overcoming the Pretty Country's chokehold on China's chip industry. Letting someone who could build a chip to invade a computer was like letting a doctor do kindergarten math problems. Xiaoran's fingers flew across the keyboard. Soon he linked to his email address through the phone number that Nichikawa Sakamoto had posted on the internet. Through the mailbox login record, he found the IP address of Hinakawa Sakamoto's computer, and then entered Hinakawa Sakamoto's computer according to the IP address. Xiaoran searched rapidly in the computer of Nichikawa Sakai. Su-yun, who was monitoring Xiaoran, dropped her jaw. The information in the computer of Hinakawa Sakai specialist was something that she had not been able to get her hands on even after all the hard work she had done. During this period of time, she had been approaching Nikawa Sakai specialist, wanting to obtain the evidence that Nikawa Sakai specialist clan enterprises had stolen data and information from the Dragon Kingdom, but one had not made any progress. Unexpectedly, Xiaoran actually hacked into the computer of the Nikawa Sakai specialist in minutes. This kid, how did he suddenly become so powerful? Even stranger, what was he doing by hacking into Nikawa Sakai's computer? Could it be that he had already discovered his identity? In the surveillance, Xiaoran has already found all the video format files, one by one open to see. Love action clips immediately appeared on the screen. The first time I saw it, I was in the middle of it, and it was a little bit too late. No way. He hacked into Hinakawa Sakai's computer just to watch love action movies? His own computer D-disk does not have 30G data. Su-yun simply couldn't understand. She was hesitant to report Xiaoran's recent abnormality to Falcon. Damn, this little Eastern Japan is so perverted. Looking at as many as 200G of love action slasher movies in the computer of Nichikawa Saka specialist, Xiaoran couldn't help but curse out, thinking that young Mimi might be with this pervert in the future. He was disgusted, but looked all over the computer while did not see Nichikawa Sakai himself starred in the action movie, only from the player list to find some traces of video playback. It seems that he should have transferred all the videos in which he appeared. To get those videos, you can only go to Nikawa Sakai specialist to find out. Fortunately, there was still a skill card in the system. Randomly draw one skill and see. Hopefully, I can draw a dickish skill, like the exterminator's ringing finger or something like that. That way, I can do whatever I want and go straight to the Hinagawa house to find out what's there. System. Xiaoran called in his head. Drop. I'm in. Opened the attribute panel. Xiaoran's attributes were displayed in his mind. Level, bull. Experience bar is 2600/5000. Physique, 100 points. Full level. Wealth, 6. 313,000 yuan. Item bar, 1 skill card. Using skill card. Random skill being drawn. Congratulations on acquiring the stealth skill. Invisibility. Can make the body invisible in the air for 60 minutes. Can only be used once a day. Stealth. I'm going to go. Such an obscene skill. You can do a lot of things you want to do but don't dare to do. This skill won't be able to cut down the Hinakawa gang alone, but you can go in and out of his house at night. Try it. Stealth. Soo-yeon looked at the monitor. Her eyes widened as she repeatedly rubbed her eyes to confirm if what she saw in front of her was real. In the surveillance, Xiao Ran's body was becoming more and more blurred until it disappeared. Chapter 18 I can build a photolithography machine. Seeing Xiao Ran suddenly disappear from the surveillance, Soo-yeon rushed to the door of Xiao Ran's room, knocking on the door while yelling, Xiao Ran! Xiao Ran! The door opened and Xiao Ran looked at the sweaty Soo-yeon with a puzzled face. What for? Having a nightmare? Right at the moment Soo-yeon knocked on the door, he switched from stealth mode to normal mode. This Soo-yeon has been weird lately. The job where you can earn money just by lying down was resigned when he said so, and he seems to be extra concerned about himself. Well, just had a nightmare. Soo-yeon breathed a sigh of relief and made a random excuse. She was relieved that Xiao Ran was fine. It seemed that there should be a problem with the monitoring. Oh, sleeping alone is scared right. Do you want to join? Together? You brat. Do you dare? Soo-yeon intentionally straightened her chest, worked that attractive peach buttocks, and leaned her body against the doorframe, revealing a tantalizing curve. This was Soo-yeon's test. Previously honestly Xiao Ran recently seems to be very arrogant. If he dares to fool around, must educate him properly. Solid hammer. She really was a special professional before. Xiao Ran swallowed his saliva. A hand reached over. How dare you put your hand to your own chest? Soo-yeon grabbed Xiao Ran's wrist with both hands, turned around, and with the help of his body, an over-the-shoulder slam dropped Xiao Ran to the ground. Then a heavy fist smashed on his vitals. Soo-yeon in his mind was imagining the images that might happen next. Where are you thinking about? Anyway, I can't sleep. Let's drink together. Come on. Xiao Ran directly reached out and put his hand on Soo-yeon's head, pivoted Soo-yeon who was blocking the doorway of the room to one side, calmly walked to the living room and took a beer in the refrigerator. Soo-yeon had a black line on her face. What is this shame of being rejected? There were several bottles of beer on the coffee table, and a dozen empty bottles had been put down under the coffee table. Soo-yeon and Xiao Ran sat on the floor around the coffee table. Xiao Ran was already full of drunkenness. What are your plans for graduating soon? Soo-yeon also drank a lot, but this bit of wine was just wetting her mouth for her. I want to open a company and do some small business. Xiao Ran sipped his beer, already unaware that he had drunk too much. Do which business? Soo-yeon was a little curious. Xiao Ran actually had the idea of opening his own company. Doing chips, the kind of tiny ones that are used on cell phones and computers. You know. Expecting that Soo-yeon who was engaged in the service industry also doesn't know the industry of chips, Xiao Ran explained. Chips? Soo-yeon was shocked. The beer in her mouth almost sprayed out. Chips, she knew too much about it. She herself was an expert in the IT industry. In recent years, countries such as East Ing and Eagle Sauce had even been very generous in exporting chips at low prices to the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom's related electronic manufacturing plants had been able to realize rapid development. And since there are cheap chips can be imported, the domestic electronics manufacturers naturally gave up on the chip industry's independent research and development. Now that EEI has begun to implement the strategy of restricting chip exports to the Dragon, all chip-related industries in the Dragon have been impacted. The Dragon Kingdom has been concerned about the conspiracy of the Eastern and Western countries, and began to support the domestic chip manufacturers, but found that the domestic chip industry has lagged behind foreign countries for more than 10 years. Yeah, you know about chips? Xiao Ran's drunken eyes were a little surprised. I heard a friend say, this seems to need a photolithography machine or something. It seems like there is no domestic company that can do it. Soo-yeon found a reason. What's so difficult about a photolithography machine? I can do it. Before traveling across the world, he was the one who could make 1 nanometer chips, and now the mainstream in the world is 7 nanometers or 5 nanometers chips. Doing such a size chip is a piece of cake for Xiao Ran. Put, Soo-yeon sprayed out, spraying Xiao Ran's face. This kid actually said that he could build a photolithography machine. This was a difficult level that had not been overcome even at the national level of the Dragon Kingdom. You can really make a photolithography machine? Soo-yeon was filled with amazement and continued to ask tentatively. A photolithography machine is just a photolithography machine. As to be so excited? Xiao Ran wiped the beer that Soo-yeon sprayed onto his face. Some faint flavor of her. After drinking more than 10 bottles of beer, this kid doesn't look like he's joking. There are only a few companies that can build photolithography machines. The Fruit Company in the Eagle Sauce Country, the Soli Company in the Eastern Japan Country, and the 7-Star Company in the Cold Country. Soo-yeon deliberately asked tentatively, the East Japan Soli Company? It's Nichikawa Saka Specialized's right. Just you wait. I'll make it go bankrupt. Soo-yeon's words were interrupted by Xiao Ran. What? You're saying you'll make the Soleil Company go bankrupt? Soo-yeon doubted if she had heard wrong. Behind the Soleil Company was the Nichikawa Sakai family enterprise, whose wealth and strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the Eastern Kingdom of Japan, and his family's chip factory was like a money printing machine. constantly increasing the wealth of the Nishikawa family. He Xiaoran, a graduating college student, wants to let the company go bankrupt? How many dishes is this? Can you drink like this? Looking at Xiaoran again, he collapsed to the ground, drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Suyun helped Xiaoran to the bed. Then she went back to her room and dialed Captain Wang's phone. Captain Wang, I have a situation that requires me to speak with Falcon. Suyun, you should know that if there is no emergency, don't call the chief, especially at 1 in the morning. I know, but I've discovered the cybermaster who can hack into the Nichikawa Sekai specialized network and the person who claims to be able to build photolithography machines. Who? Xiaoran. Chapter 19 3 nanometers chip. Success. Xiaoran woke up with a groggy head and found himself lying in bed. A look at the time. Surprisingly, it is already more than 10 a.m. Last night was actually drunk by Suyun. Check yourself. Wipe. Pants are still in the. Drinking too much last night surprisingly did not happen something. Suyun. Xiaoran walked out of the room and found that Suyun was not at home. Haphazardly wash up. Go out. Talk about business to go. Packing up Nikawasaka specialized. Cannot wait a moment. According to the gossip searched on the internet, in 3 days Hinokawa Sakamono will be getting engaged to young Mimi at the 5-star Galaxy Hotel in Kilowan City. To stop, one is to solve the young Mimi family dragon cell phone facing a shortage of chips. The second is to publicly expose the true face of Nichikawa Sakai, to avoid more dragon girls deceived. Chip shortage problem. Well said. There are hands on the line. Kilowan City Eastern Suburb. Pineapple Cell Phone Company. The signboard at the entrance has fallen a thick layer of dust. This cell phone factory, which had been brilliant for a while by making cottage cell phones, has been closed down for a long time under the joint counterfeiting of domestic and foreign cell phone brands. The person who contacted me by phone early in the morning to buy the factory. TM is you? You are a student, right? A big fat man wearing a gold chain stood in front of the iron gate of the factory. He looked at Xiaoran with a contemptuous face, obviously not believing that the young man standing in front of him had this strength. Detected the host being despised. Please feel free to pretend. Task issued, increase the price to buy the factory. Hit him hard in the face. Task reward, cell phone design. Here comes the mission again. Just rewarding cell phone designs? What the hell is this? Xiaoran was a bit confused about the reward this time. Yeah, take me in to take a look first. To make chips, one must first have their own factories and equipment. Now that the Eastern and Western countries had restricted the export of photolithography machines to the Dragon Kingdom, they could only go and find some old CNC machine tools to remodel from the closed factories. Xiaoran looked at the rusty iron door and hoped that the CNC machine tools inside would still work. The fat man sized up Xiaoran. Covered in ground floor goods, not a single thing could be seen as rich. Are you sure you can afford it? The fat man was a bit contemptuous. There are really a lot of young people with a full mouth these days. Didn't you say it's only 5 million? As long as I am satisfied, money is not a problem. Xiaoran had a bashful face. It was only $5 million. I can say this ugly. If you don't have the money to fool me happy, I'll beat the out of you. Fatty opened the factory door. A small shabby factory building came into their eyes. I spent tens of millions of dollars to build this factory in the first place. 3 years ago. There is no cell phone I can't do. What fruit? 7 stars, dragon, rice foreign brands I can do. Now I have a bigger business, so I'm transferring it to you at a low price. Fatty led Xiaoran into the factory building. Inside was a CNC machine tool covered by a tarpaulin. Let's just say the CNC bed. It's all imported by me from Easting over. $5 million, not including the tariffs. Look, there are also these raw factory materials. Fatty lifted the tarpaulin. It was an old-fashioned CNC machine tool. How about it? I'm not bragging. On this backward era broken thing, at most a few $100,000, actually blowing to 5 million. This fat man is also a thing that likes to pretend. Xiaoran checked. Although this equipment is old, but the core components are intact. Modified. Made into a photolithography machine capable of producing about 3 nanometers chips is not a big problem. Did you bring the contract? Sign it directly. Xiaoran patted the ash on his hand with a flat face. Ah, no longer look at it? Fatty was a little surprised. Not expecting to be so quick. No need to look. Sign the contract directly. Xiaoran did not want to waste time. What about the price? Fatty tentatively asked. The equipment of this factory are 3 years ago to manufacture cottage cell phones. Not worth a few dollars. 5 million is too cheap. Is 6 million for sale? Xiaoran intentionally raised 1 million, in order to achieve the effect of pretending. Ah, 6 million? Fatty was already skeptical inside. The equipment in this factory are backward. Can only be sold as scrap iron? He called the price of 5 million, is to leave space for the buyer to kill the price. As long as more than 2 million, he will sell. I never thought that this goods actually do not cut the price at all. Also TM increased the price. Admiration, envy, and more than anything else, Xiao Ran is a big idiot. Signed the contract, and for business changes, Xiao Ran has officially become the legal representative of the pineapple cell phone. The fat man is still half believing. Do not believe that this kid can get 6 million. However, with the drop of a text message reminder, arrival of 6 million, this factory and these things belong to me. Xiao Ran was calm. Fatty was completely shocked. $6 million to buy a factory is as natural as a big mom going to the market to buy a piece of garlic. Thank you, boss. Bye. Nope. Delete the contact information. Never again. Fatty was afraid that Xiao Ran would back out, got in the car and drifted away around the corner in a puff of smoke. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, S. Mission summary, gained experience value of 1000. Experience bar is 3600/5000. Obtained cell phone design drawings, mastered all current cell phone design drawings. What is the system rewarding me with cell phone design drawings for? System? Drop. I'm in. Reward cell phone designs for what? Rewards are given out according to the host's wishes. Utilizing the rewards well will help with upgrades. Could it be that I want to beat Nikawa? So the system wants me to beat him in the cell phone industry? Is the system that smart? Is it possible that if I want to build satellites and missiles to promote the national prestige of the Dragon Kingdom, the system will also send me missiles at that time? Dropping. Received. Hey, what did you get? The missiles and stuff I just thought of are all jokes. Hey, don't you joke. The system did not respond. It could sense the host's true thoughts, and it had its own thoughts. Scratch. With the CNC machine tool, Xiao Ran did not stop. The beginning of the transformation of this old CNC machine tool, in his mind stand, stored 1 nanometer photolithography design. Now the CNC machine to transform the photolithography machine that can manufacture 3 nanometers chips, is not a handful. His fingers flew in the computer to write the code for the operation of the lithography machine, and in the guise of a repair prints to polish the parts of the CNC machine tool. After a whole day of work, he finally succeeded in his remodeling. This old appearance, in fact, has the most advanced manufacturing chip function of the photolithography machine was born. As the machine ran, a small chip was transmitted out of the machine. Not bad, the yield rate should be above 98%. A work of genius. Xiao Ran inspected the chip he produced and couldn't help but praise himself. He began to imagine the image of himself shooting the chip in front of the boss of the Dragon cell phone company, and the boss of the Dragon company pulling himself and insisting on marrying Yang Mini to himself. Chapter 20, Infiltrating the Hinokawa Villa. Hanhai Art Villa, the top rich villa area in Kilawan City. Any villa here is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The more you go to the center, the higher the value. Legend has it that the detached villas located in the center of the area are feng shui treasures that absorb wealth. The value of the villas there is more than $1 billion. Nijikawa Sakamoto's villa is located close to the center. Hanhai 87. This is the villa of Hinokawa Sakai. At this time, Xiao Ran used the stealth skill, quietly sneaked into the Nikawa Sakai expert. Looking for possible hiding, Nikawa Sakai expert secretly filmed CDROMs of love action movies with other women. Just did not expect this Nikawa Sakai specialist style is different from the Dragon country. Left and right horizontal pull door, island style folding fan wall decorations and ukiyo-e paintings. The layout of the whole East Japan style, so that the search has become more difficult. Coupled with the villa there is also Nikawa Saka specialist and a number of bare-chested, full-back tattoos. Wrapped in a towel as pants, pugilistic bear dudes are drinking in the villa's living room. Xiao Ran only had to be careful to make as little noise as possible. After searching through the various rooms of the villa, he finally found a variety of CDs with strange names in the room similar to a movie hall of the Hinagawa Saka expert. Battle Kankongui for 10 rounds. Another battle with Ohashi won't allow 15 rounds. Ozma's passed. Casually counting. There were actually more than 20 of them. And then look at the room, weird pink ambiguous color. This room should be Nichikawa Sakai hunting place. These discs is the scene shooting documentary. This son of a. Xiao Ran loaded all the discs, walked out of the room, quietly walked through the living room and went to the door. At this moment, a nanny returned from a walk with a Shiba Inu. As soon as that Shiba Inu arrived at the door and smelled the unfamiliar odor, he barked at Xiao Ran. Woof, woof, fark squid, could it see me? Xiao Ran was nervous for a moment and stood in the doorway, not daring to move. When the crowd heard the sound of the Shiba Inu, they gathered around. Only they couldn't see Xiao Ran. There was a blank space in front of them. Nothing. Hinagawa Sakuju walked to the doorway and petted the Shiba Inu, who was still barking furiously. Iosi, what are you barking about? Chairman, a high-level ninja may have infiltrated. Next to him, a somber-faced man with a lean body and a small mustache under his nose, unique to the people of the East, took out his hand and felt the flow of air currents in the air. This man was Miyamoto Ichizawa, the 5th-ranked assassin of the 3Q group, a gangster organization in eastern Japan. Xiao Ran looked at Miyamoto Ichizawa. His heart grew more and more nervous, standing in the doorway, not daring to take a breath, afraid that his breath would be sensed by this mustache guy. Senior ninja? Hinagawa Sakazu looked at Miyamoto Ichizawa, somewhat puzzled. Yes, advanced ninjas can control their breathing and pace, and can secretly sneak in unnoticed. Ordinary people can't detect it, but experts can, Miyamoto Ichizawa explained. Then did you detect it? Hinagawa Sakai exclusively asked. Miyamoto Ichizawa retracted his hand that was sticking out in the air somewhat awkwardly. Not yet, but a dog's sense of smell and hearing far exceeds that of a human. It should have sensed the scent of an outsider. After saying that, Miyamoto Ichizawa pulled out the katana in his waist and walked towards the place where the dog was barking furiously. MD, what does this bastard want? Xiao Ran, who was standing in the doorway, instantly tensed up and carefully moved his feet to one side. Miyamoto Ichizawa held the katana with both hands, the blade pointing straight ahead. The tip of the blade approached Xiao Ran little by little. Xiao Ran tried his best to control his pace and move slowly. Miyamoto was worthy of being a first-class expert. He felt the faint air currents in the air and followed Xiao Ran step by step. Xiao Ran's stealth time was about to expire. If he continued like this, he would definitely be discovered. Splat! The lights of the Hinagawa Saka expert suddenly went out. Baka! What's going on? Specialist Nikawasaka and the others shouted. Taking advantage of the darkness, Xiao Ran pulled out his legs and ran. The loud noise of Xiao Ran's running caused Miyamoto Ichizawa to immediately catch it. Shoran Ga. Where to run? Miyamoto Ichizawa took his sword and then slashed at the sound. Only Xiao Ran's 100-point physique was no match, and he quickly got rid of Miyamoto Ichizawa and ran to the villa's courtyard, leaving Miyamoto Ichizawa to slash at the air in the darkness. Quickly close the gate. Get the people out. Shaga, come out for me. Hinagawa Sakamoto yelled from inside the villa, and the crowd grabbed their knives and started searching the villa ris. The two knife-wielding juniors ran out from the villa, closed the door to the villa's courtyard, and stood at the entrance firmly guarding it. Reminder, stealth skill will be out of date in 5 more minutes. Please pay attention. A system beep sounded in his head. Crap, can't get out. Xiao Ran took advantage of the fact that the stealth skill hadn't expired yet, and hid in the corner of the villa's courtyard where the Luohan pines were growing, crouching down and observing Hinagawa Sakazu and the others who were searching everywhere. Baka, my top secret information. Make sure you catch that bastard for me. Hinagawa Sakatsugu was hysterical. It seemed that he had already found out that someone had taken his love action movie, just when Xiao Ran was still worrying about how to break free from his current predicament. A woman wearing a black trench coat and carefully observing every move outside also walked to the corner of the villa. She looked at the empty, wild corner and took a step back. Oh no, it's going to be discovered. Xiao Ran looked at the unfamiliar woman and watched her rounded hips getting closer and closer to him, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Sure enough, Xiao Ran just stood up. A warm and soft body directly disliked his body. Chapter 21 Suyun gunning for me. Who? Suyun felt her ass hit something hard, subconsciously pulling out her pistol. She turned around and aimed the gun at the corner. At this time, the time of the stealth skill also just arrived, and Xiao Ran's appearance slowly emerged. Suyun looked at the familiar Xiao Ran in front of him. The big stone in his heart landed. Finally found him. Just now, she was worried that Xiao Ran was in danger and quietly sneaked into Hinagawa Sakazu's villa, and saw Miyamoto Ichizawa holding a samurai sword at the door seemingly searching for something. So she destroyed the power supply of Hinagawa Sakazu's villa and took advantage of the chaos to look for Xiao Ran's traces. Only now Suyun had changed her silicone mask to someone else's face, and Xiao Ran borrowed the faint moonlight to look at this strange woman and the black hole of the gun, and said in his heart that it was not good. Just now my gun aimed at her, and now she's aiming a gun at me? It won't kill me with one shot. Xiao Ran was worried that this strange woman was in league with Hinagawa Sakazu and couldn't help but be a little worried. What he didn't expect was that this strange woman put away her gun when she saw him. Follow me. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Like an order, Xiao Ran obediently followed her, and through the night, moved quickly along the wall to the gate. The two juniors guarding the gate from Hinagawa Sakazu were both about 200 pounds in size, wearing only a pair of diaper-like pants, and they blocked most of the way by standing at the gate. Yamamoto-kun, I've heard that the ninjas trained by the Tokyo Broken Water Stream are all women. Oh, Shaga, then is this time a ninja from the Broken Water School? It might be. I heard that the leader of the Broken Water Stream is a woman who was abandoned by the chairman's family, and the Broken Water Stream and the chairman's family have always been incompatible. Then catch her. The chairman will definitely beat her to death with a messy stick. The two juniors guarding the door chatted to themselves, completely oblivious to the woman in black approaching behind them. Pa! Pa! The woman rushed up with a healthy step and struck the back of the head of each of the two guards with a palm strike. Those two guarding juniors instantly fainted and fell to the ground like a mess of rotten meat. What fast hands! What a great force! This woman should be the ninja sent by broken water in the mouth of the guards. Xiao Ran was secretly surprised in his heart. Quickly go! The woman led Xiao Ran to run out of the Hinagawa Saka expert at a fast speed and ran towards the darkness. The woman was dressed in a tight outfit that exposed her perfect figure. Looking at the woman's figure with her ass bigger than her shoulders, Xiao Ran actually had the illusion of seeing Su Yun. The woman led Xiao Ran to run wildly out of Hanhai Art Villa Manor and stopped at the roadside. This was after all the Dragon Kingdom, and no matter how rampant Nichikawa Sakazu was, it was impossible to bring someone with a knife to find someone on the street. Give me what's in your bag? The woman reached out her hand to Xiao Ran, her eyes glowing as she stared at the backpack on Xiao Ran's back. She had worked so hard on her makeup and investigation for so many years, and finally she could get the information she had dreamed of. You want this? Xiao Ran simply subverted the three views. All said that the women of Eastern Ing country are open. Did not expect to be so open. Taking such a big risk. Actually just for the love action movie of Nichikawa Saka specialized in their hands? Give it to me. The woman's eyes were already somewhat impatient. Xiao Ran removed his backpack and gave it to the woman. He had already concluded inwardly that the woman was a female ninja from the Broken Water School. Since the Broken Water Stream was the enemy of the Hinokawa family, it was his friend. You ninjas, you usually endure a lot, right? Xiao Ran looked at the woman holding the backpack with a happy face. The face was filled with a hunger for love action movies. Is she going to watch it herself, or is she going to use it against Hinagawa Sakamoto? Ninja? Suyun heard Xiao Ran's words and guessed that Xiao Ran probably saw herself as a ninja whose mouth broke the flow of water from the gatekeeper's little brother. Only the second half of the sentence, endured with great difficulty, was not known what it meant. Yes, since your excellency is an enemy of the Hinokawa family, then you are a friend of our Broken Water Stream. Suyun smoothly borrowed the identity of Broken Water Stream's ninja. This saved Xiao Ran, got the information, and avoided the danger of being exposed. 3 birds with 1 stone. A word of advice to your excellency. This place is dangerous. Your excellency should not come back. The female ninja picked up her bag and purposely admonished Xiao Ran. If it wasn't for her timely arrival, Xiao Ran might have already been captured by Hinagawa Sakai. After saying that, without looking back, she disappeared into the night. Looking at the back of the female ninja disappeared, Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled out the Ozawa Horse Pass 2021 CD-ROM from his pants pocket. Fortunately, just left a hand, borrowing the night color. Suyun unknowingly sneaked into a villa in Hanhai Ishu Manor, which is the contact place of their group. Team leader, you're here. Huang Kai was standing straight in the living room of the first floor, his eyes looking towards the second floor of the villa, as if he was reminding Suyun of something. Suyun understood. It seems, there is a leader coming over. Suyun walked up to the second floor. The second floor is more like a war command room. A whiteboard is filled with densely written information about the Hinokawa family. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, a young man in a suit was standing pensively in front of the window, observing everything that was happening in the Hankai 87 Nikawa Sakai specialized yard stand. He was Captain Wang Zi. Suyun, do you know what consequences our Dragon Kingdom will face if you act rashly and your identity is exposed? Hearing Suyun's voice going up the stairs, Wang Zi did not return his head. His face was cold and his tone was even colder. I know that it might trigger a diplomatic incident, but this time I am going to save Xiao Ran. Suyun explained. She knew the consequences of acting rashly, but if Xiao Ran was in danger, she would still be righteous, not only because of her superior's order, but also out of her feelings for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran? What is he going to do in Nichikawa Saka expert? Wang Zi obviously did not expect the real reason for Suyun's rash action was because of Xiao Ran. He turned around with a puzzled face. He went to get the top secret information that specialist Nikawasaka hid at home. The purpose is still unclear for now. Did you get the stuff? Wang Zi's tone was a little anxious, with more than a few hints of anticipation. Got it. Suyun took the backpack off and dumped the disc inside on the table. Wang Zi quickly walked over to the table, unable to hide his smile, and excitedly picked up the disc. Battle Tsong Kongue for 10 rounds. Battle Bridge again to not let 15 rounds. What the hell is this? Wang Zi looked at Suyun in confusion. Suyun was also confused. Just now in Hinagawa Sakaza's villa, she clearly heard Hinagawa Sakaza shouting that his top secret information was missing. Could it be referring to these? It could be a disguise for Hinagawa Sakazu. Put it in the computer and take a look. Wang Zi took the CD-ROM, The Great Battle of Kankongui 10 rounds, and put it into the computer's CD-ROM drive. The blue light of the computer screen reflected in Wang Zi and Suyun's expectant eyes. FBI warning. The first few lines of English that caught their eyes made Wang Zi and Suyun feel more and more that this must be the evidence material of Nichikawa Sakai's theft of information from the Dragon Kingdom. Something's up. Wang Zi could not hide his inner excitement. However, the next image made him unforgettable for the rest of his life. Directly after the English language. There was the image of Nichikawa Sakajutsu and a woman in a physical fight. I go. Chapter 22, making a fuss about the engagement ceremony. Only after confirming all the discs Su-yun brought back one by one did Wang Zi die. His face turned blue as he picked up the discs and questioned Su-yun. This is the top secret information you brought back? Su-yun was groundless, never imagining that Xiao Ran had infiltrated the Nichikawa Sakai expert just to take these action movies that Nichikawa Sakai specialist had shot with other women without clothes. Xiao Ran, you can pit me in a bad way. Simply too much nonsense. Wang Zi slammed the CD on the table. Su-yun, Xiao Ran you must keep an eye on. He's fooling around like this. There's no telling what kind of trouble he's going to get into. Mustn't let the chief worry. Wang Zi put a hand on Su-yun's shoulder. He looked at Su-yun, as if he had returned to the time when they went to college together. And you, don't be too capricious in doing things. Don't let me worry anymore. Su-yun looked at Wang Zi, his cold demeanor looking at himself but still as gentle. Xiao Ran returned home, confirmed that Su-yun was not at home and closed the door to his room. He put Xiao Zema Pass 2021 into the computer. And sure enough, the computer appeared in the image of Nichikawa Saka specialized in Dongjing's famous female actress Xiao Zema, and it was clear to see that the tied-up Ozawa Ma was already in a drunken state. That bastard. I'd like to see how you'll explain the engagement ceremony tomorrow. Looking at the rampant and disgusting face of Hinagawa Sakazu in the computer, Xiao Ran made up his mind. Galaxy Hotel, the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Kilowan City, has already put up the signboard of full today in front of the door. Nichikawa Sakamoto has spent a lot of money to buy the entire hotel, including the giant electronic screen in the center of the city of Yawan scrolling promotional video of the engagement of Nichikawa Sakamoto and Yang Mimi. The entrance of the hotel was even filled with various luxury cars such as Cullinan, Maserati and Lamborghini. There was also a steady stream of entrepreneurs from all walks of life in Kilowan City who drove their luxury cars to the Galaxy Hotel. Being invited to this banquet was a great honor. The entire street leading to the Galaxy Hotel was blocked by various luxury cars. Quite a few citizens looked at the various luxury cars, not knowing why, and called out crap. Holy, what's going on here? It seems like the male son of the Hinagawa family of the Eastern Kingdom of Japan and the Dragon Company's daughter are engaged today. What's the origin of this Hinagawa family of the Eastern Kingdom? What's the big deal? Said to be a super rich man who has long been ranked within the top 10 in the Eastern Kingdom, and the Soleil cell phone and ships are what his family business survives on. Holy, so dickish. It looks like the Dragon Company's young family's daughter is blessed. Hey, you can't think like that. The young family's daughter-in-law is a great beauty. That son of the Hinokawa family has been divorced 6 times and is of that messes around outside. Damn, how can the cabbages of the Dragon Kingdom arch the Little East ing? At this time, inside the presidential suite on the 18th floor, Nichikawa Saka specialized was standing by the window looking downstairs at the guests who were laughing and entering the venue as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and he let out a cold laugh. Miyamoto-kun, look at these poor Dragon Country entrepreneurs. They are rushing to my trap. The chairman should be more cautious. Ninjas already appeared at the house yesterday. We can't let those ninjas spoil the chairman's big event. Miyamoto Ichizawa crossed his arms over his chest and coldly looked at the entering crowd. Miyamoto-kun doesn't have to worry. I've already informed my father that he'll resolve the matter of the broken water stream ninjas. As long as we can join hands with the Dragon Company, when the time comes, with the help of the Dragon Company's hands, we will be able to control the entire Dragon Country's cell phone market, and then we will be able to obtain all of the data of the Dragon Country's users. Nichikawa Sakazu revealed a cunning smile. This time he was bound to win. Xiao Ran had long since blended in among the crowd. He found a remote corner in the banquet hall and sat down, opened his computer, and his fingers flew on the keyboard. In a short time, he hacked into the computer of the engagement banquet. Later, so many people together to watch Nichikawa Sakai specializing in the role of Ozawa Ma Pass 2021. It will be very exciting, right? With the festive music playing, the engagement ceremony began. The master of ceremonies presiding over the engagement ceremony was an Easterner with a large back haircut and a small poke of a beard. He picked up the microphone and said in the somewhat stiff Longwa dialect, "Gentlemen, ladies, today is a beautiful day. Welcome to the engagement ceremony of Mr. Nikawat and Ms. Young. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Hinagawa and Ms. Young to take the stage." Accompanied by thunderous applause, Hinagawa Sakamoto walked onto the stage from the left side of the banquet hall wearing a samurai long coat from the country of Eastern Japan and wooden clogs on his feet. Yang Mimi, on the other hand, dressed in a pure white kimono of the country of Eastern Japan, wearing a huge hat on her head, carrying something similar to a pillow on her back, her eyes red, the corners of her eyes full of tears. She held her father Yang Bo's hand and walked onto the stage from the right side of the banquet hall. Seeing this kind of dress, the crowd was in an uproar. It's not appropriate to get engaged in the Dragon Kingdom with the ceremony and process of the Eastern Kingdom. Alas, what a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. What can be done? The Dragon Company can all count on Nichikawa Saka specialized to help him solve the chip crisis and tide over the difficulties. Have married his daughter to such a LSP. What do you care about the engagement ceremony? You see Yang Bo's daughter, just now must have cried. Obviously do not want to get engaged. It's a pity. Such a beautiful woman like a flower is going to be arched by a pig. Alas. The crowd applauded and congratulated with smiles on the surface. But in reality, they were sneering in whispers under the stage. Seeing Yang Mimi all dressed up, and a face of aggression, listening to the ridicule of the crowd, Xiaoran forced down his inner anger and quietly waited for the good show that was about to come on. Next, let me proudly introduce our main character today, Jun Nikawa. Hinagawa-kun is the sole heir of the famous Hinagawa family in eastern Japan. His family's businesses cover communications, real estate, automobiles, and finance, with businesses all over the world. The shiny, big-backed MC excitedly introduced Hinokawa Sakamono. On the big screen in the center of the stage appeared the famous enterprises of the Hinokawa Sakamono family. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of them. Seoul Group, Fong Tian Automobile, Songxia Electrical Appliances, Sanling Finance. All of these enterprises were surprisingly all controlled by the Nikawa family. The guests here were all shocked by the strong strength of the Nikawasaka experts. They only knew that the Nikawasaka experts were powerful before, but they didn't expect to be so powerful. It seems that Yang Bo has caught a golden son-in-law. The scene resounded with a continuous tisk-tisk sound of admiration. Mr. Hinagawa Sakai was immersed in the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd at the scene. His face was full of complacency. Hinagawa-kun, are you willing to get engaged to Ms. Yang and enter the marriage hall with her? The MC asked Hinagawa Sakamono. I am willing. Thinking of being able to press such a beautiful woman under his body in the future. Hinagawa Sakatsuki smiled lewdly. Ms. Yang, are you willing to be engaged to Hinagawa-kun and enter the hall of marriage with him? The MC, Chang, placed the microphone at Yang Mimi's mouth and looked at her expectantly. Yang Mimi clutched her white kimono tightly with both hands, biting her lip and not speaking. She had thought that she was ready to marry someone she didn't love, but when it really came down to it, she realized that she couldn't do it at all. Hinagawa Sakazu didn't expect Yang Mimi to hesitate at this point, and the man who had just been all smiles had an embarrassed look on his face. It looks like a mess. Yang is too nervous. It's okay, calm down. The big-backed MC panicked. This situation was something he had never expected. If he messed up the engagement ceremony of Hinagawa Sakai, he would be in deep in the future. Ms. Yang, are you willing to get engaged to Hinagawa-kun and enter the marriage hall with him? The MC gulped and nervously placed the microphone at Mimi Yang's mouth. In his heart, he silently prayed, Ancestor, quickly say yes. However, Yang Mimi still didn't answer. She both wanted to follow her heart's choice and escape from this place, but she was also afraid that her capriciousness would bring ruin to her own company. She was still hesitating. Yang Bo, who was standing by the side, understood his daughter's feelings, but there was nothing he could do. Why would he not want to let his daughter decide her own marriage matters? But if the company closes down, what about the thousands of employees? Baka! Nichikawa Sakajutsu held back the anger in his heart. With wide eyes, like an enraged lion, he stepped forward and grabbed Yang Mimi's right wrist, whispering threats in Yang Mimi's ear. You'd better be sensible. The Dragon Company and your father's life and limb are held in my hands. You. Yang Mimi looked angrily but powerlessly at Hinagawa Banzai. This was her soft underbelly, and she gave in, ready to give up her heart's yearning for the freedom of illusory love. Ms. Yang, are you willing to be engaged to Hinagawa-kun and enter into marriage with him? Seeing that the time was ripe, the MC seized the opportunity to ask again. Yang Mimi forced back her tears and pursed her lips. I would. Yang Mimi had just uttered 2 words when she was drowned out by a loud voice from the crowd in the banquet hall. I don't wish to. Chapter 23 I'm going to bankrupt the Hinokawa family. Who? The crowd followed the sound and looked back. Instead, they found a young man dressed in a ground-up suit who was staring angrily at Hinagawa Banzai. He stood up and continued to repeat the words he had just said. I don't want to. Yang Mimi couldn't help but get agitated when she saw the young man who got up and stood. Xiaoran? She hadn't expected that Xiaoran would be at the scene and had shouted out her heart. How she wanted to ignore everything and rush towards him. But she knew that even if Xiaoran had money, he couldn't help his company crack the plight of the lack of cores. And Yang Bo, who was standing next to Yang Mimi, also recognized the kid on the stage as the liar who came to his office a few days ago and bragged that he could make 3 nanometers chips. Yang Bo looked at the sudden appearance of Xiaoran and his daughter's reaction and was confused. You crazy kid, hurry up and leave, you are not welcome here. Yang Bo wanted to rush Xiaoran away. Mr. Yang, wake up. Do you think that if you marry your daughter to Nichikawa Sakae, he will give you chips? Don't dream. Self-production and self-sufficiency is the king. Xiao Ran is also not polite. Backwardness should be subjected to others everywhere. This routine, wherever it applies. Xiao Ran. Yang Nini couldn't hold back any longer, rushed off the stage and directly hugged Xiao Ran. At this moment, all her grievances turned into tears and she cried freely in Xiao Ran's arms. Seeing Yang Nini's reaction, the crowd had already made up the storyline of the poor boy who fell in love with the rich girl and was torn apart and made a fuss at the engagement scene. One after another, they started whispering and casting contemptuous glances at Xiao Ran. Who is this person? Where on earth did he come from? It doesn't look like he's anyone's son. Is he really a poor boy who likes Miss Wang's family? Looking at him like that, I guess he's not even worthy of brushing the toilet for Specialist Nikawasaka. But he also dares to spoil Specialist Nikawasaka's good deed? Detected that the host is despised by the group. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Task released, sabotage the engagement party, take away the girl. Task reward, cell phone full screen technology. The system in his head released the pretending system to Xiao Ran. Oh, it's time to start pretending again. Baka, Baka, where are you from, little bastard? Surprisingly, there is a brat who doesn't know the high ground and dares to come and stir up trouble. Hinagawasaka looks at Xiao Ran with exclusively angry eyes. I'm Yang Nini's friend. I don't want her to live with an asshole in the future, so I won't agree to her engagement with you. Xiao Ran wrapped one arm around Yang Nini, lit a cigarette and looked at Hinagawasakaji with contemptuous eyes. Just you? What qualifications do you have to say no? Hinagawa Sakatsuki's tone was full of mockery and anger. He was the heir of the Hinagawa family in the east, and he had seen a lot of dignified people in the Dragon Kingdom, but this unfamiliar young man, who at a glance was covered in cheap goods, was nothing more than a poor brat who deluded himself into thinking that he could climb up the ladder. Xiao Ran leisurely exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and looked at Hinagawa Sakazu's eyes actually blazed up. Just by the fact that, I will make you lose your reputation. Just by the fact that, I will make you bankrupt. Crowd clamor. Have to Xiao Ran head to the contemptuous gaze. Let Nichikawa Sakai lose his reputation? Let Nichikawa Sakazu bankruptcy? Just by virtue of, this kid? This is simply an ant and an elephant than thick and thin. Outrageous. Ha ha ha. Where is the poor dog from? Poor and crazy. To use your dragon country's words, elephants eat garlic. What a big mouth. I'm looking forward to seeing how you're going to make me lose my reputation. How you're going to bankrupt me. Inagawa Banzai laughed wildly. Surprisingly, then don't blame me. Xiao Ran reached into his pocket and pressed the remote control. An FBI warning began to appear on the huge silver screen in the center of the stage. FBI warning. Images of Hinokawa Sakamoto and Tokyo actress Ozma humming and huffing in a fiery physical fight are projected on the screen. All the guests were stunned by the love action movie of Hinokawa Sakamoto on the silver screen. This man, isn't he Hinokawa Sakamoto? This woman, seems to be actress Ozawa Maa. What's he doing? Why is he taking so much red rope to tie her up? It feels so perverted. Hinokawa Sakai specializes in playing really flowery It turns out that the well-dressed Hinokawa Sakai is so perverted. The guests looked at the somewhat perverted picture on the screen and couldn't help but whisper, and the eyes that looked at Nikawa Sakai were already full of contempt. Yang Bo watched the image of Hinokawa Sakazu and Ozawa Ma on the silver screen, embarrassed to the extreme, got down from the stage and left the banquet hall in shame. Hinokawa Sakatsu never thought that this kid had a love action movie that he had made. Baka, quickly turn it off. Hinagawa Sakatsuki's veins were exposed as he slapped the big-backed MC with a slap in the face. The MC was slapped dizzily, and he forced himself to endure the fiery pain on his face and unplugged the projector. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, S. Reward obtained, cell phone screen technology. Gained experience 2000. Experience bar is 600/5000. Upgraded to Dick Pussy. Upgraded skill, lightning 5 whips. The system really can read the situation, giving yourself grappling skills at a critical time. Mixed Tai Chi Master Mabogwa's unique secret skill, lightning 5 consecutive whips. The Dragon Kingdom's supreme secret of traditional martial arts. A traditional martial art of defeating foreign champions in one move. Xiao Ran had once seen Mabogwa huffing and puffing and hitting the lightning 5 consecutive whips on the internet, and this skill had exploded in damage. Xiao Ran was overjoyed. Labor will carry forward the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, the image of Mabogwa huffing and puffing and hitting the 5 consecutive whips kept flashing in Xiao Ran's mind. He had already mastered the technique of the lightning 5 consecutive whips. You have acquired the lightning 5 consecutive whips. In an instant, Xiao Ran felt filled with power and had the urge to just find someone to fight. Hinagawa-kun. Looking at the video, you're a bit short. Xiao Ran looked at Hinagawa Banzai with contempt. As the saying goes, you don't reveal a person's short. Xiao Ran had already ruined Hinokawa Sakatsugu's engagement ceremony. and now he was also revealing his short. This made Nikawa Sakatoku directly go crazy. He completely ignored the many guests present and directly ordered to those of his juniors, "Baka, grab him, kill him for me." Nichikawa Sakazu's minions rushed towards Xiaoran from all directions of the banquet hall with their katanas. At once, the banquet hall was in chaos, scattering in all directions towards the door. Seeing the crowd surrounding him, Xiaoran did not panic. He calmly escorted young Mimi out of the door of the banquet hall. "Go home and wait for my news. What about you? Don't worry about me. Don't forget that I run fast." Chapter 24, Lightning 5 consecutive whips to power through the Eastern Samurai. Send young Mimi away. Xiaoran looked at the knives of the crowd slashing at him and secretly used his luck to make the lightning 5 consecutive whips. Catch! Xiaoran bellowed and actually caught the dozen or so samurai swords slashing at him with his bare hands. The dozen or so swords were pressed onto the table by Xiaoran. Transform! Xiaoran slapped his palm at the swords stacked on the table. The hands of the little rogues actually had their hands numbed by the powerful force, and they loosened their grip on the knives and kept flinging their hands. Xiaoran slammed the table and a dozen knives were shaken up. With great speed, Xiaoran struck the knives out with his fist. The target was aimed straight at the Hinokawa band specialist on the stage. Unexpectedly, the lightning 5 consecutive whips were so powerful. "It's over. It's over." Looking at the knife flying towards him, Hinokawa Sakamatsu was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. Bing, bing, bing. Miyamoto Ichizawa sidestepped and rushed onto the stage, using the katana in his hand to cut off the sword that was shot at Hinagawa Sakamono. This Miyamoto, so fast. Xiaoran was secretly surprised. "What is your relationship with Broken Water Stream?" Miyamoto Ichizawa waved his sword and pointed it at Xiaoran, his eyes filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Xiaoran understood what this bastard meant. It seems that this bastard thought that the CD-ROM was taken by Broken Water Current's ninja, so he thought that he was related to Broken Water Current. This is good. Anyway, Broken Water Current is also a gangster organization in eastern Japan, so let them bite the dog. President Broken Water Current asked me to bring you a message. She won't let the Hinokawa family get away with this. Let's see if you guys have the skills to do so. Miyamoto Ichizawa drew his sword and swung it at Xiaoran. The highest mystery of ninjutsu, hidden dash. Xiaoran purposely shouted so that every single person could hear. In reality, he was silently using the stealth skill inwardly. Xiaoran's body instantly disappeared into nothingness. Nani? Watching the young man in front of him suddenly disappear, Miyamoto Ichizawa was stunned, not realizing that there was such a powerful ninja in the world. "Chairman, that kid ran away." Miyamoto ran over to help up Hinagawa Sakatsuki, who was paralyzed on the ground, but there was a disgusting stench that he smelled. Hinokawa Sakamatsu had not recovered from the shock he had just experienced. His body was trembling non-stop, and his pants leg was actually dripping with water, as well as disgusting yellowish stuff. This Nima, the heir of the hallowed Hinagawa family, was actually scared to the point of ting and pissing. Miyamoto Ichizawa almost vomited. "Nani, chairman, why are you ting on yourself?" Looking at the scandalous state of Hinagawa Sakai, Xiaoran swaggered and stealthily went out the door and left. Later that night, Soleil Corporation made an announcement. Dissolve the cooperation with the Dragon Cell Phone Company. Indefinitely stop the supply of chips to the Dragon Cell Phone. On the internet, the sky is full of news that Hinokawa Sakamono and the engagement was rejected, as well as Hinokawa Sakamono's scandalous engagement banquet. Multi-golden son of Nichikawa Saka special engagement was rejected. The reason is actually playing too flowery. Hundreds of entrepreneurs were present to watch. Nichikawa Sakamono sexually assaulted Ozawa Ma actual hammer. The heir's private life is in disarray. Hinokawa family company stocks fell across the board. Hinokawa's son's engagement ceremony was called off just because the mysterious person said he was too short. Rich family's daughter rejects Hinagawa Sakamoto just because she fell in love with a poor boy. The internet was full of eye-catching news headlines. Nikawa Sakamono, the Dragon Company, and the mysterious poor boy became hot topics. However, these news also reflected the huge consequences of Hinokawa Sakamono's failed engagement. Hinokawa Sakamono became the object of the world's scorn and ridicule overnight. The Nikawa family spent tens of millions of dollars on public relations and deletion of posts, but to no avail. The stock of the Nichikawa family company fell, losing more than $1 billion overnight. Nichikawa Deo was half-dead angry by his son's god operation, and had been fretting about dealing with the aftermath. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already in his 70s and had no fertility, he would have wanted to have another one to inherit his business empire. And at this time, those who were equally troubled. There was also Yang Bo. The Dragon Cell Phone Company would only go bankrupt if there were no more chips. If Xiaoran hadn't sabotaged the engagement ceremony between young Mimi and Hinagawa Saka dedicated, his company's chip problem would have already been solved. But now, knowing the person of Hinokawa Sakamono, and then wanting to marry with the Hinokawa family is simply smearing on his own face. It's simply sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Maybe that crazy kid called Xiao Ran is right. The chip cannot rely on foreign charity. Now that Soleil has cut off the source of the chip, Yang Bo can only use the spare chip that was introduced from the bear country. Yang Bo looked at the chip that Xiao Ran slapped on his desk that day and summoned Lu Huapeng, the general manager of the company's R&D center. Huapeng, compare these chips with our alternate chips and see which one has better performance. The chips? Lu Huapeng was the technical guru of Dragon Company, a doctoral graduate of Jinghua University, and had been engaged in semiconductor performance matching and research for a long time. In terms of understanding of chips, he could rank high in Dragon. At this moment, he took the tiny chip that Yang Bo handed to him and was a little puzzled. Now the most advanced 45 nanometers chip in Eagle Jam Country was more than 2 times bigger than the chip in his hand. This tiny piece, was it really a chip? You go and test it. See how the performance is. If it doesn't work, then we can only choose the 52 nanometers chip from Bear Country. Yang Bo sighed helplessly. Okay, let's beat a dead horse. Lu Huapeng took the chip and shook his head as he headed to the R&D center. Looking at Lu Huapeng's back, Yang Bo smiled bitterly. I would even expect something from that crazy kid's imposter. I'm really crazy. Chapter 25, Dragon Corporation's Valuable Guests. In the Dragon Mobile R&D Center, Assistant Xiao Wu was comparing the performance of the chips one by one. This is the sample chip A2, procured from the Bear Country. Experimentally tested chip size is 14 nanometers. Sound processing capability Class B. Graphics processing capability, Grade C. Signal conversion capability, Grade C. Chip heat dissipation Grade B. The combined score of each data is 58 points. This is the sample chip A3 procured from the Cold Country. Experimentally tested chip size is 14 nanometers. Sound processing capability Grade B. Graphics processing capability, Grade B. Signal conversion ability B. Chip heat dissipation Grade B. The combined score of each data is 67 points. Lu Huapeng sighed. Now that Soleil had publicly stopped cooperating with Dragon, general chip companies were afraid of being implicated and did not dare to cooperate with Dragon cell phones. The sample chips from the Bear Country and the Cold Country were the ones he spent a lot of effort to get over. And now the comprehensive score was so average. Using such a chip for a cell phone, it must not have a market. This is the newly developed E1 chip from Soleil now. The chip size is 5 nanometers. The sound processing capability is S-grade. Graphics processing capability S-grade. Signal conversion capability S-grade. Chip heat dissipation Class B. Comprehensive score of 86 points. Unfortunately, in the future, Soleil won't provide us with chips anymore. We only have about 2,000 in stock, and they'll be gone when we run out. Lu Huapeng was in a low mood, as if he had already seen the fate of the Dragon phone's dismal withdrawal from the market. There was only one last chip left to be tested. This chip was the one Yang Bo had given himself. Assistant Xiao Wu put the chip into the analog testing device. The testing machine began to perform various simulations of the chip's processing power, buzzing straight. However, the test results never showed up. Alas! I told you, how could the real chip be so small? It must be an imposter with a silicon transistor glued to it. Alas! Lu Huapeng already didn't hold any hope and turned around ready to leave. Zip zip zip. The sound of the test ending and printing the test results. Mr. Lu. 100 points. 100 points. Mr. Lu. The assistant held the test results and screamed in excitement. What? 100 points? Lu Huapeng turned back, puzzled, and took the test results from his assistant Xiao Wu, only to see the test data show. Chip size 3 nanometers. Sound processing ability SSS grade. Graphics processing ability SSS grade. Signal processing ability SSS level. Chip heat dissipation ability SSS grade. My god, this is really a chip. It's only 3 nanometers. It's fully 2 nanometers smaller than the E1 chip only released by Soleil. Lu Huapeng's hand holding the testing sheet was constantly trembling. No wonder the testing machine had just been testing for so long. The machine would also repeatedly test the chips with a rating of over 90 points to prevent misdetection. Mr. Lu, hurry up and tell Yang Dong the good news. Our company is saved. Assistant Xiao Wu couldn't wait to share this good news with everyone. She excitedly reminded Lu Huapeng. Snap 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 dash. Ouch. Lu Huapeng slapped himself 3 times in a row. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Xiao Wu was shocked by Lu Huapeng's sudden strange behavior. Ahaha dash. Lu Huapeng shook off his own slaps but laughed out loud. This chip is beyond my knowledge. I kind of can't believe this is real. Xiao Wu, just to be sure, let's test it again. Aha! Xiao Wu carefully placed the chip into the detection machine again. The detecting machine emitted a buzzing sound and began to detect the chip's various abilities. Lu Huapeng and Xiao Wu both held their breath, not daring to make a single sound. At this point, the only thing left in the R&D center was the buzzing sound of the testing machine. Under the anxious wait, the two of them only felt that every second was so long. ZZZ. The test results were printed out. Lu Huapeng took the test sheet with a trembling hand. The test results remained unchanged. Comprehensive score of 100. Crap. Lu Huapeng ran towards Yang Bo's office with the test slip and chip like he was crazy. Yang Bo was so excited like he was struck by lightning that he started to stutter in his speech. Are you sure? Are you sure? How could he not be excited? The test results showed that the imposter that crazy kid named Xiaoran slapped on his desk and was almost thrown away by him as a piece of trash was actually a chip that was far ahead of the world. The performance of the new product that beats the new product of Soli Company. The Dragon Company is saved. No, it's possible to hit the global high-end market for cell phones. I've confirmed it over and over again. Mr. Wang, where did you get this chip? Can you supply it to us? Lu Huapeng was worried that this chip came from a foreign company that might also restrict foreign exports. If that happened, it would be empty joy. Yang Bo repeatedly took deep breaths to calm his agitated mood. My daughter's classmate built it. It's the one that ruined my daughter's engagement yesterday. Crap. You're talking about that handsome guy who was going to make Hinagawa Sakai lose his reputation and make Hinagawa Sakai go bankrupt? Well, that's him. To be able to build a 3nm chip is simply a contemporary Einstein. Yang Bo was glad that the engagement failed yesterday, and when he thought that Xiaoran dared to offend the Hinokawa family yesterday for his daughter, he revealed a happy smile. This kid, if only he could be his son-in-law. At this time, Xiaoran was designing a cell phone on his home computer. He was going to use the rewards he received to design a cell phone that could hang on to a bunch of big names like Soleil and Fruit. The phone rang. It was Yang Nini calling. Xiaoran took the call. Xiaoran, where are you? Hurry up and come to my dad's company. My dad has something urgent to see you. Yang Nini's tone on the other end of the phone was urgent. What is it? Could it be that he wanted to teach me a lesson after spoiling Yang Bo's marriage with the Nikawa family last night and causing the company to be sanctioned? Good thing. You'll know when you come. Yang Nini on the other end of the phone didn't say it explicitly, but her tone was full of mischief and happiness. What good? Xiaoran didn't have time to ask. The other side hurriedly hung up the phone. This little ninny, still selling secrets. Good thing? Could it be that last night's performance has made Yang Bo decide to marry Yang Nini to me? Xiaoran stepped on his slippers and couldn't wait to go straight to the Dragon Mansion. The red carpet has been spread out in front of the Dragon Mansion. From the entrance of the building directly to the roadside, there are several hundred meters. Even Yang Bo, the boss of the Dragon Company, was wearing a suit and standing downstairs with several company bosses. It was as if they were waiting for their honored guests to come to the door. The administrative department of the Dragon Company's young lady is even 5 meters standing on both sides of the red carpet, waiting for the noble guest to come to the door. The last time Nichikawa Saka Specialized came to the company had never had such a big battle. Pan, do you know what honored guest is coming today? The young security guard who had not long joined the company asked the head of the security team. Public security had arranged for their security team to be in charge of order at the intersection into the company. I've been working at Dragon Company for over 10 years. This is the first time I've seen such a big battle. The bearded security guard Pan had been with Dragon Corporation since its inception, and the company had received a handful of leaders and business tycoons. For example, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom's business bigwig Ma Yun had all come to visit the Dragon Company, but none of them had such a big battle. Brother Pan, it looks like we get to see the world today. Do well. Don't let any unrelated people into the building before your honored guests arrive. Well, don't worry, Brother Pan. At this moment, in the distance, a youth in a t-shirt riding a small electric donkey came straight towards the Dragon Mansion side. Stop, there's a reception here today. No one is allowed in. The small security guard stopped the youth riding an electric donkey. The bearded security guard also recognized the youth riding the electric donkey at a glance. It was the crazy kid who was kicked out by Chairman Yang Bo a few days ago. Why are you here again? Our boss said that you are not welcome here. Quickly move the car away. Don't dirty the red carpet. Chapter 26. I was invited by your Yang Dong. It was your Yang Dong who asked me to come over. You guys get out of the way. Xiaoran was a bit angry. He was obviously asked to come over, but he was stopped by the security guards. Yang Dong asked you out? The small security guard looked Xiaoran up and down. A pair of ground floor goods plus slippers plus a small electric donkey. Scram. Get out. The small security guard pushed and shoved hard, acting like he was working hard in front of the captain. Let go. Don't move my car. Xiaoran was really fuming as these two security guards pushed and shoved Xiaoran's small electric donkey without a second thought. What's going on? What's all the noise here? A woman wearing white glasses walked over and yelled at the crowd. She was Bai Ting, the manager of Dragon Corporation's administrative office. With a good figure and a hot personality, her uniform wrapped around her elastic body and filled her with temptation. All the important receptions of the company were filled by her as a front. Seeing that the visitor is the manager of the administrative office, the security guard Depan invitingly said, "This man is the crook that Yang Dong drove out last time. We are stopping him from ruining the company's reception. I was invited by your Yang Dong. Get out of the way." Xiaoran simply got down from the car and prepared to walk straight in. Bai Ting blocked Xiaoran's way with one hand. "Wait, sir." The ability to tell the poor from the rich by looking at people was something she naturally knew. With just a glance, Bai Ting judged that the young man in front of her was not a valued guest received by the company. The company has a valued guest at their door today, so if you don't have an appointment, please come back tomorrow. "Sir," the words were said politely, but the tone of rejection was indeed very clear. Detected the host being despised. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Mission release, enter the building in a high profile. Mission reward, 100 million pixel technology. The system voice sounded in Xiaoran's mind. Actually being belittled? How do you know that I'm not one of the honored guests that your Yan Dong is going to receive? Xiaoran looked at Bai Ting and said coldly, "A bunch of dog-eyed. In the future, I'll be the one to inherit the Dragon Company's family fortune." Xiaoran was why. For a moment, Bai Ting was shocked by Xiaoran's eyes. It was impossible for someone without a $10 billion worth of backbone to have that kind of calm and majestic eyes. Could it be a stealthy tycoon who didn't love to adorn himself? Did one look at the wrong person? Self-doubt arose within Bai Ting, but the shock was only for a moment. When Bai Ting saw the Ataba's label next to Xiaoran's pants pocket, she had an epiphany. Rich people may not love to decorate. They may be tie and wear slippers, but they definitely won't wear fake products like Ataba's. "Oh, just you?" Bai Ting eyes up and down, full of contempt. The eyes are like looking at a beggar. "Blow me away." Bai Ting barked an order towards the security team's eldest Pan. "Quickly go away. This place is not allowed to enter." Seeing that Bai Ting, the manager of the administrative office, had given the word, security guard Big Pan rushed forward and blocked Xiaoran's way. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Anger rose in Xiaoran's heart. Get lost. This is not a place you can enter just because you want to." Bai Ting gave Xiaoran a glance, then gave a wink to the security guard. "Pan. Get lost." The small security guard threw Xiaoran's small electric donkey aside and rushed over. With a leader present, he had to put on a good show. The little security guard got on his hands and shoved Xiaoran. However, Xiaoran's tattoo didn't move and instead used his body to shock the small security guard back, almost falling over. Seeing that Xiaoran actually dared to resist, Bai Ting called out over the intercom, "All security guards come to the company intersection. Someone is causing trouble." Immediately, 7 or 8 security guards surrounded. "Kid, if you don't want to be beaten up, get lost." Bai Ting squinted at Xiaoran with a condescending look. "You guys are trying to make a move, right?" Xiaoran was unexpectedly subdued, thinking that it was just the right time to use the lightning 5 consecutive whips to teach them a lesson and take out a mouthful of bird's breath. Seeing that the security guards were getting closer and closer, they were about to make a move. "Xiaoran." Yang Bo walked over with many company executives. Just now, he heard that there was a disturbance at the intersection and had to barge in. He didn't expect that the person causing trouble was his long-awaited honored guest. Yang Bo was embarrassed to see Xiaoran surrounded by numerous security guards. "What are you guys doing? This is my guest." Yang Bo walked over, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Xiaoran. "Oh no, he's actually really appointed by Yang Dong." The small security guard lowered his head and his feet unconsciously stepped back, secretly praying that Xiaoran didn't see his arrogant face. Big Pan had frozen in place. This guy was obviously kicked out by Yang Dong. How did he become an honored guest today? Bai Ting also realized that she had made a mistake in judgment and almost drove away the boss's honored guest. Her future position might not be protected. "You security guards, what's going on? Can't you see that it's Yang Dong's honored guest?" Bai Ting chided the security guards, as if the one who was just about to drive away Xiaoran was not herself. "Mr. Xiao, this way please." Bai Ting stepped forward, her body leaning against Xiaoran, her chest tightly pressed against Xiaoran's arm, while pointing the way to Xiaoran. The speed of this change made Xiaoran smack his lips. Xiaoran only felt that his arm was warm and soft and hot. Trying to break free, Bai Ting got tighter and tighter. Please park my car." Xiaoran pointed at the small security guard who was looking down and pretending to be innocent. "Okay, Mr. Xiao." Sweat was already seeping out of the little security guard's face, afraid that Xiaoran would accuse him. "Driving here?" Yang Bo was a little curious. He also wanted to see what kind of car Xiaoran drove so that he could judge what kind of strength Xiaoran really had. However, he looked left and right, but did not see the shadow of Xiaoran's car. "Yes, it's easy to drive." Xiaoran threw the car keys to the small security guard. The little security guard took the keys and picked up the broken little donkey he had pushed over. "Oh, help Xiaoran park the car." Yang Bo did not expect Xiaoran to come on a small electric donkey, and then looked at Xiao Ran's clothes. For a moment, he was somewhat speechless. This Xiao Ran is really impenetrable. Where to park? The small security guard was a little embarrassed and looked at Bai Ting. According to the company's regulations, small electric donkeys were not allowed to enter the company area. Moreover, there was no parking space reserved for small electric donkeys in the company. To park, it could only be parked on the side of the road. Bai Ting squeezed Xiao Ran's arm and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, Mr. Xiao is Yang Dong's honored guest. Of course he is parked in the VIP 88 parking space in front of the company. Xiao Ran was thus surrounded by the crowd as he stepped onto the red carpet and walked towards the Dragon Mansion. The beauties on both sides of the red carpet were full of smiles, welcoming this handsome but plainly dressed boy. Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. This Slipper's little brother is Yang Dong's honored guest? The little security guard, on the other hand, followed the crowd and silently pushed the little electric donkey. Fortunately, Xiao Ran did not count. Otherwise, the job of the security guard of the Dragon Company, which is entrusted by the Great Ant, will not be able to keep it. Pretending to be successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, S. Reward, 100 million pixels of technology. Gained experience value, 500. Experience bar, 1100/5000. Gained experience value, 500. Experience bar, 1, 100 out of 5. 000. Stepping through the Dragon Company's gates, a system prompt came to his mind. The best cell phone nowadays is only 40 megapixels, right? 100 million pixel technology. Oh, this is even more powerful than a camera. Chapter 27 Chips, supplied by me. Right in the center of the entrance of the Dragon Mansion, there was a dilapidated small electric donkey parked in the VIP 88 position. It was out of place with the colorful Mercedes and BMWs next to it. On the top floor of the Dragon Mansion, Yang Bo and a group of company executives were in suits, sitting on one side of the conference table, conducting business negotiations, and sitting on the other side of the conference table was none other than Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, all the performances of your chip are in line with our company's expectations, and we are very much looking forward to cooperating with you. Lu Huapeng of the R&D Center had warm eyes and took the lead in expressing the willingness to cooperate on behalf of the company. How to cooperate? Originally thought that it was Yang Bo who wanted to marry his daughter to himself, but did not expect that it was because of the matter of cooperation of the chip. Xiao Ran was a little disappointed. Lu Huapeng didn't say anything. He looked at Yang Bo. After all, this kind of thing of taking the idea, it has to be done by Yang Dong. Order your chip according to the market price of the latest chip from Soli. How much you produce, how much we want. We pay a deposit of 10 million first. Yang Bo put forward his conditions and looked at Xiao Ran. He expected that Xiao Ran was just a college student who knew about technology and would be satisfied with earning money, let alone making tens of millions of dollars. Xiao Ran just smiled lightly. Can the garbage chips of Soli Company be compared to mine? You guys are too uneducated, right? Yang Bo was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Ran to refuse. The unit price is calculated according to 1.2 times the market price. How is it? Xiao Ran did not say anything. It could be seen that he was not satisfied with this price. 1.4 times the market price. Yang Bo bid again. However, Xiao Ran still didn't say anything and just pursed his lips as if he was thinking about something. I didn't expect this kid to not know enough. 1.5 times. Yang Bo gritted his teeth and many beads of sweat oozed from his brain. He stared at Xiao Ran and revealed his base price. Higher than this price. The cost of the cell phone is too high. It won't earn any money, and the company will go bankrupt just the same. However, Xiao Ran was still unmoved and just shook his head. I didn't expect that this kid would also take advantage of the fire. Knowing the Dragon Company chip crisis, he deliberately raised the price. The tiger fell to the ground. Yang Bo felt despair. Xiao Ran's chip let him see the hope of the company to survive. Did not expect that people just want to be sick to death of the Lord. Mr. Xiao, it seems that your advanced chip our company can't afford to use. Yang Bo sat paralyzed in his chair, feeling that the hope that was held up, shattered all over the place. Mr. Xiao, 1.5 times the price is already the highest price we can give. I hope you can reconsider. Lu Huapeng was unwilling. The warm hope in his eyes before had dimmed. Mr. Xiao, Dragon Mobile is a local enterprise of our Dragon Kingdom. It's hard to make it big until today. Now that it's being core broken by the Eastern Ing Company, I hope Mr. Xiao can reconsider for the development of our Dragon Kingdom enterprises. Mr. Xiao, Dragon Kingdom people don't pit Dragon Kingdom people. Help us out. The many executives on the opposite side took turns to persuade Xiao Ran. Mr. Xiao, if you're still angry because of the misunderstanding you just had at the intersection, on behalf of the company, I'll come to your door tonight to make amends and apologize to you, and I just hope that you'll forget about the past and cooperate with our company. The one who spoke was Bai Ting, who blushed with shame, her eyes full of autumn water, her chest rising and falling with her breathing. This uniform, apologizing at the door at night? What kind of tiger and wolf words is this? Stop, stop, stop. Xiaoran called a halt to the crowd. The more outrageous the words, those who didn't know thought that I, Xiaoran, was a villain who took advantage of people's danger. I can cooperate with you guys, but there is one condition. What condition? A light flashed in Yang Bo's dark eyes and he saw hope again. The chips I can supply you at cost. But, Xiaoran paused and scanned the crowd. The executives of Dragon Corporation looked at Xiaoran nervously. In their opinion, Xiaoran was willing to supply the chips at cost price, so he would definitely propose extremely harsh conditions. However, I want the management and decision-making rights of Dragon Company's sub-brand, Dragonlight Mobile, and within 2 years, if the market value of Dragonlight Mobile exceeds 100 billion, I want 51% of the shares of Dragonlight Mobile. Just this? Xiaoran looked at Yang Bo with an unbelievable expression. Dragonlight cell phone under Dragon Nation was a sub-brand under Dragon Nation Company 2 years ago, focusing on high-end models. When it was first launched, it was widely praised in the domestic market due to its flip-cover design and the concept of a music phone, which was sought after by young people. Domestic market share once exceeded 20%. However, in the past 2 years, due to the impact of foreign cell phone brands and chip blockade, Longwang's cell phone market share plummeted. The domestic high-end market is monopolized by foreign brands such as Soli, Fruit, 7 Stars and other brands. Nowadays, the domestic market share of Longwang cell phone is less than 1%. Market value from the peak of 5 billion plummeted to less than 100 million. Yang Bo is having the intention of withdrawing the Longwang brand cell phone. Now since you can take this half-dead brand in exchange for chips, or the cost price of the chip, why not do it? Moreover, to bring the Longwang cell phone, whose market value has hit rock bottom, to a market value of 100 billion in 2 years is simply a fool's errand. Money is not earned but you want the right to operate and make decisions on the Dragonlight cell phone. What do you think? Isn't Longwang's cell phone ready to be discontinued? Is he not aware of the true situation of the Dragonlight cell phone? It's simply giving up the watermelon for the sake of the sesame. To make Longwang's cell phone's market value $100 billion in 2 years? Riding a rocket can't even be that fast. A group of executives on the opposite side of the table began to whisper, with an expression of having made a lot of money. Yes, I only want the right to operate and make decisions on Longwang's cell phone. Xiaoran faintly repeated his conditions. How could he not know about the situation of Longwang's cell phone? He was interested in the relationship that Yang Bo was Mimi Yang's father, as well as the huge user base of Dragonlight cell phone. Right now, the market share of the Dragonlight cell phone had fallen to the bottom, but from the launch of the first generation of Longwang A1 until now, it had accumulated hundreds of millions of users. No problem. The operation and decision-making power of Dragonlight cell phone is all yours. Yang Bo's eyes flashed with excitement. Okay, happy cooperation. Let me know when you guys get the contract. Xiaoran got up, ready to go. That chip, when can we supply it in bulk? Yang Bo was a bit uneasy. He wasn't sure if Xiaoran's chip could be mass-produced. How much do you want? Xiaoran asked. The first batch will come in 10,000 sheets first. Yang Bo was still a bit uneasy, afraid of the low qualification rate of the chips surviving in bulk. So he ordered 10,000 sheets first to see the qualification rate. 10,000 sheets. 1,000 sheets an hour. If you add a shift, send a car to the Pineapple cell phone factory tomorrow to pull the goods. Xiaoran was very calm, as if everything was fine. What about the price? Yang Bo swallowed his saliva, worrying that the cost price Xiaoran said was too high. 200 apiece. How is it? Xiaoran said the cost price. Only 200? Yang Bo could not believe his ears. According to Soleil's previous latest chip E1 offer is about 500 yuan per chip, and it is still rated as 5 nanometers chip. Xiaoran's cell phone chip is 3 nanometers. Rating SSS, comprehensive ability to beat the Seoul company chip. The price is actually as long as 200. Opposite the executives were also stunned. 200 apiece? Really only 200 apiece? Lu Huapeng couldn't believe it and stared at Xiaoran, confirming to him again here. Yes, 200 apiece. Is there a problem? Xiaoran asked. No problem. Of course no problem. Yang Bo got up, stretched out his hand and shook Xiaoran tightly, then instructed the finance. Quickly, call the payment for the goods to Xiaoran's account. Chapter 28. Suyun discovers a secret. On the Esplanade Avenue, a black commercial car was keeping a distance not too far away, following a small electric donkey. Suyun was sitting on the passenger seat, staring at the young man on the small electric donkey. At this moment, how could she not see through the young man in front of her who had lived with her for more than 2 years? It had been frantically circulating on the internet since last night. Nichikawa Duke's engagement ceremony called off just because mystery man says he's too short. Rich girl rejects Hinokawa Sakamono only because she fell in love with poor boy. Hinokawa's past with Ozma exposed. The many messages made her realize this kid was running towards Hinagawa Sakamono's love action movie that night. In order to stir up trouble at Hinagawa Sakamono's engagement ceremony, this kid was simply too bold. Doesn't he know the strength of the Hinokawa Sakamoto clan? Doesn't he know that the Nichikawa Sakai clan has deep ties with the 3 Qs of the Yakuza in Japan? And Su-yun, who was worried about Xiao Ran being retaliated against, had been trailing for protection today. What she saw and heard along the way made her jaw drop. The chairman of the Dragon Company actually brought a group of executives to personally greet him at the door. The red carpet was spread directly to the intersection. A few thousand meters. On both sides of the red carpet is 5 meters a welcoming lady. Numerous young ladies. Welcome, Xiao Ran. Even will he in addition to the horn does not sound. We're all ringing small donkey parked in the Dragon Company entrance VIP 88 position. This position, the last time or the leadership of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon to inspect before letting parked. This kid actually has what skills? Can let Yang Bo, this reigning giant of the business sea, personally send the key of the small electric donkey, but also send him to the intersection? Thinking of this, Su-yun only felt dereliction of duty. Frowning all the way, she followed Xiao Ran. Finally, Xiao Ran stopped at an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. He opened the gate and with a kick of the gas, the small electric stove smoked in. Team leader, this is the infamous Pineapple Company that specializes in making cottage phones. Huang Kai, who was with Su-yun, recognized this place at a glance. Back then, Pineapple cell phones copycatting of various big-name cell phones was jointly reported by major cell phone companies. At that time, when it was investigated, the owner ran away overnight with his sister-in-law and made a big fuss. What is he doing here? With questions, Su-yun quietly walked in. Xiao Ran's small electric donkey was parked in the factory's open space, and Xiao Ran was already nowhere to be found. The sound of a CNC machine running came from the factory. The sound, after all, was like the sound of the photolithography machine running in the Dragon State Science and Technology Institute. Su-yun had visited the Dragon State Science and Technology Institute once. At that time, the photolithography machine was still in its infancy, and could not yet produce NM-level chips, but this sound was still fresh in her mind. Now this sound was ringing in her ears again. Is it an illusion? Su-yun patted on her toes and walked into the factory. Oh my god, she couldn't believe her eyes. She saw an old-looking CNC machine, but it was constantly spitting out chips. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, was inspecting the quality of the chips, revealing a satisfied expression. What is this situation? This kid's last drunken claim that he could make a photolithography machine was actually true. Su-yun almost left the factory trembling. She returned to the car and still could not stop trembling. This was a human stress response under extreme stimulation. What's the situation? Huang Kai asked suspiciously. When she went there she was fine. Why did she come back like this? Did Xiao Ran kill someone and crush them inside? This kid, producing chips. Su-yun forced herself to calm down. Crap, really? Cocky, too cocky. Huang Kai was so excited that he kicked the brakes in excitement. The matter that Xiao Ran would make chips was a good thing, no matter if it was for Dragon Enterprises or for Dragon Nation. But Su-yun was not excited. Instead she was vaguely uneasy. Xiao Ran and her lived under the same roof. Sleeping at night was also only separated by a wall. Not to mention that she had 24-hour secret surveillance. Surprisingly, she didn't realize that he actually does know how to build photolithography machines. What's more, at the wedding of the Nikawasaka specialist, Xiao Ran said that he would make the Nikawasaka specialist clan go bankrupt. At first, after reading the news, Su-yun, like everyone else, thought it was just a joke. Now it seems that Xiao Ran is serious and he does have the strength. Only, when the Nikawasaka expert clan realized the danger, what would they do to Xiao Ran? Thinking about this, Su-yun was creeped out. Kai, at night, you go get a few chips out and send them to the Dragon State Science and Technology Academy to study. Su-yun felt like she was dreaming as she listened to the familiar sound of the photolithography machine running. Okay, no problem. It was only at 2 in the morning that Xiao Ran came back on a small electric donkey. The lights at home were still on. Opening the door, Su-yun was in her pajamas, watching TV on the sofa. Why aren't you asleep? Xiao Ran was a little surprised. Waiting for you. Su-yun patted the sofa, signaling Xiao Ran over to sit over. What for? Can't sleep? Want to be together? Xiao Ran is a bit surprised. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Do you want to tempt me? What do you want? My beautiful face? Although he thought so, his body was honest. Xiao Ran sat over. Is the kid who was rumored on the internet to be destroying the engagement ceremony of Nichikawa Saka specialist not you? Su-yun asked tentatively. Ah, you know about it too? Looks like I've become an internet celebrity too. Xiao Ran joked with a relaxed face. Xiao Ran, stop. The Nikawasaka expert clan is not something you can mess with. Su-yun had a worried face. What are you afraid of? This is in our Dragon Kingdom. What can he, an Easterning, do to me? Xiaoran still had a calm face, not realizing the seriousness of the matter in the slightest. Xiaoran, you didn't pay attention to today's news in the Easterning Kingdom, right? Suyun suddenly asked such a strange question. What news? Xiaoran was a bit surprised. Isn't the news of the Easterning country a constant cycle of typhoons, earthquakes and tsunamis? Last night, there were many female ninjas killed and dumped on the streets in Donying Dongjing. Suyun uttered this appalling news. Female ninjas? Xiaoran was a bit surprised. Although the Easting police have yet to find out who actually did it, these female samurai all have a common trait. What characteristic? They are all ninjas who carry out assassinations, and they are all from the Broken Water Current Ninja Society. Ah, Xiaoran said that it was not good. It seemed that Hinagawa Sakamoto mistakenly thought that stealing the disc and breaking his engagement were both related to the Broken Water Current Ninja Society. That's why he killed the Broken Water Current Ninja Club in the Eastern Kingdom, where the law and order is as bad as it can be. With such cruelty, it seems that his own situation will be very dangerous in the future. That's not right. How do you know so much? Xiaoran looked at Suyun suspiciously. All along, he thought that she was a special service person for bringing a password box with her every night when she went out. Could the guess be wrong? Instead of various uniforms and props inside the box, it was 98K? She doesn't go out every night to serve, but to carry out assassination missions? Her real identity, could it be, killer? Don't worry about that. In short, remember my words, be careful lately. Suyun got up, twisted her marvelous body and went back to her room. Xiaoran hurriedly returned to his room and searched the news of the Eastern Kingdom on his computer. Sure enough, comparable to the hotness of the news of Hinagawa Sakai's failed engagement and the fall of the family business stock was the assassination that happened last night. Multiple members of the Broken Water Current Ninja Association were assassinated by unknown people. Inhumane. Flower girl dumped in the street. The whereabouts of Keiko Matsu ********** A, the heir to the Broken Water Ryu, are unknown. News such as filled the eyeballs. The Nichikawa Saka specialist clan was truly cruel, and it seemed that Suyun's fears were not without reason. Good thing, oneself is not what it used to be. Beyond professional athletes, physical fitness of 100, stealth skill, lightning 5 consecutive whips. Looking at the attribute panel in his mind, Xiaoran began to look forward to the match with Hinokawa Saka specialist. Chapter 29 Graduation Job Fair. Early in the morning, Lu Huaping took the company freight car and arrived at the Pineapple cell phone factory. This was where Xiaoran had agreed to deliver the goods. As a big player in the chip industry in Dragon Kingdom, he was curious about how Xiaoran's chips were made, until he arrived at the Pineapple factory and saw that old CNC machine. Seeing the boxes of small and crystal clear chips, crap, there really is a photolithography machine. He was stunned. It was hard to believe that this CNC machine from a few years ago was actually transformed into a photolithography machine. Like seeing a treasure, Lu Huaping surrounded the CNC machine left and right and carefully inspected it. Lighting part, lens part, moving part. Each part could be described as exquisite. To be able to manufacture a photolithography machine at such a young age is simply outrageous. That such a crappy CNC machine could be converted into a photolithography machine is simply unscientific. This lithography machine is actually fully automated. Simply ants dry elephant outrageous. Lu Huapeng pressed down his inner excitement, greedily lying on the photolithography machine, carefully studying the structure of the photolithography machine. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Xiaoran walked over on the side, his face full of questions. Lu Huapeng knew that he had just acted rudely, but he could hardly hide his inner excitement. I'm sorry, this is the most advanced photolithography machine I've seen so far. This is simply a work of art. Mr. Lu is too kind. The time was too hasty. I casually remodeled it. It's a pity that the structure of the CNC machine is aging. Otherwise I could have improved the precision a few more times. Xiaoran honestly said that he originally wanted to transform it into a 1 nanometer lithography machine, but it was a pity that the equipment was aging. You. Lu Huapeng was too shocked to speak. If someone else said something like this, it must be pretending. Photolithography. What the hell do you think is a toy car? Say you can do it? But when Xiaoran said such words, he believed it, because he had the strength. Goodbye Mr. Lu, remember to close the door for me when you leave. I'll go back to school for the graduation ceremony first. After Xiaoran finished speaking, he stepped on the small electric donkey and went out the door in a puff of smoke. Xiaoran, Lu Huapeng froze in place. The world's most accurate photolithography machine was in this broken factory. He actually didn't even close the door. This Nima, Mr. Lu, 10,000 chips, all loaded. Let's go back. The colleague next to him opened the car door. Ready to go. Slow down. Transfer the security team over. Have them guard this place 24 hours a day starting today. This Lu Huapan looked at the worn-out photolithography machine in front of him, his eyes immediately flashing with excitement. This is a photolithography machine that can save the company. Don't let anyone steal it as scrap metal. The graduation ceremony had just ended on the Kiln University campus. This means that from this moment onwards, many students will enter society and have to fend for themselves and be beaten by society. Many companies took advantage of the graduation ceremony day to recruit on-site on campus. Xiao Ran, let's go. Let's go to the recruitment fair together. I heard that a lot of foreign companies are coming. With an excited face, Shi Jing pulled Xiao Ran along and arrived at the site of the campus recruitment fair. The scene was crowded with people. There were a few well-known companies. Hundo Real Estate, Bao Nung Investment, Jinli Communication and other companies were all recruiting. There were even foreign brands such as 7-Star Electronics, Soli Group, and Fruit Mobile Phones. What's more exaggerated is that this recruitment of Seoul Group, the big boss Hinokawa Sakamoto was actually present. There was already a long line in front of the recruitment desk of Soleil. After all, the strength and influence of the company is there. Hinokawa Sakamatsu seemed to be drunk, and his eyes repeatedly searched in the crowd. Xiao Ran's appearance made his two eyes shine. Shiver ga, look who's here. It's Xiao Sang who threatened to bankrupt me. Hinagawa Sakajutsu shouted loudly from his recruiting seat, deliberately attracting others to gather around. This kind of campus recruitment fair is not something he would normally participate in, and he came here today with the purpose of humiliating Xiao Ran and making him unable to find a job. IT Major Right, I see who dares to use you today. Nichikawa Band Specialized looked up and down around Xiao Ran like a clown and said in a pompous manner, I didn't expect that Xiao Sang, who threatened to make me go bankrupt, would actually have to look for a job at a campus job fair. Detected the host being insulted. This environment is suitable for pretending. Task issued, playing hard to get. Hit him in the face, hit him hard. The swollen kind. Mission reward, 120W fast charging technology. The system, more or less with personal emotions, released the task of pretending in his head. Nichikawa Sakai's voice drew the attention of the crowd. One after another, they looked this way. You're cocky. Do you think your company is the only one recruiting in this world? Hilarious. Before Xiao Ran could say anything, his best friend on the side, Shi Mirror, stepped forward and started to dislike Hinokawa Sakatsu. Shi Jing was Xiao Ran's friend, more like a brother, with the characteristics of the bloodthirsty men of the Dragon Kingdom. Nichikawa Sakazu obviously did not expect someone will stand out to help Xiao Ran. Up and down looked at the stone mirror a bit. From the dress, he judged Shi Jing's strength. Yosi, where's the from? Dare to stand up for him. It's not like we're going to your Thai company. Is it any of your business to find a job or not? Xiao Ran knew the insidiousness of Nichikawa Sakajutsu, and worried about Shi Jing's future revenge. He stopped Shi Jing, who was ready to angrily dislike Nichikawa Sakajutsu. What a big mouth. Today I want to see who dares to recruit you. Hinagawa Sakatsuki was arrogant to the extreme. Looking at the recruiters of the many companies, his Nichikawa family's companies were spread across all industries. Whoever offended him, he, Nichikawa Saka dedicated, had 10,000 ways to make him go bankrupt. You really consider yourself a person? Who do you think you are? Labor has already found a good job long ago. Stone Mirror finished speaking and pulled out a recruiter entry form from his pocket. He had already submitted his resume through the internet, and his excellent academic performance had gained the favor of Golden Prophet. Plus the person in charge of recruitment was a senior brother who graduated from Kiln University. As long as the job fair site again to confirm the identity. Not surprisingly, this job, 9 out of 10. Stone Mirror in front of Nichikawa Sakamoto face will be the entry form handed over to the hands of the recruiter in charge of the Golden Lee Communications Company. The person in charge of recruiting for Golden Prophet is Yi Qing, who graduated from Kiln University. However, Yi Qing had a difficult look on his face when he took the entry form from Shikio. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Stone Mirror could see the difference. Ha ha ha, poor Dick. As I said, whoever dares to recruit you is an enemy of my Hinagawa Saka Specialist clan. Hinagawa Saka Specialist was satisfied with Jinli Communications' performance. Stone Mirror, after careful consideration by the company, you do not meet the requirements of our company's recruitment. Sorry. Yi Qing returned Stone Mirror's entry form. Senior brother. You. Shi Jing was too surprised to speak. He didn't expect that Golden Prophet Company, which was the top-ranked company in the domestic communications industry, would actually be intimidated by a single sentence from Nichikawa Sakazu. The students on the sidelines also began to whisper. Really childish. Jinli's chips are 80% supplied by Soleil. Dare to call the shots with Soleil. Isn't it asking for death? It's a pity. The national champion of the Dragon Programming Application Competition. I guess I won't be able to eat this bowl of IT. Hey, it's better not to get involved with the one called Xiao Ran, or you won't be able to find a job. Chapter 30 Public Humiliation. Yosi, Yossi, Golden Profit Company. Right, very good. I'm very satisfied. In the future, I'll prioritize the protection of your company's chips, and I'll give you a 10% discount on the price. Hinagawa Sakatsuki was smug. Thank you, Chairman Hinagawa Sakatsuki. Thank you, thank you. Yi Ching revealed an excited application and thanked him repeatedly. Other companies couldn't even buy Soleil's chips with a price increase, but he was able to buy them at a 10% discount. Going back, he would be waiting for a promotion and a raise. Seeing that Golden Profit had picked up such a great bargain, the recruiters of the companies present had expressed their stance to draw a clear line with Xiaoran, hoping to get the gift of Hinokawa Sakamono as well. President Nikawa Sakamatsu, on behalf of 7 Star Electronics, we will never hire them. Chairman, I'm from Punang Investment. Our company is also determined not to hire them. President, I'm from Hangdao Real Estate. Our company won't hire them even if we're short of people. President, I'm from Kilawan Bigfoot Bath City. We won't hire them as waiters and we don't welcome them to wash their feet at our place. Even the Bath City that recruited waiters came to join in the fun, showing favor to Hinagawa Sakajutsu for fear of offending him. Yossi, I'm satisfied with your performance. I'll remember you. Hinagawa Sakazu was happy. He looked at Xiaoran, his eyes full of provocation. Xiao sang, you all see, everyone is not satisfied with your performance. They are not willing to hire you. However, I am a good person. I know that your parents are dead and life is not easy. So, all you have to do is kneel down and beg me. I will consider letting you bring your good brother to our company to scrub toilets. Think about it. You're sure saying right. You just need to kneel down and promise not to associate with Xiao Sang in the future. You come to my company to scrub toilets. I'll give you $1 million a year. Stone Mirror angry face purple. He will not for the sake of money to give up the dignity of the person. Wanted to rush forward to beat Hinokawa band specialist Fat, but was stopped by Xiaoran. Who do you think you are? Stone Mirror hissed. His parents are farmers. It is not easy to get into the university. The family saved money for him to go to school. Seeing that he was about to graduate from college, he could work and earn money to repay his parents, but he was targeted by others and couldn't even find a job. You are all from Dragon Country Enterprises. You actually have to listen to him. What are you afraid of? Shi Jing angrily questioned Yi Ching and the others. Xiaoran knew how Shi Jing felt. He patted Shi Jing's back and told him to calm down. Mess with me. You're looking for death. Mess with my brother. Eat. Xiaoran looked at Hinagawa Sakatsuki with cold eyes. Hinokawa Sakatsu, it seems that you seem to have Alzheimer's and forgot what I said. Did I say that I would bankrupt your family? Hearing Xiaoran still talking big, Hinagawa Sakamono laughed his ass off. Ha ha ha, Xiao Sang, are you still not clear about the situation? I've investigated your family's situation clearly. If you don't have the strength, don't talk nonsense. Understand? Xiaoran didn't say anything, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Yan Dong, is the contract done? Well, I'm at school. I have time now. Send it over. The crowd beside them also looked at Xiaoran and Shi Mirror like they were watching a joke. Hey, this Xiaoran likes to pretend. His pussy is broken and he's still pretending hard. If I say, just properly and Nichikawa Sakai admit a mistake. Say a few soft words. In the future in the IT industry can still make a living. Otherwise really go home to plant the land. Hey, although as a Dragon Country people also want to help him. But who dares This is to take their own future joke Yes. No strength to be low profile. Society is not a university. Do not pretend to play handsome. Everything has to look at the strength. At this time, Yang Bo happily put down the phone and hurriedly called out to Lu Huapeng. Bring the equity contract and appointment letter. Notify the fleet and go to Kiln University. Remember, follow the highest standards. Also, don't forget the gift I said. Got it. Lu Huapeng couldn't hide his excitement and started to get busy. Who can not be excited? From Xiaoran that pulled over the chip pass rate of more than 99%. The experimental data showed that the performance of the chip loaded with Xiaoran's chip soared by several grades. The call quality was great. The speed of internet access was so fast. The kind of internet access must be fastened with a seatbelt. Now that they could cooperate with Xiaoran, the future of Dragon Company was boundless. Sure. Let's go. Let's go meet your president together. Dad, you're making fun of me again. If you do that again I won't go. Okay. Remember what Dad said. Watch closely. Don't let that kid play tricks. Inside the Kiln University campus, the crowd was still gathered around the job fair grounds, ready to see Xiaoran's jokes. Xiao sang, show some strength. You said you would bankrupt me. I'm waiting right here. Don't let me down. Nichikawa Sakajutsu continued to bring the rhythm. His tone was full of mockery. Xiaoran remained calm. According to the distance, it is almost here. Just as the crowd began to whisper and verbally taunt Xiaoran, a commotion came from the crowd. Crap, what is this? The crowd followed the sound. only to see a train convoy slowly driving into the campus. Traveling in front were 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. In the middle was a Dragon Country red flag courtesy sedan, and following behind were 10 Bentleys. The cars traveled to the side of the recruitment fair road and stopped. Lined up, the car doors opened, and a beautiful woman wearing a Dragon Corporation uniform came down from each car and stood quietly beside the car. And an old man in a suit and a girl in a white kuchi dress came down from the lengthened red flag limousine and walked towards the job fair venue. Chapter 31. Excuse me, this motorcade is here to pick me up. Crap, this fleet of cars is too trenchant, right? I can't earn any car inside for several lifetimes. No way, no way. Is our school still hiding someone with such a family background? No way. Isn't that girl Mimi young? She said her family sells cell phones. I thought it was a roadside store, but I didn't think it was a cell phone company. Didn't young Mimi fail in her engagement with Hinagawa Sakai? What are they doing here? Are they begging for peace? Seeing that the convoy was brought by Yang Bo and young Mimi, Hinagawa Sakamono laughed happily. It seemed that Soli Corporation stopped supplying chips to Dragon Corporation, and Dragon Corporation couldn't mix it up anymore. This is not the case. Yang Bo dressed up his daughter beautifully and personally sent her over. It looks like he wants to personally send his daughter to apologize to himself in public. That's good. The woman who sends me the door. I'll laugh at it first, and then he. Shaga, future father-in-law. Looks like you figured it out. Hinagawa Sakazu had a smug face, his eyes standing full of anticipation, but his words were full of the contempt of the strong for the weak. So, Mr. Hinagawa is also here. Yang Bo gave just a slight nod to Hinokawa Sakazu, even if it was a salutation. Along the way, he was still wondering why Xiao Ran had to let him send the contract over now. It was only when he arrived at the scene that he realized that, originally, it was to pretend to be a bully in front of Hinagawa Sakazu. He can save the dragon race, so let me help him play this pussy a little bigger. However, I only came here today to meet you by chance. I came to find him. Yang Bo pointed at Xiao Ran. Yang Mimi also naturally walked next to Xiao Ran and took his arm. Nanny, you guys are here to find him? Nichikawa Banzai froze. He really couldn't figure it out. He had clearly stuck Dragon Corporation's neck hard, but instead of begging for forgiveness, he continued to play dead. Mr. Xiao, Yangdong. Yang Bo enthusiastically extended his hands and shook Xiao Ran. This is the agreement drafted according to your request. You look through it. Xiao Ran picked up the contract, without looking at it, brushing and signing his name. Mr. Xiao, from today onwards you are the person who owns 51% of the shares of Longwang Mobile Phone Company. You are the president of Longwang Mobile Phone Company. Lu Huapeng on the side said happily. This? Dong Yang, what are you doing? Xiao Ran was a bit surprised. He didn't ask to be the president of Dragonlight Cell Phone, nor did he want to ask for shares at this stage. Xiao Ran, I believe in your ability. 100 billion market capitalization sooner or later. Why don't I give it to you now? You just rest assured to do it boldly. Yang Bo smiled and said, in the future, Nini will be a secretary by your side. Follow you to learn how to do business. In the future, I will rely on her to hold up these family businesses. This, Xiao Ran was a bit overwhelmed. With such a beautiful woman by his side at all times, how could there be any mind for work? Yang Nini walked to Xiao Ran's side and naturally took Xiao Ran's hand. Mr. President, please teach me more. Xiao Ran's nose bleeds. Is this a working secretary or a living secretary? Also, all these cars are for you, and the 100 million on the account of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company is your startup capital. The students present cast envious and jealous glances at Xiao Ran. I thought he was pretending, but it turns out he's really powerful. Crap. Laborers are still working hard to line up for a job as a program ape to apply for a job. He graduated and directly worked as a president. Some people graduated to roam. Some people graduated to do cattle and horses. I don't envy the president or anything, but this secretary is simply asterisk. Why are you spraying nosebleeds? Baka. Yang Bo, you want the company to close down, is it? Nichikawa Ban Specialized was so angry that he trembled and threatened Yang Bo. Do you think I will let you get the replacement chip from Bear Country? I will use all of my family's power to block your company. Nikoa, there is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that suits you. People with ability never bark. Only dogs bark. Xiao Ran was not polite and directly disliked him back. You, Specialized Hinagawa Ban was trembling with anger, but he knew Xiao Ran's power and could only kill Xiao Ran a million times inside. Also, Hinagawa, your broken chip. Our company will not use it again in the future. I will defeat you with our Dragon Kingdom's chip. Wait for bankruptcy. Baka. Nichikawa Banzai overturned the recruitment desk, venting his anger. Xiao Ran didn't care about him and patted the stone mirror that was fuming on the side. Mirror, let's just entrust you to be the vice president of Dragonlight, to be able to spell out his own future destiny, to stand up for himself. This brotherhood, Priceless. Ah, Xiao Ran. Really? Shi Jing was a bit in disbelief. I'm the president. I'll say what I want. Besides, your national programming application competition champion is no joke. Most of all, you're my brother. Come on, help me defeat Nichikawa Saka specialist together. Xiao Ran looked at Stone Mirror with a sincere gaze. Yes, Stone Mirror was so excited that he burst into tears. Let's go back to the company. Xiao Ran opened his arms, left and right, embracing Shi Jing and Yang Mimi towards the convoy. The uniformed beauties beside the convoy had long since opened the car doors and shouted in unison, "Welcome President Xiao." Scratch that. I should have known that I should have stood on Xiao Ran's side. Maybe I can be the vice president too. Yeah, now the offer from Soleil instantly doesn't smell good. I'll give up. I don't want the offer from this Cold Kingdom 7 Stars company. I'll apply for a job at Dragonlight Cell Phone Company tomorrow. Me too. Instead of working as an oxen and horses for the Cold Kingdom rods, I'd rather play the screws for our dragon company. Right. I'll go tomorrow too. Pretending is successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS. Reward, 120W fast charging technology. Gained experience value of 1000. Current rating, loser. Experience value of 2100/5000. A prompt from the system came in his head. Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi sat side by side in the domestic red flag car, looking at the co-pilot who was still in a state of euphoria. Stone Mirror. In front was the Rolls-Royce Phantom driving the road. Behind is Bentley escorting. The feeling was simply not too good. To bring down the Nichikawa family, let him go bankrupt. This pussy I'm going to pretend. Chapter 32, Becoming President. In the conference room of Dragon Mobile Phone Company, Yang Bo was convening a management meeting. All the personnel above the general manager of the department attended. Dragonlight Cell Phone Company was a subsidiary of Dragon Company, and although nominally Yang Bo was hanging as the chairman, it was the management of Dragon Company that was in charge of the operation on a daily basis. Everyone had thought that it would be the same as usual, just a regular meeting once a quarter. But this time, there were 3 new faces participating in the meeting, and all of them had a childish look on their faces. Surprisingly, the seats were all right next to Yang Bo in the center C seat. According to the business meeting, these people's positions were only below Yang Bo. I announced the group's appointment to you all. After the board's research, it has been decided that Xiao Ran will be the chairman of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company from now on. Shi Jing is the vice president of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company. Nini Yang is the president's secretary. Bai Ting, the manager of the administrative department of Dragon Company who participated in the meeting together, announced the company's appointments to everyone. These 3 were actually leaders parachuted in from headquarters. Hearing the appointments, the crowd exploded. What kind of joke is this? The company was handed over to these 3 brats. Is this because the company isn't falling fast enough? The Dragon Clan was made by us. How can we hand it over to hairy kids to manage? Detected the host being despised. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Task release, use strength to hit them in the face. Mission reward, folding cell phone technology. A system prompt rang in his head. Wang Dong, I can't understand the company's decision. The one who spoke was Xiang Ming, the vice president of Dragon Mobile, who stood up and looked at Xiao Ran somewhat unconvincingly. When Yang Bo founded Dragon Company, he followed and was Yang Bo's right-hand man. Back then, it was also him who led the team to make the Dragonlight cell phone, although he was the vice president. But in fact, the affairs of the Dragonlight Cell Phone Company, Yang Bo gave him full power to deal with. He thought that one day he would be able to change his position and become the president of Longwang Cell Phone Company. He didn't expect to suddenly parachute in 3 brats, and one of them was still his top boss. He naturally couldn't endure it. Ah Ming, I know what you think, but don't underestimate these youngsters in front of you. Give them some time. The future of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company or even Dragon Company may be in their hands. Yang Bo spoke like he was talking to an old friend. Then I will see how they will lead our Dragonlight Cell Phone Company to become bigger and stronger. Xiang Ming was not in a good position to continue to make an issue. Leaving this mouthful of words, he sat down angrily. Xiao Ran, tell everyone what you think after you take office. Yang Bo looked towards Xiao Ran who was sitting on his left-hand side, his eyes full of expectation. Good, then I will say a few words. Xiao Ran stood up and walked straight to the whiteboard next to the conference room. He picked up a marker and brushed and wrote down a few keywords on the whiteboard. Chip, pixel, high-end. The crowd looked at Xiao Ran in disbelief. On the one hand curious about what kind of plans this young president had for the future. On the other hand waiting to see the joke. One is the chip. From today onwards, our Longwang cell phone is going to develop its own chip. 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers, or even 1 nanometer. There was nothing wrong with this sentence. This was indeed the trend of the cell phone industry. Although many companies have already included the research of chips in their plans, building a chip is something more difficult than building an atomic bomb. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran and continued to listen to him. The second is the Pixel. To make the cell phone completely replace the camera, the next generation of our cell phone product's rear camera should achieve a breakthrough of 100 million pixels. The words came out. The crowd could no longer sit still. To build a chip, but also to engage in 100 million pixels of cell phones. This kid is not awake? Does this kid understand cell phones or not? 100 million pixels. What kind of joke is this? Oh, if he really has this R&D strength, how can our Dragon Clan cell phone become this loser now? I have to say, he really dares to blow. Building a chip is harder than building an atomic bomb. Okay, Xiao Ran also ignored the crowd's skepticism. The third is high-end. From today onwards, we want to seize the high-end market, and we want to realize the leap of the first global high-end market share. Hearing this, the executives on the stage exploded. Not to mention the high-end market. Dragonlight's entire market share of cell phones is only less than 5%. High-end market. Can there be 1%? Or rather, does Dragonlight have a high-end cell phone now? No. One in the global high-end market share? Is this talking about PPT? It's okay to be number one in the countdown. Where does high-end come from? Does it come from the user experience of having a hot phone that can bake eggs? Yang Bo was also a bit surprised. He did not expect Xiao Ran to actually dare to say such words. Xiao Ran stood on the stage and calmly looked at the executives who were talking around the conference table. It was also difficult for them. After all, they wouldn't have dreamed that 1 nanometer chip technology and 100 million pixel cell phone technology were all installed in Xiao Ran's mind. Xiao Ran cleared his throat. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet. The executives instantly quieted down. They wanted to see what other bull Xiao Ran had to blow. I just said 100 million pixels. I will develop it within a week and realize the first in the high-end market. The deadline is 1 year. Xiao Ran just finished speaking. The scene directly exploded. Crap! Exclamations rose and fell. Even Yang Bo almost had a myocardial infarction. This kid is too raw. To develop 100 million pixels in a week, even a family would not dare to say so. Mr. Xiao, this is what you said yourself. To develop a 100 million pixel Dragonlight phone in a week. Xiang Ming seized the moment and asked Xiao Ran. Yes, I said it. Develop it within a week. Xiao Ran was confident. What if it fails? Xiang Ming pressed on step by step. If it fails, I'll resign as president. Chapter 33 Development of New Machines. Xiao Ran, were you too impulsive in the meeting just now? To develop a 100 megapixel camera, how is 1 week enough? Sure Mirror complained a bit. He was brought into the company by Xiao Ran. If Xiao Ran didn't develop it after a week, then he could only roll out like Xiao Ran. Don't worry, there's no problem. I've already gotten the design drawings for the 100 million pixel camera. Just need to make a plate and test it. Xiao Ran had a relaxed face. To solve the 100 million pixel picture quality resolution, this is too high a requirement for the chip. Even Soleil and Fruit Company don't have such an advanced chip. Stone Mirror still had a worried face. Hey, don't worry about the chip. I have. Xiao Ran smiled easily. Asterisk. Stone Mirror was petrified on the spot. That night, Xiao Ran and Shi Jing then worked all night in the Dragon Mobile R&D Center to build the prototype. Yang Nini accompanied them without moving an inch. This secretary of the board of directors was indeed competent. Try it. Xiao Ran handed the prototype to Yang Nini. Wow! Yang Nini couldn't help but scream as she looked at the prototype that had 100 million pixels, and the metal frame design gave the phone a great texture. She slid her finger up and down on the screen. It was very sensitive. Taking a selfie with the phone was high definition without a horse. It can be used to take a movie directly. Stone Mirror looked at Nini Yang with eyes full of anticipation for her user experience. This cell phone is fantastic. Did you really build this? Yang Nini couldn't hide her excitement. A little in disbelief. Ha, we did it. Xiao Ran. Getting Yang Nini's affirmation, Stone Mirror excitedly grabbed Xiao Ran's arm and shouted, "Did you name the cell phone?" Yang Nini asked. "Light of the Dragon Clan. Light of the Dragon Kingdom. How about Dragonlight X1? Stone Mirror said tentatively. Good name. Dragonlight X1. Mass production. Try overthrow the Soleil cell phone. After staying up all night, Xiao Ran didn't feel tired at all, but was a bit excited. When will the new Soleil product be released? Xiao Ran asked. Suo Li's new product, Future A3, seems to be 3 days later at 8 p.m. Yang Nini said. Good. 3 days later at 8 p.m. We'll hold a new machine launch as well. Xiao Ran's eyes were firm. Head on hard? Yang Nini was a little worried. Soleil had already warmed up for nearly a month through publicity for the release of the new machine, making it known to everyone. Moreover, Soleil was a big brand, and everyone had high expectations for Soleil's new machine. On the other hand, their own side of the new machine has just been successfully developed. There is no advance publicity and warm-up. And the Dragon Company was previously caught in the lack of core public opinion storm. I do not know if consumers will buy the bill. Right, it's just head-on tough. Xiao Ran was confident in the product, but we haven't publicized it yet, and there might not be many people paying attention to the sudden launch. Yang Mimi raised her concerns. If that's the case, then rub it in. In the morning of the same day, the official website of Longwang's cell phone released several messages in succession. Effective immediately, Longwang mobile phone stops all cooperation with Soleil indefinitely. Dragonlight X1, 100 million pixels, take pictures and watch movies more clearly, comprehensively surpassing the future. Dragonlight X1, 3 nanometers chip, 120W fast charging, ridiculously fast, and all it's solely mobile. Once these messages were released, they immediately sparked widespread attention, because the second message's accompanying picture was Ozma. As soon as people saw the picture, they naturally thought of the love action movie between Nichikawa Sakajutsu and Ozawa Ma, and naturally associated the Dragonlight X1 with the Soleil Future A3. A clear-eyed person look. This is clearly the Dragonlight cell phone and Seoul cell phone calling the shots. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is Longwang's cell phone crazy? It dares to go head-to-head with Soleil's cell phone. Do you understand obscene development? Watching movies in high definition. That is indeed very cool. Who still has resources for 2021 Ozawa's memories? I suspect that the dragons are driving the car with Ozma's photos, but I have no proof. There's someone high up behind the dragons, getting authorization from Ozma, a photo linking themselves to the new Soleil product. It's a model of marketing. Am I the only one who noticed the 100 million pixels? Is this for real? Yeah, if it's really 100 million pixels, I'll top the dragons. Impossible. Science. The most advanced chips nowadays can't realize 100 million pixels photo resolution, so the Dragon phone is just exaggerating. Netizens are hotly debating online. From the beginning of eating melon to watch the fun, to the discussion of the performance of the phone. Some people even initiated a poll on whether the Dragon phone is bragging. Those who supported Dragonlight Mobile were looking forward to the launch in 3 days, hoping to over Soleil Mobile. Those who didn't support Dragonlight Mobile were also looking forward to the launch event 3 days later, hoping to smack Dragonlight Mobile in the face. Regardless, this wave of operation triggered the attention of the entire society to Longwang's cell phone. Inside the Dragon Kingdom office building of Soleil, specialist Hinagawa Saka was holding a meeting of executives. When he learned of the Dragonlight cell phone's publicity that rubbed off on them, instead of being angry, he laughed out loud in happiness. Ha ha, I thought Xiao Ran had something up his sleeve, but it turns out he's only pretending. The vice president of Soleil Corporation, Yumegawa Ichiku, frowned with some concern. Chairman, it's better for us to be careful. If the Dragonlight phone is really 100 million pixels and 120W fast charging, and it's released at the same time as us, then we'll be outclassed. President Yumegawa, don't worry, there is no such chip that can do 100 million pixels now. Besides, someone told me that their Dragonlight machine doesn't have a chip at all. Xiao Ran is leading a few freshly graduated college students who are still working on photolithography. A hint of smugness flashed in the eyes of Nichikawa Sakai. As long as the money was there, many people could be bought. That's good. That's good. So to say, I am beginning to look forward to the Dragonlight cell phone launch new product. In the end, what kind of garbage it is. Ha ha ha. Chapter 34, the new machine is a big seller. 3 days later in the evening, halls 1 and 2 of the Kilowon Convention Center were overcrowded. This was the scene of the launch of the Soleil cell phone, Future A3, and the Longwang cell phone, Longwang X1. This time, going head-to-head with Soleil was the first step for Longwang Mobile to move towards the high-end market, and even more so, the first step to bring down the Hinokawa family. This step is especially important. Xiao Ran decided to personally launch the new product. A black suit added a few more points to his handsomeness. Hey, I said Secretary Mimi, I beg you to stop looking at him like a nymphomaniac, okay? It's not enough for the two of you to stay in the office all day long. Just be a little more restrained here. Shermira really couldn't look away and said to young Mimi, who was already mesmerized by Xiao Ran. Inside Hall 1, Hinokawa Banju was also in person as he walked onto the stage and began to introduce the selling points of Future A3. The A3 is the third generation of the Future series, equipped with the world's most advanced 5 nanometers chip, faster and completely solved the heat dissipation problem, streamlined body design, titanium alloy material, a symbol of nobility, 512G RAM, large storage, increase the quantity and not increase the price, only 12,999. Then look at Xiao Ran's side. For the introduction of the new product, he is simple and rough, not much to say. Directly look at the real machine. 9-inch full screen. You guys see, it's just so smooth. Equipped with a 3 nanometers chip, internet speed is ridiculously fast. You need to wear a seatbelt to surf the net. 100 million pixels. Take a group photo of the whole room. Look, It's that clear. 120W fast charging. Come count down with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's full. Not 8888, not 6888, not 4888, just 1998. Crap. So powerful and so cheap? As soon as the words fell, a thunderous clamor resounded in the hall. Quiet everyone. The official website of Dragonlight has opened the purchase channel. First come first served. Xiaoran finished speaking. The crowd under the stage took out their cell phones and logged into the official Dragonlight website to grab it. Damn. This broken Soleil cell phone network is really TM slow. The capital to put up with you for 3 more days. Buy a cell phone and drop you a dog lazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, too many people cannot enter. I go back home to buy a computer. Finally grabbed. No, I have to hurry to tell my buddy. Let him also buy a. Do not listen to Nichikawa blind BB. Hey, hurry to log on the official website of Dragonlight to buy Dragonlight X1. Really 100 million pixels, 120W fast charging, only 1998. Hall 1. Nichikawa Sakamono was still on stage, publicizing the weak selling points of Soleil's cell phone. However, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd off stage. What? Dragonlight X1 only costs 1998? 3 nanometers chip? 120W fast charging, or 100 million pixels? Just log on to the official website of Dragonlight to make a reservation? Asterisk 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 asterisk. My network is bad. I can't log in. I'll go back and buy it on my computer now. The crowd under the stage left in pieces, leaving only a few hardcore fans of Soleil's cell phones. Seeing this was not good, Nikawa hurriedly ended the conference. What's going on? How come everyone ran out? As soon as Hinagawa got off the stage, he asked Vice President Umegawa Ichiku, Chairman, the Dragonlight phone uses a 3 nanometers chip, 120W fast charging, and 100 million pixels. As long as it's 1998, people are running off to buy his phone. Nani? 3 nanometers? Nichikawa band specialist directly collapsed. The new product was widely praised by the market during the publicity period, and for this reason, Soleil started stocking up a month in advance. There were as many as 1 million units, worth more than 12 billion. It was intended to sell a wave after the launch. I didn't expect to be abused by Longwang's cell phone into dregs now. Then all those new cell phones of his have now become unsellable garbage. Heavy losses. In stark contrast to Soleil was the site of Dragonlight Mobile. Product inventory is insufficient. The website is overloaded and could crash at any time. The ordering phone number is busted by dealers. What's the situation? Don't we have 100,000 in stock? Dong Chang, the manager of the production department, could not help but wonder when he received the notice of urgent overtime production. In the past few days, they had turned on the group's horsepower and prepared 100,000 in stock. It's only after the launch and the stock is running low? Brother Dong, what's the situation? We have to work overtime again at night? The workshop director complained a little. The rush of new products over the past few days had exhausted him. Yes, hurry up and inform everyone to return to work. Our new product Dragonlight X1 is sold out. Production manager Dong Chang said. Sold out? So sought after? But, it's so late. People might not want to come back to work overtime. The workshop director looked embarrassed. It was already night, and the difficulty of calling everyone back to work could be imagined. Xiaodong said that overtime work is voluntary, and overtime wages are calculated according to 7 times the salary. Dong Chang said, holy, 7 times, plus, add, plus, the guys are willing to add. The entire assembly line on this side of the production department was brightly lit. The Internet Foundation department was even busier. Boss, what's the situation? Is there a hacker attacking us? How come the number of visits is suddenly so large? It's not hackers, it's customers who want to buy our cell phones. Boss, it's not working, the number of visitors is still increasing. We've added 10 servers and it's still overloaded. Add more servers. Add 50 more. Add 50 more? Isn't that able to handle 100 million visits per hour? Just hurry up and add them. I'm afraid 50 isn't even enough. Holy, what kind of fairy phone have we come up with? Chapter 35 limited to 2 million units. Dragonlight cell phone company stayed up all night. Finally the number of visitors smoothed out. 9 o'clock. Xiaoran notified a production and business meeting. All the personnel above the department general attended. Vice President Xiang Ming received the notification at home. Ever since Xiaoran said he would develop a 100 million pixel cell phone in a week, he claimed to be sick at home, waiting to see Xiaoran's jokes. When he received the notice, he was happy inside. According to the usual practice, the production and management meeting is held once a quarter to summarize the achievements and plan the new products for the next quarter. So suddenly, the production and management meeting was held temporarily, indicating that the production and management meeting must have encountered a major problem. This speculation must be last night's new products out of the problem. Hey, watch the show. Xiang Ming hummed a little song and sat in the special car sent by the company. Dragonlight Cell Phone Company conference room. Xiao Ran sat in the center C seat. Even Yang Bo sat next to him. Dragon Company had 49% equity in Dragonlight Cell Phone Company. As the boss of Dragon Company, this kind of meeting naturally could not be without Yang Bo. Most importantly, Yang Bo also wanted to see the new product that Xiao Ran led the team to develop. In the end, what is the result? Originally, it was said that the meeting would be held at 9 o'clock, but at 9 o'clock, there was still a staff member who came in to send the latest sales data to Stone Mirror. He is now responsible for product development, marketing, and the construction of the internet infrastructure platform. Looking at the staff who came in and out and were busy, Xiang Ming was happy to the core. It's only been less than a week, and the company is in such a mess. Looks like this kid is going to roll out. The position of president is immediately the labor. I called everyone over for a meeting today because I want to brief everyone on the sales of the new Dragonlight X1 product and the next phase of the plan. Having not slept all night, Xiao Ran's eyes were covered with bloodshot and looked a little tired. Sure enough, the new product is out of the question. Xiang Ming was jumping happily inside, ready to fall on his sword. He couldn't be blamed for this. The 1-week deadline was set by him, Xiao Ran himself. Mr. Sure, you give a briefing on the situation of the new cell phone sales. Xiao Ran handed the words over to Sure Mirror. Okay, thank you all for your efforts during this period of time. I'll give you a briefing on the situation of our cell phone sales. The phone we launched, Dragonlight X1, is a full-screen, 100 million pixel phone, carrying a chip that is our self-developed 3nm chip. Our main materials for this machine screen, camera module, and call module are all self-developed, which greatly reduces the cost, with each unit costing in the range of 500 yuan and a profit of around 500 per unit. Currently our inventory of 100,000 units has been sold out. Xiang Ming's brain buzzed. 100,000 units, sold out in one night? How is that possible? He sat paralyzed in his chair, his mood hitting rock bottom. Stone Mirror continued to inform about the cell phone sales. There are still 2 million units reserved on the official website. No, 2 million was the data from an hour ago, and just now, the orders have increased by another 100,000 units. According to the current production schedule, we need 2 months to fulfill the remaining orders. Stone Mirror's briefing excited everyone attending the meeting to the extreme. They didn't expect the new product to be able to fire to such a degree. At this rate, the bonus at the end of the year can't be less. Out of the blue is a king bomb. 3nm chip plus 120W fast charging plus 100 million pixels. This is the highest configuration phone in the world, right, Mr. Xiao said a weak research and development out. I was still do not believe. This Nima, just a few days, not only get out, but also sold out, selling billions a day. In addition to the cost, it can still earn more than $1 billion. Printing money is not so fast. Pretending to be a pussy is successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS, gained experience value of 1000. Experience bar is 3100/5000. Mission reward, folding cell phone technology. A prompt from the system came in his head. Folding cell phone technology, this is going to roll over other cell phone manufacturers. Mr. Xiao, are we going to add a few more production lines next? Dong Chang, the production manager, had an excited look on his face. Add 10 more production lines. The orders strive to be digested in 1 month. Xiao Ran cleared his throat and continued to arrange the production plan. The marketing department take control of the overall sales quantity of X1. We will only sell 2 million units of this model, not one more. Xiao Ran's words poured a pot of cold water on everyone who was in the midst of excitement. According to the current booking speed, the shipment of this model might be able to exceed 10 million units. What? Only selling 2 million units? Why don't you make money if you have money? Yang Bo voiced everyone's confusion. We have to make money, and we also have to reserve space for the market to spend. If everyone buys a Dragon phone, who are we going to sell the next one to? Now it's just making our name and paving the way for our high-end models. In fact, in addition to not maliciously penetrating the market consumption power, the most important point in Xiao Ran's inner mind is to let the Soleil company go bankrupt, step by step. This time, although the company has lost tens of billions of Soleil, but it is still far from the degree of letting the Nishikawa family go bankrupt. If it sells too hot, far away from the gap of the Soleil cell phone, so that the Nishikawa family withdraws from the cell phone industry, it will be difficult to let the Nishikawa family go bankrupt in the future. Have to let the Nishikawa family see the hope of victory, and then keep investing in catching up, then crush him again and again, so that he keeps losing money. A little bit of nibbling. Ants kill the elephant. This was Xiao Ran's true thought. Everyone heard Xiao Ran's words and felt that it made sense, so they stopped questioning it. I really didn't look at the wrong person. I admire your long-term insight. After Yang Bo finished, he smiled and got up ready to go. Dong Yang, what are you doing? Xiao Ran asked in confusion. I'm leaving. I'm catching a plane to Eagle Sauce Country. I'm relieved to leave the Dragon Clan to you. Chapter 36, Under Investigation. Inside the Hinokawa Saka specialized office of the Sony Corporation, Vice President Yumekawa Ichiku was cocked up to the max. Baka, didn't you say you did market research in advance and that RF3 would sell at least 1 million units? $500 million were spent on advertising, but only less than 100 units have been sold now. It's not even enough to cover the TM electricity bill. You have to give me an explanation, or else, go commit harakiri yourself. Nikawa was furious. Chairman, the chip that Dragonlight cell phone company's cell phones are using now is 3 nanometers. It's a full 2 nanometers smaller than our chip. Moreover, they are launching a 120W fast charging and 100 million pixel cell phone that not only us, Soleil, but no other cell phone company can do. On top of that, they're only selling this new phone for $19.98. Yumegawa Ochiko complains somewhat aggressively. 120W fast charging, 100 million pixels. It's only selling for $19.98. Nichikawa Sakai's brain buzzed. How is it possible? Just the chip. The market price is already more than 500, plus the screen, camera and other such things. According to the market price, the cost must be more than 6,000 at the very least. Why did the Dragons only sell $19.98? This is no money to earn. Could it be that Dragon Clan's cell phone is dumping money to grab market share? Yumegawa, you're an expert in cost management. If we were to produce a cell phone with this configuration, what would the approximate cost be? Inagawa Banju asked as he paced back and forth in his office. If we use our company's chip, 7 stars screen, and Dragon Kingdom's cheap labor, and we can strictly manage cost savings in all aspects of management, the cost of each cell phone will be no less than 6,000 yuan. President, could it be that you suspect them of dumping? No wonder their official website announced that they would only sell 2 million units. Mei Chuan came to a realization. Only selling 2 million units? It seems I was right in my speculation. Dragon's cell phone is either dumping and trying to smash money to monopolize the market. Either that or the configuration they bragged about is watered down and there is false propaganda. You prepare a market price research report, then go to the Industry and Commerce Department to report them. Nichikawa commanded. Good. I'm on my way. Soon. Yumegawa Niku got the market price of cell phone accessories clear. He made a call to the Kilawan City Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Hey, Municipal Industry and Commerce Bureau. I'm reporting that Longwan's cell phone is dumping below cost price and disturbing the market. What? There is such a thing? We'll send someone to investigate right away. Inside the office of an old head of the Dragon Nation's Ministry of State Security, Wang Zi, the head of the intelligence group of the Ministry of State Security, handed a test report to the head. Ministry Xiao, the chip test report that Suyun sent over last time is out. Look, oh, let me see if this kid is bragging. Can't even make buns, but still says he can make photolithography and build chips. Ha! Vice Minister Xiao turned over the test report, his eyes searching for the final results of the appraisal. Look, the result is written here. After identification, the item sent for inspection is high-quality chip, size of 3 nanometers? Isn't this more advanced than the 5 nanometers chips of the East and Eagle Sauce countries? This kid, ha ha ha. The office echoed with Minister Zhao's cheerful laughter. Yes, last night Xiaoran Longwan released the Longwang X1 cell phone is equipped with a 3 nanometers chip. The performance and price directly crushed the new Soleil cell phone released by the Nichikawa family. Wang Zi happily introduced the situation of last night's launch. Oh, in that case, alas. Minister Xiao listened, but a worried look appeared on his face. Minister, this is a good thing. Why are you sighing? Wang Zi was a bit puzzled. Chip to 3 nanometers, this is far ahead of other countries' technology. It is the most important weapon of the country. The most important weapon of the country can't be easily shown to others. Otherwise it will inevitably suffer from the targeting of the East Japan, Eagle Sauce and other countries. We know that we are still far behind the developed countries in semiconductors, integrated circuits and many other areas. I estimate that the East Eagle Sauce and other countries will find every excuse to jam our necks in high-precision technology. Minister Xiao voiced his concerns. Wang Zi suddenly realized. Then what should we do? Wang Zi, hurry up and communicate to the relevant departments of Kilawan City. Tell them that Xiaoran's enterprise represents the Dragon Kingdom enterprises that dare to innovate and break through the foreign technological blockade, and that they must be protected and given all the support and help they can. Good. I'll go and do it right away. Xiaoran was busy in the workshop. He was working with Sure Mirror and was making repairs to the photolithography machine. Ever since Lu Huapeng found out that Xiaoran's modified photolithography machine was in the dilapidated pineapple factory, he was worried that the photolithography machine would be stolen. Overnight, he used a large crane to transfer the photolithography machine to the Longwang cell phone production workshop. These days of continuous rush production of new cell phone chips, photolithography machine 24 hours a day non-stop work, and finally overwhelmed out of order. After inspection, found that the most core photolithography parts of the lithography machine, due to continuous work, high temperature led to burst. How to do? No domestic producers can produce this part. Stone Mirror is very anxious. Now is the need to grasp the production of new products. The order has been lined up to 1.5 million. It doesn't matter. I'll make another one. Xiaoran's fingertips flew on the keyboard and started modeling in the computer. Xiaoran, it's not good. Yang Nimi hurriedly walked into the workshop, as if she had just been exercising vigorously, her chest rising and falling rapidly up and down. What's the matter? Look at you in a hurry. Not a bit of secretary's composure. Xiaoran put down the mouse, eyes straight at Yang Mimi. The Commerce and Industry Bureau came, said they received a report and want to take you back to investigate. Yang Mimi came up for air with a worried face. Oh, it's fine, I'll go and return. Xiaoran threw down the still unfixed photolithography machine. What about the machine? Stone Mirror looked at the huge guy at a loss for words. Let's get it when I come back, just so it can rest and take a break. Xiaoran walked out of the workshop, and in the reception room there were several people in business uniforms already waiting there. It looked like they were coming from a bad place. Mr. Xiao, we are from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. We received a report that your Longwang cell phone company is suspected of dumping low prices for unfair competition. Please come with us. Chapter 37, Chip Technology Stolen? Hiding in the roadside wind Alpha car inside the Yumekawa Naiku, far away, saw Xiaoran was brought on the car by the people of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. He was overjoyed and picked up his camera to frantically take pictures. Chairman, Xiaoran has been taken away. Good. You keep a close eye on the results of what the Commerce and Industry Bureau does to him. I'll start implementing the second step of my plan. On the other end of the phone, Hinagawa Banzai revealed a wry smile. In the afternoon, Soleil released a statement. The latest 3 nanometers chip technology developed by our company has been stolen. Our company has reported it to the relevant departments and expects to severely punish the stealer. This piece of news was like a thunderbolt, causing the unidentified melon eaters to turn their skeptical gazes towards Longwang Mobile. 3 nanometers chip technology? Last night's new Dragon Light product seemed to be exactly this configuration. This is also a bit too coincidental. Longwang's newly released cell phone technology is exactly the technology that was stolen from Soleil. It feels a bit strange. Now Longwang has not responded. Is not a thief's heart. I told you that Longwang Ming Ming are almost discontinued. How suddenly so catalyt? The original is stolen technology. Netizens have been making wild guesses online. The more they talk, the more outrageous they become. And Longwang's cell phone company side is because Xiaoran was taken away by the Trade and Industry Bureau. Into a mess. This was exactly what Nichikawa Sakamanoso wanted to see. He had the company's public relations bring up the tempo on the network while contacting the big V's of the Dragon Kingdom by spending a lot of money to get them to fan the flames. Not long after, an explosive news came out on the internet. A network V with tens of millions of followers, Wang Ba Dan, posted a message on Weibo. Real hammer. The president of Dragon Light Company stole chip technology from Soleil Company, taken away for investigation. The message was followed by a picture of Xiaoran getting into a car with officers from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. This Wang Baitan V is a well-known expert in the Dragon, has published young people who temporarily cannot find a job. You can get married and have children. Who does not have a 500,000 deposits in the Dragon and other expert views? The experts' views have received a lot of attention from netizens. There are pictures and there is the truth. Wang Baitan V released the news quickly triggered concern. In just 1 hour, the amount of reprinted more than 100,000. Comments are countless. Asterisk. No way. I thought the Dragon chip was going to rise. It turned out to be the theft of Solei's trade secrets. Disappointing. Garbage stuff. It turns out there is no R&D cost. No wonder it sells so cheap. I doubt that the Soleil cell phone is not rubbing it in. If the family has such technology, why not use it yourself? Soleil said. They don't use it themselves because the technology is still immature, and using it will easily cause the chip to overheat, which may trigger the cell phone to explode. Explosion? Really? Did I buy a bomb? No, I want to return it. Ugh, black-hearted enterprise. I want to return it. I want to return it too. The comments section was almost one-sided in its disdain and abuse of the Dragonlight cell phone company. What to do? Should we respond? Stone Mirror had panicked as he looked at the network that was covered in questions and abuse towards Longwang's cell phone company. How to respond? Can you say clearly how the 3 nanometers chip was made? Yang Nimi was also a bit at a loss. At this time, Yang Bo was on a plane to the Eagle Sauce country and could not be contacted for a while. She could only make up her own mind. It's all made by Xiaoran. These technologies are only mastered by him. I don't understand. Sure, Mirror was a bit helpless. He also wanted to understand those principles and technologies that Xiao Ran said when he was researching and developing with him, but those technologies were too profound. He didn't even touch the fur. It's bad. It's bad. The very right customers who booked the cell phone last night have initiated unsubscription. They all want to unsubscribe from our cell phones. The manager of the sales department panted and told Mimi Yang about the situation. This news was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for Longwang's cell phone company at this time. What to do? If this goes on, Longwang's cell phone will be finished. Sure, Mirror was already in a state of disarray. I don't know when Xiao Ran can come back. Yang Mimi also panicked. Mr. Xiao won't be able to come back for a while. Xiang Ming strides into the conference room. At this time when Longwang's cell phone is having difficulties, it's the right time for him to make an appearance. I've already asked my friends, and I heard that Xiao Ran was reported by Soleil this time, and this has involved a foreign affairs dispute. So the Bureau of Industry and Commerce is taking it very seriously. You have to know that Soleil Company has solved the employment problem of 10,000 citizens in Kilawan. Xiang Ming said as he looked at Shi Jing and Yang Mimi who were already at their wits' end. Then what can we do? Yang Mimi became even more anxious. I've already contacted Soleil, and they said that this incident was the work of Xiao Ran alone. As long as we make a public apology statement and their company is willing to authorize our company to use their latest chip technology, the problem we are facing now will be solved. Saying this, Xiang Ming gazed at Yang Mimi. If we apologize, isn't it the same as admitting that our technology was stolen from Soleil? Yang Mimi shook her head straight after hearing this. But have you guys thought about it? Xiao Ran is just a student who just graduated from college. Where did he get those chip technologies? With him, he can build a photolithography machine? Don't you guys have any doubts? Xiang Ming's words were exactly what Yang Mimi was worried about. Indeed, Xiao Ran's first 4 years in college were mediocre. How is it that near graduation he suddenly changed into a person with technology and money? Could it be that he really stole the technology from Soleil Company? Soleil Corporation said that the theft of technology is also a scandalous matter for them, so they want to keep it low-key. Otherwise, by the time they come up with evidence that they have 3 nanometers chip technology, it will all be too late. Maybe Xiao Ran will be sentenced too. Xiang Ming rubbed it in, making Yang Mimi and Stone Mirror even more worried. In reality, Xiang Ming had already reached cooperation with Nichikawa Saka Specialized. He had already used his vice president status to steal the Dragonlight cell phone chip design and code and gave it to Nikoa Banzai. It was believed that Soleil would soon be able to copy the 3 nanometers chip. At that time, Hinegawa Banzai, who had gotten the chip technology, would help him seize the Dragonlight cell phone company. No way. We cannot apologize. Apologizing is the same as admitting that our chip technology is stolen. Stone Mirror decisively rebuffed Xiang Ming's proposed solution. You guys have to think clearly. If you don't apologize, you have to be prepared to fight against Soleil to the end. Xiang Ming shook his head with a pained look. Yang Mimi recalled Xiao Ran's past of saving herself at the KTV, and then messing up the engagement party and rescuing herself. A man who could risk his life for himself. What reason was there not to trust? I believe Xiao Ran won't steal. I'll wait for him to come back to make a decision. Yang Mimi was resolute, with a few more points of determination on her face. You. Xiang Ming shook his head indignantly and slammed the door. Yang Mimi murmured in her mind. Xiao Ran, when will you come back? Chapter 38. There is a mole in the company. Kilawan City Industrial and Commercial Bureau. 2 staff members brought Xiao Ran to the inquiry room, and were looking for Xiao Ran to find out whether there was dumping of Longwang cell phones. Mr. Xiao, someone reported to us that your Longwang cell phone is dumping. Unfair competition and false propaganda. Tell us yourself what's going on. A somewhat old staff member, old and holding an enameled teacup, sipping tea, said unhurriedly. Oh, a cell phone gross margin of 25% is still called dumping? It's not enough for the company to earn a few $100 million a night? What? A night to earn a few $100 million? Old Gao was so shocked that he almost sprayed the tea in his mouth. Yes, a cell phone earns more than 500. Selling millions of units in one night, you calculate if it's a few $100 million. Xiao Ran explained. How much does your cell phone sell for? Lao Gao continued to ask. 1,998 yuan. Xiao Ran was very calm. 120W fast charging, 3 nanometers chip and 100 million pixels? Old Gao looked skeptical. Yes, Xiao Ran nodded. This configuration only bought 1998? Old Gao was even more disbelieving. Yes, because the chip and camera technology are all self-developed, so the cost is low. Xiao Ran said calmly. Be honest with me. Old Gao expected Xiao Ran to be lying and said with a stern look. He was a patriotic tech fan, and he knew that Longwa photolithography machines couldn't even be built, let alone 3 nanometers chips. At this time, the door was pushed open. Outside the door was the director of the Commerce and Industry Bureau Yi. At this time he had a sweaty face, it looked like he ran all the way over. Old Gao, come out for a moment. Director? When Old Gao saw the director, he first froze, then immediately got up and went out. The director and Old Gao whispered a bit outside. Not long after, the door opened. Director Yi and Old Gao walked in with smiles on their faces. Mr. Xiao, hello, hello. Director Yi enthusiastically extended his hands to shake Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was stunned by the sudden change of face, and he mumbled as he extended his hands. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I called you here today because I want to understand what we can do for your company. Nowadays, Manhwa has a lot of preferential policies for high-tech enterprises, such as tax incentives, electricity bill reductions and exemptions. Director Yi warmly greeted Xiao Ran to sit down, and then began to blah 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 introduce various preferential policies. Lao Gao had the good sense to make Xiao Ran a cup of tea and sat on the side to listen with a smile. Director, didn't you say that someone reported me for unfair competition? Xiao Ran looked at Director Yi in dismay, somewhat puzzled. Who reported? Isn't that looking for trouble over nothing? Director Yi pretended not to know and looked at Old Gao. It must be a malicious report. Don't worry about it. Old Gao patted his chest, looking like it was all on him. Can I go then? Xiao Ran asked tentatively. Of course, then those tax incentives, utility bill reductions and whatnot. I'll have the relevant departments come to your door tomorrow? Director Yi asked politely. Whatever you guys want. Xiao Ran was a bit flattered, and after leaving the inquiry room, he was sent directly to the entrance of the Commerce and Industry Bureau by Director Yi and Old Gao with a smile. Mr. Xiao, see you next time. Director Yi and Old Gao stood on the side of the road and waved until Xiao Ran disappeared from sight in his car. Director Yi, did the head of the Dragon Kingdom really call to say that he wants us to fully support Xiao Ran's enterprise? Old Gao was still a bit in disbelief. 1,000 times true. Luckily I came in time. Otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Director Yi's heart palpitated as he recalled everything that had just happened. Xiao Ran returned to Longwang's cell phone company, only to realize that the company was now in a situation. The media reporters surrounded the company with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. What's going on? Is it because the new product was too hot last night? Xiao Ran wondered as he prepared to walk inside. However, he was pulled aside by Bai Ting, the administrative manager of Dragon Company. Mr. Xiao, there's a problem with the company. Take the underground passage in with me. Bai Ting looked vigilantly at the reporters surrounding the entrance while pulling Xiao Ran around the crowd towards the back door. Seeing Bai Ting's appearance, Xiao Ran's center felt bad and followed Bai Ting towards the back door. Xiao Ran. Seeing Xiao Ran, Yang Mimi could no longer contain her excitement and rushed up to directly hug him. You're finally back. 555. Yang Mimi leaned her head on Xiao Ran's chest and couldn't help but cry. From Xiao Ran's arrest, she had carried too much pressure, and now she was finally able to release it. Girl, what's wrong? Xiao Ran patted Yang Mimi's back heartily and let Yang Mimi cry in his arms. After the stone mirror told Xiao then what happened, Xiao Ran's face turned blue and he gritted his teeth. This mother ******* ing Nikoa. What's the situation on the sales side now? Xiao Ran looked at Shi Jing and asked. Online booking of 1.8 million units of cell phones. There are more than 1.7 million have made a withdrawal. Shi Jing said helplessly. What now? Yang Mimi asked worriedly. Let's hurry up and send a message to clarify. Stone Mirror suggested. Don't clarify yet. Xiao Ran frowned and paced back and forth in the conference room. Why? Stone Mirror asked in puzzlement. Yang Mimi and Bai Ting also looked at Xiao Ran with puzzled faces. Xiao Ran looked at the crowd and said word for word. I suspect that there is a mole in our company. Chapter 39 Press Conference. A mole? Yang Mimi had a surprised look on her face. Stone Mirror and Bai Ting also looked surprised. You guys looked carefully at the announcement of Soleil. They dared to clamor that the chip technology was stolen. So they must have already gotten their hands on this technology. Xiao Ran analyzed to the crowd. That means that they have already stolen the chip technology from us. Stone Mirror came to a realization. Yes, so I suspect that there is a mole in the company, and this person's position is not low. Xiao Ran continued his analysis. The data of these 2 technologies are stored in the research and development room, and the only people who have permission to enter and exit are the research and development personnel and company executives. Could it be the R&D? No. The R&D personnel were all selected by Xiao Ran and Stone Mirror from the freshly graduated college students. All of them were college students who aspired to make Longwa technology on top of the world. They should not betray the company. Could it be? It's him. A person flashed in Shi Jing's mind. After the incident, he had been encouraging Long Guan to publicly apologize to Soleil. Shi Jing looked at Yang Mimi and then at Xiao Ran. The 3 gazes met, and the 3 of them suspected the same person. It must be him. Xiao Ran nodded back. So what now? Stone Mirror asked. Don't reveal the news that I'm back yet. You have him contact Soleil and say that Dragonlight is preparing to hold a conference and invite Soleil to be there. Xiao Ran already had a perfect plan inside. President, we've succeeded. Yumegawa Niku ran into Hinagawa Sakai's office with an excited face. According to Dragonlight's design drawings and code, we finally made the 3 nanometers chip. Yoshi, good job. Hinagawa was very happy. This way, he could not only make Xiao Ran lose his reputation, but also directly let Soleil grasp the most advanced chip technology in the world. It was at this moment that Nikawa received a mysterious phone call. Moshi, to Sang, is it true? Dragonlight's cell phone is preparing to open a press conference tomorrow at 8 a.m.? Am I invited to be there? Haha, great. Must want to publicly apologize. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Happy cooperation. Hinagawa hung up the phone with a grim and creepy smile on his face. Yumegawa, prepare the chip and show it at the conference. Tomorrow I want to completely bring down Dragonlight Mobile. President, didn't you promise Mr. Xiang that you would make him the president of Dragonlight? Yumegawa Niku was a bit stunned and did not understand what Hinagawa meant. The technology is already in your hands. A dog that has no use. What do you care about it? Ha. Xiao Ran, have you really considered holding a press conference tomorrow? Yang Nimi was a little worried. Right now, the public opinion in the society was lopsided, and it was all skepticism and mockery towards Longwang's cell phone company. Tomorrow, even if Xiao Ran produced evidence to prove that Longwang had mastered the chip technology, everyone would still think that the 2 technologies were stolen, unless Xiao Ran could prove that Soleil's technology was stolen from Longwang. Yes, this conference has to be opened. We have to remove everyone's suspicion of the Longwang brand, Xiao Ran said as he calmly polished the photolithography part on the CNC machine. With this photolithography part polished, the photolithography machine would be able to run again. But do we really need to invite so many reporters to the venue? In case, Yang Nini was still unsure. Of course, the more reporters the better. Whether they want to come and see us make a fool of ourselves, or they want to report the truth objectively, invite all the ones you can. Xiao Ran stopped the work on his hands and looked at Yang Nini seriously and said, and synchronize the launch of the webcast. Yang Nini followed Xiao Ran's meaning and released the news of the upcoming press conference on the official website. As soon as the news was sent out, it attracted attention on the internet. Grass, Longwang official news, press conference tomorrow morning, and the whole thing will be webcast live. What's being released? The gossip says it's ready to admit to stealing technology from Soleil and is ready to publicly apologize. Asterisk. It's a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. Quickly, the live room is now open. Hurry to occupy the position. Tomorrow there are a lot of people. I guess I can't squeeze in. No way. Now only 6 p.m. on the live broadcast. There is no mistake. Rely. Is true. The number of people in the live broadcast room rubbed up, and there are still people who keep squeezing in. At this time, the webcast room on the official website of Longwang mobile phone is cyclically playing the promotional video of the new cell phone Longwang X1. What the hell? Tomorrow you're going to admit to stealing technology, and today you still have the face to play a promo? Outrageous. Shameless. Outrageous plus shameless plus 1. How can it be shameful? Tomorrow I'd like to see what he says about releasing it tomorrow. Numerous netizens were sending pop-ups in the live broadcast room, filling the screen with mockery. The live broadcast room was full of viewers waiting to see the joke of Long Wang's cell phone. At this time, many reporters from outside the country had received invitations and were on their way here. They all hoped to get the first-hand news advisory, and even some foreign media journalists also caught wind of the news and were taking international flights to come. Chapter 40. Because I'm the president of the company. The banquet hall of the Galaxy Hotel was already packed with people at this time. The last time this place was this lively was when Nichikawa Sakamono's engagement took place. Seated under the stage were well-known journalists, Network V and business elites. Hinokawa Sakamono was seated in the center of the first row on the stage. Today he had specially changed into an Eastern Japanese samurai robe. He wanted to stand in front of the world as the victor of the duel. And there were more than 50 million viewers watching the live broadcast online in the live broadcast room, directly crowding out the server. The mosaic-like picture quality and jerky sound quality didn't affect everyone's passion for eating melon in the slightest. It started. Yang Nimi, Sure Mirror, Xiang Ming and a bunch of other company executives walked up to the release stage in decent business attire. Among this group, there was no figure of Xiao Ran. Nichikawa completely put down his heart. It seems that Xiao Ran was reported by himself and is still under investigation in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Yang Mimi bowed to the crowd on the stage to show respect, then sat down and began to speak. Dear guests and friends, welcome to the press conference of Dragonlight cell phone. Recently, there's been a lot of negative news about Dragonlight cell phone on the internet. Some people say that Dragonlight cell phone has stolen technology from Soleil. Some say that our company's president Xiao Ran was taken away by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to investigate. The eyes of the crowd stared at young Mimi, wanting to see how she would respond, only to see young Mimi calmly open her mouth. All these news circulating on the internet are all rumors. As soon as Yang Mimi's words fell, the stage exploded, and the internet was covered in questions. What? All are rumors? Then how did Longwang's chip technology come about? Good show on stage. See how she explains it. While the crowd was privately discussing, a person under the stage stood up. This person, who was none other than Hinagawa Sakajutsu, had a blue face and looked very angry. Ms. Yang, why do you need to talk nonsense with your eyes open? It's a fact that you're Mr. Xiao was taken away by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to be investigated. It's been photographed. So what else is there to argue about? Besides, if you're Mr. Xiao is fine. There is no reason for him to be absent from such an important conference. Nichikawa's words triggered a discussion among the people on stage, and everyone agreed that if Xiao Ran didn't show up today, he must have been arrested. Yes, Mr. Xiao must have been arrested, so he couldn't come. There's no reason not to attend such an important meeting. He must have been arrested. Hey, how come Longwang Mobile hasn't realized the mistake until now? Yang Mimi was overwhelmed by Hinagawa Sakajutsu's words, and she looked helplessly at Stone Mirror, hoping that Stone Mirror could help herself out. However, Stone Mirror lowered his head, clearly not wanting to stand up and explain. Xiangming took a look at the fact that everyone was already in 6s and 7s, and it was time for him to step up to the plate. He had fantasized countless times that he would be able to ascend to the throne of the president of Longwang Mobile Phone Company, and this fantasy would soon become a reality. Guests, I'll explain on behalf of our Longwang Company. Xiangming stood up, acting as if he was the boss of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company. The media reporters under the stage turned their cameras around and frantically shot up at Xiangming. This feeling of flashing lights made Xiangming enjoy it very much, and he straightened his body. Actually, our Mr. Xiao was indeed taken away. The 3 nanometers chip art was stolen by him. It was his personal behavior, and it has nothing to do with our Longwang Company. Moreover, our company has reached a verbal agreement with Soleil, and Soleil has authorized us to use their chip technology. This statement is undoubtedly an admission that the chip technology was stolen from Soleil, which just inexplicably made Xiao Ran take a black pot. The reporters on the stage had a look of "I knew it was like this," and they were talking about it. I knew it was like this. I knew that Xiao Ran didn't have any real skills. Theft of commercial technology. That Xiao Ran is probably going to sit in jail for more than 10 years. Hey, even invited a foreign reporter. Face lost abroad. Alarm! Alert! Someone has questioned the host's previous pretense. Task release, make so the voice of questioning disappear by pretending to be a pussy. Mission reward, flight camera technology. The system beep sounded in Xiao Ran's head. It's my turn to shine. While the crowd was talking, a reporter wearing a duck-tongued cap and sunglasses directly stood up on the stage. Mr. Xiang, can I ask a question? Of course. General Manager Xiang looked at the reporter on stage and only felt familiar. He raised his hand to signal the reporter to ask a question. When you speak like this, are you representing yourself or the company? The reporter wearing sunglasses pointedly asked. Of course it's on behalf of Dragonlight Company. Xiangming straightened his body and sat a little straighter. What makes you represent the company? The reporter continued to pursue the question. On what basis? I'm the vice president of Dragonlight Mobile. The one who represents the company isn't me. Is it you? This eyeless guy? Xiangming asked back with some exasperation. That reporter took off his sunglasses and duck-tongued cap and slowly raised his head. Of course it's me, because I'm the president of Dragonlight Company. A handsome but cold-faced face was displayed in front of the crowd. The crowd was astonished. This, wasn't it Xiao Ran who was rumored to have been taken away by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? Chapter 41 The man who took down Hinagawa's little mountain gun. Seeing that the reporter was actually Xiao Ran, the crowd was stunned. Why is he here? Wasn't he arrested? Xiangming was even directly frozen in place. He instantly reacted to the fact that Yang Mimi and Shimira were both acting, in order to just make themselves jump out. Xiao Ran walked onto the stage in the crowd's astonished gazes. He looked at the somewhat surprised Hinagawa Sakamono on the stage. I've always wondered how it's possible for Soleil to have the chip technology that was only developed by us. Dragonlight. Now I kind of understand. It turns out that we Xiangming are the mole. Xiangming was shocked when he heard this. Xiao Ran, don't spit blood. Hinagawa Saka dedicated also stood up angrily and pointed his finger at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, you stole our company's technology and now you're biting back. Simply shameless. I'm shameless? You, Reach One, claimed that I stole your technology. Do you have any evidence? Xiao Ran was justified, not letting go of his momentum in the slightest. Evidence? Oh, I'll let you die a death. After saying that, Hinagawa made a wink towards Yumekawa Achiko, who was sitting in the back row. Yumegawa understood and ran forward with small steps to hand over a few chips to Hinagawa. A few juniors pushed a chip detection machine onto the stage. Hinagawa took the chips in his hands, raised them high, and walked onto the stage. As he walked, he also introduced it. This is the 3 nanometers chip developed by our Soleil company. I'm now using the testing machine to test it. Everyone please look. After saying that, Nikawa put the chip into the testing machine. Bzzz. The testing machine began to test the chip. At this moment, the banquet hall seemed extraordinarily quiet, and everyone was waiting for the test results. The viewers who were watching the webcast also held their breath. Could there be a reversal? Finally, the testing machine spat out a test report. Nikawa proudly raised the test report high in the air and then handed it over to a reporter in the front row. The crowd gathered around and looked at the test report in the reporter's hands, unconsciously reading out their voices. Chip size 3 nanometers. Sound processing ability SSS grade. Graphics processing ability SSS grade. Signal processing ability SSS grade. Chip heat dissipation ability SSS grade. As the test results came to light, everything seemed to have settled. The crowd looked at Xiao Ran with nothing but abject contempt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a 3 nanometers quality chip. I thought there would be a reversal. Alas, still put there to pretend to be. Seoul company can build chips I believe. Longwan company photolithography are not. Build a chicken to the hair of the chip. The audience who watched the live broadcast on the network also began to spit up. Unsurprisingly, Longwan lost. In the future, I guess there will be no more Longwan cell phones. Disperse, disperse, it's too embarrassing to watch. Just when everyone felt that everything was in doubt. Slow. Xiaoran called out to Hinokawa who was arrogantly enjoying the reporters taking pictures. Nikawa, dare to show me your company's chip. Ha ha, the machine has tested it and it's still fake? Good, let's let you lose clearly. Nichikawa handed over the chip to Xiaoran with a disdainful face. Xiaoran took the chip and held it up high to show it to the crowd. Everyone, please look at the chip in my hand. I'll show you how Soleil stole the chip technology from Longwang cell phone company. Ah, this kid is bragging again, isn't he? I'd like to see what tricks he's pulling. Xiaoran ignored the cynicism of the crowd. He gave a wink to Sure Mirror, who waved his hand, and the staff next to him pushed up an optical microscope. The microscope's image was projected directly onto the large screen on the stage. Xiaoran placed the chip that Nikawa had given himself under the optical microscope. A picture of the chip with the Soleil LOG on it appeared on the screen. Hinagawa, confirm if this chip was developed by your company. Xiaoran asked Hinagawa to come up to the stage to confirm. Hinagawa carefully examined it and made sure that Xiaoran didn't drop it. Yes, this is a chip produced by our Soleil company. Nikawa didn't know what drug Xiaoran was selling. Good. Everyone, watch this. This is a chip produced by the Soleil company. Let's take a closer look at what's on top of the chip. Xiaoran finished speaking and started to adjust the microscope to magnify the chip, and the chip on the screen got bigger little by little. The curiosity of the crowd was also aroused by Xiaoran, and their eyes were staring at the screen dead on. Microscope? What exactly is he going to do? Using a microscope to look at the internal structure of the chip? This is the first time I've seen this operation. Zooming in doesn't seem to be anything special. Xiaoran continued to adjust the parameters of the microscope. 100x, 1000x, 10,000x, 100,000x. The magnification of the display grew larger and larger. Even the internal structure in the chip could be seen clearly. Neatly arranged circuits and transistors were neatly and wrongly arranged, and the tiny chip actually looked like a giant city when magnified. What the hell is he up to? Is he trying to popularize the structure of the chip to us? Is this pussy playing a trick? Is he teasing us? Wait, there seems to be a small line of writing there. Zoom in and take a look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's really a line that says, the one who has over Nichikawa's little mountain cannon is me, Xiaoran. Crap. The crowd was stunned. The screen was displaying the small line of words hidden inside the chip. The person who had over Nichikawa little mountain cannon is me, Xiaoran. Chapter 42. The chip was made by Dragon Kingdom itself. The line tucked away in the piece gave a glimpse of the true owner of the chip technology. Asterisk 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 asterisk. God reversal. It's so damn dickish. It turns out that it was really Soleil that stole the chip and pixel technology from Longwang cell phone company. Mighty, my Dragonlight cell phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I actually returned the Dragonlight cell phone that I managed to grab with great difficulty and bought it back in a hurry. Brothers, grab it for me. Let Longwan cell phone, a company like this that fights for the country's glory, earn a wave of hard money. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast on the network all reversed at once, frantically calling on the Dragonlight cell phone in the comment section. What's going on here? At the scene, Nikawa froze in place. He really couldn't figure out why such a damn line of text appeared in the chip, exposing him for stealing Dragonlight Mobile's chip technology. Xiang Ming, on the other hand, had long been paralyzed in fear and sat on a chair, his gaze lax and sixfold. Unbelievable. This is my anti-counterfeiting mark. I added this sentence as an anti-counterfeiting code in the chip's design diagram. You guys just know that you copied my design diagram and code, but you don't know the secret that I hid in the design diagram. Silly. Xiao Ran's words solved everyone's doubts. So it's like this. Cow. The reporters used their hand speed of being single for more than 30 years to press the shutter frantically at Xiao Ran and Nikawa. Xiao Ran posed all sorts of cool and handsome poses for the camera with a look of enjoyment. And Hinagawa, having his ugly face exposed for stealing the technology, died in place from embarrassment under the focus of the many reporters' flashing lights. May I ask Mr. Nikawa, what is your explanation for the matter of stealing the chip technology from the Dragonlight mobile phone company? Mr. Nikawa, may I ask if Mr. Xiang is really the person you planted in Dragonlight Mobile? Mr. Nikawa, will this matter have an impact on the family's other industries? Facing the reporter's questions, Nikawa's gaze was dull and he didn't know how to answer. It was at this moment that the door to the banquet hall opened. A group of people in uniform walked in with big strides. There were police, industry and commerce, tax, even people from the electricity bureau came. The policeman also had a bright silver bracelet around his waist. Their appearance made everything at the scene start to be full of suspense again. What's the situation? What are they here for? Rumor has it that Xiao Ran had been taken away by the industry and commerce for investigation. Could it be that they are here to arrest him this time? Didn't he not steal the technology? What's going on? Could it be selling goods at low prices? Unfair competition? But the power department came here. What does it mean? And their presence gave Hinagawa hope. Could it be that the previous report worked? Great. I'm still saved. Just when the crowd was surprised, the police officer who was leading the way walked straight towards Xiao Ran. It's going to be reversed again? No way. Don't play with the heartbeat. It's over. I saw the silver bracelet the cop was carrying. The hearts of the viewers who were watching the webcast were in their throats as they held their breath, not daring to watch the scene that happened next. Hello Mr. Xiao. The police officer leading the team stretched out a hand and shook Xiao Ran's. We received a report that someone here is stealing Longguang cell phone company's commercial technology, so we came to the scene and disturbed your press conference. Sorry. So it's like this. The crowd's hanging hearts finally relaxed. A few police officers directly walked over to Hinagawa Sakajutsu and Xiang Ming and put silver bracelets on them. I'm from the east. You're not qualified to arrest me. Hinagawa shivered, still making his last resistance. This is in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the law is violated, no one has the privilege. Take away. The police reprimanded in a stern voice. Hinagawa and Xiang Ming were shivering and were racked away by the police. After shaking hands with Xiao Ran, Old Gao of the Commerce and Industry Bureau also explained the purpose of his visit. Dragonlight cell phone has been recognized by us as a high-tech enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom. And today we are giving your enterprise $50 million of the Dragon Kingdom support funds for high-tech enterprises. Crap. Dick. What the hell? It's not an arrest but a gift package. The stage exploded. The viewers who were watching the live stream online also exploded. The number of people online in real time had exceeded 90 million. The backstage servers hummed and shivered. Boss, should we add a few more servers? The technician from Dragonlight's Internet Infrastructure Platform Department trembled as he saw the insanely high number of online people and asked, No need for that. We can accommodate 100 million viewers online at the same time. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. Your company belongs to a high-tech enterprise and is in line with the tax incentives and exemptions policy, so we can reduce the tax by 50%, up to 200 million per year. The person from the Tax Bureau also explained his intention. Mr. Xiao, I'm from the Water Affairs Bureau. According to the policy, we'll subsidize the company's future water expenses by 10 million per year. Mr. Xiao, I'm from the Electricity Bureau. We don't subsidize that much, but for the company's future electricity, it's free. 666. The light of technology of the Dragon Kingdom. Awesome. Longguang cell phone this wave. Directly take off. With practical support, Longguang X1. I want to buy 10 units. Wipe. Beasts. Right you guys? I'm watching the live broadcast, but you guys secretly ran to place an order. The number of people who watched the live broadcast drew up. 98 million. 99 million. 100 million. Boom. The server crashed due to overload. The live screen instantly went black. 404. Asterisk. When it comes to the critical time, I really want to hammer the webmaster to death along the network cable. Boss, we seem to be in trouble. The technician of the Internet Infrastructure Platform Department looked at the server that was already smoking due to the excessive load and said shakily, "Yeah, hurry up and fix it, the official website is running down, and the consultation phone number has been busted." Loaded success. Mission accomplished. Mission rating SSS, reward flight camera technology, remote-controlled camera, can fly out of the fuselage, can take aerial photos. Damn, this technology, so sci-fi, gain 2000 experience value. Upgraded to, Push King, experience bar is 100/10,000. Upgrade reward, flexible foldable screen technology. Foldable screen technology that can be folded at will without leaving a crease? F***CK. The system is sending a whole set of new cell phone technology to himself. Chapter 43, Hinagawa Saka is here. After the backend server of the Dragonlight cell phone company was repaired, orders came in like snowflakes. Some netizens tallied the sales figures. From the time the network was restored, in just 10 minutes, all 2 million units of Dragonlight X1 were sold out. The sales amounted to nearly 4 billion. In stark contrast to the Dragonlight cell phone was Soleil. The news of Soleil's theft of the Dragonlight chip technology and Nichikawa Sakamoto's being taken away by the police was all over the internet. The Soleil cell phone saw a huge wave of unsubscribes, and sales figures in the Dragon Kingdom were only in the single digits. When the stock market opened that day, all of the Hinokawa family's holdings fell. Conservative estimates. The Nikawa family lost $50 billion. Property shrinkage of 20%. Hinokawa Guzaka, who learned of his son's imprisonment, flew to the Dragon Kingdom without stopping. Nikawa Gansaka, known for his ruthlessness in the business world of the East. As a young man, Nikawa Gansaka was a member of the Triple Q Group, and started out as a flower seller and loan shark. After accumulating capital, he washed his hands of the business and started doing real estate and electronic processing. With Yakuza forces behind him, he grew bigger and became a tycoon in the top 10 of wealth in eastern Japan. Although he is 70 years old, his temper is still hot. Last time, his son told him that the Tokyo water-breaking ninjas had sabotaged his engagement. He directly asked his old buddies from the 3Qs group to step in and make broken water flow disappear from the world overnight. Even though the founder of Broken Water Current, Keiing Matsu ******A, had been his lover, he showed no mercy. This time, when he heard that his son, Nichikawa Sakajutsu, was put in the police station by a brat called Xiao Ran from the Dragon Kingdom, Nichikawa Gangsaka came in a hurry. 1. To save his son. 2. For giving revenge. At this time, in the office of the president of Soleil Corporation, Umegawa Ichiku stood bowed to the side, shivering, and Miyamoto Ichizawa was kneeling on the floor. An old man with a full head of white hair, a thin face, and a stern gaze was sitting with his back to them. This person was none other than Hinagawa Saka. Next to the old man stood a man with long hair covering his face wearing a samurai uniform and stepping on wooden clogs, and this man was none other than Kamida Taro, the number 1 ranked martial artist in the 3Qs group, nicknamed Kamida Ichideo. Rumor has it that when he fights, he never takes someone's life with a single slash. The person who made him make a second slash had yet to appear. Miyamoto, what did you promise me when you came to the Dragon Kingdom? The tone of the old man's words was cold, like a sharp knife piercing into Miyamoto Ichizawa's heart. To keep Chairman Sakatsuki safe, with my life, Miyamoto said, I will take care of your father. Your mission will be accomplished by Ichizawa. You know exactly what to do. Hinagawa Saka turned back and glared at Miyamoto Ichizawa, his eyes full of killing intent. When Miyamoto heard this, he instantly understood what Saka meant, and his heart was completely cold. He was a dead soldier of the 3QS group, and the mission he received must be completed. If the mission failed, he would have to cut himself. Although he didn't want to die, he looked at the long-haired man standing beside Saka and the katana flashing coldly at his waist. Miyamoto Ichizawa understood that he must die today. He bowed deeply to Hinagawa Saka. I'm counting on the chairman to take care of my father. After saying that, Miyamoto Ichizawa opened the window of the conference room and leapt down. A few seconds later, there came the dull and loud sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Seeing such a situation, Umegawa Ichiku was already shivering in fear. He kneeled and kowtowed to the ground one by one, begging for mercy. Chairman, don't kill me. Chairman, don't kill me. Hinagawa Saka walked over, squatted on the ground, and stroked Umegawa's head with his hand as if he was petting a dog. Umegawa, get up. Your father was my best brother. He died to save me back then. I won't kill you. Only after hearing this did Meichuan stop kowtowing and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Hinagawa Gangsaka helped Umegawa up and said in an icy tone. However, you assisted Saka, who was exclusively in charge of the operation of the Soleil cell phone company. Now that the company is in this situation, you have to hurry up and think of a way to turn things around. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the brothers underneath will want to kill you and I won't be able to stop them. Yumegawa heard the killing intent in Hinagawa Gangsaka's words, and cold sweat instantly seeped out from his back. Yes, Chairman, I will definitely find a way to change the situation, Hinagawa Gangsaka asked as he sat down and played with the Buddha bead necklace he wore on his hand. Did you get a clear picture of the young man who put Chairman Sakatsugu in the police station? I've got a clear picture. He's the only one left in his family. He's a student who only graduated from Kilowan University. He was previously unknown, but he's suddenly become very rich and powerful during this period of time. He knows how to make chips and cell phones, and he also has first-class ninjutsu. Even Miyamoto Ichizawa couldn't beat him. Yumegawa told Hinagawa Gangsaka the detailed information about Xiaoran. Ninjutsu? This made the long-haired man standing tall and cold next to him instantly become interested. He had already defeated the Eastern Kingdom and had no more enemies, and how lonely it was to be invincible. As soon as he heard that there was a ninjutsu expert in the Dragon Kingdom, it was as if he had seen his prey, and his eyes flashed with greed. Ido, don't be in a hurry to make a move. We've only just arrived and that kid died. It's hard for us to get rid of the suspicion, and the company's reputation will be affected. Hinagawa Gangsaka pressed down Miyagi Ichideo's strong wariness. He didn't want to cause trouble until he had taken care of his son and the company's affairs. Yumegawa, contact the heads of the Cold Kingdom's 7-Star Electronics and the Eagle Jam Kingdom's Fruit Company in the Dragon Kingdom, and tell them that I'm willing to make an alliance with them to slay dragons together. Nishikawa Gangsaka's fingers rattled his Buddha beads and said viciously, Chapter 44 The Cell Phone Trio Alliance. Soon, the 3 giants of the Eastern Kingdom of Soli, the 7 stars of the Cold Kingdom, and the fruits of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom formed an alliance. They shared all the technology between their companies, and blocked all technologies to the Dragon Kingdom's Dragonlight Cell Phone Company, with the purpose of working together to bring down the rising Dragonlight cell phone. Soleil took out the 3 nanometers chip technology stolen from the Dragonlight Cell Phone Company. Naturally, he also obtained the screen technology of 7-Star Electronics and the pixel technology of the Fruit cell phone. It was important to realize that 7-Star Electronics screen display technology was #1 in the world, and the Fruit water phone's pixel technology was also second to none. The 3 giant companies had even drawn out their elite R&D staff to get together, preparing to jointly develop a cell phone with the highest configuration and best performance in the world. Once this cell phone came out, they were confident that they could monopolize and divide the Dragon country's cell phone market. As soon as the news of the alliance of the 3 giants was released, the stock of Soleil stopped falling, and instead pulled up in a straight line to a halt. The same goes for the other companies controlled by the Nikawa family. All of them went up. This news also caused netizens to explode. No way. The 3 strongest cell phone companies in the world have allied. What alliance? It's actually a stranglehold. This is not giving the other cell phone companies a chance to live. Soleil's chip plus 7-star screen plus Fruit phone's pixels. The strongest cell phone in the world is about to be born. Looking forward to the first cell phone after their alliance. They're targeting our Longwang cell phone. Can't you see their conspiracy? What conspiracy and young conspiracy? I don't care. I'll buy whoever's product is good. Yes. What you want is good value for money. Soli Mobile is methodically developing new products. At the same time, Nishikawa Gangsaka hired a team of lawyers to exonerate Nishikawa Gangsaka specialist for the crime of infringing on trade secrets. Just what he didn't expect was that the police in the Dragon country had a very tough attitude. Even if he passed through the embassy in the Dragon country to negotiate with the police, but also to no avail. According to this trend, Nishikawa Sakai is sure to sit in jail. And the Dragonlight cell phone side also noticed the news of the Soleil 7 stars Fruit cell phone alliance. The visitor is not good. Obviously is rushing to the Dragonlight to come. Longwang was in a panic as if they were facing a big enemy, especially the R&D department's partners. Has our company's next new product been developed yet? No, Mr. Xiao did not give the task of research and development, only said that everyone should sleep and play during this time. Play? How can we still think of playing? Mr. Xiao is not unaware of the news of the Triple Alliance? No way. This news has blown up. He wouldn't not know. We need to find him and let him make up his mind. Don't look for it. He took Secretary Young to travel abroad. Still have the mind to travel. Really nervous. At this time, Xiaoran and Yang Mimi were on the airplane flying to East Ing country. Xiaoran, if you're not in the company, everyone will definitely be in chaos. Are you really sure you want to come to East Ing at this time to acquire this cell phone company which is on the verge of bankruptcy? Yang Mimi asked in disbelief. After all, the 3 giants had now formed an alliance and were ready to hang on to the Dragonlight cell phone company. It's good for everyone to be in chaos, just so we can paralyze them. Moreover, the main market of Soleil cell phone is in the Eastern Kingdom. Acquiring a local company in the Eastern Kingdom is the only way to take him by surprise and seize his market in the Eastern Kingdom. Xiaoran understood that Soleil's main capital was in the Eastern Kingdom, and if he didn't seize its market in the Eastern Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to completely crush Soleil. Therefore, he came in the name of traveling, and prepared to acquire Black Phantom, a cell phone factory on the verge of collapsing in Eastern Ing, and then use Black Phantom to release a new machine to seize the Soleil Company's market in Eastern Ing. This move is to steal the big capital of Soleil. There was a reason why Xiao Ran chose Black Phantom. Black Phantom cell phone company's boss Kazama Edgewood and Matsu ***** Huey Ing childhood sweethearts. The same teacher, from childhood to learn Tukio ninjutsu. Kazama Edgewood a love for his sister Matsu ***** Huey Ing. They both become bodyguards for Hinokawa Saka, who soon takes the hot Matsu ***** for himself. However, after the novelty wore off, Gansaka abandoned Matsu *****. She is then forced to start a ninja organization, the Broken Water Current Ninja Association, to assassinate Hinokawa. The Kazama side of the wood also left the Hinokawa family, founded the Black Phantom cell phone. Want to compete with the Soleil Company? Want to be able to take down the Soleil Company? To help his sister, Matsu ***** out of anger. However, he did not realize that Black Phantom Cellular was struggling to survive under the siege of Soleil for more than 10 years, and even his sister was killed. Kazama wants to sell the factory to avenge his sister's death. At this time, Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi are already on their way to the Black Phantom factory by car. At the bottom of Sakura Mountain, the road leading to the Black Phantom factory was deserted and depressed. A banner advertisement for the sale of the factory has been posted on the outside wall of the Black Magic factory. Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi explained their intentions and were quickly brought to the president's office by the old man guarding the door. In the chairman's office, a bald man of about 40 years old was drinking sake alone, and that man was Kazama Edgewood. After Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi explained the purpose of their visit, Kazama was influenced by the textbooks of the East. There was prejudice against the Dragon Kingdom. When he learned that Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi were from the Dragon Kingdom, he was a little surprised. You guys are from the Dragon Kingdom? Why do you want to buy my cell phone factory? You just make the bid. You don't need to know anything else, right? Yang Mimi said warily as she was worried that her intentions of acquisition would be discovered. Seeing Yang Mimi say this, Kazama Bienmu made a gesture of sending off his guests. You guys go. I'm not selling this factory to you. 400 million. Yang Mimi said. Kazama had externally quoted 200 million. Yang Mimi's price was clearly already higher than his offer. However, Kazama ignored it as he still waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. 500 million. Yang Mimi continued to bid. However, Feng Ma remained unmoved. 700 million. 1 billion. Kazama continued to drink with his sake in hand, looking like he was ignoring it. Just as Yang Mimi was about to continue raising the price, she was stopped by Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran walked up to Kazama and snatched Kazama's sake. Kazama stared at Xiao Ran dead in the face as he couldn't understand what Xiao Ran was trying to do. Mr. Kazama, I'll make a bid. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Kazama coldly grunted. Don't dream about it. I won't sell the company to the Dragon Kingdom people. Is that so? What if I can help you take down Soleil? Xiao Ran said nonchalantly. What? Take down Soleil Corporation? Kazama was clearly interested, his tone full of excitement mixed with a hint of skepticism. Yes, bringing down the Soleil Corporation. Isn't that what you wish for? Chapter 45, Fake Drama. With 100 million, Xiao Ran was able to successfully acquire Black Phantom. Kazama originally didn't want a single penny, as long as he could bring down Soleil and defeat Hinokawa Guzaka. However, for the sake of the smooth transfer of equity, Xiao Ran still gave Kazama 100 million according to the market price. On the surface, with Kazama continuing to be the owner of the company, in reality, Dragonlight owned 100% of Black Phantom's equity. What should we do after the acquisition? This side has to be watched by someone. It can't all be handed over to the people from the east to take care of it. Yang Mimi asked. After all, in order to take down Soleil in the mainland of eastern Japan, some of the core technology of Dragonlight had to be shared with Black Charm. That's of course. I've already thought of a suitable candidate. Who? Feng Ji. Feng Ji was Xiao Ran's classmate, one of Xiao Ran's few friends at school. He was self-taught due to years of watching Eastern Japanese romantic action movies, and spoke fluent Eastern Japanese. For example, Flax Get, Iku Iku and so on. In particular, he has been longing for the heroines of the many EGMs in the East for a long time. Having him come to Eastern Japan couldn't be more appropriate. After coming out from the Black Phantom cell phone company, Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi took a car to arrive at the Dongjing Hotel. Hello, please check in for us. Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi handed their ID cards to the front desk lady. The front desk lady, Mei Nai, took the ID card and a flash of surprise and ecstasy flashed across her face. This flash of expression was clearly seen by Xiao Ran. Looking more closely at the receptionist, 3 black spots loomed on her arm. Miyamoto Ichizawa and those small nuisances under Hinagawa all had such marks on their arms. If there was no mistake, these 3 black dots were the symbols of the Triple Q group. Okay, sir, how many rooms? The receptionist, Mina, asked. 1 room, Xiao Ran said. 1 room? Yang Mimi looked at Xiao Ran with wide eyes. Xiao Ran quietly pointed his finger at the receptionist. Yang Mimi was still confused. Xiao Ran even got the better of him and wrapped Yang Mimi in his arms. You? Yang Mimi questioned her tone, but her body was honest and leaned into Xiao Ran's arms. Xiao Ran made a shushing motion towards her. Sir, your ID and room card. Front desk lady Mei Nai respectfully handed Xiao Ran her ID and room card. Wait. Xiao Ran's eyes stared at the front desk lady. Sir, what else? The front desk lady was a little nervous. Help me get a box. Helmet. Xiao Ran looked at the avoidance of Donald's, latex, and clear condoms on the container behind the front desk lady. Yang Mimi was ashamed. You. The receptionist lady had a bad smile on her face and picked up a box of helmets labeled with a 12 centimeters size. This is what we people in the East like to use. It has a light fragrance. Xiao Ran waved his hand repeatedly. No, 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 too small. Want that one. Xiao Ran pointed to the biggest box, which was labeled with the size, 20 cm. Manai was so surprised that her nostrils opened wide. It wasn't until he entered the room that Xiao Ran let go of his arm around Yang Mimi. What's the situation? Yang Mimi asked somewhat angrily. We're in a den of thieves. Just now the front desk lady downstairs is from the Triple Q group. I suspect that this hotel is owned by the Nichikawa family. Xiao Ran stated his judgment. Yang Mimi checked on the internet, and sure enough, Winter Capital Hotel. The Nikawa family accounted for 51% of the shares. What does that have to do with us getting a room? Yang Mimi still suspected that Xiao Ran had bad intentions. You remember what I brought you out for? Xiao Ran asked. It's to create the illusion that we're going out on a trip and paralyze Nikawa. Yang Mimi has a simple face. Then male and female friends go out and travel to live in a hotel and not live in one. Isn't that making people suspicious? Xiao Ran looked at the innocent-faced Yang Mimi and asked rhetorically. Oh, that makes sense. Yang Mimi suddenly realized. Then she shook her head repeatedly as if she had discovered something wrong. Nope, living in one room. This reason makes sense. But, what are you doing with the helmet? Yang Mimi suddenly realized something bad. You bad guy. Go take a shower and wash away the messy thoughts in your head. Yang Mimi waved her pink fist and hammered on Xiao Ran's chest. Originally I was just trying to make the play look more like. Since you're looking at me like this, then I'll fake the play and be bad for you. Xiao Ran pulled Yang Mimi into his arms and couldn't help but put his mouth on it. Yang Mimi only felt her brain go blank. Xiao Ran picked up Yang Mimi. Bed, windowsill, bathroom, various places suitable for exercise have left the sweat of exercise. At this time, the receptionist, Mina, was pressing her ear to the door of the room, listening to the movement inside. There was indeed a long-lasting sound coming from inside. Hearing it made her a little short of breath. She heard other sisters say that Dragon Kingdom men were stronger than Eastern Japan men. And today, she heard it. She also wanted to try it. Back at the front desk, Mina blushed scarlet as she calmed her fluttering, wildly beating heart and dialed the phone. Team leader, Chairman Hinagawa's nemesis, Xiao Ran, has arrived in the Eastern Kingdom, and now he's staying at the Winter Capital Hotel. Nanny, Shaga, no wonder the chairman couldn't find him everywhere. Who is he with? With a woman called Nini Young. Mei Nai recalled the information about Xiao Ran's duo's stay, and she actually felt a bit envious and jealous of Yang Nini. Looks like he really went on vacation. Pay close attention to his every move. Don't spare any details. Hi. Chapter 46, Mob Hunt Order. It finally stopped. Yang Nini was sweating profusely, so tired that she was about to collapse. The 2 knees even had black bruises already. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, couldn't get enough of it. After all, he was a 100-point physique. It hurts. I can't. Yang Mimi was exhausted and waved her hands repeatedly begging to be let go. Come again. Don't. There was another bout of flopping. At this time, in the next room, Miney was listening to the action in Xiao Ran's room by pressing herself against the wall. According to Chairman Nikawa's instructions, she had to closely monitor Xiao Ran's every move. Hearing the movement next door, Miney revealed a look of astonishment and envy. Still coming? The tigers and leopards of the 3Q's Dark Action team were squatting in the van outside the Winter Capital Hotel, waiting for the target of their hunt to appear. The Dark Action Group is the elite team of the 3QS group that carries out assassination missions. The last time they received an assassination order, they wiped out the famous Broken Current Ninja Club from the world in just one night. The Tiger and Leopard duo is the elite of the elite. Had 2 killed a gangster gang, since then it is named Tiger and Leopard Brother. Jianghu called Tiger and Leopard duo. This time, received another assassination order, or the highest level SSS urgent. The target is a young man who came to travel. In order to get rid of the suspicion, the higher-ups requested that the assassination should not be carried out in their own hotel, and the assassination should be disguised as an accident. So they waited for the opportunity to move in the big van outside the hotel. As long as Xiao Ran appeared, they will drive the big truck to kill him accidentally. Only to their surprise, Xiao Ran never came out. Brother Tiger, when exactly do we have to wait? The little brother was obviously a little impatient. Wait, they haven't come out since they went in at noon. What are they doing at the hotel? Manai has been listening in, said it has been in motion. Exercise? Men and women exercising? All the time? Aha. Panther brother silently looked at his watch. It was already 4 p.m. His face gradually twisted and oozed cynicism towards his kind. Big brother, I can't stand it anymore. Let me go in and chop him up with a knife. Idiot. The president gave special instructions that people can't die in his territory, and it has to be faked as an accident. But where did you find that piece of car? There's no air conditioning. We'll get heatstroke if we wait any longer. Damn, I thought he was fast. Who knew it would take so long? At nightfall, two couple-looking youngsters walked out of the hotel holding hands. The boy was tall and handsome, and the girl had a scarlet and shy face. These two were none other than Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi. Calling Mighty Tiger. Calling Mighty Tiger. The target has left the hotel. Manai called on the intercom. However, the other party did not answer. Calling Mighty Tiger. Calling Mighty Tiger. The target has left the hotel. Still no response. Manai could only watch Xiao Ran leave the hotel with Yang Mimi. These two guys, known as the best assassins. What's going on? Miney left the hotel and found the van where the tiger and leopard twins were. I say, what's wrong with you guys? Miney knocked on the van door and questioned loudly. However, there was no response. Miney climbed into the driver's side and noticed through the door window. The two douchebags were rolling their eyes, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing in the cab. The one who was known as the strongest assassin of the 3QS group had actually suffered from heatstroke while carrying out an assassination mission? Mina had no choice but to report the situation to her superiors. Hinagawa Saka was so angry that he wailed into the phone when he was informed of the situation. No matter what, use all your power and don't let that kid leave Eastern Japan. Hi. That night, the 3Q group issued a SSS-ranked pursuit order to all the Dongjing gangsters. Anyone who provided Xiao Ran's whereabouts would be rewarded $10 million. Anyone who kills Xiao Ran is rewarded $50 million. That night, all the members of the 3Q's team went out to search for Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi on the streets. Xiao Ran and Mimi Yang didn't even know it. At this time, they were having dinner in a Chinese restaurant, and the exercise they had just done had overdrawn too much physical strength. Just as Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi were immersed in the sweetness of feeding each other, a skinny Eastern Japanese man ran in. He was Dong Jiao Urkio, a punk from the third-rate gang club Suzuran. He had just received an order from his boss saying that he could collect $1 million if he found the bounty. So he went from house to house looking for someone. The target is breathing down his neck in the cafeteria, spilling dog food. Tojo was so happy that he stepped on dog right after he left the house. He rushed to inform his boss Fujino. Fujino was overjoyed when he heard about it. Ever since he was in high school, he vowed to join the dopest gang in Tokyo. So he beat up every boss with his bare hands and finally made it to the top of Suzuran High School. He fantasized that he could join the Triple Q gang by relying on his bad performance after high school. But who knows? The Triple Q gang actually set a recruiting threshold, not accepting anyone with less than a college degree. Gone are the days of running a gang by brute force. So Fujiwara and his high school buddies started the Suzuran gang. They struggled to make ends meet by stealing chickens and dogs. This time, the Triple Q team issued a kill order, and the target was actually found by him. If he completes the mission, he'll not only get the $50 million bounty, he'll probably be recruited into the 3Q's team. Realizing his dream, he must grasp this opportunity. Tell the brothers to bring their guys, join me, and hack away. After tonight, I want the name of the Suzuran gang to resonate throughout the East. Chapter 47, This Mob Can't Hang Out. Fujiwara, the man who had once dominated Suzuran High School by picking off the bosses of each grade by himself. This gang leader, who had dreamed of joining a gang, was particularly excited at this moment. He stood at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant with his many minions, as if he was standing at the crossroads of his life. The $50 million bounty was close at hand. The entrance ticket to the 3QS group was right in front of them. At this moment, both Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi noticed the blackened group of people outside the restaurant. It was just that they didn't know that this group of people were rushing towards them. Boss, it's them. Tojo led the crowd into the restaurant and pointed at Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi who were eating. Boo. Fujiwara sat down next to Xiao Ran without saying a word and slammed the steel pipe in his hand heavily on the dining table. You are Xiao Ran? Fujiwara carefully sized up Xiao Ran, somewhat incredulous. The SSS hunting order issued by the 3Q group overnight. The one to be hunted down was actually a handsome-looking young man. This young man was gentle and looked like he didn't know how to fight. This $50 million is too good to earn. Xiaoran could see that this person came to this bad, associated with the Hotel Manhwa. The heart guessed 8 or 9 points. These people are here to find trouble. So many of you are holding steel pipes. You are not here to eat, right? Xiaoran looked at Fujiwara, pondering a coping strategy in his mind. If he was the only one, he could completely handle these people. Only, now that Nini Yang was also there, it was difficult to retreat in one piece. That's right, someone spent $50 million to buy your life. You kid, be sensible, I can let your girlfriend go, otherwise. Fujiwara's eyes showed ferocious light, looking at young Mimi who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, threateningly made a neck-wiping movement. The minions behind Fujiwara also surrounded ferociously. Even the air was filled with a sense of oppression. As long as Xiaoran dared to say the word no, the next second, there would be 2 more corpses here. Xiaoran understood that this must be the Hinokawa family's ghost. Young Mimi had already turned white with fear. He looked at Xiaoran in shock, not knowing what to do. Xiaoran was harboring a fire in his heart, but considering Yang Nini's safety, he forced himself to hold back his anger and said to Fujiwara, "No problem, you guys let her go, I'll go with you." "Xiaoran, don't you go with them." Yang Nini was terrified. She knew that Xiaoran was bound to die if he went with them. She bitterly begged Fujiwara, "You guys want money, right? I'll give it to you. Don't kill him." Fujiwara looked at the begging young Mimi with a sneer. 3Q Group's SSS level pursuit order. Whoever dares to disobey is an enemy of 3Q Group. He would not be stupid enough to give up his life for money. You hurry up and leave. This is not a problem that money can solve anymore. Remember, don't come to East Japan if you are fine. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Fujiwara's minions pulled Xiaoran's arm and shoved him outside the store. They were going to find a place in the middle of nowhere and make Xiaoran completely disappear from this world. "Xiaoran!" Yang Nini desperately pushed her way through the crowd and tried to pull Xiaoran back, but she was toppled to the ground by Fujiwara's little brother Tojo. This scene was etched in Xiaoran's heart, and he secretly vowed that he would make him pay him back 100 times over later. "You hurry back home. Don't worry, I'll be fine," Xiaoran comforted. As long as Yang Nini was safe, he could naturally retreat in one piece. Fujiwara's minions pushed and shoved Xiaoran, taking Xiaoran onto an old van. In a puff of smoke, it drove towards the North Sea. The beach in Hokkaido was deserted. Fujiwara lit a cigarette and pointed at the sea. Xiao sang, "Jump in yourself. Be decent." Xiaoran looked at the surroundings. It was far from the city. A person who went missing or drowned in the sea here wouldn't be found for 10 days and half a month. Likewise, dozens of people would go missing here and no one would notice. Xiaoran looked at Fujiwara and about 40 or so minions behind him, and his tone was icy cold. "What if I say no?" Hearing this, Fujiwara was a bit surprised. If it was anyone else, they would definitely kneel down and beg for forgiveness at the end of their lives. But this young man asked such a strange question, and even used a questioning tone. He was still pretending to be a bully at the end of his life? Fujiwara threw down the cigarette in his hand and stomped it out. It's stupid for a dying man to say such things. On the verge of death, you should kneel down and beg me. Perhaps, I will look at the $50 million and leave you a whole body. The minions behind Fujiwara also started laughing out loud, mocking Xiaoran's stupidity. Xiaoran paid no attention to their mockery. "I'll give you guys 2 choices, one-on-one or together? Let me add a clarification. Single combat means I pick all of you, and going together means you all let your horses go together." The crowd was amused by Xiaoran's insouciant words and jumped into action. "Ha ha ha, poor Dragon Nation. Still forcing himself to act like a bully when he's dead. Boss, let me go. I promise to beat the out of him. Let me do it. Look at my muscles. One punch and done." And when Tojo Urkio heard Xiaoran's pussy-filled words, he couldn't hold back then. He picked up a steel pipe and walked over, waved his hand and hit Xiaoran. "I told you to pretend." Ka, swish, boom. Xiaoran dodged Tojo's steel pipe with a speed that was difficult for the naked eye of the crowd to observe. He struck again one after another, using the lightning 5 consecutive whips. After 3 crisp sounds, Tojo's arm was twisted and broken, and he collapsed on the beach, rolling around in pain. So fast. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that they would be the next to have their arms twisted off. Fujiwara was also secretly surprised, so he had underestimated this young man. The reward of $50 million seemed to match this young man's battle prowess. Xiaoran clasped his hands with 10 fingers and moved his joints. "Let's go together. One by one is too much of a waste of time." Seeing Xiaoran acting like this, the crowd no longer had their previous mockery and got serious. Is our Suzuran gang not to be underestimated? Fujiwara swung a fist towards Xiaoran's head. The wind of the fist vibrated with a swish. However, Xiaoran easily dodged it. This punch was conservatively estimated to have the force of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. If he couldn't dodge in time, his head would be directly crushed. The crowd saw that the boss Fujiwara had made a move, and all of them started to beat up Xiao Ran with steel pipes around him. Just Xiao Ran's speed was too fast. His body moved quickly, turning into a stump, weaving back and forth in the crowd, while dodging the attacks of Fujiwara and the others. He also gave a fatal blow. Ka, 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 ah. Not long after, the people on Fujiwara's side fell one after another. The ground was already filled with Suzuran Club juniors who were moaning in pain. Fujiwara was also bruised and swollen and collapsed in the crowd. Xiao Ran's punches hurt too much, and they were all slaps to the face. If he wasn't the leader of the Suzuran gang, he would have faked fainting and collapsed long ago. Fujiwara peeked at Xiao Ran from the ground and he still looked relaxed. With a 100-point physique, this level of fighting exercise could only be considered a warm-up exercise for Xiao Ran. Scratch that. What kind of pervert is this? The Suzuran gang is at least a gangster, right? More than 50 to fight one. Still not win. This Yakuza cannot mix. Chapter 48, Campaign Noise Nuisance. Terra Nova, a small country, surrounded by sea on all sides. The special geographic location has bred the fierce and aggressive people of the East Japan. In people's character, Xiao Ran is aware of. Just like a mad dog, it bites you. You forgive it, but it thinks you are weak and does not see you. Only when it is scared will it fear you and respect you. This Suzuran gang meeting was just the beginning. If we don't beat them into submission, there will still be a steady stream of mad dogs coming out behind us. Therefore, for the Suzuran gang, Xiao Ran wasn't polite. Line up and kneel. Xiao Ran commanded the crowd on the beach to hold their heads and neatly line up in a square. Although the Suzuran gang's spiritual boy had a million reluctances in his heart, he was afraid of Xiao Ran's slap. His slap on the face. Slap. It was almost like a shovel slapping on the face. The Suzuran gang's boys lined up in square formation. Come on, say it with me. Hinagawa Guzaka is a big dumbass. Hinagawa Saka is a big douche. The voice is too low. Louder. Hinagawa Saka is a big dumbass. Xiao Ran took a cell phone and filmed the scene. Remember, do as I say, or I will publicize this video on the internet. The consequences, you guys know it well. Hey, I'll say we've thrown you into the sea to feed the fish. The spirit boys of the Suzuran gang nodded their heads in succession. They had no choice if the video went public. Hinagawa Saka wouldn't let the people who cursed him see the sun rise tomorrow. After dealing with the Suzuran gang, Xiao Ran came to the airport to meet up with Nini Yang. The moment she saw Xiao Ran, Yang Mimi directly flew to her. Xiao Ran. Yang Mimi burst into tears and rushed to Xiao Ran. She jumped up high. She hugged Xiao Ran's head with both hands. Her feet clamped onto Xiao Ran's legs. This jump was obviously a high jump. So much so that Xiao Ran could only breathe hard in the crevice. Mimi, you make me unable to breathe. Young Mimi thought it was a meaty love story. She lay down behind Xiao Ran's head and responded sweetly. So bad. People are worried sick about you. Totally not noticing Xiao Ran's hands fluttering madly due to lack of oxygen. Fly back to Yaoan overnight. In order to hide his tracks, Xiao Ran brought Yang Mimi to his own home. After all, Yang Mimi's home is located in the Hanhai Arts Villa that is crowded, and there are paparazzi there for a long time to take pictures of the stars. It's easy to expose your whereabouts. Yang Mimi thought Xiao Ran simply wanted to do shy things with her. A shy face. What for? You want to hide a golden house? Xiao Ran. Walking to the door. The light was on inside the house. Looks like she is still awake. Xiao Ran knocked on the door. The door opened. Open the door is Su Yun. A close-fitting pajamas set off her proud white rabbit will be her body exposed. Xiao Ran's heart called out careless, forgetting that Su Yun is a pajama maniac. Every time the night appeared, is a let-a-person blood-spurting pajamas. This scene will naturally cause women's jealousy and suspicion. Yang Nini was stunned. The shyness on her face directly transformed into anger. One hand forcefully pinched Xiao Ran's arm. You, the golden house is hiding a woman. Ah! Xiao Ran screamed in pain and broke free from Yang Nini's clutches. This little ninja strength is really big. How come she didn't have so much strength when she resisted in the hotel? As soon as Su Yun saw this scene, she guessed 7 or 8 points and deliberately joked. Brat! Bring your girlfriend home without saying a word. Deserved it. Seeing Su Yun is such a reaction, Yang Nini was a bit puzzled. You are? Su Yun had a natural face. I'm big sister. Come in. Xiao Ran also reacted immediately. Quickly call big sister. Yang Nini spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Big sister. Sorry haha. At night, Su Yun silently turned off the surveillance of Xiao Ran's room. She had a premonition that it would be a bit noisy tonight. Sure enough, at this time, Xiao Ran had already fallen into a bitter ideological struggle. After experiencing the threat of life and death, Yang Nini understood more and more Xiao Ran's emotions towards himself. He could do anything for himself, even in the face of death threats from the gangsters. To Xiao Ran, who has been lost and found, she is ready to open her heart. Before opening her heart, she unbuttons it. Xiao Ran desperately used what little sanity was left in restraint. Xiaoran, what are you doing with your head tilted to the side? So tired. Sleep. Didn't you say that that level is just a warm-up? It'll disturb my sister later. Didn't you say that your sister is going out to work at night? Oh, I know. You know what? No way. Oh, you. Don't you know that men can't say no? You can. You on. Ah. Good. You don't regret it. A night of sleeplessness. Last night's commotion was too loud, so Soo-Yun didn't sleep well all night. With two panda eyes, Soo-Yun went out to buy breakfast. The breakfast store downstairs was filled with neighbors with panda eyes. Everyone was discussing the noise they heard last night. Did you guys hear any movement last night? Hey, don't mention it. It made noise all night. I don't know whose house it was. Such good stamina. You guys say it will not be the third floor that Xiaoran and that tenant. Did not expect the tenant screamed so loud. Oh. Hearing this, Soo-Yun's face immediately turned red, embarrassed to dig out a cellar out of the toes. This brat, the movement to make such a big misunderstanding. She herself had become the tenant who screamed so loudly in their mouths for no reason. She had a mouth to feed. Fortunately, she used to rest during the day and go out at night, and the neighbors over here saw less of her. She didn't know that the female tenant they were talking about was sitting with them at the moment, eating breakfast. Impossible. Xiaoran's body is weak. Whose house is that? So fierce. Bull ********. I don't believe it. You see my fitness coach, 40 minutes top day, making noise all night. Definitely not the sound of movement. I really heard that scream. What is it if it's not exercise? I guess it's that high school student on the third floor again. The last time I watched a movie at home and forgot to turn off the sound, the whole building heard it. And this time I guess it's him again. Yes, his father is still a senior intellectual, but it's a shame. At this time, a man wearing a school uniform walked into the breakfast store. His face was a bright red fingerprint, a face of aggression. An uncle next to him saw that this kid was exactly the high school student on the third floor and joked, "A small age does not learn. Watching pornography and beaten it. Last night to see the East Japan witch actress. Ah, how the voice has not heard." The kid looked aggrieved. "It's not me. I was studying at home last night. No reason to take the blame innocently. Was beaten by my father. I want to know who it is. I have to find him trouble." Soo-Yun pretended to be unaware of this. Her face flushed as she sat in the crowd eating noodles. The heart is hesitant. How to politely remind Xiaoran, so that they sport a smaller voice. Chapter 49. Xiaoran was killed. Good news. Good news. President. Good news. Yumegawa Ichiku ran to Hinagawa Sake's office with a face full of excitement. He jogged all the way over, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans were already oozing from his forehead. Chairman, the prototype we produced in conjunction with 7 stars and fruit has been successfully developed and has entered the testing stage. Mei Chuan's face was full of excitement. The successful development of the prototype this time was undoubtedly a great achievement. So as the vice president in charge of research and development, the first time the prototype was successful, he jogged all the way over and invited credit from Hinagawa Gangsaka. What he didn't expect was that after hearing the news, Hinokawa didn't show a hint of happiness. Hinagawa Gangsaka was closing his eyes, coiling the Buddha beads in his hand, and muttering something under his breath. Yumegawa Ichiku thought that Hinagawa didn't hear the news clearly and said the good news again. Chairman, the prototype has been successfully developed. This time we will definitely be able to defeat the dragon's cell phone. Hinagawa Gangsaka slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Alas, a duel without an opponent can only be called a massacre. How lonely invincibility is. Yumegawa Naiku did not understand the meaning of Hinagawa Gangsaka's words and was dumbfounded. At this moment, Kamida Taro, who was standing next to Hinagawa Gangsaka, spoke up. Last night, Xiaoran was already offered a bounty for assassination by the 3Q group. Yumegawa Ichiku was stunned. What? Xiaoran is dead? It turned out that Xiaoran had asked Fujiwara of the Suzuran gang to send the video of their kidnapping of himself to the 3Q group, and claimed that he had already thrown Xiaoran into the North Sea to feed the fish. So, last night, the Eastern Yakuza then sent a message to Nichikawa Gangsaka. Xiaoran had been killed. Yumegawa, you prepare well for the launch of this new machine. This time I want to make Soleil rule the Dragon Country's cell phone industry. Nichikawa Gangsaka eyes ferocious looking out the window. That is the great mountains and rivers of the Dragon Country. As if that is all in the palm of one's hand. On the outskirts of the countryside, the sound of CNC machine tools running issued from time to time within the dilapidated Pineapple cell phone factory. The good thing is, this place is remote and far away from the city. No one knows that this is actually the enemy of the birth of the first 3 nanometers photolithography machine in the Dragon Country. Since Dragon Mobile's Lu Huapeng knew that Xiaoran's lithography machine was hidden here, he arranged for the lithography machine to be pulled back to the Dragonlight R&D Center. Xiaoran used this place as a warehouse and pulled the eliminated CNC machine tools of Dragon Company here for scientific research. It was intended to slowly remodel the photolithography machine in the future to improve the precision of the chips. It is just that the Nikowa family has repeatedly struck out, and even spent money to invite gangsters to silence them in the East. Early one day to bring down the Nishikawa family, they will have a little more security. At this time, Xiao Ran was holding a cutting machine and carefully polishing the core components of the photolithography machine. He loaded the parts into the CNC machine, running the machine, holding his breath. ZZ, the CNC machine began to run, and several crystal-clear chips were spat out from the machine. Xiao Ran carefully placed the chips into the testing instrument. Then came the long and anxious wait. He had used all the knowledge he had before he traveled across the world. Whether it was a success or not depended on the final test result. Squeak! The test results spat out from the machine. Chip size 1 nanometer. Sound processing ability SSS grade. Graphics processing ability SSS grade. Signal processing ability SSS level. Chip heat dissipation ability SSS grade. 1 nanometer chip. 1 nanometer chip. It's a done deal. After solving the chip problem, Xiao Ran started to develop the cell phone again without stopping. He wanted to apply the cell phone fast charging technology and flying camera technology that the pretentious system rewarded him with to the cell phone. As long as the product was dopey enough, it would be able to beat the triumvirate alliance made up of Soleil, 7 Stars, and Fruit Mobile. And Dragonlight cell phone company's side was already in a mess. The world's top 3 cell phone companies were cooperating to prepare for a stranglehold on Longwang's cell phone company, and the product had entered the final testing stage. But at such a critical moment, Xiao Ran, the president of Longwang cell phone company, took his beautiful female secretary on a trip. Even if they were traveling, their cell phones were not working for the past few days, and the two of them were directly playing the game of disappearance. Bai Ting, is there any news from Mr. Xiao? Longwang cell phone company vice president Shi Jing asked anxiously. No, haven't been able to contact them. According to the trip plan, they should have come back yesterday morning, but there has been no sign of them. While speaking, Bai Ting dialed Xiao Ran's phone again. Still no answer. This made Shi Jing more and more anxious. Where have they gone this time? Soleil has already started doing pre-publicity for their new product. The joint stranglehold of the 3 giants was a foregone conclusion, and Longwang cell phone company could only do the fight of the trapped beast. The company was not under Xiao Ran's control, and now the company was in a mess, and if they didn't react, they would be plunged into doom. Where were they the last time you spoke to Mr. Xiao? Stone Mirror asked. Bai Ting paced anxiously in her office, recalling her last call with Xiao Ran. The last time I spoke was 2 days ago, when Mr. Xiao and Secretary Yan were in the East. Winter King, Dongjing? Should not. When Shi Jing listened to Winter King, an unsettling feeling surged to his heart. Mr. Sure, what's wrong with you? Bai Ting was a bit puzzled. Winter King is Nikawa's lair. I'm worried. That guy will be unfavorable to Xiao Ran. Bai Ting also started to worry. With the strength of the Hinagawa family, making 2 people disappear in Winter Capital was simply not too simple. If it really was the Nikawa family that had turned on Xiao Ran, then everything became reasonable. Thinking of this, Bai Ting was already in 6 minds. Mr. Sure, what then? Let's not scare ourselves first. I'll ask my friends in Dongjing to see if any criminal cases have occurred over there in the past few days. Stone Mirror forced himself to hold back his panic and began to ask all over the world about everything that happened over there in Winter King. Not long after, Stone Mirror, who was informed of the news, turned pale and cold sweat flowed down his face. He felt the sky spinning and fell headlong to the ground. Mr. Sure. Bai Ting rushed forward to help Shi Jing up, her face full of worry. Mr. Sure, what's wrong with you? Shi Jing's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down from his forehead non-stop. His face was full of panic and sadness, and his mouth kept repeating, "It's over, it's over." He had just asked his friend in East Japan about the recent criminal cases in Dongjing. His friend had learned some fragmented news through people who mixed with the Yakuza. A few days ago, Winter King's 3Q group issued a SSS-level pursuit order in the mob. The bounty was $50 million, and the target person was from the Dragon Kingdom. The kill order was only released for 1 day, and then disappeared from the bounty column. Either the kill order had been completed, or the employer had revoked the kill order. However, there had never been a precedent of the 3QS group revoking a kill order. All sorts of fragmented news indicated that Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi might have been assassinated by the 3Q group. Shi Jing looked forlorn and spoke his judgment to the anxious Bai Ting. Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi may have been killed. Chapter 50, New Product Launch. Inside the conference room of the Soleil Company, the R&D team was reporting to Hinagawa Kangsaka and the 7 Stars and Fruit Company's Dragon Country Regional President. Leaders, this Beyond Future S1 is equipped with today's most advanced 3 nanometers chip. The screen used is the latest 4K HD screen from the current 7 Stars company, the highest resolution cell phone in the world. The battery we use is also the latest ultra-large capacity battery developed by 7 Stars, reaching a terrifying 7000 mAh, increasing the total battery life of the phone to 24 hours. The rear camera, The main camera plus secondary camera pixels reached 80 million. Together with the fruit's unique pixel technology, it can reach a visual effect of 120 million. In addition, there is also the location of the front camera in the center of the screen. We also set up a black message box, which we call the spiritual bird. The black spirit bird not only covers the front camera's gouge hole, but also looks classy. After listening to the R&D staff's report, everyone was satisfied and was looking forward to the next competition with Longwang Cell Phone Company. Not bad. With such a big battery, you won't have to worry about running out of power even with a bigger screen. I'm very satisfied with all these configurations. My favorite is the HD camera. Because girls in Dragon Kingdom love taking pictures the most, this must have a great market. My favorite is the spirit bird design. Even though it's just a message box, as long as we claim to the public that it's made by a fruit designer, it'll surely be able to harvest the people of the Dragon Kingdom very well. Everyone had a word for each other, praising the new cell phone product that was about to come out. While the crowd was excitedly discussing it, Hinegawa Gangsaka, who had been sitting in the C-seat and remained silent, asked a question. What is the selling price of this product? It costs around 5,000, and we're going to synchronize the sale at 8,000 globally. Hinegawa Gangsaka shook his head, dismissing the pricing proposal. The Dragon Kingdom will start at 10,000, and other countries will sell it at 8,000. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. It's not appropriate, right? But don't forget that Dragon Country still has a strong rival like Dragonlight. Only Nichikawa Gangsaka had a calm face. Only he knew that Xiao Ran had already been killed off and could no longer pose a threat to him. In his eyes, without Xiao Ran's Longwang Cell Phone Company, it is a lamb to be slaughtered. Nichikawa Gangsaka's tone was icy cold, and his words were filled with an unquestionable flavor. We make high-end cell phones. The dragon people who can't even get $10,000 don't deserve to buy our cell phones. It's settled. 5 days later, release the new phone and sell it globally synchronously. On the internet, on the subway, on bus stops. Various conspicuous advertising spaces in the city were covered with publicity for the joint launch of the Beyond Future S1 new product conference by the three giant companies. Even the three-dimensional wall of the public restroom opposite Xiao Ran's house has a huge propaganda poster hanging on it. It seems that this time, in order to crush Longwang Mobile Phone Company and swallow the cell phone market of Longwa, Nikawa has put down blood money. Looking at the giant advertisements across the street, Yang Nimi was full of worry. The company is in a mess. Are you sure you don't want to go back and take charge of the situation? Xiao Ran looked confident. Chaos is good, so that Nichikawa will relax his vigilance. Yang Nini was still a little worried that Xiao Ran's plan of borrowing the Winter Capital Black Phantom cell phone to bring down the Hinokawa family was too risky. How much certainty do you have? Xiao Ran looked at Yang Nini's big white rabbit in front of her chest, and her body was a burst of heat. 10 points grasp. Yang Nini was stunned as she turned her head to look at Xiao Ran. Really have 10% certainty? Xiao Ran looked at Yang Nini's big white rabbit that swayed as her body turned Bu Spirit. Her hands felt inexplicably empty, always wanting to grab something. Xiao Ran stared at Yang Nini and gulped straight. More than 10%. Yang Nini realized that Xiao Ran's gaze originally fell on her own chest, and her face rubbed red. She clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Xiao Ran, who approached step by step. You don't come over. Late at night, a high school student angrily pushed open the window and shouted at the sky. Who the hell is it? Hurry up, okay? Can't you stop? Hall 1 of the Galaxy Hotel was filled with media reporters from all over the world, because here is about to hold a new cell phone live conference. The new product, Beyond Future S1, developed by the alliance of the three giants, Soli, 7 Stars, and Fruit Cell Phone, was in the limelight. Everyone is full of expectations for the new product jointly developed by the three giants. The network has also opened a synchronized live broadcast. In everyone's opinion, this new product conference was completely directed at Dragonlight Mobile Phone Company. This conference largely determined whether or not Longwang Mobile Phone Company could survive. Longwang G cackle. The three giants are jointly strangled. Not an inch of grass will survive. Don't be discouraged. Longwang has an independently developed chip. It has the absolute right to speak. Are you thinking of eating farts? What's the point of just having a chip? Yeah, all the technology is blocked. Not to mention cell phones, even cell phone models can't be built. No wonder there's no news about Longwang's cell phone lately. It seems that it knows to keep a low profile. Hey, this conference has sounded the death knell for Longwang's cell phone companies. At this time, in the conference room of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company, all the executives were watching the webcast of the Beyond Future S1 conference. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room had soared to 50 million people, looking at the pop-up screens full of netizens, one-sidedly all singing the praises of Dragonlight Mobile. Stone Mirror's face was like ashes. Ever since he had pried into the news of Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi's possible murder from the Eastern Ing underworld, the chairman of the Dragon Group, Yang Bo, had been hospitalized due to excessive grief, and the company had been thrown into disarray. The company was in a state of panic. The new products developed are weak to dregs in front of the triumvirates, beyond the future S1, and cannot be held at all. Stone Mirror called executives to watch the new product launch of the Triumvirate Alliance, just to know where the gap is. Even if he dies, he will die to understand. The launch event has begun. On the stage, the product manager Miss, a short dress, revealing white long legs, look at the live broadcast of the social animals nosebleed, calling out crouching. However, what surprised everyone more was the new machine, S1, 3 nanometers chip, 4K HD screen, 7000 mAh mega battery, 120 million 20 megapixels, Spirit Bird, priced at $9,999. When the product manager said the product's configuration parameters as if he were counting, the launch site directly exploded. Even though I'm from the Dragon Kingdom, I'm still moved when this machine is placed in front of me. I'm a fruit control. Lingdong Bird designed it. Isn't the Lingdong Bird a copy of the atomic bomb screen design of the Dragon Country V cell phone? Is it worth blowing on your side? You must be the water army sent by Longwang's cell phone. Shut up if you don't know how to appreciate it. Where can you find a cell phone that can compete with S1? Hey, the Longwang cell phone X1 in my hand instantly doesn't smell good. The price of $9,999. A little high, but the three giant alliance of the world's work, worth this price. Alas, if the Dragonlight cell phone can't break through the technological blockade, it will be cool in the future. Nichikawa Gangzaka looked at the fiery scene, looked at the netizens on the network who were rushing to the scene, and revealed a gloomy smile. Against the Hinokawa family, there is only a dead end. Only, no one would have thought that. In Dongjing, another cell phone launch has just begun. Chapter 51, Live Broadcast Eating Shang. Dongjing, in the Black Phantom cell phone factory, Fang Ji is wearing a pair of panda eyes at the scene of the press conference. Xiao Ran, this brat, said that he would let Ying Dongjing to learn Ying language with Ozawa Ma, Ohashi, and other beauties. For the ya no iku iku, he still has a lot of pronunciation problems, want to ask for advice in person. But when he was excited to run over, Xiao Ran threw himself a cell phone factory, but also let himself be the president of the factory. The good thing is, on the factory assembly line, there are a group of eastern mushrooms, still quite watery. I thought it was easy to be the president. Just listen to the PPT report and look at the girls. Who would have thought that Xiao Ran could not help but ship over a few boats of chips and raw materials for cell phones? Let yourself according to the design plan to build 5 million units of cell phones. Good thing. These days All Night finally built it. Now ready to hold a new phone launch. Although some publicity work had been done before the conference, but Black Phantom was originally a small cell phone company, and even more laborious publicity did not cause much of a reaction. The scene that could accommodate 5,000 people, sparsely sat dozens of people. Looking at the cold scene, Fang Ji muttered straight in his heart, F***CK. I don't know who to sell so many cell phones to. The launch site at the Kiln Bay Hotel was still in full swing. Real-time data showed that more than 1 million people had already ordered the new S1, the new phone jointly released by the three giants. Sales have already exceeded $10 billion. Watching the live broadcast of the Soli Corporation's spectacle, the executives of Longwang Cell Phone Company were silent. Instead of silence, it was more like despair. The configuration and parameters of the S1 alone were indeed beyond the reach of Longwang Mobile. Someone had already begun to propose that the company transform or shift the company's strategy. Now that the cell phone ceilings have united to block us, and Mr. Xiao is away, I suggest we transform in the future. Stop making cell phones, let's build cars. I also agree with the transformation. Didn't Mr. Xiao develop a 3 nanometers photolithography machine? I think we'll specialize in selling chips in the future and be the upstream supplier of cell phones. Anyway, the last X1 also made a lot of money. I think this money should go to sell some land. I think real estate profits are higher than cell phones. Transition to real estate is also good. I also agree. You can't smash money into chips and R&D. That's a bottomless pit. After listening to everyone's opinions, Shi Jingjing's heart was in turmoil. Xiao Ran gave the company to himself to take care of when he left, and it was only for how long that the company went from being the top one in the industry to what it is now, falling apart. But what everyone said is also reasonable. In the end, Longwang Cell Phone Company can rise in a short period of time, is not because Xiao Ran alone man-made chip, but also got 100 million pixels. But now Xiao Ran has been killed. Without Xiao Ran, those weak cell phone technologies of Longwang Cell Phone Company could not fight against the three giants. Was there really no other choice? Shi Mirror leaned back in his seat somewhat helplessly, looking sad. How spirited he was when he stepped into Dragonlight Cell Phone Company together with Xiao Ran, and how miserable he was now, said to make the rise of Longwei technology. Now it seems, how pale and ridiculous. While everyone was at a loss, the door of the conference room was slowly pushed open. A white skin, beautiful, temperament superb beauty on the arm of a handsome and aggressive appearance of the young man walked in. The visitors were Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi. Xiao Ran appeared in front of everyone in a suit. Mr. Xiao Ran. Everyone instinctively stood up, overflowing with joy. They thought that Xiao Ran had been killed and would never come back, but now that he suddenly appeared without any warning, it really gave everyone a great surprise. Xiao Ran walked to the president's position and sat down, then looked at the frozen crowd. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get ready. Release the new machine, now. The crowd was even more surprised and looked at each other. What? New machine? Releasing a new model? There is no such thing as a new machine. Wasn't the R&D department's prototype rejected? Xiao Ran calmly called off the crowd full of doubts. Yes, release the new machine, Dragonlight X2. Release it immediately. The official account of the Dragonlight cell phone company, without warning, began to broadcast live on the internet. The title of the live broadcast was actually, New Machine X2 Launch? Due to the big sale of the last product X1, Dragonlight Mobile had been used for tens of millions of fans. Soon, Dragonlight Mobile's live broadcast caught the attention of some fans. This time, the product manager of X2 was Yang Mimi. After all, during this time, he and Xiao Ran had many in-depth exchanges. She knew the most about the performance of the product. Hello everyone, I'm the product manager of the Dragonlight X2 cell phone, and today I'm bringing you a Dragonlight cell phone X2 equipped with a 2nm chip. 2nm chip, 100 million pixels, 120W fast charging, flyable aerial camera. Every performance is a king bomb. At this moment, Wang Chang, a digital V with tens of millions of followers in the Dragon Kingdom, was broadcasting live, interpreting the new machine configurations of Soleil, 7 stars, and fruit for his fans and friends. He was full of praise for this new machine jointly released by the three giants. Not bad, not bad. This new machine is, indeed, a sealing work from a cell phone sealing company. Bowsies, hurry up and get your hands on it. I guess if you're slow, you won't be able to grab it. Thank you Kilowan Ikuan Boss and Carnival. Welcome fans and friends to Link the Question about the phone. I must know everything. Do not ask the question of where is the future way out of Longwang's cell phone. This question is no longer meaningful. There is no doubt that the introduction of the S1 tonight, Longwang has cooled down. A fan friend asked me, said there is a cell phone can be released today with the Beyond the Future, S1 strength equivalent. I can only say that in front of the S1. Look at the world. I can fight or not. If I have to say, I can only say that it could be the next cell phone developed by the three giant companies. That's what I'm saying. Whoever can figure out a phone that's even more of a loser than the S1, I'll live stream it and eat it. At this time, some fans left messages on the pop-up screen. Longwang has released its new X2, with a configuration that's even dumber than the S1 of the big three. Prepare to eat Xiang. Unfortunately, there were too many people on the pop-up screen and Wang Chang didn't notice. Probably this fan dreamed of seeing Big V eat Xiang and swiped the pop-up screen over and over again. Longwang has released the new X2. The configuration is even dumber than the S1 of the big three. Prepare to eat Xiang. Longwang released the new Machine X2. The configuration is even dumber than the S1 of the big three. Prepare to eat. Finally, this pop-up caught the attention of other fans. Out of curiosity, some fans also went to the Dragonlight cell phone live broadcast room to take a look. It was great. At the launch site, Yang Mimi was demonstrating a flyable aerial camera. Just see a micro drone equipped with a camera pop up from the top of the cell phone. Along with the rotation of the propeller, that camera actually flew up in the air. Chapter 52, Garbage. Should stay in the garbage cans. Crap, there's actually a miniature drone hidden in the cell phone. This is a proper black technology. What do you call this? A cell phone? This technology doesn't dump the Soli S1 by 3 blocks? After the fans had seen the Longwang cell phone launch, they returned to Big V Wang Chang's live broadcasting room and left messages. Longwang released the new X2. The configuration is even dumber than the S1 of the big three. Prepare to eat Xiang. Such a meal operation down. More and more fans out of curiosity also went to see. Then, the pop-ups in Big V Wang Chang's live broadcast room all turned into unified text. Longwang has released the new X2. The configuration is even dumber than the S1 of the big three. Prepare to eat Xiang. Crap, what the hell? Is the amusement sound platform poisoned? How come the pop-ups have all changed the same? Posies, are they still there? Did I drop out? Oh, it didn't drop. What's going on with everyone's messages? Did Dragonlight release a new machine? I still say that. Longwang is cool. In front of the Beyond the Future S1, all other cell phones are garbage. None of them can fight. If there is one, I'll live stream it and eat it. Wait a minute. List of Big Brother Kilnbei Ikuan sent me a private message. I give everyone guys to see. Big Brother to me what said. Take a look together. Kilawan Ikuan said. Don't be blind pussy, Xiang has been prepared. Eat it while it's hot. I'll go. What's the situation? Let's go together to the Dragonlight live room to see. 2 minutes later, Big V Wang Chang realized that his words were too full. Dragonlight. This X2 is at least 10 years ahead of the technology of this era. Posy guys, I'm TM planted. The pop-up screen was clear of messages. Live streaming to eat Xiang. Wang Chang was a bit crumbled. I am a man. A mouthful of spittle and ale. Said the words as splashed out of the water. Tomorrow live. Eat Xiang. However, I'm worth eating this Xiang. I finally saw the rise of our Dragon Country enterprises. Baozi people, with me, go to the live broadcast of the Dragonlight cell phone company, no matter whether to buy or not, to support a scene. In the network infrastructure platform department of the Dragonlight cell phone company, the technicians were told that they had to add servers again. Boss, more servers to be added? We can already accommodate 150 million people online at the same time. Still adding? Add it, the leader said. Be quick, wait for fear of server crash. Crash a hair. Now our company is not popular. Add a ball server. Don't talk nonsense. You've forgotten the last server crash, right? Alas, I wish it would crash again. You also don't see if there is this popularity. What's going on? How come the number of people online is rising? Oh no, the server load alarm is up. Look at my mouth. Hurry up and get it done. Damn, this climax is coming too damn fast. The words are divided into two ends. At this time, Xiao Ran has come to the No. 1 hall of the Kilawan Hotel. Here the Triumvirate Alliance, Beyond the Future, S1 conference is nearing the end. Nichikawa Gangzaka was speaking on the stage as the representative of the Triumvirate. Thank you all, the S1, a product that gathers the most advanced technology and craftsmanship in the world today, is a rare work of art. I won't say it's ahead of this era, but I can say without exaggeration that in today's world, it represents the most cutting-edge technology. Thunderous applause rang out for this wonderful speech by Hinagawa Saka. After 3 or 5 seconds passed, the crowd stopped clapping. However, the venue was still sparsely resounding with unhurried applause. In the silent atmosphere, this untimely applause seemed especially contemptuous. Snap, snap, snap. A handsome-looking young man applauded while walking from the aisle, step by step, towards the release stage. The crowd under the stage was talking. This young man looks familiar. Isn't this Xiao Ran, the president of Dragonlight cell phone company? What is he doing here? It can't be that he's here to cause trouble. Who told him to go against the Hinokawa family? Nikawa also saw that the person coming was the very Xiao Ran that he had spent a lot of money to hunt down. The heart does not feel a shock. This kid is not already thrown into the sea to feed the fish. How will appear here? Rikawa coldly looked at the closer Xiao Ran. He did not know Xiao Ran came to what purpose, but he knew that it was definitely not as simple as coming to cause trouble. Mr. Nikawa, you just said that this phone is the most advanced one in the world, right? Xiao Ran walked onto the stage with a faint smile on his face and stared at Nikawa as he asked. Nikawa didn't know what Xiao Ran's purpose was for asking this, but he had absolute confidence in the positioning of the S1 cell phone. Yes, S1 is a product jointly developed by the world's top 3 cell phone companies. Of course it's the most advanced. Does Xiao Sang want to replace your Dragonlight cell phone? I can send you an S1. Xiao Ran knew the insinuation in Nikawa's words that Dragonlight was inferior to Soleil, but he didn't get angry. Instead he laughed out loud. Please trouble Mr. Hinagawa to introduce the configuration of the S1 phone. If it is really the most advanced phone in the world, maybe I can consider it. When Hinagawa heard this, he was overjoyed in his heart. It was just the right opportunity to take this to properly humiliate him, letting him know the gap between Dragonlight and Soleil. If I can make the president of Dragonlight give up his own product to become a user of Soleil, it would be my honor. Let me introduce the configuration of the S1, a cell phone, to Xiao Sang. Equipped with the smallest chip in the world today, only 3 nanometers, 4K high-definition screen from the Cold Country 7-star company, 7000 mAh large battery, 24 hours battery life, 80 megapixels, 120 million visual effects, fused with Fruit Company image algorithm, the finishing touch Spirit Bird, messages straight to the interface. Nichikawa was so proud of himself, loudly introducing one of the S1's selling points, when suddenly his words changed. The tone of his voice also directly changed from excited to gloomy. It's just a pity that the S1 is priced at 999 yuan in the Dragon Kingdom. I think that losers who are used to using low-end 999 yuan machines won't be able to afford to spend 999 yuan to buy this work of art. Xiao Sang, would you spend 999 yuan to bring it home? Nichikawa handed the S1 prototype to Xiao Ran, his eyes flashing with cunning, a look of eating him up. This question was ferocious and a trap for Xiao Ran. If Xiao Ran answered yes, it meant that Xiao Ran recognized the success of S1. If Xiao Ran answered won't, it would mean that Xiao Ran admitted that the Dragonlight cell phone is a low-end machine, and he is a loser who is used to using low-end machines. No matter how Xiao Ran answered, he would fall into the trap. The crowd under the stage also secretly admired Nikawa's cunning, waiting to see how Xiao Ran would make a fool of himself. Just what everyone didn't expect was that Xiao Ran took the phone, looked at it perfunctorily, and then was filled with disgust as he threw the S1 prototype into the trash can next to the venue like it was trash. Garbage. It should stay in the trash can. With this pile of broken brass, how dare you call it the world's most advanced cell phone? Chapter 53, Everyone Here is Trash. Xiao Ran threw the S1 jointly developed by the three giants into the trash can with a face full of disgust, and also mouthed the words that the S1 was garbage. Garbage? That is a product that brings together the world's three giants of the cell phone industry's bottom-of-the-barrel black technology. This kid actually said it was garbage. The crowd under the stage began to point at Xiao Ran, and some of the good ones even directly stood up and began to clamor at Xiao Ran. Garbage? If you have the ability, you can also build a bunch of garbage for me to see? Don't say grapes are sour when you can't eat them. How impolite. Is it so hard to recognize others' excellence? Your own company is blocked by technology. You can't build a good cell phone, so you come to make trouble. If you have the ability to show your own products. The rising and falling group ridicule triggered the pretending system in Xiao Ran's body, detected that the host is being despised. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Task release, show the new machine and pretend to be a pussy. Hit them hard in the face, the kind that swells up. Mission reward, rocket principle. What kind of reward is this? The rocket principle. What the hell? Big brother system. I really was just talking casually when I said I was building rockets and missiles before. Xiao Ran inwardly called out to the system, hoping for a different reward. However, the system didn't give a damn about him. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Ran was already being mocked by the crowd, it was the perfect time to fall on his sword and insult him. Hinagawa Gangsaka picked the S1 out of the trash can, gently wiped the dust off the phone with his hand, and asked conspiratorially, Xiao Sang, since you said that the S1 is garbage, then I would like to see what amazing product the Dragonlight cell phone company can build? Xiao Ran was not polite and snapped his fingers in the air. The door at the back of the release hall opened. A group of beautiful women in cheongsams walked in with a tray in one hand, and on the tray was none other than Longwang's new phone, the X2. They walked into the launch site in style, led by Bai Ting. The new machine in their hands was distributed to all the guests present. The guests' eyes all looked straight. What's this? Buying a cell phone and giving it to your wife? Using a beautiful woman to market? This is too much of a dog. What should we do? Why do I feel that the Dragonlight cell phone is not bad? Xiao Ran took out the new Dragonlight phone with a cool expression. Yes, I still say that the S1 is garbage. Hearing this, Li Daomin, the regional president of 7 Stars Dragon Kingdom, couldn't help himself and stood up then. Kid, if you have the guts to say that again. Xiao Ran hurriedly waved his hand when he saw this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not targeting anyone. What I mean is that the Soleil, 7 Stars, and fruit phones here are all trash. Li Daomin was furious and wanted to rush up to fight with Xiao Ran, but he was held down by Ayatmandage, the regional president of Fruits Dragon Country. Hold on, let's see how he blows first. Have confidence in our own products, okay? Only then did Li Daomin sit down again, waiting to see how Xiao Ran rounded off the scene. Xiao Ran took out the new Dragonlight X2 and started to introduce it. Dragonlight X2, equipped with the world's most advanced chip. The chip size is 2 nanometers. Upon this statement, everyone couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. Lean, crazy, the smallest chip today is only 3 nanometers. Even the Eagle Sauce country's military has only recently come up with a 3 nanometers chip out. A broken cell phone company really dare to blow. You said you can build the atomic bomb. I may believe. You actually said you can build 2 nanometers chips. You think I'm stupid? Don't talk nonsense. You want to be able to make 2 nanometers chips. I live eat shang. At this moment, the corners of Nikawa's mouth rose and he laughed out contemptuously. He remembered that it was only a month ago that Dragonlight cell phone company built a 3 nanometers chip. From 3 nanometers to 2 nanometers chips, although only 1 nanometer smaller, but the technical difficulty is tens of millions of times different. It was only a month later, and the 2 nanometers chip was built? How is that possible? This must be Xiao Ran's desperate marketing tactics. Hinagawa looked at Xiao Ran and pretended to be surprised. Xiao Sang, what did you just say? 2 nanometers chips? I didn't hear it wrong. Xiao Ran raised his cell phone and said loudly, that's right, it's the 2 nanometers chip. Hinagawa, as if he had caught Xiao Ran on something, gave a look to Yumegawa Achiko next to him. Go, push up our company's latest cell phone performance tester. Yumegawa understood and hurriedly pushed up the tester in the background. This was developed by Soleil, and could test the performance of cell phones, as well as the internal chips of cell phones. Yumegawa originally wanted to show the guests their cell phone performance data, But he didn't expect it to come in handy now. With a smug look on his face, Nikawa put the Dragonlight X2 cell phone into the tester, while sarcastically saying, "Xiao Sang, you wouldn't have dreamed that we prepared the tester on site, right? Ha ha." The guests on the stage started another round of group mockery towards Xiao Ran. "Silly, people have instruments. It's not good to brag about anything. Is building a chip something that can be joked about? I boldly predict a wave." Just now the performance score of the Seoul S1 is 1.2 million, Longwon should be 800,000, can't be more. After all, people are the three giants jointly developed. I also predict that the chip should still be the 3 nanometers chip that Longwon used before. Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the test results came out. The results were directly displayed on the big screen. The crowd instantly quieted down, all stunned. Hinagawa, who had his back to the screen, hadn't realized the severity of the problem and remained smug. "Let's take a look at the phone Xiao Sang brought us. What level is it? Performance score, 180,000 points? Ha ha ha." Someone on the stage reminded, "You're missing one digit." Hinagawa, "What? Wrong number? Let's see. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million? 1, 8 million? Absolutely impossible. It must be a mistake. There's absolutely no way a 3 nanometers chip could have 1.8 million points. It must be a mistake. Let's look at the chip data. 2 nanometers? Impossible. Impossible. No one can make a 2 nanometers chip. It must be a mistake." Nichikawa like a blow to the head, mouth reciting words, "Cannot believe that this is true." Xiao Ran looked at Hinakawa, who was like a lost dog, and said sarcastically, "Mr. Hinagawa, what's wrong with you? Where have you been? I haven't even started the introduction yet." 100 million pixels, also loaded with motion stabilization, 120W fast charging, 10 minutes to fill up, affordable price, $8.999, flyable aerial camera. Xiao Ran took out his cell phone and activated the cell phone aerial camera. "Look, an airplane." In the crowd's stunned gaze, a miniature drone equipped with a camera popped out of the top of Xiao Ran's cell phone, and that drone flew directly. The aerial camera flew in a circle around the hall and, taking a group photo of the guests who were stunned into two pussies in general, Hinakawa, who was down and out like a wild dog, and Xiao Ran, who had a cold face. Crap! The guests present took a long time to react from their dumbfounded state. 1,000 words turned into a single sentence of crap that resounded through the scene. Also shocked were the viewers who were watching the live broadcast of Solaris. Everyone put the S1 in their shopping carts into the dumpster, and flocked to the official website of Dragonlight Mobile to start frantically snapping up. Chapter 54, A Black Phantom Cell Phone Kills in the Middle of the Road. The scene exploded when they saw the camera that could fly. "It's so handsome, Mr. Xiao, the Dragon Kingdom's eternal light of technology. Forgive my ignorance, I apologize for my previous recklessness. Please Mr. Xiao, please don't forget my mistakes. That said, can you help me get 2 new X2 machines from the inside? Mr. Xiao, my parents have died since I was young, and now my wife is seriously ill. Her biggest wish is to be able to take selfies with the X2. Mr. Xiao, can you satisfy my wife's wish and help me get one of the new X2 machines? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shameless, you started to say you want to eat Xian live. How come your wife is seriously ill again? Mr. Xiao, don't pay attention to him. We can't be a man without a bottom line. By the way, internally get one for me. This is the first time I've ever begged. Can you bear to refuse? Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS, rank, push king, gained experience value 2000. Experience bar is 2100/10,000. Reward gained, rocket principle, reward gained, rocket principle. With the sound of the system beep in his head, a large wave of knowledge in the subjects of physics, astronomy, and math flooded into Xiao Ran's mind. For a moment, it made Xiao Ran's mind soar. When he absorbed this knowledge, it was a matter of time to build a rocket. Looking at the guests who had fallen into a frenzy, Nikawa understood that he had lost. He sat paralyzed on the chair at the release desk, looking at the scene that had become a gathering of Dragonlight Mobile's fans, and felt a pang of loss in his heart. He was not willing to do it, but what could he do? This Xiao Ran is simply a technological monster. 2 nanometers chip, he said that he built, although it was in line with science, but it was really outrageous. President, Mr. Chairman, MS. Yoshima called and said that she found a product that can beat the Dragonlight cell phone X2. Yumegawa Uchiko ran to Hinagawa's side and told him the good news. The Miss Yoshima in Yumegawa's mouth was Yumegawa's wife and a reporter for Winter Capital Technology Television, who was often invited to participate in all kinds of digital technology product launches. At this moment, Yoshima was at the site of the Black Phantom cell phone launch, the cell phone that Black Phantom was releasing, which also had fast charging, aerial cameras, and was also a foldable cell phone. used a chip that was actually a 1 nanometer chip ahead of the Dragonlight cell phone X2. Nishikawa followed Yoshima's live link and watched the live stream of the Black Phantom cell phone launch, and was instantly shocked out of his emoticons. Nani? Black Phantom phone? It's really a 1 nanometer chip. Nishikawa, like grabbing a lifesaver, came up with a vicious scheme. He wanted to lose both ways with Xiaoran. Since you made it impossible for me to sell my cell phone, I will also make it impossible for you to sell yours. Black Phantom cell phone Eastern Japan Enterprises. When the time comes, he will use his gangster power to acquire it and make it his own. Nikawa stood up and picked up the microphone. Everyone be quiet. The crowd instantly quieted down and looked at Nikawa curiously. Xiaoran also had a surprised look on his face. What other tricks did this Nikawa not use? Richwan signaled Meichuan to switch the screen of the launch site directly to the Black Phantom cell phone launch live. On the screen, the boss of Black Phantom cell phone was introducing the new Black Phantom H1. Everyone, our Black Phantom cell phone from the Eastern Kingdom uses a 1 nanometer chip, the same 120W fast charging, the same has an aerial camera, and it's a foldable phone. The price is only 7,999 yuan. It's much stronger than the Dragonlight X2, so everyone who likes it can head over and buy it. Hinagawa finished his speech and looked viciously at Xiaoran. As expected, the eyes of someone who wanted to knife someone could not be hidden. Xiaoran's face was furious, staring at Hinagawa with eyes that could spit out fire. Seeing Xiaoran like this, Hinagawa's heart actually developed a perverted pleasure. As expected, seeing the performance of the Black Phantom cell phone, the Dragonlight cell phone X2 also instantly did not smell good. The guests have paid attention to the Black Phantom cell phone, and the audience watching the live broadcast has also jumped to the Black Phantom cell phone live broadcast room to start frantically snatching it. Black Phantom? Such an awesome cell phone. Why haven't I heard of it? Wipe. Today is really too exciting. One is more than one against the heavens. To be able to build a 1 nanometer chip, this company's market capitalization is at least $500 billion. Brothers, the Black Phantom cell phone is fully stocked. Hurry up and place your order. Snipers and muscles are fighting for fishers. The Black Phantom cell phone is the biggest winner. The frantic viewers faded away from the official website of Longwang mobile phone like a tidal wave and flocked to the official website of Black Phantom mobile phone. The technicians in the Dragonlight Internet Infrastructure Platform Department who were stepping up the installation of servers were dumbfounded. Boss, how come the number of people online is suddenly gone? Is there any mistake? How come there are only a few hundred people all of a sudden? Then should the servers still be added? At the same time, the sales department of Longwang's cell phone was also busy. The orders had just risen like a blowout. It looked like the sales figures were about to break through 3 million units. But who knew? Immediately, there were a large number of back orders, and now the sales figures of X2 were only a few tens of thousands of units, and it was still falling. This feeling is even more exciting than riding a roller coaster. What's the situation? How come they're all backordered? Alas, I heard that it's a cell phone company in the Eastern Kingdom that released a new machine today, with better performance than the X2, and it's also cheaper. 555. My year-end bonus. I have looked after the villa in the city center. You give me this whole thing. And Fangji, who was far away in the east, was dumbfounded at this time. What is the situation? What the hell is this? The originally cold launch site suddenly flooded with countless reporters, and even the Winter Capital Police Department sent people to the scene to maintain order. The live broadcast room was even more exaggerated. Originally dozens of people online. Less than 5 minutes soared to 120 million. 5 million cell phones were sold out. There's still a steady stream of viewers ordering. Xiaoran asked himself to prepare 5 million cell phones, only to say that he had no worries about selling them. At that time, I thought he was just pretending. Now it seems 5 million is too conservative. At least 20 million units. Returning from the Kiln Bay Hotel, Xiaoran's face was gloomy and he held an executive meeting overnight. Everyone understood Xiaoran's mood. After all, it seems that the situation can be overturned. Was suddenly killed out of Chang Bite Jean stirred up. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to do with Longwang's cell phone. Everyone sat in silence. After a long time, Xiaoran spoke. I have a risky plan. Everyone stared at Xiaoran curiously and expectantly. Acquire Black Phantom cell phone. At these words, everyone exploded. What? Acquiring Black Phantom cell phone? People have built 1 nanometer chips. The market capitalization is at least 300 billion upwards. How can we have so much money? It's too risky, right? We can't make 1 nanometer cell phones. Big deal. We'll switch to the low-end market. Maintaining profitability should be no problem. If Black Phantom cell phone agrees to acquire it, then the Nishikawa family will definitely outbid us. So we're still a basket case? Mr. Xiao, be prudent. For something this big, we should at least report it to Dongyang first. We need to think long-term. Xiaoran raised his hand, signaling the crowd to stop. regarding the acquisition. I have already asked Yang Dong for instructions, and Yang Dong fully supports it. Regarding money, Yang Dong will mortgage all the assets of the Dragon Group for a loan. If we don't make a move and let the Nikawa family steal the show, Dragonlight will only die. So, Xiaoran slammed one fist heavily on the table. We must acquire Black Phantom cell phone. Chapter 55, Black Gold Card, $10 billion starting deposit. The next day, the news that Longwan Company intended to acquire Black Phantom cell phone went viral. It caused a furor on the internet. Have you heard? Longwan Company is preparing to acquire Black Phantom cell phone. No way. For the 1 nanometer chip technology of Black Phantom? Dragonlight doesn't have the strength. Dragonlight is not this strength, but the Dragon Group has. I heard that the Dragon Group to its office buildings and land as collateral is talking to the bank loan thing. Tell you a rich inside news. Oh, hurry to buy the Dragon stock. They are ready to buy the Black Phantom cell phone. Oh, is the news reliable? Reliable. Last night Longwan has already sent executives to Easting to talk about the acquisition with Black Phantom. Hurry up and buy it. I'm only telling you one person. Don't tell anyone else. Oh, old sister. I'll tell you an inside news. Longwan has already negotiated a takeover with Black Phantom cell phone. Hurry up and buy Dragon stock. The more things are rumored, the more evil they become, the more they look like that. When this news reached the ears of Nichikawa Gangsaka, it had already turned into another version. Dragonlight was ready to acquire Black Phantom cell phone for $500 billion, and the two sides had entered the final stage of negotiating the details. For this news, at first, Hinagawa did not believe it. In his opinion, the entire assets of the Nikawa family combined was only $500 billion. Where did Dragonlight cell phone company come up with so much money? Moreover, how could such a big project be negotiated in less than a day? In addition, the Black Phantom cell phone has only developed a 1 nanometer chip. The day of the sale of cell phones exceeded 40 billion. The market value of the future is more than 500 billion. And then stupid people will not go to sell the Black Phantom. But when Yumegawa Niku panicked and reported to him about the dynamics of the personnel of Dragonlight, Hinagawa gradually realized that things were not good. Have you investigated clearly? Dragonshine has sent people to East Japan to talk about the acquisition? Yumegawa nodded. Yes, and they're staying at the Tokyo Hotel. I've already asked Mina. Hinagawa was still skeptical. Then where did Longwan get so much money? Longwan doesn't have any money. But the Dragon Group stepped in. During this period of time, Xiaoran and Yang Bo of the Dragon Group frequently contacted the banks, as if they were talking about a loan. Moreover, I've heard that Yang Bo also used the Chamber of Commerce's relationship to pull powerful bosses to invest and acquire together. Then how could the owner of Black Phantom cell phone agree to sell such a lucrative company? Bearing in mind that on the day of the launch their sales had already reached over $40 billion, Hinagawa was still skeptical. A smart person would definitely not do something that would kill the chicken and get the eggs. Yumegawa Ichiku looked pained and said, yes, under normal circumstances, no one would sell the money tree that is Black Phantom cell phone. But the owner of Black Phantom cell phone is your enemy, Kazama Edgewood, and I heard that he already has cancer and won't live long. Hearing Yumegawa's explanation, Hinagawa came to a realization and his legs swelled up from slapping. Shaga, that makes sense. Yumegawa, book me the nearest flight. We must acquire Black Phantom cell phone before Dragonlight. At this time, Xiaoran had already borrowed $300 billion of funds from the bank with Yang Bo's help. Yang Bo had mortgaged all the assets under his banner and had also sought the help of many friends to get this $300 billion loan. This is all my belongings. All of it is given to you. Don't let me down. Yang Bo trembled and handed over the black gold card with $300 billion into Xiaoran's hand. Don't worry. Xiaoran's gaze was like a torch, as if he could penetrate the future. However, turning his head, Xiaoran walked into Haotian Securities Exchange with his bank card in his pocket. Haotian Securities, the most famous multinational securities exchange company in Dragon Kingdom. The clients here are all worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Every transaction here has an amount of over $1 million. Simply put, this was not a place that ordinary people could enter. When Xiaoran walked through the door of the stock exchange, a manager-like man in a business suit greeted him. Good day, sir. I'm Lister, who graduated in economics and management from Eagle Jam Hua Rope Shield University. May I ask what you need? I came to buy stocks. Lister looked Xiaoran up and down. Young in age, dressed in casual clothes, and all dressed up in a somewhat expensive outfit, but not as valuable as the suit he was wearing. Lister expected that Xiaoran might have money, but it was far from being able to come to the extent of investing in Haotian Company. However, out of caution, Lister still asked softly, Sir, do you have a foreign account? For cross-border transactions, you must have a foreign account. Xiaoran shook his head. No. Lister was more convinced of his judgment and continued to ask. It doesn't matter. We can help you apply for the account. but we need to charge some handling fees, as well as the trading commission we are charging at 1/1000%. Is that okay? What? 1/1000th? So expensive? Can we do it for 1/10,000th? Xiao Ran was stunned. 1/1000th of 300 billion is 300 million. Why don't you go rob a bank? Lister was already certain inwardly that Xiao Ran was just a small tycoon who was not even willing to pay 1/1000th of the commission. Also 1/10,000th? Ha, when I am a beggar? So, Lister immediately changed his face. Sir, 1/1000th is the market price. Don't disgrace yourself here if you can't afford the commission. Don't you know how valuable the time of a master's degree in economics and management from Manhwa University in Eagle Sauce Country is? *******. Detected someone pretending to be a pussy. Please punch him in the face. Hard. Mission release. Counterattack a pussy. Hit the pussy in the face hard. Mission reward. Complete rocket fuselage designs. A system prompt rang in his head. Lister's contempt. Even the system couldn't look at it. Oh, this two goods. This fake foreign devil actually despise himself yet. Xiao Ran looked at Lister's arrogant face and pretended to be surprised. Eagle Sauce Country Manhwa University. Ah, so powerful it. Then you say, how expensive is your time? Lister looked at Xiao Ran with a disgusted face and started to show off. I work 20 days a month. My monthly salary is 200,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan per day. By the hour, that's 1,250 yuan per day. Wow. Manhwa University. 1,250 yuan. I thought it was 5 million. Just you deserve to pretend in front of me? Xiao Ran scolded sternly, not giving Lister any mercy at all. Hearing the noise, another account manager of Haotian Securities Company, Yu Jia, walked over. Sir, may I ask what you need? Xiao Ran swished and pulled out a black and gold bank card from his pocket. Help me buy some stocks. Yu Jia was shocked when she saw the card. Supreme Black Gold Card. 100 billion starting deposit, with the highest level of security encryption. There were no more than 50 people in Dragon Kingdom who owned him. The last time she received Huatang, she had seen a black gold card. At this time, Lister felt humiliated and was very angry, questioning Xiao Ran. Poor guy, don't talk big. I have $10,000 a day. I'm afraid to play a month of screws or not necessarily earn it. Yu Jia, who was standing by the side, hurriedly pulled the corner of Lester's coat, desperately making eyes, trying to stop Lister from dying. Lister, stop it. Go and rest. Let me serve this customer. However, Lister did not appreciate this in the slightest, but instead became even more arrogant. Big sister, you're crazy about money. You're sticking it to even a loser. You don't even look at whether he's qualified or not. If you continue to be like this, I'll ask the boss to fire you. Yu Jia didn't expect a piece of good intentions, but was taunted by Lister like this. Aggrieved and teary-eyed, Xiao Ran was furious. Bullying a woman in front of me? He grabbed Lister's collar and gave a gentle push. Lister then fell heavily to the ground. You dare to hit me? I'll make you pay until you lose everything. I'm injured. My foot is broken. I need to be hospitalized. You have to pay for my lost wages. 10,000 a day. You see to it. Lister finished, lying on the ground and playing a rascal. Xiao Ran walked over and slapped Lister's face with the black gold card. Manhwa University Senior, right? You help me calculate. I have $3,000 in this card. If I deposit the bank interest rate of 4%, I spend a day's interest. I can punch you a few times? Lister is still lying on the ground, but in his heart he starts to calculate. 3,000 times 4% divided by 365 days. It's only 32 cents a day. Lister threatened viciously. Dick hair, no money to pay. You are ready to go to the police station. Xiao Ran didn't panic at all and continued to ask. If, in this card is $300 billion, I can punch you a few times for a day's interest. When Lister heard this, it was like he was in shock, and he was calculating in his mind. 3,000 billion? A year's interest is 120 billion? A day's interest is 328 million. If the commission is calculated at 1/10,000%, 300 billion commission is 30 million? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This dick hair is a lie. At this time, Yu Jia on the side couldn't help but open her mouth. Lister, stop it. Hurry up. The card in his hand is the one I told you about. The black gold card. What? Black gold card? List was dumbfounded. He had heard from quite a few seniors. Black gold card. 10 billion starting deposit. When you see a black gold card holder, the boss has to personally greet them. Chapter 56, Premium Service. When Lister realized that Xiao Ran was holding the legendary black gold card in his hand, he knew that Xiao Ran's words of 300 billion were true. He immediately climbed up from the ground. His broken leg magically healed. His face was full of fawning, a look of a dog meeting its master. Sir, Excuse me, I'm willing to serve you. The commission will be calculated at 1/10,000%. Do you think it's okay? Sorry, I don't like fake foreign devils. After saying that, Xiao Ran coolly walked past Lister and went straight to Yu Jie, handing the black gold card to Yu Jie. There's 300 billion inside. Please open an account for me and help me buy some stocks. The commission is calculated at 1/10,000th. Yu Jie couldn't believe her ears. 300 billion 1/10,000th is also 30 million, excluding the company's portion. One share is also more than $10 million. Is this for real? At this moment, Lister on the side was so jealous that his eyes were red. Sister Yu, I received this client first. You can't take the commission for yourself. Xiao Ran looked at Lister and said in disgust, I will suggest to your company as a client. Tomorrow, I don't want to see you again. Don't, sir, don't. Lister knew that one word from such a big man and his job would be gone in minutes. Don't get out yet. Mission completed. Mission rating, SS, rank, Forced King, gained experience value 2000. Experience bar is 4100/10,000. Reward obtained, complete rocket fuselage designs. Reward obtained, complete rocket fuselage designs. As the system beep sounded, Xiao Ran's mind floated with various rocket designs. What kind of manned, bomb-carrying, satellite-carrying, and space station-carrying rockets are all engraved in Xiao Ran's mind? All of them were like engraved in Xiao Ran's mind. It looks like it's only a matter of time before he builds a rocket. Haotian Securities Company, VIP reception room. Dong Liang, the boss of Haotian Company, walked in with a clear line of beautiful private wealth managers and stood in front of Xiao Ran. These wealth management managers were all tall, should be big, should be small, with perfect figures. Among them, there were also two white-skinned and beautiful foreign chicks. There are actually African ones too. Mr. Xiao, these wealth management managers are our company's elites, so take your pick. They can provide you with 24-hour wealth management services. Since Lister reported Xiao Ran's visit to the company to Dong Liang rushed here in a hurry and brought along the company's beautiful ladies for fear of not being able to keep Xiao Ran, the god of wealth. At this time, Xiao Ran was sitting on the leather sofa with a dumbfounded face, looking at the top-quality pour on the coffee table and the top-quality beauties. Inexplicably, some of his blood was surging. Those beauties standing in front of him, and even deliberately put the big white rabbit in front of the chest-topped and topped, closer and closer to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran had an uncontrollable urge in his hands. He slowly raised his hands. Splat! He slapped himself. Asterisk. Are you a human being? What are you thinking? Doesn't Yang Nini's big white rabbit smell good? Xiao Ran slammed on the brakes at the critical moment, despising himself inwardly. Go aside. Xiao Ran waved his hand repeatedly. What? Not satisfied? Dong Liang was a little disbelieving. These were all top-notch beauties. I'm dizzy milk. Shaking my head will affect my investment judgment. Xiao Ran silently wiped away the nosebleed and said with a frown, You go too. Just call that you manager of yours. In his opinion, this manager Yu's ability to treat every customer equally made him feel good. Dong Liang had a stunned look on his face. Manager Yu? She's all married and has a baby. Suddenly and as if enlightened, as if seeing through Xiao Ran, with a bad smile on his face. Mr. Xiao likes this type. Looking at Dong Liang's lewd expression, Xiao Ran straight guilty of nausea. What are you thinking? Are you sure this is a securities company? Why don't you let me go? Don't. I'll call manager Yu right away. Knowing that he had misunderstood Xiao Ran's meaning, Dong Liang apologized and retreated. These days, hands take a few $100 billion. To him this pure investment is too little. Inside the VIP wealth management room, Yu Jie had already helped Xiao Ran open an account. Mr. Xiao, I will give this fund to our company's top financial management team and let them take care of it for you. Based on the past performance, it's not a problem to increase your wealth by 40% every year. Yu Jie carefully asked Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran looked at the stock market with both eyes and said carelessly, No need. You come to operate the disc, just by according to my requirements. Yu Jie was stunned. Such a large amount of money to let themselves operate. Casually lose a few points is tens of billions of ah. She hurriedly panicked and excused herself. Don't. The amount is too big. I can't grasp. It doesn't matter. Just do as I ask. Outside the door, Dong Liang just happened to pass by and heard this conversation, brainstorming unpleasant images. Dong Liang couldn't help but shake his head. So there's this fetish, still pretending in front of me. Chapter 57, Nikawa sells shares. What? Buy these stocks? Yu Jie couldn't help but be shocked when she looked at the stocks Xiao Ran asked her to buy. Fengtian Automobile, Sansha Electric, Sanling Financial, were all companies held by the Solei family. The main thing is that the last two new Solei cell phones have had dismal sales, and were even once caught in a scandal of stealing trade secrets. These stocks are currently in the green. Therefore, people with a little bit of financial common sense will not buy these stocks when the momentum of their decline is strong. Buying these stocks would be better than throwing money into the water. Then at least you can still hear a sound. Mr. Xiao, these stocks really can't be bought. The momentum of the decline is strong now, and it will fall again in the next few days. Although she can take more than 10 million commission, Yu Jia really can't bear to see Xiao Ran's money go down the drain. Xiao Ran knew that Yu Jia was for his own good, but he still insisted on buying the stocks he had chosen that were so green that his heart was flustered. Just buy with confidence. I believe in my own vision. Yu Jia was simply speechless. This kid wouldn't be red-green color blind. Seeing the greenish stocks as red. Mr. Xiao, look, someone in Fengtian automobile threw out 5 million shares. This is the main force fleeing. Can't buy it. Look, Sanling Financial also has a main force throwing out 1 million shares. Can't buy it. Yu Jia tried her best to persuade. As a professional financial advisor, she had the responsibility to let his clients avoid the risk of property loss, especially this kind of obvious money-losing project. What you said. I know. Don't persuade, just buy it. Xiao Ran had no way to explain to Yu Jia that this was all part of his plan. Mr. Xiao, why don't you change someone else? Xiao Ran was a bit confused. What? Not even earning tens of millions of dollars? I would like to, but I really can't do something that obviously loses money. 6 carat. I know exactly what I'm doing. Big sis, just buy what I say. The words are divided into two. Hinokawa Gangsaka returned to the East Japan, then brought a group of minions to the Black Phantom cell phone company. At this time, the company's production department is still brightly lit, and is frantically producing to fulfill orders. Nichikawa looked at the dilapidated plant. His heart sighed with emotion. It was really hard to imagine that such a dilapidated factory could actually produce the world's first 1nm chip. The arrival of Hinagawa Kansaka was like what Kazama Edgewood had expected. He did not show too much surprise, and Hinagawa was not polite at all. Sitting down in front of the coffee table in Kazama's office, Kamida Ichiro, on the other hand, had the good sense to help Hinagawa start making the tea and cleaning the tea utensils. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Kazama Edgewood stood up from his seat and put on an evicting face. Came to see an old friend. And I heard there was a treasure for sale recently, so I came to check it out. Hinagawa sat in his seat without moving a muscle, and both eyes began to look around Kazama's office. He clearly saw a file sitting on Kazama Sidekick's desk, with the words transfer agreement printed in large letters on the cover of the file. Mr. Kazama picked up the document and put it in a drawer. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. The content on the cover of the document had already been seen by Hinagawa. It seemed that Kazama Edgewood wanted to transfer the company, and it was indeed true. Name a price. The company is sold to me. Hinagawa didn't talk nonsense and directly stated his intention. Sell what? I'm not selling, Kazama strongly defended. Hinagawa picked up the tea and put it to his mouth for a sip. Don't pretend. I know all about it. Let me make an offer. $400 billion. Hinagawa finished and stared at Kazama Edgewood. There was majesty and dominance in his eyes, and even more so, he hid a biting, killing intent. Kazama was emotional. 400 billion? Everyone else is offering up to 5,000. Suddenly, Kazama realized that he had let his mouth slip and stopped continuing down the line. But it was too late. Nikawa already knew Xiao Ran's offer. 500 billion? Hinagawa began to mentally calculate his family's assets, so adding it up, it could barely come up to 500 billion. Then I will also bid 500 billion. Hinagawa finished drinking the clear tea in his cup, put down the cup and prepared to leave, not caring if Kazama answered or not. I'm not selling it to you. Kazama was still making his last resistance. Hinagawa's tone was icy cold. Kazama, you know my temper. I won't say the same words twice. Kazama wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Hinagawa. You do know that Kei-ing has another daughter, right? And I'm taking good care of her now. Matsu Kei-ing, Hinagawa's former lover, the founder of the Broken Water Current Ninja Society. It was also the object of Kazama's constant crush. A few months ago, the Broken Water Current ninjas were killed cleanly overnight, and only Hui-ing's daughter's whereabouts were unknown. As it turns out, it was hidden by Hinokawa. Kazama heard the threatening meaning in Hinagawa's words and tried to rush forward to pull Hinagawa back, but he was unable to move as Kamida Ichiro had one hand pressed against the wall. Kazama could only scream at the top of his voice. You beast! She's your daughter. Hinagawa ignored it, striding out of the office. At the doorway, Hinagawa stopped to look at the desperate Kazama. In 3 days, according to the rules of the road, one hand will pay the other. 500 billion. You have to gather 500 billion in 3 days. For Nikawa, this would mean selling off all the stakes in his companies, Fengtian, Songxia, Sanling, The major shareholders behind all these companies are going to change. It was just that with such a huge amount of money in such a short period of time, it was impossible to find a consortium to take over. Or rather, in the case of successive losses of Soleil, it would have to be sold cheaply at a low price to make a move. Umegawa, hang the shares under my name, a little bit to the stock market. Like you, such a large shareholder, to transfer the stock is to go through the Securities Supervisory Board. Agreed. This is illegal. Umegawa Ichiku was a little worried. After all, the number of stocks held by Hinagawa was too large. That's why I told you to transfer it out little by little so that it won't be discovered. Can't you do this little thing? But, with all the stocks sold, all these companies will fall into someone else's hands. It's enough for me to have the black charm. With the black charm, I can exchange it for 100 Fengtian, 1,000 Songxia, and 10,000 Sanling. On the same day, Meichuan put the shares held by Nichikawa, 1 million shares, 5 million shares, one by one. They were listed on the stock exchange platform. Originally thought that the stock market of these companies is not good now, and it is difficult to realize the stock. But the reality is very strange. In front of a falling market situation, no matter how much Meichuan hang out, immediately will be bought all. Chapter 58. On the day of the big day, he sent a hanging bell. Mr. Xiao, Songshe Electric hangs out another 1 million shares, only the last 100 million left on the account. Still buy it. Yujia looked at the trading platform. Her hands were shaking. In less than 3 hours, nearly $300 billion flowed into the stock market through her hands. Buy until all the funds on hand are finished. Xiaoran leisurely sipped his tea and counted the shares on hand. Unsurprisingly, from tomorrow onwards, he was the biggest shareholder behind Fengtian, Songxia, and Sanling. These companies, Yujia bought the last one, and there was not much money left. She was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Xiao, it has all been bought according to your request. At what price do you want to sell? In order to gather the funds, Nikawa also made a bloody effort to cut and sell the stock at the low point of the stock price. In this way, Xiaoran used 300 billion to buy stocks worth close to 400 billion. Xiaoran watched the number of stocks listed on the trading platform getting smaller and smaller. Knowing that Nikawa had already finished realizing the stocks, Xiaoran stood up. There's no need to sell it for now. Let's wait a few days when it doubles in value. What? After a few days? Double? Yujia's eyes widened in shock. The stock god Warren Buffett didn't have such a high return, right? Xiao Rangshan stretched and walked out of the VIP room, turning his head to flirt with Yujia. I believe in my own vision. Why don't you buy some too? Yujia's head shook like a rattle. Easting. At this moment, the winter capital hotel was bustling with activity. News media from various countries gathered here, because today was the day that Nichikawa acquired Black Phantom cell phone. Worried that Kazama would back out, Nichikawa had even invited an international notary to notarize his acquisition of Black Phantom Cellular. 500 billion. He bought all of Black Phantom Cellular's plants and technology. The world's renowned media were all present and ready to report on this acquisition that could affect the future direction of technology. As Kazama, the Black Phantom Cellular Corporation, signed the agreement, Nikawa paid the 500 billion transfer fee. From then on, Black Phantom Mobile belonged to Nichikawa Saka. Nichikawa proudly showed everyone the agreement. As if he saw the near future, he topped the list of the world's billionaires. At that time, he would monopolize the chip market, impose a technological blockade on Longguang, and clean up. Xiao ran to the point of begging for mercy on his knees. The media reporters have been taking pictures of Nichikawa frantically. The words of praise were endless, just when Nikawa was immersed in everyone's praises. Pa! Snap! Pa! Several clear but sparse applause sounds rang out. From the applause, it was not hard to hear the sarcasm and contempt in it. This applause, like that day at the launch of the new machine at the Kiln Bay Hotel. Could it be him? Xiao ran. The crowd was stunned by the sudden applause and followed the sound. Unexpectedly, the person who came was none other than Xiao Ran. What is he doing here? Making a fool of himself? I heard that he also offered up to $500 billion, but was cut off by Nikawa with his gangster power. So he must have come over to make trouble. Making trouble? Don't even look at what kind of place this is. This is Nikawa's territory. Ha ha, we have a hilarious scene to watch. Mr. Hinagawa, congratulations. I'm here to send you congratulations. Xiao Ran was all smiles and greeted cordially. Hinagawa inwardly muttered straight away. What tricks is this kid playing again? Come on, carry in the gifts I prepared. Xiao Ran clapped his hands. Two Easterning couriers walked in carrying a basket of flowers. The moment they saw the flowers, the crowd was stunned. White chrysanthemums? This kid can do it all. Hinagawa also burst into a rage. His face was bruised and he pointed at Xiao Ran. You, Xiao sang, don't go too far. Xiao Ran pretended to look ignorant. What's wrong? Is it unlucky to send white chrysanthemums? Nikawa was furious. Stop pretending here. He regretted that in order to create his facade as a legitimate businessman, he didn't have a triple Q group assassin like Ichiro Kamita present. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't have survived more than 3 seconds. Next to him, an unknown reporter from Eastern Japan kindly reminded Xiaoran, in Eastern Japan, white chrysanthemums are given to the dead. You can't give them away indiscriminately. When Xiaoran heard this, he pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, so that's right then I'm here today to honor this old turtle, Nikawa, and I've prepared other gifts as well. Snap, snap, Xiaoran clapped his hands. Outside the door, 2 more Eastern delivery boys walked in carrying a large hanging clock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Delivering a clock, final? Is there any mistake? Still coming? Isn't this looking for death? The crowd couldn't help but worry about Xiaoran's situation. However, Nishikawa smelled a hint of intrigue from Xiaoran's strange behavior. This brat must have broken the pot and sincerely come to disgust me, to provoke me and try to ruin my public image. I must keep my composure and clean him up in the future. So, he changed his face and laughed cheerfully. Ha ha ha, Xiao Sang is really funny as hell. I guess Xiao Sang must have even prepared a coffin for me and blessed me with a promotion. Right. Xiaoran inwardly shocked. Was he guessed? This door of the coffin still want to give him to carry in it. Xiao Sang, the gift is also sent. You'd better quickly go back to research and development of 1 nanometer chip to go. In a few days I will sell the Black Phantom cell phone to the Dragon Country. By then there is no 1 nanometer chip. The phone but cannot be sold. Oh. Nikawa deliberately flirted. The meaning in the words was self-evident. Who would have guessed that Xiaoran, upon hearing this, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, just with the Black Phantom cell phone also want to take out Dragonlight? Are you serious? Nishikawa looked at Xiaoran full of contempt. No strength and still pretending. Really stupid. Xiao Sang, if you have time to talk crazy here, why don't you seize the time to go back to work on the chip? Maybe with Xiao Sang's intelligence, you can build a 1 nanometer chip. I'll tell you today, Black Phantom phone won't sell you a single chip. If Longguang doesn't cause a 1 nanometer chip to come sooner, close down sooner. The media reporters present also aimed their lenses at Xiaoran, wanting to capture the former dark horse of the cell phone industry's downtrodden appearance. However, in the face of the many cameras, Xiaoran was very pretentious and got his hair styled, posing all kinds of poses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This stupid dick. The company is almost gone. Still pretending. Alas, no strength and still so flamboyant. If I were to do it, I would apologize properly with Nikawa. Maybe Nikawa can sell some chips to him. At that time when Dragon Light X1 was launched, how honorable he was. How ridiculous he is now. Ugh, what a disgrace. Big stupid X. The reporter's friends clicked pictures of Xiaoran while spitting, detected that the host is being taunted by a group. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Task release, playing hard to get, punching him in the face. Mission reward, rocket booster recovery technology. The system beep sounded in his head. Just this reward. Booster recovery. Recycling can reduce the cost of a rocket launch by 80%. Just as Xiaoran was studying the reward, Hinagawa just couldn't take it anymore. On the day of his big day, this guy had sent him white chrysanthemums and hanging bells, and he had already endured it all in order to portray his image as an open-minded entrepreneur. Now that he was clearly desperate, he was still posing all kinds of poses in front of himself, stealing his own limelight in front of the media reporters from various countries. I'm going to get this fool dead. I say, stop right there. You're not welcome here, so get the hell out of here. Seeing Nikawa's face growing black and blue due to his anger, Xiaoran however smiled mischievously. Don't, I still have a gift for you. Nanny, there's still a whole job to be done? The reporters were also curious about Xiaoran's next gift and turned their cameras to the door. Snap, snap, Xiaoran clapped his hands. The door to the hall was opened. A group of paramedics ran in carrying a stretcher. Chapter 59, 2 Levels of Reversal. The ambulance wasn't called for nothing. As Xiaoran clapped his hands, a group of paramedics ran into the venue carrying a stretcher. The crowd was filled with question marks. What kind of operation is this? The reporters held their cameras and snapped at the doctors who came. At this time, a leading doctor looked at the venue and asked curiously, who called 119, and who needs first aid? Xiaoran raised his hand, then pointed his finger like Hinokawa, who was already furious at the side, and said, I called 119, this old man needs aid. When those doctors heard that, they got on their hands and prepared to carry Nikawa on a stretcher. Stop, stop, Hinagawa shouted, and Umegawa Ichiku and the others rushed forward to stop the doctors. The doctor was dumbfounded. Do you still want an ambulance? If not, we'll leave. Xiaoran hurriedly stopped the doctor who was ready to leave and pointed at Hinagawa. Don't go. He needs an ambulance. The crowd present, damn, still coming. This is excessive. Nichikawa was so angry that his veins flared up. Today was the day he acquired the Black Phantom cell phone, and he was messed up by this kid. Roll. All of you get the hell out. I don't need an ambulance. Xiaoran still blocked the doctor. Don't go. He needs you guys. Nikawa almost spat out blood in anger. Get lost. I don't need it. The doctor was also furious. Baka, do you want it or not? If not, I'll leave. Don't go. Xiaoran stopped the doctor. Give me 3 minutes. He'll need an ambulance soon. By the way, you guys have brought your quick-acting heart pills, right? The doctor was dumbfounded and nodded repeatedly. I brought them. The crowd was also full of question marks. Could it be that this kid is ready to kill Hinokawa? It doesn't make sense. That's called an ambulance with chicken feathers. Yumegawa Ichiku and a few staff members beside Hinagawa were also highly nervous. They surrounded Hinagawa in the center to prevent Xiaoran from suddenly attacking. I say, what are you guys doing? The whole thing looks like you're acting in a movie in Hollywood. Xiaoran snapped his fingers as he watched the exaggerated reactions of the crowd. At this time, Kazama Edgewood walked over from one side and bowed respectfully to Xiaoran. Isn't this person the previous owner of Black Phantom cell phone? What's going on? The two of them know each other? The crowd murmured. Nikawa also sensed something bad. Xiaoran greatly introduced himself to the crowd. That's right, Kazama is my friend. We've known each other for a long time. At that time, his Black Phantom cell phone was about to go out of business. It was me who saved him at a critical time. Hearing this, Hinagawa vaguely felt bad, and his chest felt vaguely painful. Xiaoran continued. At that time, I spent 100 million and bought 99% of the equity and 100% of the decision-making power of Black Phantom cell phone, so I am the real boss behind Black Phantom cell phone. I didn't realize that the 100 million at the beginning had turned into 500 billion today. Ha ha ha. The crowd that learned the truth exploded. How damn exciting. Every time this kid appears there is explosive news produced. This reversal came so suddenly, so violent. I'll hurry and take a few more shots. Close to 5,000 times the earnings. Buffett are kneeling to call master it. Dozens of lenses were shooting at Xiaoran for a while, and the blinding flash made him unable to open his eyes. But Hinagawa laughed out loud when he heard Xiaoran tell the truth. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Sang did a losing deal, yet he's still proud of it. Stupid. The crowd was again confused. Losing money? 100 million into 500 billion. This is damn called a losing money deal? How can there be such a deal? Let me go. Nichikawa was proud of himself, and the stuffiness in his chest instantly dissipated, and he felt refreshed all of a sudden. Xiao Sang is really stupid. The Black Phantom cell phone that has mastered 1 nanometer chip technology can be sold at a cabbage price. Does Xiao Sang know why I would rather sell all my family assets to acquire the Black Phantom cell phone? In front of 1 nanometer chip technology, what's $500 billion? With a 1 nanometer chip, I can make 500 billion, 10, 000 billion, 20, 000 billion, or even a million billion. Let's just say these days, the circle knows that I'm about to acquire the Black Phantom cell phone. How many companies are looking for me to order the chip alone, do you know? Hearing Nichikawa ask this, Xiaoran asked with a dumbfounded face like a comedian in a comedy. How much? 50 billion. During this period of time alone, some companies have approached me to book $50 billion of chips. And that's because I didn't accept orders below 2 billion considering the production capacity. Hinagawa's words made the crowd present suddenly realize, and they all turned their lenses to aim a fierce shot at Hinagawa. Asterisk. So profitable. Xiaoran confused. Again TM reversed. Ugh. Shouldn't have filmed that idiot, wasting so much electricity on my old man. Ginger or old hot. That kid seems to win hemp. In fact, the bottom pants are lost. The crowd thought that everything had been finalized, and the doctor also put away the stretcher and prepared to leave. Xiaoran, however, called out to stop the crowd. Wait, don't rush to be happy first. See how anxious you are. If I don't yell at you, you're going to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Who told you that the Black Phantom cell phone has 1 nanometer chip technology? The crowd. An ominous feeling instantly surged through Nikawa's mind. Xiaoran took out a document and showed it to the crowd. The Black Phantom cell phone doesn't have 1 nanometer chip technology at all. The chips you see in the Black Phantom cell phone are all purchased from Dragonlight. The 1 nanometer chip technology one have applied for a patent in the Dragon Kingdom in the name of Dragonlight. In other words, Nichikawa, you big idiot, what did you buy for $500 billion? A tie-old cell phone assembly plant. A bolt from the blue. A sharp pain shot through Nikawa's chest, making him dizzy. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and waved his head repeatedly. No way. You must be lying. We signed an agreement. All the technology of the Black Phantom cell phone was transferred to me. At this moment, Kazama's sidekick stepped forward. Hinagawa, wake up. I have never said that the Black Phantom cell phone has 1 nanometer chip technology, and the agreement is not written to transfer 1 nanometer chip technology. I have transferred all the technology of the Black Phantom to you, but it is all backward technology. I'm afraid that you can't use it. The reporters present were completely out of control in general, and again aimed the camera at Xiaoran and Kazama Edgewood again. Damn, the mall is like a battlefield. Hinagawa has planted himself in a hole this time. Another reversal again? It's so exciting. I'm so cheap. I deleted this kid's picture by clearing the memory. The ambulance wasn't called for nothing. Looking at Hinokawa, who was still holding back and hadn't collapsed, Xiaoran began to make up again. He digs his nose and says absently, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, the mysterious person who sold away the stocks in the stock market is me. Those money are bank loans. Daily interest is a few million it. I am worried about no money to pay back the loan. Ding, today there is a big stupid X sent 500 billion. After paying back the loan, there is still more than 100 billion left." These words once again stimulated Nikawa, only to feel that something was churning in his chest. He couldn't hold it back any longer, opened his mouth, and it was a wild spray. All that spewed out was scarlet blood. Seeing this, the doctor rushed forward and helped Nichikawa onto the stretcher. Seeing this, Xiaoran also rushed over to help. He was afraid of delaying the treatment of Nikawa. There is true love on earth. There is true love on earth. This young man is still so kind to his enemies. Everyone cast gazes of admiration at Xiaoran's actions. Xiaoran patted the doctor's shoulder. Hard work. Have to rush to resuscitate. He signed so many chip contracts. Have to pay for the breach of contract. He died. Who will pay for this money? Crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 60, Suspected of Murder. Xiaoran arrested. As the medical ambulance team carried the unconscious Hinagawa Guzaka out of the venue, all the cameras and gazes in the room once again focused on Xiaoran. This young man from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom exchanged a broken factory for the entire wealth of the Hinokawa family. Accompanied by the blinding flashing lights, a system beep sounded in his head. Mission complete. Mission rating, SSS. Rank, Push King. Gained experience value 2000. Experience bar is 6100/10,000. Reward, Rocket Booster Recycling Technology. Rocket Booster Recovery Technology. The jewel in the crown of rocket launching laurels. Currently only mastered by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Just as Xiaoran was still seriously studying the rocket recovery technology, the crowd at the venue began to riot. A group of heavily armed police officers from eastern Japan poured in outside the door of the venue. They came straight towards Xiaoran. An ominous feeling surged through Xiaoran's mind. Mr. Xiao, you are suspected of murdering Hinagawa Guzaka. Please come with us. The sergeant in the lead put a handcuff on Xiaoran's hand without saying a word. Murder? Nikawa is dead? The crowd was stunned. Wasn't Hinagawa only taken to the ambulance a short while ago, and so soon he's hung up? Xiaoran also sensed something strange. Even if Hinokawa died in the ambulance and someone called the police, it would take 10 minutes to get here from the nearest police station. Now, Hinokawa just sent to the ambulance. The police immediately came to the scene. Under normal circumstances, such a short time is simply impossible to do. Unless the Eastern Kingdom had planned this long ago. The murder was just a cover to take him away, and in order to sit on the charge of his murder, Hinokawa must not be able to live. Just the purpose of the East Japan this time. It is self-evident. It is impossible for the East Japan to sit back and watch Xiaoran earn $500 billion from the hands of the East Japan entrepreneurs all at once. Alert! Alarm! Detected host's life in danger. Emergency escape detection activated. Escape guideline number 250. Narrow road dogs. Courage to win. Suggested task. Pretend to save yourself. Pretend to save yourself. Mission reward. Raptor rocket engine technology. Inside his head, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. This was the first time the system had issued an alert. This meant that the current situation had gone beyond the system's prediction, and the escape guide given by the system is actually, continue pretending? This was simply lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death. If he used the stealth skill to escape, not only would he sit on the reputation of being afraid of absconding, he would also be wanted, and then he would not be able to go back to his country, and sooner or later, he would be caught as well. It seems that there seems to be no other way now but to follow the system prompts. Everyone looked at Xiaoran, who was handcuffed, and couldn't help but lament. This kid, too flamboyant. Go in and I guess I can't come out. Who expected? Xiaoran but turned back to the reporters and said, don't worry, I will be fine. In a few days, they will obediently send me back to the Dragon Kingdom. Although the mouth said so, the heart is not a little grasp. Just bet that the system will not pit itself. Conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy. After the police took Xiaoran out of the venue, they changed the car halfway through and brought Xiaoran to the East Japan Congress. As soon as he got out of the car and saw that he was brought to the office building of the East Japan Congress, Xiaoran immediately realized that things were not that simple, and based on the current environment, there was no danger to his life for the time being. Otherwise, these people would not be so polite. much less bring themselves to the Congress. Mr. Shao, been waiting for a long time. Inside please. A young man in a suit and bodyguard look-alike had already been waiting there. Where is this going? You'll know when we get there. Please. That young man was courteous but revealed majesty. Shao Ran expected that the person who wanted to see him was not simple. Sure enough, through a section of winding corridor, that young bodyguard brought Shao Ran to the door of a quaint tea room. Inside please. Shao Ran walked in. Inside, a mustachioed man wearing glasses was sitting on his knees at the main seat of the tea table making tea. Shao Ran took a closer look at the man. And it wasn't precisely the Minister of Defense of Eastern Japan, Kamita Takeo. Seeing Shao Ran, Kamita Takeshiro didn't lift his head, stretched out his right hand and said coldly, "Sit." Oh, this turtle forced to pretend. Really call people upset. Sit? Sit where? Shao Ran inwardly very contemptuous. Martyr, you invited labor to come. A stinky face. Still not ready to prepare a chair? Do you want me to kneel like you? Is this your hospitality? Shao Ran looked around. Behind Takeshi Kamita, there was a small table with a bronze statue of a modern man on it. Not to mention, that small table is suitable to be used as a chair. Shao Ran walked straight to the back of Kamita Takeshi, ready to pick up the bronze statue and put it on the ground. Kamita saw this. The coldness on his face immediately turned into panic. He hurriedly got up to stop Shao Ran. Shao sang, "What are you doing with our Eastern Japan heavenly brass statue? The original brass statue is this thing. Don't worry, only you guys take this as a treasure. I'll find a stool to sit on." After saying that, Shao Ran moved a small table and placed it opposite Takeshi Kamita, then sat down with his butt. Seeing this, Kamita couldn't say anything else and handed Shao Ran a cup of tea. Shao sang, "Someone called the police to say that you murdered Hinagawa Gangsaka. This matter is very troublesome. Don't beat around the bush. What are the conditions? Just say it." Shao Ran didn't talk nonsense and directly picked it out. Shao Sang is indeed a straightforward person. The matter of murdering Hinagawa can be big or small. It depends on Shao Sang's performance. Kamita Takeo stared at Shao Ran with his eyes dead center. "Tell me, how do you want me to perform?" Shao Ran knowingly looked at Kamita. "Oh, isn't it just wanting to recover that $500 billion? It's very simple. Shao Sang just need to revoke the Black Phantom cell phone transfer agreement, and leave the 1nm chip technology behind. And Nichikawa Gangsaka's death is an accident." Kamita looked at Shao Ran with an arrogant expression. Now that his life was pinched in his hands, there was no fear that he would not agree. Hearing the conditions proposed by Kamita, Shao Ran's heart was filled with 10,000 grass mud horses. Unexpectedly, the Eastern Kingdom of Japan is so shameless. Not only do they want to return to the 500 billion, but they also want to whore out 1nm chip technology. Shao Ran looked at Kamita. "What if I don't agree?" Kamita laughed out loud. "Ha ha, Shao Sang is a smart person. In the East, if the murder is established, it will be sentenced to life imprisonment." Shao Ran was a bit desperate when he heard this. Is it really necessary to give up $500 billion and 1nm chip technology to the shameless people of Eastern Japan? Shao Sang, think it over. We have plenty of time. Kamita finished speaking and walked out of the tea room. The two bodyguards outside the door shut the door and guarded it. Oops, under house arrest. Chapter 61, Shao Ran's father is still alive. The news that Shao Ran was suspected of murder and was taken away by the police of Eastern Japan reached the first place on the hot search list. The ones that ranked second and third on the hot search were also related to Shao Ran. 1nm chip technology does not belong to Black Phantom, but to Shao Ran. The Nichikawa family has fallen. $500 billion of assets all belong to Shao Ran. And lined up after these hot searches, there was another piece of news that didn't attract as much attention. Eagle Saw Secretary of State Rilahi visits the East. At this time, the Ministry of State Security of the Dragon Kingdom was holding a top-secret meeting, and the topic of the meeting was exactly how to rescue Shao Ran. Vice Minister Shao. At the moment, the intentions of the Eastern Kingdom are obvious. It's to fake a criminal case and force Shao Ran to come up with $500 billion and 1nm chip technology. Now that the situation is critical, it's time to publicize his relationship with you and obtain diplomatic immunity. Someone suggested this. No, Shao Ran is my son. Although publicizing his identity can obtain diplomatic immunity, this will adversely affect the image of our Dragon Kingdom. It's also equivalent to indirectly admitting the trumped-up crime of Shao Ran's murder. Vice Minister Shao directly rejected the option of publicizing Shao Ran's identity. In my opinion, the essence of this matter lies in the fabrication of facts and the unjustified detention of our Dragon Kingdom's top technological talent. This precedent must not be set. In my opinion, Easting doesn't have the guts to do this. In this matter, on the surface, the people were detained by the Eastern Japan, but in reality, there are still others standing behind the Eastern Japan. This Rilahi's visit to East Japan at this time is worth thinking about. Then according to your opinion, what should we do now? The crux of the matter is still to find out the truth of the matter. Didn't Hinago Asaka have a son that we arrested for stealing trade secrets and information data? I'm thinking, why don't we first grant him bail and let him go to his father's death? I'm sure he won't let his dad die in vain, and by then the truth will be exposed from the inside without us having to do anything. Hanhai Art Villa. Young Mimi, who had learned that Xiao Ran had been arrested by the East Ing police, had already messed up. She was packing her luggage haphazardly in her room, preparing to go to East Ing. Yang Bo stopped her. Don't go anywhere. Stay at home. What's the use of you going? Yang Mimi's eyes were teary and she was somewhat capricious, playing with her temper. I don't care. I'm going to save him. If you don't save him, why don't you let me go? Yang Bo understood that his daughter was in love with Xiao Ran. This matter is not so simple. You will only add to the chaos. He somewhat regretted that he didn't stop Xiao Ran when he insisted on going to the east to attend the Black Phantom cell phone transfer ceremony. He had thought that Xiao Ran might encounter heavy trouble and even be hunted down by the 3Q group. Never would he have thought that the East Ing Kingdom would step in. I don't care. I want to go over to accompany him. Yang Mimi only wanted to go to East Ing quickly, although she didn't know what she could do when she went over there. Looking at her capricious daughter, Yang Bo had a helpless face and stomped her feet in a hurry. At this time, a Chinese bus slowly stopped at the entrance of Yang Bo's villa. The family butler hurriedly ran in, looking flustered. Director Yang, Director Luo is here. Director Luo? Which Director Luo? Yang Bo was puzzled for a while in his heart. Director Luo of the City Public Security Bureau. Oh, what did he come to do? Take me to see. Yang Bo dropped Yang Mimi, who was still packing her things, and hurried downstairs. When he went downstairs, he saw that Luo Zhe of the City Public Security Bureau was accompanying an old man in a Zhongshan suit waiting in the living room on the first floor. From that Luo Zhe's careful demeanor and the old man's calm demeanor, it was not difficult to see that this old man was not simple. Director Luo? What are you guys? Yang Bo looked at Luo Zhe and then with some curiosity. He was an entrepreneur and usually seldom dealt with the police. Luo Zhe hurriedly introduced the old man with him to Yang Bo. Mr. Yang, this is Vice Minister Xiao of All Long Goan. That old man warmly shook hands with Yang Bo. Hello Mr. Yang, I am Xiao Ran's father, Xiao Jianjun. Yang Bo did not react for a moment and froze in place. This kid actually lied to me, saying that his parents are dead. Obviously there is a dad who is a vice minister. It looks like it's for Xiao Ran's matter. Sit. Yang Bo, who knew the old man's identity, was a bit rushed and greeted Luo Zhe in a loud voice as they sat down. I came over today to take a look at Xiao Ran's father. According to the etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom, when a child gets a date, both parents have to meet. Xiao Jianjun explained the purpose of this trip. Right. They've been talking for a while too. I'm still anxious to say let's see when the two of them will tie the knot. Yang Bo replied. Xiao Jianjun looked around. Is Mimi here? Yes, in a tantrum. As Yang Bo was talking, Yang Mimi came down from upstairs with her suitcase. She was in tears, as if she had been wronged. Mimi, come over here. Yang Bo greeted Yang Mimi. Yang Mimi played with her temper and pouted. Xiao Ran has been arrested and you're still in the mood to drink tea. Just drink it. I'm going to the east. Yang Bo went forward and grabbed Yang Mimi's suitcase. Stop it. Come here. This is Xiao Ran's dad. Dad? Yang Mimi was stunned. Xiao Ran said that his parents were dead. How did a dad pop up? Could it be that Xiao Ran is a scum and lied to himself? Seeing that Yang Mimi was anxious to go to East Ing alone to save Xiao Ran, Xiao Jianjun recognized this girl from the bottom of his heart. Mimi, I am Xiao Ran's father. Today is also for Xiao Ran's matter. By the time Yang Bo finished introducing Xiao Jianjun's identity to Yang Mimi, Yang Mimi was already sulking. Scummy man, obviously has a father, but still lying to himself. The current situation may be even more troublesome than we imagined. Nichikawa Gundaka was knocked out by Xiao Ran's anger, and shortly after he was sent to the ambulance, the police announced that Nichikawa was dead. On the surface, this is an ordinary criminal case, so it's inconvenient for the Dragon Kingdom to intervene. Xiao Jianjun stated his helplessness. But, the East Japan is clearly rushing towards Xiao Ran 1nm chip technology. Is there really no way at all? Yang Bo was a bit anxious. Xiao Jianjun's appearance made him think that Xiao Ran was saved for a while, but now it seems that there is still little hope. That's why I came over to find you today. Xiao Jianjun looked at Yang Bo. Although it is inconvenient for the Dragon Kingdom to make a move, as a patriotic entrepreneur, he lost his confidence in the East Ing market and sold off his East Ing stocks, causing the East Ing economy to shake. This should be normal. When Yang Bo heard this, he suddenly realized, doesn't Dragon Light Company have $300 billion worth of stocks of Songxia, Fengtian and other Eastern Ing enterprises? Also, the $500 billion that was just credited yesterday. This $800 billion smashed down. Not to say that the East Ing economy smashed a hole. Cannot smash an earthquake? Chapter 62, Super Consortium, Shorting Eastern Japan. Hinokawa Sakamoto never dreamed that during the time he was in there, Hinokawa Gangsaka died and all the assets of the Hinokawa family were zeroed out. He had gone from being a 100 billionaire to a pauper. Nichikawa Gangsaka usually treats the gangster brother more harshly, so in his funeral, come to mourn the gangster brother also only a few usually and his closer a few. At the beginning of the scenery infinite Nichikawa Gangsaka, after the death but fell a cold and quiet. At this time, Hinokawa Saka specializing in holding the death certificate issued by the hospital. The deceased died of sudden cardiac arrest. He was a little puzzled. His old man Gangsaka, as his name suggests, body like a piece of steel plate. When he was young, he was the deputy head of the 3Q's hacking team, with all the brute force, from the vice team leader all the way to cut, and finally became the vice president of the 3Q group. To say that there is a heart problem, it is doubtful. To know can take the knife cut over 3 streets of people. First of all, the first is the heart to bear the ability to be good, but the hospital certificate clearly written on the cause of death. Day specialists also just feel a little strange, and did not suspect too much, and at this time, Soo-yun mixed into the mourning crowd, hoping to find traces of the truth of Hinokawa Guzaka's death. Sure enough, close to the body of Hinokawa Guzaka, she smelled the faint odor of bitter almonds. Potassium cyanide? The special occupation allowed her to discover the clues. But tomorrow, Nikowa Guzaka's body will be cremated, and all evidence will be gone by then. Soo-yun looked towards Hinagawa Sakatsuki who was kneeling to the side and kowtowing to thank the customers. One can only hope for him. The crowd dispersed, and only Hinokawa Band dedicated was left in the funeral parlor alone in front of Gangsaka's spirit. Suddenly the phone rang. Hinagawa answered the phone, but no one had been talking on the other side. Baka! Hinagawa was about to hang up the phone. Be careful, someone is trying to kill you. On the other side of the phone was a woman's icy voice. Someone is trying to kill me? Nikowa thought about it for a moment, but even though he was acting absurdly, he did not have any mortal enemies in the East. He concluded that it was just a prank. Baka! Hinagawa hung up the phone in anger. On the day of great mourning, there were still people who pulled this kind of prank. Is this TM still a human being? Not long after, Soo-yun walked into the funeral parlor dressed in night clothes and holding a katana. Looking at the samurai sword in Soo-yun's hand, Hinagawa realized that it was not good and haphazardly picked up the square table beside him. You are? Soo-yun raises her sword. Someone wants to take your life. As he spoke, he swung and slashed. Nichikawa Sakacho shouted for help, while holding up the table to block it. Soo-yun's knife only went for Sakacho's vital parts, although Sakacho desperately resisted, but his arms and thighs had already been hit by several knives. Luckily, Kamita Ichiro who heard the noise rushed over, and drew his sword to catch the fatal slash of Soo-yun to Sakacho. Seeing that she was no match, Soo-yun immediately threw a smoke bomb. Taking advantage of the smoke, Soo-yun scales the wall and gets out, and Kamita Ichiro, worried that there are other hidden assassins, does not chase out, but stays behind to protect Hinagawa's safety. Hinagawa is wincing in pain as he remembers the phone call he received before the assassination. Who was trying to murder him? Nikowa dialed the phone. Who are you? Who the hell is trying to kill me? You don't need to know my identity. You just need to figure out that the TOEI government killed your father and now they want to kill you. The East Ing government? How is that possible? Wasn't the one who killed my father Xiaoran? You checked the cause of your father's death. After saying that, the other end hung up the phone. Cause of death? Wasn't it cardiac arrest? Could it be something else? Words split into two. At this time, Yang Bo was leading a group of dragon entrepreneurs were sitting in the VIP room of Haotian Securities Company. This time, Yang Bo brought $500 billion from the sale of Black Phantom Company by Dragon Light Company, as well as several billionaires who were worth hundreds of billions. Old Young, tell me, what's it going to take? The one who opened his mouth was real estate tycoon Wang Jinlin. He was a patriotic entrepreneur, and when he heard that all the stock speculation could make the Eastern economy swing, he came in a hurry, not to earn money, just to earn a breath. The small country of the East Japan detained Xiaoran, obviously is not rushing to the chip to go, and entrepreneurs like Wang Jinlin have filled the VIP room. Yang Bo deposited $500 billion collectively into his account. Songxia, Feng Tian, Sanling Financial Stocks, all buy them at the market price plus 10%. Buy as many as you can. Yang Bo looked at these 3 green stocks and said to Yujia, we do the same. Buy at the same price increase as Mr. Yang. Wang Jianlin handed over his securities account to Yujia, and compared to the others, although the money in his account was not much, but there was also a small target of 2,000. Raise the price? Mr. Yang, Mr. Wang, these stocks are falling. Buying these stocks will lose money. Yujia looked at the free fall stock trend and kindly advised Yang Bo. The news of Xiaoran's arrest was known all over the world. These 3 stocks that Xiaoran held in large quantities were naturally falling across the board. It's too late to get out of the market at this time, but still raise the price to buy? Sure that these people were all entrepreneurs worth hundreds of billions of dollars in the Dragon Kingdom? Just buy. Yang Bo was calm. $500 billion was his bottom line. Mr. Yang, all of them have been bought according to your request. Your account has bought 2.6 billion shares of these three companies' stocks, worth 480 billion, and Mr. Wang has bought 1 billion shares, worth 200 billion. There are no more stocks on the counter that can be bought. Yu Jia reported the stock trading situation to Yang Bo. Sell the stocks in my and Mr. Wang's account with a 10% markup. Old Ma, it's your turn to make a move. Yang Bo looked at the general market. These three stocks had started to rise. Old Ma, the owner of Ali Jiao, an e-commerce carrier-level company in the Dragon Kingdom, trillions of assets. He smiled slightly. I'll eat as much as you guys have. This. Yu Jia began to understand Yang Bo's intentions for them. He was trying to short these three stocks. Old Ma bought the stocks. The original downward momentum of these stocks completely turned into an upward straight line. Old Ma smiled faintly. Add 10% to sell. Old Young, it's your turn. Looking at the large market, someone madly bought. The originally depressed Eastern Ing stockholders instantly came to the spirit. Asterisk. There is no mistake. The actual controller of these three companies is not Xiao Ran of the Dragon Kingdom. Wasn't he arrested? How come the stocks are rising instead of falling? Isn't it true that Nikawa's death has nothing to do with him, and he's going to be released soon? Someone must have gotten inside information. If these companies can use 1 nanometer chips in the future, the stock price will at least double. Asterisk. No wonder. I'll bet on a full position in Songsha too. After a few operations, Songsha, Fengtian, and Sanling Financial, the stock price has risen by close to 40%. At this point, whenever a stock was thrown out on the general market, it would immediately be sold off. At this point, the trend of these stocks, like a rocket ascending. Looking at the screen full of red, Yang Bo said to Yu Jia, who was already sweating, sell them all at the current price. Same for us, dump them all. Wang Jianlin and the other entrepreneurs with him looked at the scuffling stock and were overjoyed. Originally, they simply wanted to get out of breath, but they didn't expect to make a few hundred small goals in the process. It was not a good thing. All the bosses, they have all been sold. Mr. Yang's account cashed out 650 billion. Mr. Wang's account cashed out 260 billion. Mr. Ma's account cashed out 850 billion. Well, you find a few more random stocks that are falling in the East and repeat the operation. The Eastern Japan Securities and Exchange Commission was busy at this time. They had discovered that there was a super consortium with a capitalization of over $2 trillion that was back and forth between the right and left hands pouring the stocks of the Eastern Japan companies to raise the stock prices. Then they dumped them all at once at the high point of the stock price for huge profits. And the stockholders who bought at a high level can no longer find the receiver in the high post as a green leak. It is a pity that, in this world, stock trading has no large transaction reporting system and melting mechanism. There is also no limit to the stock's up and down range. For a time, many stocks in the East Japan stock market are like riding a roller coaster, rising fast and falling even faster. The shareholders of the Eastern Japan stock market cried out in agony. Enterprise market capitalization is shrinking. If this continued, the economy of Eastern Japan would be crippled if not dead. Chairman of the Board of Directors, we have found out. The source of the consortium's funds is the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 63, The Counterattack of the Eastern Plutocracy. The source of funds is confirmed to be the Dragon Kingdom. June take A. The president of the Eastern Chamber of Commerce, reconfirmed. Yes, they are operating through an overseas account. On the other end of the phone was the nervous voice of the chairman of the SEC. If this matter was not handled well, it could trigger an economic crisis in Eastern Japan. Don't worry, leave it to me. Take A. June hung up the phone, revealing a contemptuous smile. Take A. June. Besides being the president of the Eastern Ing Chamber of Commerce, he was also the head of the top 10 plutocrats in Eastern Japan. The Take A. group in his hands monopolized 80% of the energy trade in Eastern Ing. Wasn't it just arresting a dragon country person? I cannot imagine that the dragon entrepreneurs also loaded. Oh, $2 trillion just want to come to the East Ing stock market to make trouble? With my permission? Take A. June called the secretary. Tell Lao Jiao to notify the meeting at the Gathering of Treasures Hall in the evening. Hi! The secretary's heart trembled, as if he was on the verge of an attack. The Gathering of Treasures, the meeting place of the 10 largest plutocrats in the East. Non-major events are not discussed. Non-urgent matters are not discussed. The last time the 10 great Zaibatsu gathered at the treasure hall was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a tsunami, typhoon and earthquake killed 800. 000 people, to rebuild after the disaster. The 10 great Zaibatsu of Japan met in the Hall of Treasures. 10 years have passed since then. Now that the 10 plutocrats are gathering again, something big is going to happen. At 8 p.m. 9 of the 10 chairs are occupied in the Hall of Treasures. The empty one belongs to Hino Kawasaka. Take Katoshi saw that everyone had arrived and began to preside. The old rules: show the bottom first and rank them according to how much wealth they have. I'll go first. Take Katoshi. Assets $150 billion. Kudo Shino, $120 billion. Yashimo Yamamachi, $130 billion. Takumi Bunin, $600 billion in assets. Take Katoshi did a simple math of everyone's assets, and it exceeded 12 trillion. Boss, what's the big deal that called us here today? Yamamachi Yashimo couldn't wait to ask. He was ranked second in assets and had taken the second oldest position. Take Jun looked at everyone and asked, "You guys heard about today's stock market shock, right? I heard that it was a Dragon Kingdom entrepreneur who caused a shock to the East Japan stock market and wanted to pressure the East Japan to release Xiaoran, the Dragon Kingdom entrepreneur, from the East Japan Police Department." Yamamachi Yashimo said. Kudo Shino asked, "Xiaoran? That's the Dragon Country man who developed 1 nanometer chip technology?" Take Jun nodded. "Yes, the congressman has already told me to let us step in and calm the stock market shock, and then Xiaoran's assets and chip technology will be given to us. How about it? Do we do it? Everyone knows it by heart. That's a chip technology worth trillions of dollars." Yamamachi Yashimo slapped the table and took the lead in responding to the call. "Dry. Must do it. If he dares to act like a pussy on our turf, he must be made to shed his skin. Boss, just tell us how to do it." Take Jun looked at everyone, and everyone's eyes flashed with greed like hyenas seeing their prey. Simple. Do unto others as they do unto us. Let's bloodbath the Dragon Kingdom stock market as well. The next morning, Yang Bo came to Haotian Securities Company and prepared to continue repeating yesterday's operation. However, none of them, Mr. Wang and Mr. Ma, who he had an appointment with yesterday, came. He called Mr. Wang and Mr. Lu, but no one answered. What is wrong with them? Yang Bo was a bit puzzled. Finally, Mr. Aligio Ma's phone call came through. What's the situation? Alas, something big has happened. Today I don't know what's going on. Someone is madly acquiring and madly selling my company's stock. I am busy mobilizing funds to stabilize the stock price. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Ma was busy. Then the matter of the Easting stock. I can't take care of myself. You find old Wang and the others. Before the words were finished, Mr. Ma hurriedly hung up the phone. Yang Bo sensed something odd and opened the stock trading panel. Sure enough, Aligio has plummeted 30%, and it was still continuing to go lower. And Wang Jianlin's Wanda Group stock also plummeted 20%. Mr. Luzco Group even plummeted 40%. The reason behind the obvious fall of individual stocks could be suffering from sniping by the consortium, and the sniper is most likely a consortium from the east. Fortunately, Yang Bo's Dragon cell phone is not listed. Otherwise it would be just as difficult to escape the fate of being sniped. Yang Bo looked at the stock trading volume and was a little surprised. To snipe so many stocks at the same time, without $10 trillion, it was impossible to do. And now to stop the stocks from continuing to fall, unless $10 trillion are taken out to support the bottom, flatten the stock price. Yang Bo looked at the greenish lines and data on the stock trading platform. He took out his cell phone and dialed an international call. Originally, he just wanted to cause shock to the Easting stock market and release Xiaoran to the pressure of the Easting government. I didn't expect that the Easterning Consortium would retaliate so crazily. It looked like he could only be asked to step in. Duan, I'm in a bit of trouble. Bo, is there any mistake? Calling so late, I'm going to sleep. What kind of trouble? Hurry up and say. The other end of the phone clearly came from the noisy DJ music and the excited shouts of the foreign girl. Someone sniped the Dragon Country stock. Yang Bo told Duan about the situation of the Eastern Consortium sniping the stocks of Aligio and other companies. So what are you going to do? On the other end of the phone, Duan was obviously serious. Take the funds and fight against the Easting Consortium to stabilize the stock price. Yang Bo stated his thoughts. Bo, you are worthy of being the most poorly qualified bad boy I've ever brought up. If you take out funds to eat the stocks they threw out, the stock price is stabilized. But they've earned enough. Duan was a little disappointed with Yang Bo's plan. Then what should be done? Except for the capital confrontation to stabilize the stock price, Yang Bo really couldn't think of a second way. Don't care about the Dragon Country stock market. You directly take the funds to short the Easting stock market. Duan gave a novel trick. This? Yang Bo was somewhat unable to understand. The East Ing Consortium has put all their funds in the dragon stock market. It will be difficult to cash out for a while. You use the same method to short the East Ing stock market. If the consortium doesn't have money to buy back and can't stabilize the stock price, then the East Ing stock market and even the economy will collapse. So they will definitely sell off the dragon country stocks, cash out the money and go back to the Eastern Ing stock market. Yang Bo finally understood what Duan meant. But what if they are in the dragon country stock market and are determined not to leave the market and go back to defense? Young Bo was still a little worried. Bo, don't compare the Dragon Kingdom with a projectile land. There are hundreds of millions of stockholders in the Dragon Kingdom. A few stock drops will not have a big impact on the Dragon Kingdom stock market. Moreover, at a certain time, the Dragon Kingdom's state-owned enterprise Big Brother will make a move. But the East is not the same. He cannot afford to fall. After listening to Duan's words, Yang Bo immediately felt enlightened. Duan really deserves to be the Warren Buffett of the Dragon Kingdom. The company he founded, Budengao Enterprise, had become the leading company in the Dragon Kingdom in a few years. All of the minions he brought with him are big business owners. What Vio, OPO, Dragon Family, Spelling Knife, Anxious Rabbit are his little brother founded. The key to these businesses, he had quite a few shares. Duan, lend me some money. I'll do what you said. How much to borrow? Duan asked. Yang Bo considered it again and again, worried that it would make things difficult for Duan, and asked tentatively, 10 trillion, is there any? Eagle sauce coins or dragon coins? Dragon coins. Learning that it was dragon coins, one could feel a Duan's contempt through the phone. What the hell? Borrowing so little? Let's give you 40 trillion. Remember to share half of what you earn with me. Chapter 64, Plutocracy suffers heavy losses. Shivering Ga. The Dragon Country stockholders green as leeks. Cut a crop and a crop simply cannot be cut. Ha ha. Yamamachi Yashimo smugly laughed. Yashimo-kun, you don't want to earn too much. Wait for the assets to surpass take ************* A-kun and become the boss. Kudo Shino teased. Maybe when these stocks go up, I'll sell off and make 20%. Maybe take ********* A-kun will have to call me Big Brother. Ha ha. Just as the Eastern plutocrats were getting carried away, the chairman of the Eastern Securities and Exchange Commission called take ********* a June, chairman of the Board of Governors. Don't worry, we've already given the Dragon Kingdom Enterprises a heavy blow, and we'll call it quits after earning another $3 to $5 trillion. Take ******* a June. Something big has happened. More than half of the stocks in the Eastern Japan stock market have been sniped, and the broader stocks are falling across the board. The chairman of the board of directors was on the phone, shivering straight away. Nanny, half of the stocks were sniped? Take ****** a June was in a bit of disbelief. To snipe half of the stocks in the Eastern Japanese stock market at the same time. The amount of money that would be astronomical. Yes, please also ask take ****** a June to make a move to buy back the shares of the Eastern Japan Enterprises and stabilize the stock price. On the phone, the chairman of the board begged take ****** a June in a pleading tone. Take ***** a June was still in a bit of disbelief as he hurriedly checked the TOEI stock market panel. Sure enough, it was green. Greener than the leaks in the Dragon stock market. The companies under the take ***** group are also all in the green, with an average drop of nearly 30%. Take ***** Toshi mentally did the math. The money earned in the Dragon stock market is far less than the losses of his own company. Take ***** June hurriedly called off the plutocrats who were still looking smug. Baka, quickly look at your own company's stock. All the damn fell into the crowd was shocked, and when they looked at the stock market panel, they were directly abused and cried. The stock market in the Dragon Kingdom is like taking a sack of money. This TM Hua, simply open excavator in my vault directly dig. Throw, all thrown, the funds back to the flow, to save our company. Still in the gathering hall, the Eastern plutocrats hung their heads in shame. After a day of bloodshed, their assets had decreased rather than increased. Take ***** Katoshi, assets of $900 billion, loss of $600 billion. Kudo Shino, assets $800 billion, loss $400 billion. Yamamachi Yashimo, assets $730 billion, loss $570 billion. Takumi Bunin, $300 billion in assets, $300 billion in losses. Boss, we can't play. We're not in the same league as the others. Tomorrow, everyone has any good news to put out. Let the stock price rise, to recover some losses. And at this time, the East Ing congressmen have already made a lot of noise. I told you earlier, don't withhold the Dragon Kingdom Shaoran. Now well, the Dragon Kingdom hasn't made a move yet. Just the consortium has made our economy close to collapse. Detaining people is what the Eagle Jam country means. Rilahi is still living in the Congress, waiting to take away the chip technology. Are we really the dogs of Eagle Jam Nation? Why should we listen to an ugly as hell old woman? All the dirty work for us to do and the favors for her to take? Prime Minister Kamigai-sama, we have to hurry up and get an idea. If the stock market is still like this tomorrow, our economy will go back 5 years. The words were split into two. Hinagawa Sakai opened an investigation into Saka's death based on the mysterious man's hints. This investigation really revealed a problem. The autopsy results showed that Saka died from potassium cyanide poisoning. Gundaka wasn't killed by anger at all, but was poisoned by someone. The poisoner was obviously the police officer who announced Gundaka's death in the first place. The purpose was to convict Xiao Ran and force him to hand over the 1 nanometer chip technology. Instead, Saka had become the victim of the Eastern Japanese government to pin down Xiao Ran. How's it going? Did you find out? The mysterious man asked over the phone. Who the hell are you? Nichikawa Sakatsuki remained skeptical about the identity of the mystery man. Even his former gangster brethren had left him when they saw that he had fallen on hard times. How could a stranger help himself? Unless he had an ulterior motive. I'm here to help you. It doesn't matter who I am. Your purpose isn't to help me. It's to save Xiao Ran, isn't it? Hinagawa Sakatsuki voiced his suspicions. As he thought about it, the person who wished to find out the truth about Saka's death was someone other than him. Xiao Ran. The mysterious person on the other end of the phone was silent. As expected, the guess was right. Xiao Ran took my family's property. I won't save him. Suit yourself. You already know the truth. Don't worry, the Easterning government will not keep you alive. You'll never have a place in Easterning again. Moreover, if you don't disclose the truth about Saka's death, I will come after you as well. The mysterious man's tone was icy cold, as if he was talking to a dead person. Baka, how could you? Hinagawa Banzai was depressed to the extreme. The Easterning government couldn't tolerate him, and now there was another person who wanted to kill himself. If you don't disclose the true cause of Saka's death to the community by 12 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will make you a corpse. The mysterious man hung up the phone after saying that. Hinagawa broke down. If he publicized the cause of his father's death, Xiao Ran, his sworn enemy who took his family's fortune, would be released, and the government of Eastern Japan would not let himself go. If he did not publicize it, his father's death was unexplained, and both the government of the East and the mysterious man would want to kill him. After a fierce mental struggle, Hinagawa dialed the mysterious man. I want to seek refuge in the Dragon Kingdom. The next day, the Easting stock market was still green. The East Japan stockholders lost so much money that they lost their diapers. Many stockholders have taken to the streets to march, protesting against the government of the East Inging kneeling eagle sauce country, that old woman. Without regard for the death of the people, the marchers gathered more and more people, blocking the entrance to the Congress, pulling banners and shouting slogans. They protested loudly. Kamiya, climb out of Rilahi's bed and look at your people. Rilahi is a contradiction maker. Get out of the East. Kamiya Taro, the Prime Minister of Eastern Japan, coyly reported the situation outside to Rilahi. Honorable Lord Gua, Secretary of State, detaining Xiao Ran. The Dragon Kingdom Consortium started sniping at the Easting stock market. Easting's economy has suffered heavy losses, and it has also caused dissatisfaction among the people, who have all begun to march. Rilahi was savoring the Wagyu beef and salmon sashimi exclusively provided by the Easterning Parliament, and was disturbed by Kamiya, and immediately lost his interest in eating. Is that all you've got? Do you want me to bring in the carrier and transfer the Marines to help you deal with it? But if this keeps up, the people will riot. Kamiya looked at Rilahi with pleading eyes like a dog. Rilahi looked disgusted and rolled his eyes. That's your business. I just want the 1 nanometer chip. Chips. Chapter 65, The Pretentious System Runs Away? More and more people gathered in front of the East Japan Parliament to express their protest. A man with a white cloth tied around his head holds a trombone and organizes a rhythmic chanting of slogans. The leading man started ahead. Kamita dash. The crowd took over. Big dummy. Rilahi. Go home. Kamita, the Prime Minister of Eastern Japan, stepped forward, trying his best to calm the people. Everyone listen to me? Let's not be misled by rumors. The economic shock is temporary. We've already taken measures and it'll be fine in no time. Fart your Rashi auntie's ass. Are you red-green color blind? Can't you see that the stock market is all green? A protesting man in the crowd shouted a rebuke. Kamiya continued to patiently ignore the rowdy crowd. Don't worry everyone. The stock market fluctuations will soon return to normal, so go back and wait for our good news. An Eastern man leading the protest was so agitated that he rushed to the front of the crowd, spitting as he shouted at Kamiya. Stop trying to fool us. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom is using us as dogs, letting you detain the Dragon Kingdom entrepreneurs. Isn't it just for the chips? Do you think our eyes are all blind? Do you think Dragon Kingdom can't see through your tricks? Another person in the crowd held up a picture of Rilahi holding a dog leash with a leash on Kamagai and yelled at Kamagai, "You're just a big dumbass. Have you thought about the consequences?" Look, the milk powder country did not just listen to the eagle sauce country's flimflam, detained the daughter of the owner of the dragon for the company, and now what? Their cows are all e-cups, their milk is bursting, and no one is buying it. At this time someone in the parade began to shout, "Don't be an eagle sauce dog, let the Dragon Kingdom people go." Then more and more people began to shout together, "Don't be an eagle sauce dog, let the Rococo people go." Kamiya still explained stiffly, "We're holding Rococo Shoran because he's a suspect in the murder of Hinagawa Saka. No matter how much pressure the Dragon Kingdom puts on us, we will severely punish the murderer." While this was happening, Hinagawa Saka exclusively held up Saka's effigy, followed by a group of gangster minions in mourning clothes carrying coffins. They came over aggressively. It was as if they had died their own father. Kamiya took a look and saw that Hinagawa Saka had come exclusively, as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly said to the marching crowd, "Look, you guys, this is the son of the entrepreneur Hinagawa Gangzaka who was murdered by Rokoku Shoran. His father died tragically. Are we going to let the murderer go?" The crowds of the parade were silent when they saw Nikawa and the tattoo-covered gangster ponies behind him. The crowd also consciously made way for Hinagawa. Kamiya saw that the situation had eased, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He enthusiastically waved to Hinokawa Sakamoto. Hinokawa Sakamoto walked to the front of the crowd and grabbed the tweeter of the parade staff next to him and spoke, "Kamiya, you." Kamiya's face, which was just still smiling, instantly froze. Inside Kamiya, this guy is a dumbass invited by monkeys, right? The crowd in the parade also flaxed and froze. Did he go to the wrong set and get the wrong script? Hinagawa Sakai's eyes glared angrily at Kamiya and continued, "Today, I'm going to reveal the truth about my father's death." Kamiya had a premonition in his heart that something bad was going to happen, and he subconsciously retreated behind the guards. Hinagawa held up Saka's autopsy report high. "I got the world's most powerful forensic Dr. Qin Ming to conduct an autopsy on my father, and the autopsy report clearly states that my father was not killed by Xiao Ran's anger. Rather, he was murdered by someone who poisoned him. I think we all have an accurate answer in our hearts as to who murdered him. The truth was actually like this. In order to seize the chip, one could actually go to such lengths." The parade's crowd was stunned and looked at Kamiya, who was already hiding behind the guards, with faces full of anger. Kamiya, who was still standing behind the guards, stiffly forced himself to explain, "Don't believe it everyone, everything is based on the police investigation. Please believe us, Pa dash." Before Kamiya could finish his words, he was hit by a rotten egg on his forehead. Seeing that someone started it, the crowd instantly exploded, pulling out rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves and throwing them at Kamiya. "Murderer, release him. Smash you to death, you son of a. Eat one of my rotten eggs. Look at my hairy carrot. Wipe. It stinks. What did you throw? It's dark? Asterisk 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 ah. Want to be together." Kamiya, covered in filth, ducked into the capital under the protection of his guards. The crowd gathered around the entrance to the capital, cursing Kamiya and Rilahi loudly as they threw rotten eggs inside. "Kamiya, big dummy, Rilahi, get back." The sound was as loud as if they were at the scene of a Dragon Kingdom soccer match. Xiao Ran, who was detained in the parliament, also heard the commotion outside. No one had talked to him in the past 2 days, and he was dying of boredom. It was so hard to hear some movement. How could he let it go? Xiao Ran excitedly asked the young man guarding him at the door, "Big brother security guard, what's happening outside?" The young man had a cool expression on his face and ignored it. "Oh, simply ignorant. I'm a graduate of the famous Waseda University in the East, and I've walked the tightrope of 1,000 armies before joining the Congressional Special Operations Team. How dare you think that I'm just security guard?" Xiao Ran continued to say to the young man, "You say you're so young to be working as a security guard, when everyone else is in their 60s to be working as a security guard. When all is said and done, you've traveled 40 years less." The young man still ignored it. Xiao Ran continued to speak. "How is your treatment? Is it a formal laborer or outsourcing? Do you pay 5 insurance and 1 gold? Young man," Xiao Ran continued to shred, "do you have a girlfriend? What does she look like? Any Ozma good looking?" The young man is close to running out of steam. Xiao Ran continued to chant, "Ohashi won't let it or Kankangai. Which one gives a more tense performance?" The young man began to cover his ears. Xiao Ran paced back and forth, looking at the young man. The salary is favorable. The prisoner is also imprisoned. Is this the pursuit of a young man's dream? By the way, do you still need people there? The young man couldn't take it anymore. "Big brother, can you stop talking about it? You grow a little bit of heart. People who are on the verge of death." The words are still so dense. As he spoke, Takeshi Kamida, the Minister of Defense of Eastern Japan, walked in with a black face. Xiao Ran felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart when he looked at Kamida's expression. Could it be that I'm going to be secretly executed today? So soon? It can't be. System. Xiao Ran called the system in his mind. However, the system was slow to respond. What's the situation? It's impossible for the system to trap me. Since I'm asked to pretend, it can't just see me die. System. Still no response. Suddenly an ominous thought surged to his heart, making Xiao Ran shudder. Could it be that the system felt powerless to return to heaven and had ran away? Chapter 66, Major Breakthrough in Eastern Chip? Just when Xiao Ran thought that the system had predicted the danger and had run away, the system's voice was heard in his head. Drop. I'm in. The system can also play dead to scare people? Why did you call for half a day with no response? Host mouth too broken. Really cannot help. Close the voice rest will. I'm going to. At this time Kamita Takeo walked in. Now the public is under great pressure, and the cause of Gundaka's death has been exposed again. There was no longer a reason to detain Xiao Ran. Prime Minister Kamiya asked him to come and get the 1 nanometer chip technology from Xiao Ran. Otherwise, Xiao Ran must not be allowed to leave alive. Kamita walked in front of Xiao Ran, sat down on his knees, and began to polish his snowy katana. Good sword, good sword. With this sword, cutting balls is fast, chopping heads is even faster. It's a bit dry. My big sword is starving for it. Oh yeah, Xiao sang. Have you thought it over? This is your last chance. Xiao Ran looked at Kamata with a douchey underslap look on his face. Really damn want to take a brick and slap him to death. Consider it clearly. I won't agree to half a word of the conditions you said. Kamita became infuriated and slapped his katana on the table. Aren't you afraid of death? Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Afraid? Of course. Upon hearing this, Kamita thought that there was something in it, and with one hand on Xiao Ran's shoulder, he came close to Xiao Ran's ear and acted like he was pouring out his heart. Then why bother? Brother, as long as you promise to come up with 1 nanometer chip technology, we welcome you to join the nationality of the East Japan, and the East Japan female actresses are at your disposal. You'll be able to enjoy a lot of glory and wealth. Xiao Ran disgustedly pushed Kamita's hand on his shoulder away. Don't disgust me. I'm a human being. Let me be a dog? Kamita immediately changed his face when he heard this. Xiao sang. What do you mean by that? Xiao Ran looked at Kamita. Don't get me wrong. No other meaning, just the literal meaning. I don't want to be your Easterning dog. Baka. Kamita flipped the table to the ground. Xiao sang. Are you really not afraid of death? Ha ha, let's see if you have the skills. Xiao Ran looked at Kamita, who had a murderous look on his face, and clenched his fists. If it's death either way, then pull a few more Easterning dogs to cushion his back. Just as the two were about to make their move, the door opened. The one who opened the door was actually Prime Minister Kamaya. He coyly made a gesture of inside please to an old woman behind him. Kamita saw this and immediately bowed to the two. Xiao Ran look. This is not the Prime Minister of Japan Kamigai Taro and Eagle Saw Secretary of State Rilahi. Rilahi walked up to Xiao Ran with a smile on his face, looked up and down with an appreciative eye, and said in the raw Longguo language, You are Xiao Ran? I have heard of your name. I know you too. Rashi right. Xiao Ran responded politely on the surface, but inwardly a wave of nausea ran through him. Rilahi, the venomous old hag, the stirrer of the world's situation, the terminator of peace and the brewer of war all over the world. Where there is her, there is war. Rilahi looked at Xiao Ran and continued. Mr. Xiao, now that things are cleared up, it's all a misunderstanding. After knowing that you were in the East, I rushed here at the first opportunity to mediate from it and clear up the misunderstanding between you. Misunderstanding? Do you really take people for fools? You think I don't know that you and Kamaya wear the same pants. But how come you suddenly decided to release yourself? Xiao Ran was very puzzled. Yes, Mr. Xiao, it's all a misunderstanding. We've already checked it out. Hinagawa Kansaka's death has nothing to do with you. Kamiya Taro accompanied with a smile and added from the side. Meaning, I can leave? Xiao Ran was a bit unconvinced and asked tentatively. Of course, you are already free, but in order to express my apologies, please allow me to invite you on behalf of the East Japan to taste our cuisine together tonight. Please do appreciate it. Kamaya looked at Xiao Ran. A smile piled on his face. Is it okay if I don't go? Xiao Ran really didn't believe in Kamaya's character and was afraid that this Inbi was fraudulent. Please don't be polite. Mr. Xiao, take this opportunity. I also want to have a good chat with Mr. Xiao. Rilahi looked at Xiao Ran. Alright. Knowing that he couldn't shrug it off, Xiao Ran agreed. Mr. Xiao should go rest first. We have arranged the presidential suite according to the highest standards. After Kamaya finished speaking, he respectfully made a please gesture to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran walked out with large strides. Kamiya and Rilahi accompanied Xiao Ran out of the Congress. Walking out of the National Assembly, Xiao Ran realized that the entrance to the National Assembly was full of protesting people. There were all kinds of cursing slogans being shouted under their breath. Seeing Xiao Ran come out, the people surrounded him. Kamaya immediately explained to everyone, "We've checked it out clearly. Hinagawa Gangsaka's death has nothing to do with Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao is fine. Please don't worry." Hearing this, the crowd was skeptical. "Be true to your word. Don't go back on your word. Make amends to Mr. Xiao. Why is Rilahi here too? Kick her out." Xiao Ran was dumbfounded. What kind of drama is this? The people of Eastern Japan actually marched to pressure the government to release them? Kamiya sent Xiao Ran to the courtesy car and watched Xiao Ran drive towards the winter capital hotel. Seeing Kamiya's sudden change in attitude towards Xiao Ran, Kamada Takeo asked in great confusion, "Prime Minister, why are you suddenly releasing Xiao Ran?" Kamiya shook his head straight and sighed. This old Inbi of Rilahi is truly een. In order to get rid of her international reputation, she jumped out and acted as the good guy, saying that she came to the east to clear up a misunderstanding, and that the bad guys all let us do the work. Kamada Takeo also clenched his fists in indignation and gritted his teeth in anger. What an old hag. Kamaya waved his hand and let out a long sigh. This is not the most sinister. She also asked us to act as if we were very close to Xiao Ran, and put out the news that it was Xiao Ran who had joined the Eastern Japan nationality and secretly transferred the chip technology, so that the rumors would fly all over the place. This way the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be able to tolerate Xiao Ran, and in the end, he would have no choice but to defect to us. Kamita slapped his thighs when he heard this. This person is really bad. Killing and killing. I really want to stick this old Inbi to death. Dongjing Hotel, the 18th floor banquet hall was richly decorated. In order to show its friendship and importance to Xiao Ran, Easting invited dignitaries, entrepreneurs and journalists and friends from various countries to come. When Xiao Ran stepped as the banquet hall and saw the crowds of people who were dressed up to attend, the whole person was stunned. What is this situation? What is this situation? Didn't you say to eat some specialties and jerk a string? What's so grand about it? Seeing Xiao Ran, everyone applauded. Rilahi and Kamaya also warmly greeted them. Welcome Mr. Xiao. Out of etiquette, Xiao Ran shook hands with them one by one. The banquet was also broadcast live on the internet with the ulterior motive of Eastern Japan. This live broadcast caught the attention of the whole world. Through the live broadcast, netizens saw the banquet scene. Seeing the dignitaries, plutocrats and even Rilahi of the Eastern Japan lining up to strike up a conversation with Xiao Ran, the netizens exploded. Damn! The banquet held by Eastern Ing for Xiao Ran is at the presidential level, isn't it? The members of the East Ing Parliament are all present. Yes, Rilahi is also there. Look at everyone's behavior. Xiao Ran is the main guest. Rilahi is all a chaperone. Xiao Ran said on the day he was captured that East Ing would obediently release him, so he really didn't brag. It's really a great honor for the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, look, everyone is clapping in line to toast Xiao Ran. Mission completed. Mission rating, SS, rank, pushing king, gained experience value 2000. Experience bar is 8100/10,000. Reward obtained, Raptor Rocket Engine Technology. Reward obtained, Raptor Rocket Engine Technology. Xiao Ran, who was toasting with everyone, had a system beep in his head. Mission completed. Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 67, Anti-Countermeasures. Just when Xiao Ran thought the mission was accomplished and breathed a sigh of relief, Kamiya, the Prime Minister of Eastern Japan, suddenly stood on the ballroom stage and picked up the microphone. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. We are honored to have dinner with Mr. Xiao Ran today, and I would like to take this opportunity to announce a good news to everyone. Everyone stopped talking and quieted down, waiting curiously for the good news from Kamaya's mouth. Xiao Ran was equally confused. Only Rilahi looked at Xiao Ran with a wry smile. Kamaya looked at the crowd and said with an excited face, "The good news is that there has been a major breakthrough in the chip technology of Eastern Japan." When the crowd heard this, they exploded and started making wild guesses. Such a coincidence? Xiao Ran was released and they made a breakthrough in chip? Could it be that Xiao Ran has already leaked the chip technology to Eastern Ing? Everyone's gazes turned to the dumbfounded Xiao Ran and began to speculate. Xiao Ran was suddenly released. The East Ing was worshipping him as a state guest. There must be a secret here. The reporters present were also curious and asked Kamiya questions. May I ask, does the major breakthrough of the chip in Eastern Japan have anything to do with Xiao Ran? Kamiya put on a very difficult look on stage and said with a desire to speak, "This is inconvenient to disclose, however, I will highlight and Mr. Xiao has no relationship." Really, no relationship? You guys don't guess. Once everyone heard this ambiguous answer, they were more certain of their suspicions, and the reporter that East Ing had arranged in the crowd stood out and began to pursue the question. There are whispers that Mr. Xiao has already transferred the 1 nanometer chip technology to Eastern Japan. May I ask if this is true? Kamaya continued to squirm on the stage in a difficult manner. This is not convenient to disclose. Everyone should not speculate wildly. The more he didn't dare to respond clearly, the more he asked everyone not to speculate wildly, but the effect was often to let everyone let go of their imagination and guess wildly. This is exactly the purpose of Turtle Valley, and the Dragon Nation viewers who are watching the live stream online. From the beginning of excitement to suspicion to now anger. Go TM. This dog then Xiao Ran must have barred the 1 nanometer chip technology to the East Ing. Otherwise it wouldn't have been released. I told you how the East Japan would suddenly release him, and even organize such a grand banquet to entertain him according to the president's specifications. From today onwards, I am not going to buy Longwang's cell phone anymore. The crowd at the banquet site also cast strange gazes at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran looked at Rilahi, who was leisurely holding his wine glass to the side and watching the show. Looked at Kamaya, who was pretending to squirm on the stage. Connecting everything together, he instantly understood Kamaya's sinister intentions. He wanted to use this kind of plausible answer to arouse everyone's suspicion. This grandson actually played with the art of war in front of Lao Tzu. It's just that the art of war is not what this grandson is using. Countermeasures? Right. Then let grandpa teach you how to play it. Everyone. Xiao Ran raised his hands to the sky and high-fived, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone also looked at Xiao Ran with anticipation, wanting to hear his explanation of this matter. Kamaya and Rilahi glanced at each other, unable to hide their happiness. You, Xiao Ran, didn't kill anyone, so I, Eastern Ing, will just release them. Why bother treating you with such respect? Why bother entertaining you with presidential specifications? No matter how Xiao Ran explained it, people wouldn't believe it. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast had already clenched their fists, and some of them had even raised the Dragonlight cell phones they had only bought. As long as it was determined that Xiao Ran had seeded the chip technology, the cell phone would end up in pieces. At this moment, Xiao Ran walked onto the stage under the gaze of the crowd. Yes, Turtle Valley has said for me to transfer 1 nanometer technology to them, saying that they don't want to be instructed by Eagle Jam Country, and they want to surpass Eagle Jam Country in the chip industry. When Rilahi on the stage heard this, his face instantly grimaced. It did sound like Kamaya had said that, although he had been made to feel like a dog by Eagle Jam Country, he had always had the ambition to turn over a new leaf and become the master. The look she gave Kamehameha was already somewhat angry. Kamaya's ears exploded when she heard this, interrupting Xiao Ran to loudly argue. I didn't say that. Xiao Ran slapped his head and pretended to accidentally reveal himself, explaining to the crowd. Oh, yes, you didn't say that. This matter has nothing to do with Eagle Jam Country. Nothing to do with Eagle Jam Nation? Rilahi was right there in the middle of the scene. Who believes that? Xiao Ran's trick of muddying the waters made everyone's mind already start guessing wildly. It seems that the East Japan wants to hide the chip technology from the Eagle Jam Country to monopolize it, which is normal. Yes, there is no relationship with Eagle Jam Country. You don't need to explain. Those who understand understand. Go on. In the end how? Xiao Ran continued on stage. At that time, in order to make me agree, Kamaya also said that let those Winter Kyoto female excellence Ohashi, Ozawa, to AI, to accompany me. The topic of female excellence instantly attracted the attention of those present, and there was a lot of discussion, and Kamaya did say something similar. It's not good to argue, can only stand aside with a blushing face. Sure, is this a topic that can be said outwardly? Asterisk. This must be true, like a condition that Kamaya can give. This, some shameless taking a woman as a condition. Is Kamiya so nasty? If it's me, I'll go with Rice Love. The netizens watching the live broadcast also popped up messages. Xiao Ran, say it properly. Which one do you like? If you don't say it clearly, I'll use this cell phone to pad the table leg. Say it clearly. Did you promise? Which female porn star is it? Tell me truthfully. How does it feel in your hand? 10,000 words of user experience. Hand it in tomorrow. Accompany you? Is there any audio or video recording as evidence? This one is crucial. Let everyone help to see the nasty tactics of Eastern Japan. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xiao Ran opened his mouth and continued. But, I didn't promise. Some of the men in the audience, who were carrying their foreign wine in a decent manner, spilled it all over the place. Netizens frantically popped up. Go. Actually did not promise. Or is it a man? Rise up. Lean. What the hell? Do you guys expect him to cede his skills for the sake of a female porn star? Stupid. Pretend to say yes first. Try it out and then give it a bad review and flip out. Chapter 68. I can paint Raptor engines. Did Xiao Ran give the 1 nanometer chip technology to East Japan or not? At this time, it has become a topic of concern for people on the scene as well as those who are watching the live broadcast. Xiao Ran looked at everyone's curious gaze and continued. I admit, I personally like the bridge 1 hour, 20 minutes and 32 seconds of that work very much. But, I still didn't promise. Later what? The crowd on stage couldn't wait. Later on, Kamiya offered to let me supply the chip to the Easting Enterprises for use on a priority basis, and in exchange, he was going to give me the core technology for satellite launching, the Raptor engine technology. Xiao Ran finished unhurriedly, waiting for the reaction from the stage. Raptor engine technology? Isn't this the satellite engine technology that only the Eagle Jam country has? How could Kamiya have it? Could it be that TOEI has stolen Eagle Jam country's technology? This melon is a bit big and Rilahi was already dialing the Eagle Jam Space Agency on the side at this time. Have there been any suspicious personnel from the Eastern Japan side coming in and out of the space base recently? No. Dear Lord Secretary of State, are you insulting our defenses by asking this? We have the highest level of protection here? Oh, I'm sorry, it's just that there's been talk that TOEI has gotten its hands on Raptor engine technology. That's never going to happen. It's our most core technology, and I assure you, every one of our sergeants will protect the Raptor like we would our own little birds. Oh dear Colonel, remember your words well. Protect the little birds, protect the Raptors. And Kamigai, afraid of being misunderstood by Eagle Jam Nation, rushed onto the stage in a panic to explain. There is no such thing. We simply do not have any Raptor engine technology. Xiao Ran, you do not want to separate us from the Ing and Eagle Sauce friendly relations. Rilahi also sensed that something was wrong. Perhaps Kamiya was right. Everything was Xiao Ran's dissociation. She walked onto the stage and spoke. Mr. Xiao, you said that Kamiya was going to tell you about the Raptor engine technology. Is that true? Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment. Yes. It's just that he showed me the information on the Raptor engine, and I felt that the technology was too backward and didn't want it. Didn't want? Raptor engine technology. Backward? This forced to pretend. Really loud. It looks like Kamiya is right. This kid is deliberately dividing the relationship between the East and the Eagle Jam country. That's a brilliant move, but it's a pity that it was recognized. It looks like Xiao Ran must be afraid of death gratuitous transfer of 1 nanometer chip technology, but also pretending to say this and that. This is in the words of the Dragon Kingdom. When that, but also to establish that, detected that the host was subjected to group ridicule. This situation is extremely suitable for pretending. Mission, playing hard to get, hitting everyone in the face. Mission reward, manned spaceflight technology. A system beep sounded in Xiao Ran's head. He looked at the crowd present, and at this moment, everyone was looking at him with the eyes of a clown. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. Although I didn't ask for the Raptor engine technology, I read the information. The construction diagram of the engine. I wrote it down. The crowd was stunned. Reversed? It won't be bragging again, right? Kamiya almost laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Ran say that. Since you said you've memorized the design of the Raptor engine, draw it if you can. He expected Xiao Ran to not be able to draw the design, since he had never shown him any design at all. He looked at Xiao Ran, waiting to see the joke. Xiao Ran held out his hand. Bring paper and pen. The waiter hurriedly brought paper and pen and put them on the table. Xiao Ran closed his eyes and recalled the structural diagram of the Raptor engine in his mind, snapped his eyes open, walked over to the table, and began to rustle on the paper. The crowd also held their breath and gathered around the table, watching Xiao Ran draw. The live feed was also aimed directly at the drawing paper on the table. Colonel Jack of the Eagle Jam Space Agency was watching the live feed from the base. A few minutes ago Rilahi called and said that the East might have mastered the Raptor engine technology and asked him to watch the live broadcast. Entering the live broadcast, watching Xiao Ran's behavior, Jack had a rough judgment on this matter, but it is just an international joke made by the young man who loves to brag. This is not. Also bragged that remembered the engine structure. How is it possible? There are tens of thousands of parts on the Raptor engine. How is it possible to remember? Just look at it as a joke. Colonel Jack revealed a contemptuous smile. And thousands of miles away in the Dragon Kingdom, there was a young man wearing thick glasses who was also watching the live broadcast. His name was Li Chu, a doctoral student in the aerospace power direction. Together with his mentor during the Bo Shang stage, he had been studying how to make rocket engines reduce power loss and achieve maximum efficiency in power transmission. Unfortunately, no progress has been made. At this moment, Xiao Ran brushed and brushed, his pen flying on the paper. In a short while, the prototype of an engine appeared on the paper. Then, Xiao Ran began to draw the power unit. At this time, the unknown netizens were also nervously watching the live broadcast. Will this guy really do it? How does it look? A bit like a tractor engine. I think, drawing the outline isn't much of a big deal. What's hard is drawing the structure and layout inside. And as Xiao Ran's pen kept flying, the power unit was already drawn. He started to draw the transmission device again. When Colonel Jack, who was far away across the ocean, saw the power device Xiao Ran had drawn, a look of horror appeared on his face, and the Wadwan snowcake he was holding in his hand stayed in midair. Tom, quick, come over here. Mr. Colonel, what's so urgent? Look, Is this the power structure inside our Raptor engine? Let me see. Oh, my god. It's really the structure of our power. Maybe he just happened to know some of the engine's structural diagrams. Don't worry. Let's move on to the power transmission device of our Raptor engine is the most efficient one verified so far. It can maximize the efficiency of converting power into rocket lift, which he definitely won't. Xiaoran brushed a few strokes and the transmission device came out. He began to draw the ignition device. On the scene, Fujino, the minister of the East Japan Space Department, saw the structural sketches on the paper. Inwardly, he was thrilled. This power structure, this transmission device, it was simply too perfect. Could this really be the internal structure drawing of the Raptor engine? He hurriedly ran to Kamaya's side and told him the situation. Once Kamaya heard this, his face, which had just been smiling, immediately became terrified. This, how is this possible? How could he possibly know the internal structure of the Raptor engine? And at the same time, Colonel Jack of the Eagle Sauce Nation's space agency saw that Xiaoran had already begun to draw the ignition device in the live broadcast. He was so alarmed that he hurriedly dialed the phone of Rilahi who was on the scene. Quickly, tell that young man to stop. Stop drawing. If you draw anymore, the Raptor engine's most central secret is known to the whole world. What? Rilahi was shocked when she heard that. She immediately squeezed into the crowd and rushed over, snatching Xiaoran's pen off. Enough! Xiaoran looked at Rilahi, who was full of panic. I haven't finished drawing yet. Rilahi snatched the paper with the drawing of the rocket engine power and tore it into pieces. She shouted at the top of her lungs. I said enough. Xiaoran shrugged with a helpless look on his face. Rilahi glared viciously at Kamagai. Prime Minister Kamiya, you will pay for your theft. Chapter 69 This. What a Raptor engine. Rilahi shrugged off the harsh words and turned around, heading for the entrance of the venue, ready to leave. Kamaya rushed to follow, explaining in a panic, but Rilahi paid no attention. Thumping her heels, she left the venue. Seeing Rilahi's unusual reaction, the crowd froze in place. Just now, why did she react so much? Could it be? It's solid. The East Japan actually got its hands on the Eagle Jam country's Raptor engine technology. This time, what will the Eagle Jam Kingdom's reaction be to Eastern Ing? It won't throw two more mines at East Ing. And online, netizens also began a frenzy of pop-up comments. I thought he was drawing a tractor engine. I didn't realize it was a real rocket engine. Does this count as exposing Eagle Jam country's state secrets? Is there anyone who knows how to come out and say, what is the Raptor engine really like? Me. I'll tell you. I graduated in aerospace dynamics, and the engine Xiaoran just drew was the most awesome I've ever seen. Bar none. Why didn't Xiaoran promise Kamaya to give them the chip to use and bring back the Raptor engine technology? What a pity. He seems to say that the Raptor engine technology is too backward. Weekly ask, is he pretending? Throw. He really said that. In Eastern Japan, the banquet hall of the Winter Capital Hotel had become a mess. Reporters had gathered around Kamiya for interviews. Mr. Kamiya, may I ask where you got the Raptor engine technology? May I ask what measures the Eastern Japan side is going to take in response to Rilahi's stance? If the Eagle Sauce Kingdom sends in an aircraft carrier, what weapons does TOEI have to defend against it? Kamiya was surrounded in the center and could only repeatedly claim that TOEI did not have Raptor engine technology. However, no one believed it. And Xiaoran was also surrounded by reporters for an interview. Mr. Xiao, you just said that TOEI wanted to exchange Raptor engine technology with you for the right to supply chips. Is it true that you didn't agree? May I ask? You said that the Raptor engine technology is too backward. Is this your reason for politely refusing, or you don't understand aerospace power technology? Is it true that there is a secret agreement on 1 nanometer chip technology between you and Eastern Japan or not? Xiaoran calmly stretched out his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Don't be in a hurry. Let me answer one by one. Reporters and friends looked at Xiaoran expectantly waiting for his answer. The netizens watching the live broadcast were also nervous and sweating, their eyes staring at the live broadcast screen. Rocket engine technology. I really understand. The reason why I refused. Because the Raptor engine technology is really low. You just say the oil and gas mixed combustion ratio, or too low. In addition, 1 nanometer chip technology I'm ready to hand over to the Dragon Kingdom without compensation. I personally do not have the right and will not leak it to the East. Xiaoran's words came out. The people present in the room were screaming crap in their hearts. The chip technology will be handed over to the Dragon Kingdom at no cost. Is this true? Is this true? That's a chip technology worth trillions of dollars. Moreover, he just said something about oil and gas mixing and combustion ratio and such specialized terms. He really does know what he's talking about. It seems that he has more advanced rocket power technology than the Raptor engine technology. The netizens also exploded, and the live feed was covered in pop-ups. Eastern Kingdom netizens, this man is too powerful. Eastern Kingdom must keep him. Cold Country netizen, have you guys noticed that according to the research of the Cold Country historians, Xiao Ran's 18th generation ancestor of his great-grandmother was of mixed blood from the Cold and Dragon Country. So Xiao Ran's ancestry is from the Cold Country. Cold Country netizen too, yes. To hand over the chip technology, it should be handed over to the Cold Country. Dragon Country netizen, empty your wallet and buy a Dragon Light cell phone. If I can. I want to buy a rocket engine to show my support. Dragon Nation netizen 2 at Defense Ministry of Dragon Nation at Foreign Ministry of Dragon Nation at Embassy of Dragon Nation in East Japan. Please protect our output. Dragon Nation netizen 3 at Dragon Nation Defense Ministry at Dragon Nation Foreign Ministry at Dragon Nation Embassy in EJ. Please protect our output. More and more people from the Dragon Kingdom stayed in line as clear pop-ups filled the screen. At this time, inside the National Laboratory of the Dragon Country Aerospace University, Li Chu, a doctoral student, was experimenting with the engine structure drawn by Xiao Ran in the live broadcast. Aerospace University National Laboratory. Power unit. Power transmission device. Ignition device is complete. Li Chu arranged the power unit and transmission device according to the layout drawn by Xiao Ran. Soon, it was connected. Wonderful. It can actually be connected like this. He and his mentor had been researching on how to improve the efficiency of the power transmission. However, after more than 2 years of research, there had been no breakthrough. Li Chu sighed at the exquisite design while igniting and starting the engine. Boom! Inside the closed experimental chamber, the engine ejected a huge wave of air. The relevant power data and fuel combustion ratio had already been recorded by the computer connected to the experimental chamber. The moment he saw the data, Li Chu was stunned. The power transfer efficiency reached 95%, a whole 10 percentage points higher than the original experimental data. The fuel combustion ratio reached 98%. 5 percentage points higher than the most advanced engine in the Dragon Kingdom. With these two technologies alone, hundreds of millions of dollars could be saved with each rocket launch. I didn't think it was real. Li Chu took the experimental data and hurriedly ran towards his mentor's office. At this time, the Dragon State Space Agency urgently invited space experts to hold a secret meeting. Li Chu's mentor, Zhang Tianqi, was the space agency's power expert, and was also among the invitees. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was filled with doubts and disdain. Spaceflight Director Luo Bo had a serious face as he asked everyone to analyze a diagram of the internal structure of a rocket engine. Everyone, this is the internal structure diagram of the Raptor engine that millions of Dragon Nation netizens online at us, saying that this could be the Raptor engine. That's why it's so urgent to call all the experts to take a look and study it. Bureau Luo, where did the netizens get this diagram from? Wei Dong, an old expert who was nearly 70 years old wearing presbyopia, looked at the sketch with a disdainful face. Oh, this is what the netizens saw on the live broadcast of the Eastern Banquet, saying that this could be the structure of the Eagle Sauce Country's Raptor engine that the Eastern Banquet got. Luo Bureau explained the source of this diagram. Wei Dong shook his head straight as he listened. I think when General Lu visited the Eagle Jam Country carrier, the Eagle Jam Country did not allow General Lu to get close to sea. General Lu can only stand on tiptoe. How can the Eagle Jam Country let such a core Raptor engine technology leak out? Several other experts who don't know much about rocket power also agreed. Yes, it's not possible that Eagle Jam Country leaked it out on purpose. I think the design and arrangement of this engine is too strange. Could it be fake? Just as the crowd was talking and thinking that this was just a prank, Lu Tianqi, who had been burying his head in the paper since the beginning of the meeting, stopped his pen and broke out in a cold sweat as he slapped the table and stood up excitedly. It's incredible. This is really the internal structure of the Raptor engine. Chapter 70 whatever it takes. What? It's really a Raptor engine? Professor Lu, are you really sure? Hearing Lu Tianqi's words, Wei Dong was a little disbelieving. He picked up the magnifying glass on the side and began to carefully study the structure of the engine in Xiao Ran's drawing. I have just deduced the structure according to the drawing, and according to the layout in the drawing, it can maximize the full combustion of the fuel in the process of doing work. And the most marvelous thing is that this kind of transmission structure can improve the transmission efficiency of power and reduce heat loss. As for how much it improves the power transmission efficiency, it still has to be tested. When the crowd heard this, they somewhat couldn't believe their ears. The core internal structure of the Raptor engine of the Eagle Jam Country was actually shown to the world in the live broadcast. It was at this time that the door of the conference room was pushed open by someone. The visitor was none other than Li Chu. He was panting, holding the experiment report in his hand, unable to catch his breath. Seeing that it was his doctoral student, Lu Tianqi stood up and said somewhat reproachfully, "Why are you so unruly? A confidential meeting is being held here. Wait for me in my office if there's anything." Li Chu picked up the water beside the table for himself and drank it all in one go. only slightly straightening his breath as he held up the lab report and said with a look of excitement, "Teacher, excuse me, the subject of our research, rocket power transmission, has had a stage-by-stage breakthrough. Look, this is the experimental data." Lu Tianqi hurriedly took the experimental report, excitedly patting the report straight in his hand and passing it around. "Look, this is the experimental data. It can actually be improved so much." Bureau Luo, Wei Dong and the others gathered around, excited. "Is this true? The power transmission efficiency can reach 95%? The fuel can actually achieve 98% full combustion? Did you also see this internal construction diagram live online? Was it also drawn by that young man named Xiao Ran?" Everyone surrounded Li Chu in the center, throwing out one question after another. Li Chu was flattered. "The experimental data is true. You also watched the live broadcast on the internet? Learned that Li Chu's experiments are also in accordance with the pictures of Xiao Ran online." Wei Dong, emotional, heart cannot withstand, two black eyes, fell headlong. The crowd rushed to help Wei Dong up, for fear of a long or short. Wei Dong is the leading expert in rocket ignition in the Dragon State. Old Wei, are you alright?" Wei Dong trembled, his face white. "In my pocket. Quick acting, heart-saving pills." The crowd rushed from Wei Dong's pocket out of the quick-acting heart pill, to Wei Dong served, and Wei Dong helped to the chair to rest. Not long after, Wei Dong's face only gradually have blood color, breathing also smooth up. "Old Wei, you can't get excited with a heart attack. There is a major breakthrough in engine power transmission. This is a good thing. Yes, we can improve our rocket engines. Not only can we save on launch costs, but most of all, we can increase the rocket's capacity." Old Wei, what's wrong with you? It looks like, why do you look unhappy?" Wei Dong lay paralyzed in his chair, his eyes lost staring at the internal structure diagram of the Raptor engine in his hand, and sighed. It's a pity. The ignition device is not finished drawing. If he finished drawing the ignition device. Once Lu Tianqi heard this, he finally understood Wei Dong's loss, and he sighed as well. "Yes, if we can draw the most core ignition device, then we can improve our technology and truly become the most awesome country in the world in terms of aerospace technology." When the other majors heard this, their emotions, which were just very excited, were lost all of a sudden. At this moment, Luo Bo, however, let out a loud laugh. "Bureau Luo, what are you doing?" Lu Tianqi was a bit puzzled. Luo Bo looked at the crowd and asked, "Is this the reason everyone lost their minds?" The crowd nodded. "Alas, yes, too bad." Luo Bo patted Wei Dong's shoulder. "Elder Wei, you can stop getting excited. I have another piece of news to tell everyone." Wei Dong, who had collapsed in his chair, sat up in a mischievous manner. "What news? Quickly say, I can hold up." Luo Bo looked at Wei Dong and stretched out his hands to signal Wei Dong not to get excited. "Don't get excited. It's like this. This young man who drew the picture is from our dragon country. We have contacted the foreign ministry and asked them to make sure to bring this young man back safely. In that case, the diagrams that he did not finish drawing at the scene, we can invite him to come to the space agency to finish drawing." Upon hearing this, Wei Dong was so excited that his qi and blood rushed straight to his head, and his heart fluttered wildly uncontrollably. Again, both eyes went black and fainted. Wei Lao, quickly, take the quick-acting heart-saving pills." At this time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom received news from multiple departments. Ministry of Science and Technology, Xiao Ran, the president of Dragon Light Technology Company, is ready to offer 1 nanometer chip technology to the country for free. Please make sure to send him back to the Dragon Kingdom safely. Aerospace Bureau, Xiao Ran's internal structure diagram of the Raptor engine was experimentally determined to be able to greatly improve the rocket power. This talent, please do everything you can to safely send him back. Ministry of National Defense, Xiao Ran is a patriotic entrepreneur. The technology he possesses can be widely used in the national defense cause of preventing aggression. If there is any difficulty in escorting him safely, the Ministry of National Defense will provide all support, including force support. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately contacted the Dragon Embassy in eastern Japan. At all costs, safely escort Xiao Ran back to his country. At this point, Xiao Ran had already convinced everyone present, the East Japan possessed the Raptor engine technology. Even if Kamiya had 10,000 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. There was no such thing as Raptor engine technology in the United Kingdom. He had not even shown Xiao Ran any structural drawings of rocket engines. Ghosts knew how Xiao Ran could really draw out the internal structure of the engine. Now, the Eagle Kingdom's side couldn't explain it clearly no matter what. It's really a case of stealing a chicken and losing the rice. The only way to remedy the situation is to do everything possible to get the 1 nanometer chip technology from Xiao Ran's mouth and offer it to Eagle Jam. Perhaps this would be able to offset some of the Eagle Jam Nation's anger. Kamata, when the banquet is over, please do whatever it takes to catch Xiao Ran. Remember, Do not reveal your true identity. Kamiya managed to squeeze out from the reporters surrounding him, and gave a deadly order to Defense Minister Takeshi Kamita. Don't worry, Prime Minister. I'll bring my men in right now to capture him straight away. Kamita rolled up his sleeves and was ready to lead his men inside, but was stopped by Kamiya. Baka, it's not like he's a suspect right now. There are still reporters from various countries present. Aren't you letting the whole world know that we're arresting people indiscriminately by going in and arresting them? Kamiya nodded his head sagely. Hi, the Prime Minister is right in his lesson. I'll go get ready. And at that moment, a dark shadow, like a black lightning, taking advantage of the night color, it flew through the top floor of the Duncan Hotel. Chapter 71, The Female Ninja's True Identity is Revealed. Inside the VIP 888, presidential suite of the Winter Capital Hotel, Takeshi Kamita had already set up a dragnet here. A dozen congressional bodyguards took advantage of the night and lurked in all corners of the room. As long as Xiao Ran comes back, tie people up in minutes. As for the banquet hall, along with the system beep, Xiao Ran once again completed the pretense mission and put the manned spaceflight technology into his mind. Mission completed. Mission rating, S, grade, King of Pussy, gained experience value of 1500. Experience bar is 9600/10,000. Reward obtained, manned spaceflight technology, reward obtained, manned spaceflight technology. At this time, there was still a group of reporters surrounding Xiao Ran asking various questions. Mr. Xiao, may I ask if it's true that you're prepared to offer the 1 nanometer chip technology to the country for free? Yes, I've answered this question 3 times already. Next question, Mr. Xiao. The netizens in the Cold Kingdom said that your ancestors were from the Cold Kingdom and that the chip technology should be dedicated to the Cold Kingdom. What do you think about this? Cold country sticks? Are they thinking of farts to eat? Next question, Mr. Xiao. May I ask if the female porn star Ohashi no LED is really your ideal match? And if she is willing, will you stay in the East for her? Can't you ask something with technical content? Xiao Ran was a bit out of breath from the continuous questioning. His belly was full and he needed to release some of it. Everyone, I'm going to the restroom first, please give way. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Ran rushed out of the crowd and walked into the restroom. This East, the urinal was set according to their height. To Xiao Ran, it was like walking into a children's toilet. Xiao Ran pulled out his gun and indulged in the relief of release. Look at my invincible big water gun. Relahi, eat my shot. Da-day. Don't move. Hands up. Suddenly, Xiao Ran felt a coldness in his back, and was pressed against his back by something hard. This sound, so familiar. Xiao Ran realized that it was not good and let go of the water gun in his hand, slowly raising his hands. If he was not wrong, the thing against his back was a pistol. Xiao Ran slowly turned back. It turned out to be the female ninja from the East who had saved him last time at the Hinagawa Saka expert. A black nightclothes wrapped her perfect figure. Zip zip zip. The water gun was still flowing, clashing with the porcelain to make a zippy sound. I say, big sister, can you have some professional ethics? You see I'm busy here. Why don't you help me hold the gun? Pa! That female ninja hit Xiao Ran on the back of his head with a heavy touch. Brat! Do it yourself! Hurry up! Xiao Ran put away his gun and turned around. I say, big sister, what's this about again? Xiao Ran expected that the female ninja had no malicious intent. Otherwise, just now she could have killed herself long ago while she was defenseless. Brat! Come with me! The outside of the banquet hall is full of people from Turtle Valley. They are waiting to clean you up. As soon as the female ninja said that, Xiao Ran understood. He had stirred up such a big basket for Eastern Japan. Kamiya would definitely not let himself go. Change it. The female ninja threw Xiao Ran a bag. In the bag was a black nightclothes. After Xiao Ran changed into it, the female ninja had long since opened the toilet window. She threw out a piece of rope, pulled Xiao Ran up and jumped down through the window. Asterisk. Big sister, can you say hello? This is the 18th floor. Quiet. Hold me tight. The female ninja pulled on the deceleration device buckled around her waist and soon reached the ground. Where to now? After landing, Xiao Ran was still a bit dizzy. Wherever we go, can you take your hands off first? The female ninja looked at the hands holding onto her waist. Oh, Xiao Ran removed his hands somewhat awkwardly. Come with me. The female ninja brought Xiao Ran to an intersection next to the hotel. There was already a small black car with a black license plate waiting over there. Seeing the small car, Xiao Ran was inwardly shocked. Holy, black license plate. This is Embassy's car? Still insightful. Get in the car. The female ninja got into the car on her butt. Xiao Ran followed closely behind and sat in the back with the female ninja. Xiao Ran got into the car, but the car drove towards the road away from the city. Looking at the more desolate the road became, Xiao Ran couldn't help but ask, where to? The female ninja closed her eyes and, to send you home. Not long after, the car traveled to the beach and stopped. A group of people in black suits stood neatly waiting there. Seeing this momentum, Xiao Ran couldn't help but start worrying inside. Could it be that, just like the Suzuran gang last time, this bastard also wanted to throw himself into the sea and feed the sharks? I say, big sister, didn't you say you would send me home? Xiao Ran looked at the female ninja warily. He really couldn't think of a reason why this female ninja wanted to harm him. Splat! The female ninja gave Xiao Ran another head-touching blow to his head. Brat! Big sister shouts smoothly. Right. Being touched on the head in front of so many people, Xiao Ran felt a little embarrassed about his face. Hey, you guys with no sense of boundaries, don't touch my head. Is it familiar? Splat! Another head-touching blow. Boundary sense, huh? The female ninja screamed while making another head-touching kill at Xiao Ran. Not familiar, huh? Snap! Despite Xiao Ran's best efforts to dodge, he still couldn't avoid it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't think that I don't dare to make a move just because you're a female. Xiao Ran curled his arms with both hands to protect his head. The female ninja ignored it and began to remove her mask. Xiao Ran also looked curiously through his fingers. He was curious to know just who the female ninja who had saved himself time and time again was. As the female ninja removed her mask, Xiao Ran was stunned in place. Su-yun? You, how is it you? Get reacquainted. Special Action Team of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of State Security. Su-yun. Su-yun revealed her true identity. Ministry of State Security. Special Action Group? Xiao Ran almost dropped his jaw in shock. It turned out that what she was carrying in her suitcase at night wasn't anything full of eroticism. Instead, 98K? So, you're not a lady, miss? Su-yun squinted angrily at Xiao Ran. So, you've been treating me as a lady? Splat. Another head-touching kill. Ahem. I say, can you guys not treat us outsiders as air? The black-clothed man in the lead just couldn't see past it and interrupted Xiao Ran and Su-yun's sweet interaction. Lu Chang, senior diplomat of the Dragon Kingdom's embassy in eastern Japan. Xiao Ran, the person we are protecting this time. Su-yun made a short introduction to the two to each other. Diplomat. So many people. Protecting me? Xiao Ran was somewhat flattered after hearing the introduction. You are Mr. Xiao. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lu Chang enthusiastically shook Xiao Ran's hand and was reluctant to let go for a long time. Hey, I say, two big men, can you hurry up? We are dodging a chase, okay? Su-yun was really a bit unable to look away and urged. Mr. Xiao, the boat is ready, please get on board. Lu Chang sent Xiao Ran and Su-yun onto the fishing boat that had long been waiting on the shore, waving goodbye to Xiao Ran and the others from the shore. Goodbye, Mr. Xiao, there will be someone to meet you in the East Sea. Xiao Ran leaned on the side of the fishing boat, his eyes staring at Su-yun for a moment. He remembered the evil fantasies he had about Su-yun all those years ago, and couldn't help but thank Su-yun in his heart for not killing her back then. Looking at Su-yun, Xiao Ran remembered that she appeared time and time again when she was most in need of help, and his heart was puzzled. He stared at Su-yun as if he had seen through everything. You, appearing in my house, it's not a coincidence. Say it, who sent you? Chapter 72 Eastern Frigate Pursuit. Caught in a desperate situation. Who sent me? Su-yun looked at Xiao Ran and forced herself to be calm. Who sent me? Su-yun looked at Xiao Ran and pretended to be calm. Don't flatter yourself. Staying at your place is just to hide your identity better. Who would have thought that I would be living with a college student? Minister Xiao had to think that the time was not ripe yet and told her not to tell Xiao Ran the backstory. She only had to make a hard and fast excuse that seemed reasonable. Well, that seems to make sense. Xiao Ran nodded as he recalled Su-yun's words. At this time, inside the Dongjing Hotel, the crowd waited for Xiao Ran for a long time, but never saw him return. Kamita Takeo realized that it was not good, so he went to the toilet to find out what was going on. But the toilet was empty. There was only an open window. Not good. Xiao Ran ran away. He immediately realized that it was bad, and hurriedly told Kamiya the news. Baka, I don't care what methods you use. You must find the person, alive and dead. Definitely. We can't let Xiao Ran leave Eastern Japan. Kamiya was furious on the phone. Hi. Definitely complete the mission. Hanging up the phone, Kamiya began to act like a mad dog and started giving orders to his men. Everyone move in. Blockade the stations and airports. Make sure to find Xiao Ran. As soon as the order was issued, all the police officers were blocking off all the major transportation routes with loaded guns and checking the key areas such as the stations and airports. However, Xiao Ran just seemed to have disappeared. Minister, so far, no trace of Xiao Ran has been found at the stations and airports. Baga, where the hell did he go? Kamita was furious, pondering every possible way to leave the country. Minister, did Xiao Ran run away on a boat? The henchman reminded. By boat? Didn't our passenger ship leave during the day? Kamata was a bit puzzled. Minister, 20 minutes ago, someone saw the Dragon Embassy's car coming back from the North Sea. and I suspect that Xiao Ran might have even really run away by boat. Baka, why didn't you say so earlier? Kamada kicked over his little brother. He roared in anger. Quickly, notify the sea fleet to stop all suspicious ships. If necessary, directly sink them. In the harbor of the North Sea, dozens of Eastern frigates were revved up, creating huge airwaves and heading towards the sea. They had received orders from the Ministry of Defense to stop all suspicious ships, and to open fire if necessary. Therefore, all the frigates were traveling with loaded bombs. Saseo, I can show you the power of Yamato missiles tonight. Oh, Watanabe, our mission is to stop don't fire until it's absolutely necessary. Who cares? My cannons are already hungry and thirsty. If I don't get a shot, I'll forget I'm in the Navy. Watanabe, the captain of the Tokyo ship, was a war zealot, and at this moment he was excitedly commanding his crew to turn on full power, using searchlights, and searching the sea for suspicious ships, and on the small fishing boat, Su-yun was resting with her eyes closed, exposing her identity. She pretended to sleep to hide her embarrassment, and Xiao Ran, who was glancing around in boredom, noticed the fleet coming towards him in the distance. Warships, these aren't coming at us. Su-yun jolted awake and got up to follow Xiao Ran's gaze. Sure enough, behind them was an entire fleet of easting ocean-going frigates. Moreover, eyeballing the speed of the frigates, they would catch up in less than 5 minutes. Hurry, drive faster, Su-yun urged the captain. Unfortunately, the captain's engine was smoking, but he couldn't even close the distance with the fleet. And at this moment, a beam of searchlights hit the fishing boat Xiao Ran was traveling on. Over there, Watanabe shouted excitedly as he spotted the fishing boat in the searchlight. Quick, full speed ahead, catch up. As soon as we find the target person on board, directly fire. The excitement and perversity of the hunt showed in his eyes. Within a short time, the fleet of ocean-going frigates caught up and forced the fishing boat to a halt. The soldiers on board shouted to Xiao Ran and the others. People on board stop the ship and turn off the fire. Raise your hands for inspection. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Xiao Ran knew there was no hiding. Su-yun, where are your pickup men? Where are they? Su-yun had already gripped the pistol hidden in her pocket with one hand, ready to sacrifice at any time. I don't know. I only know that it's always to the west. Do you have a second plan? Shaw then his back was already oozing cold sweat. He had watched quite a few spy movies, protecting important people, in order to avoid being foolproof. If they encountered a change of heart, there would usually be a second plan. Su-yun pulled out a grenade from his pocket and shoved it into Xiao Ran's hand. There is no second plan, only this. Wait and pull a few more pads. Looking at the open grenade in his hand, Xiao Ran's person was numb. Big sister, are you serious? Baka, is Xiao Ran you? Raise your head. Watanabe shouted excitedly towards Xiao Ran and the others. Xiao Ran didn't look up, still thinking of ways to get out of danger. Stealth, diving, holding his breath? The ways that could be thought of in his mind were ruled out one by one. Xiao Ran, dare you say yes when I call you? Watanabe still shouted excitedly, like a cat playing a trick on a dead mouse. Ha ha, Xiao Ran, if you don't say yes, I'm going to shower you with biro. After saying that, Watanabe actually started to unbuckle his belt, wanting to condescend and stand tall and piss away. Su-yun bites her lips, her face red with anger, her hand gripping the gun in her pocket. She had already made up her mind. As long as he dared to pull it out, she would take the gun and shoot the bird down. Without waiting for Su-yun to pull out her gun, Xiao Ran directly threw the thunder in his hand. It directly hit the bird Watanabe had just pulled out. Ouch! Watanabe's lower body was already a bloody mess. I told you to pretend in front of Grandpa. Blow you all up. Boom! Xiao Ran covered his ears, but after waiting for a while, he didn't hear the expected explosion. Did you not pull the string? Su-yun asked. Pull the string? Xiao Ran was dumbfounded. He didn't know that this open mountain thunder had to pull the string to explode. Su-yun, Baka, Yamato missile aim. Sink them. Watanabe forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and raised his katana in anger. Z-. The East Japan frigate's gun barrels aimed straight at Xiao Ran and Su-yun's fishing boat. Looking at the blackened gun barrel, Su-yun's hand involuntarily tightened its grip on Xiao Ran's arm. Xiao Ran's arm immediately felt raw pain. From this force, it was easy to see that Su-yun had also felt fear. Is it really going to hiccup here? Is this the end of one's journey through the world? Xiao Ran took Su-yun into his arms and held her tightly. If you want to die, let's die together. Chapter 73 Submarines, Cruisers, all here to protect me. Just as Xiao Ran and Su-yun were ready to meet death, the sea was suddenly rough. It was as if there was some kind of monster hiding under the water, churning the surface of the sea upside down. The small fishing boat that Xiao Ran and Su-yun were traveling on also flowed with the waves. Xiao Ran held Su-yun with one hand, and one hand tightly grasped the fence, trying to prevent himself from falling into the waves. The East Japan frigate fleet was also swept up and down by the shocking waves. Zoyuasa sensed something bad. Looking at this movement, there must be a submarine fleet hidden underwater. Watanabe, there are submarines underwater. We might be locked in. Watanabe had the same feeling. If we were locked on by the torpedoes of an underwater submarine, then the entire Eastern Fleet would be finished. Sure enough, it was accompanied by a huge churning of water. A huge submarine surfaced from underwater, more than 5 times the size of the Eastern frigate. The submarine was engraved with the national flag of the Dragon Kingdom. When Suyun saw the submarine, the uneasiness in her heart instantly dropped. Xiao Ran was also dumbfounded. No way, no way, not kidding, could this be coming to pick up himself? Even the submarine was deployed, and the Easting Fleet also lined up according to the battle sequence, ready to meet the battle. The battle was imminent. Only Watanabe didn't understand why the submarines were surfacing and exposed. It was important to realize that a submarine's combat advantage was underwater. Surfacing would be like a bulky and huge target. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom submarine shouted out to the outside world through its external loudspeaker. We are the Dragon Country submarine. We have come to escort our Dragon Country citizens. Please ask other unrelated vessels to sail away. Hearing the shouts of the Dragon Kingdom submarine, Watanabe was secretly surprised inwardly. The Dragon Kingdom's military actually sent a submarine to escort Xiao Ran. The submarine took the initiative to surface to expose its target, actually to protect Xiao Ran as well. By the looks of it, this Xiao Ran was particularly important to the Dragon Kingdom. This person must be gotten rid of. Taking advantage of the gap between the shouting of the Dragon Kingdom submarine, Watanabe had quietly ordered his men to aim missiles at the submarine, to make a Dragon Kingdom submarine disappear in the open sea, without God realizing it. Prepare. Get ready to launch. Watanabe quietly gave his soldiers their battle orders. Another warning. We are a Dragon Kingdom submarine and have come to escort our Dragon Kingdom citizens. Please ask other unrelated vessels to move away. The Dragon Kingdom submarine issued another warning. Watanabe slowly raised his katana. As soon as he swung his katana down, the frigates collectively opened fire on the submarine, instantly turning the Dragon Kingdom submarine into powder. Just as Watanabe was about to give the order to fire, on one side, Soyuzo hurriedly stopped it. Watanabe-kun, the radar detected that there are still submarines underwater. We may have been torpedo-locked by them. We can't act rashly. Upon hearing this, Watanabe hurriedly put down his katana and came to the radar monitoring instrument. Sure enough, the radar monitored that there were unidentified objects moving rapidly underwater, surrounding their fleet. Looking at the number, there was an entire fleet of submarines. No wonder the submarine dared to surface and expose its target. Zoyuzo, do you think the Rokkoku will engage in a war with the East for a Xiao Ran? Watanabe grimaced as he was ready to take a gamble, aiming his gun barrels once again at the fishing boat that Xiao Ran and Suyun were traveling on. Watanabe, don't! This time it will cause a diplomatic dispute. Zoyusuwa tried his best to dissuade him. He didn't dare to gamble with the entire frigate. I guess the Dragon Kingdom must not dare to open fire. We just went off for a moment and sank the renegade Eastern fishing boat. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom. Watanabe thought of such a ruse and raised his katana again. Watanabe-kun, wait a moment. Look! Soyoso once again called out to Watanabe to stop him as he saw a ship in the distance that was coming this way. Watanabe looked in the direction Soyuzo was pointing. There were a dozen or so ships with searchlights on that were heading this way in battle formation. Judging by their size and number, they were probably cruisers from the Dragon Kingdom. Nani! The Dragon Kingdom actually deployed cruisers. Watanabe was shocked in his heart. The Dragon Kingdom's cruisers were a military force that could even take out the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's aircraft carriers. This time, the whole group was deployed. Could it be for Xiao Ran? Watanabe's raised katana was lowered once again. Xiao Ran and Suyun were even more confused. They remained in the hugging position, dumbfounded as they watched all of this. This row was also too big. When the ship approached, it was indeed the Dragon Kingdom's cruiser. Watanabe-kun, look! Seeing the cruiser's appearance, Soyuzo's face turned pale as he reminded Watanabe. Nani! A nuclear bomb! How is that possible? Watanabe was also stunned as he saw that the cruiser that came was actually carrying an Oriental nuclear bomb. It was important to realize that the Eastern nuclear bomb was an intercontinental missile independently developed by the Dragon Kingdom. It could strike any corner of the world, including the East. For the sake of Xiao Ran, such military power was actually utilized. It looks like this risk cannot be taken. At this moment, the cruiser fleet's dozen of searchlights were hitting Watanabe's ship in the command position. The huge searchlights made Watanabe unable to open his eyes. The Dragon Kingdom cruiser fleet has come to protect our Dragon Kingdom citizens. Please ask the unrelated ships to hurry up and sail away. Otherwise, our team will strike as hostile military force. The cruiser shouted at the Eastern fleet. Xiao Ran, who was about to get his hands on the ship, was just going to let it go? Watanabe was not willing and still did not give the order to retreat. Last warning. The Dragon Kingdom cruiser fleet has come to protect our Dragon Kingdom citizens. Please have the unrelated ships sail away in a hurry. Otherwise, our team will strike as hostile military force. Watanabe still didn't retreat. All teams prepare for battle. Fill ammunition. Take aim. The Rokoku cruiser fleet was already in battle stance, their gun barrels already aiming at the Toei frigate. Watanabe-kun, retreat now. It's too late if we don't retreat. Soyoso, sweating profusely, anxiously urged Watanabe. Baka, retreat. Watanabe could only reluctantly give the order to retreat. Retreat. The Eastern fleet withdrew in a grayish manner and sailed towards the east. The crisis was lifted, and Xiao Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you holding me? Hey, where do you put your hands? Su Yun, who was no longer afraid, looked like a different person and angrily stared at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was dumbfounded, and only then did he realize that his hand was accidentally holding on Su Yun's big white rabbit on her left breast. He hastily retracted his hand. Stinky girl, you just hugged yourself. Pa dash. Xiao Ran was just about to defend himself when he was met with a head touch from Su Yun. Stinky girl? Is it something you can call? Cough. Mr. Xiao, our team has come to escort you. Welcome back to your country. The cruiser's shout interrupted Xiao Ran and Su Yun's sweet interaction. Xiao Ran's patriotic feelings towards the Dragon Kingdom rose within him. No matter where they were, the Dragon Country was the strongest backing for every Dragon Country person. Xiao Ran stood on the fishing boat like a captain as he pointed his finger in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Go back to the country. Go back to my Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 74. Greetings from the Commander of the Navy. Longhua, Kiloan City Beach, where the environment is beautiful and the sea breeze is gentle. It has always been a holy place for old men and women to practice in the morning. Early in the morning, Old Sun 2 dragged his stereo and led more than 30 Amazons to prepare for a square dance on the beach. He was the only old man among the 30-odd Amazons. This is the happiest thing he does every day. But when he arrived at the beach, he didn't expect the beach to be cordoned off and guarded by armed police with loaded guns. What's the situation? What's going on here? Old Sun had up to ask the armed police warriors, behind a group of Amazons surrounded by curious to look in. Uncle, this is an important military mission. You can't go in. The lead armed policeman patiently explained. Military mission? Old Sun 2 was puzzled. He had lived in Donghai for his entire life, and this was the first time he had heard that there was a military mission in Yaoan City. What mission? Can you reveal it? The Amazons behind them were also interested. After retirement, gossip was their greatest pleasure in their leisure time. The military mission is not convenient to disclose. Please retreat outside the cordon. Hearing the armed police boy's explanation, everyone obediently retreated outside the cordon. However, their powerful curiosity drove them to stand still and watch. They wanted to see. Wait, what kind of military mission was going on here? Not long after, a red flag sedan slowly drove into the beach under the protection of a dozen military vehicles. From the red flag sedan came down an old man in military uniform. A group of people in colonel uniforms all surrounded that old man waiting on the beach. Isn't that old man Xue Wu, the Dragon Kingdom's naval commander? Old Sun 2 recognized the old man at a glance. Although he didn't know much about the Dragon Kingdom's military, he could still often see Big Brother-level officers like Xue Wu on TV. At this moment, Commander Xue's appearance here surprised him greatly. Sure enough, there was an important military mission here. They keep looking at the sea as if they are waiting for someone. Is it preparing for a military maneuver? Then will we not be able to square dance here from now on? The Amazons started gossiping with your words in mind. Not long after, a fleet of ships came towards the beach from the sea far away. Ah, what's that? A cruiser? A military fanatic little brother next to him recognized the behemoth on the surface of the sea. Cruiser? Old Sun 2 immediately became interested. Wiping his eyes, he wanted to see it more clearly. The Amazons also crowded forward to get a better look. The military fanatic little brother excitedly took out his cell phone and wanted to take a picture of the cruiser. Seeing this, the armed police boy immediately stopped the excited military fanboy. Please don't take pictures. Battleships belong to national military secrets. The military fanatic little brother hurriedly put down his cell phone and could only cry out in excitement. The fleet was getting closer and closer. It was only then that the crowd could see that the center of the dozen or so cruisers was actually a small fishing boat? What is this? The formation the cruiser fleet has set up is clearly an escort. So they are escorting this small fishing boat? Military Junkie-chan couldn't believe his eyes. What? What did you say? Escorting? Hearing little brother say this, Old Sunhead was also filled with surprise. Yeah, you guys see, these cruiser boats are lined up in a herringbone. And in the very center of the herringbone is the safest place. You guys see, there is a fishing boat. Military Junkie-chan explained. Ah, Looks like that fishing boat must be hiding some shocking secrets. Old Sun 2 guessed. Secret? What secret? Hearing that there was a secret hidden on the fishing boat, the Amazons all became interested and poked their bodies out towards the front in an effort to get a clearer view. At this moment, Xiaoran and Su Yun were sitting on the fishing boat, slowly approaching the beach under the escort of the Dragon Kingdom cruiser. Until now Xiaoran was still in a state of confusion. He really couldn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom actually deployed a whole fleet of cruisers and submarines to protect themselves. This is simply outrageous to the point of opening the door to the outrageous. And the moment the fishing boat approached the beach, he was completely messed up. A red carpet spread directly from his feet to the beach. There was a group of officers in colonel's uniforms standing there. From the looks of it, they were all rushing towards him. Xiaoran instantly felt some weakness in his legs. Su Yun, are you sure they're all coming at me? Xiaoran asked while shivering. Of course. You're now the Red Man of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone is waiting for you to give a lecture on the ignition device of the Raptor engine. Su Yun explained as she followed Xiaoran. Raptor engine? Xiaoran finally realized that the rocket launching technology that the pretentious system rewarded him with was far beyond the current world. He had only displayed the more advanced Raptor engine technology in his mind, not realizing that it would actually attract so much attention. To know, there were still a dozen or so rocket propulsion technologies hidden in his mind that were more advanced than the Raptor engine technology. Walking onto the beach, the group of people in military uniforms ushered up. The one walking at the front was actually Xue Wu, the naval commander of the Dragon Kingdom. You are Xiaoran? Indeed. The latter is a formidable young man. Xue Wu extended his hand to warmly shake Xiaoran's. Good day, Commander Xue. Thank you, Commander Xue, for rescuing me last night. Xiaoran thanked Xue Wu. If it wasn't for the submarine and cruiser fleet, he might have been buried at sea. There's no need to thank me for this. You're our Dragon Kingdom scientist. It's our duty to protect you, Xue Wu said as he invited Xiaoran into the red flag sedan. Please, Mr. Xiao, I'll take you to meet someone. Who? Xiaoran was very curious. Keep it a secret for now. You'll know when you go. Xue Wu deliberately sold a secret. The vehicle started, and the red flag sedan, escorted by a dozen or so military vehicles, slowly drove out of the beach towards the airport. And Old Sun 2, who was watching from afar, was so excited at the moment that he almost had a heart attack. He covered his fluttering and wildly beating heart and asked the big mom behind him, "You guys quickly look. Is that kid Xiaoran who lives on the 3rd floor?" What? Xiaoran? The Amazons instantly became interested. Xiaoran was a man of the hour in their building. Apart from the fact that he became the president of Dragonlight Cell Phone Company overnight, what made Xiaoran even more famous was the noise he made at night. Those days when he and Yang Mimi were exercising in their room. It was a whole couple hours. So much so that everyone couldn't sleep at all. I thought it was the high school kid on the 4th floor who watched adult movies and forgot to turn off the sound. The high school kid got beat up a couple times for nothing. Later, in everyone's room-by-room investigation only to find that the sound is from Xiaoran room issued. From then on, Xiaoran became the man of the hour in the whole building. Don't tell me, it's really that kid. Look, isn't the girl behind him the tenant of Xiaoran's room? Yes, that's right, that's them. Oh my god, the Dragon Kingdom Navy Commander is actually hosting this brat. Chapter 75, 10 million tons of rocket propulsion. Xiaoran took the red flag sedan all the way directly into the military airport. He also took a special airplane and flew directly to the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Good thing there is a cruiser fleet escort experience. This kind of scene is already a small case for Xiaoran. Arriving at the imperial capital, again escorted by military vehicles, Xiaoran was brought to the Ministry of National Defense. This, Commander Xue, what are we doing here? Xiaoran was a bit surprised, obviously, not expecting that Commander Xue would bring himself to the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense. You'll know later. Xue Wu led Xiaoran into a conference room. The conference room was already filled with leaders and experts. Seeing Xiaoran's arrival, Defense Minister Chen Zilong stood up and warmly welcomed him. Mr. Xiao, welcome. This is? Xiaoran was confused, not knowing what everyone was waiting for him here for. Mr. Xiao, regarding the secret of the Raptor's engine ignition, I would like to ask you to answer for everyone. Chen Zilong explained the reason for inviting Xiaoran here. Just this? Xiaoran was a bit puzzled. He didn't realize that the military had gone to great lengths just to let himself draw a picture of the Raptor engine's ignition. Well, right now, the Eagle Sauce country's military is funding their country's science and technology enterprises to deploy the Planet Chain program in space in the name of commercial satellites, with the aim of achieving a satellite blockade against other countries. Chen Zilong voiced the military's concerns. Satellite blockade? Xiaoran was puzzled. Yes, when there's no war, the Planet Chain is a commercial satellite. But once the Eagle Sauce country is at war with another country, those commercial satellites can become their military reconnaissance satellites. or even become suicide satellites to smash other countries' satellites to pieces. Right now, there are more than 3,000 planet chain satellites circling above our heads at every moment, and they are conducting non-stop reconnaissance on us. Xiao Ran was horrified when he heard this. Mark, the entrepreneur of the Eagle Sauce Country, claimed that he was sending satellites into space nonstop in order for humans to immigrate to Mars. It turned out that there was military support behind it. No wonder news broke from time to time about his company's satellites accidentally crashing into other countries' communication satellites. What do I need to do? Xiao Ran asked. Do you remember the ignition device diagram of the Raptor engine clearly? Chen Zilong looked at Xiao Ran with anticipation in his eyes. Get the paper, Xiao Ran shouted, picked up the pen sent by the staff and drew the ignition device diagram in no time. The experts in the conference room began their intense arithmetic on the ignition device diagram on the big screen, and Wei Dong was also among these experts at this time. Last night Xiao Ran's Raptor engine made him almost die of a heart attack. Today, when he heard that Xiao Ran was invited to the scene, he pulled out his hospital IV and rushed over, just so he could see how the ignition device was made. This is a project he has studied all his life. At this moment, the experts calculated the thrust and speed of the rocket based on the ignition device drawn by Xiao Ran, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Awesome! The Raptor engine is really powerful. The load capacity is actually so terrifying. Yes, no wonder they can launch dozens of satellites at a time. Now we can improve our rocket engines too. At this time, Wei Dong also checked the results, which brought him to tears. And just as everyone was immersed in joy, Xiao Ran continued to draw something on the paper with a pen. Chen Zilong noticed Xiao Ran's behavior. He stood behind Xiao Ran and began to quietly watch, only to see Xiao Ran brush a few strokes on the paper and draw the prototype of a rocket engine. This is a rocket engine? Wasn't it already drawn? However, as time progressed, the expression on Chen Zilong's face gradually changed from puzzled to stunned. This is. The crowd was stunned by Chen Zilong's actions and gathered around to see what exactly Xiao Ran was drawing on the paper. At this look, the crowd was nonplussed, only to see Xiao Ran drawing another type of rocket propeller on the paper. The internal structure is very different from the Raptor rocket engine. Xiao Ran finished the drawing and projected it onto the big screen. Gentlemen, this 10 million tons rocket engine is even my gift to you all. Ah, it really is a rocket engine. The experts present began to estimate the power and design of the rocket engine. According to this specification and structure, the weight of this engine is at least 50 tons. Such an engine is not suitable for carrying a liftoff. Yeah, an engine like this requires a fuel tank that's at least 50 times the size of a normal engine. How can there be so much space left on the rocket for fuel tanks? According to this specification and body design, the carrying capacity of a single engine is over 1,000 tons. It can transport an entire space station at once. According to the current technology of the Dragon Kingdom, there doesn't seem to be a way to build such a rocket. Although everyone was able to check the theoretical thrust of the rocket engine, they shook their heads at the issue of fuel. Mr. Xiao, this rocket you drew, how can the power be solved? Xiao Ran pointed to a small location in the graphic. Load the fuel here. The rocket's power is provided from here. This? The crowd stared wide-eyed at the location on the screen. With that little bit of space in the diagram, the fuel that could be loaded would not even be able to carry the engine, let alone 1,000 tons of carrying capacity. Mr. Xiao, are you sure this is the fuel tank? Or did you draw this diagram wrong? A fuel expert pointed at the location on the screen and raised his question. Xiao Ran nodded his head. Yes, that's right, this is the fuel compartment. Mr. Xiao, according to the dimensions of your design drawing, I have checked the calculations. Even liquid hydrogen with a huge amount of energy can't provide this much thrust. The fuel expert showed the calculations on the draft paper to everyone. Everyone took a look at it, nodded their heads, and started talking. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to make this thruster power injection part so big and the fuel tank so small. It's better to study the Raptor engine. That one is reliable. Just when everyone started to lose interest in the rocket propellers drawn by Xiao Ran, Wei Dong, who had been checking the calculations on the side, stood up excitedly at this time. He held the results of the calculations and his hands couldn't help but shake. Mr. Xiao, are you trying to use nuclear fuel? The crowd froze when they heard this. What? Nuclear fuel? Everyone grabbed the draft paper of Wei Dong's calculations, only to see that the draft paper was densely filled with various formulas for nuclear reactions and the process of checking the calculations. According to the calculations, if it was equipped with nuclear power, then the power of this rocket engine would be completely sufficient. Mr. Xiao, are you really prepared to use nuclear power? The crowd all looked at Xiao Ran excitedly, waiting for his answer. However, someone in the crowd spoke up and poured cold water on everyone. Impossible. Using nuclear power to launch a rocket is equivalent to installing a nuclear reactor on the rocket. After the rocket is launched, in addition to the successful liftoff of the carrier silo into space, the fuel capsule that provides the power will crash into the launch path, causing nuclear contamination. Everyone reacted at that. Right, the fuel capsule will detach from the carrier bin during launch and fall, causing nuclear pollution. How can this work? Wei Dong heard. The eyes will be able to surpass the Eagle Sauce country's rocket launch technology but face impossible to solve the problem of nuclear pollution. Blood pressure soared. Emotional. A stagger. Planted down. Wei Lao. Wei Lao. Chapter 76 Nuclear Pollution? No, I have rocket recycling technology. The crowd helped Wei Dong up and fed him quick-acting heart-saving pills before Wei Dong slowly opened his eyes. Elder Wei, you can't get excited with this body. Chen Zilong worriedly brought Wei Dong a cup of tea. However, Wei Dong had a lost look on his face. Minister, I hope to see our rocket technology surpass the Eagle Sauce country in my lifetime, and I see that this wish will be realized. But, alas, Wei Dong sighed heavily. Elder Wei, don't worry, I can help you realize your wish. Xiao Ran finished picking up the pen and started drawing on the paper again. The crowd surrounded Xiao Ran in the middle, curious to see what Xiao Ran's method of helping Wei Dong fulfill his wish was. Could it be that he could draw other types of rocket engines? What is he drawing? Doesn't look like a rocket engine. Is this that what? What's that? Speak up, it's rocket recovery technology. No way, he can do that too? Not long after, Xiao Ran displayed the diagram he drew on the big screen. That's right, this is the built-in apparatus for rocket recovery. When the fuel capsule runs out of fuel and crashes, it provides reverse propulsion to the fuel capsule, allowing it to land smoothly. The experts were thrilled. This way, the problem of nuclear contamination will be perfectly solved. In that case, our nuclear-powered rocket has a chance? Why does this kid know everything? Elder Wei, look, we can make a nuclear-powered rocket. Where's Mr. Wei? Quick, call the emergency services. Elder Wei is so excited that he fainted again. Coming out of the Ministry of Defense, Xiao Ran had one more identity there. President of Longxiang Aviation Technology Company. The Dragon Defense Ministry provided $500 billion in funding and all the military materials Xiao Ran needed, such as nuclear fuel. Xiao Ran is engaged in commercial research in the name of Longxiang Aeronautical Science and Technology Company, such as rocket launching. The purpose was to break the Eagle Sauce Nation's satellite blockade of outer space. On the same day, the mainstream media of the Dragon Kingdom publicized this heavy news to the public. The internet was flooded with news of the Dragonlight Aeronautical Technology Company. The president of the Dragonlight Technology Company has officially marched into space. Xiao Ran, the man who ed over the Nikawa family. This time his target is Mark. How many points is the technology content of Longxiang Aviation Technology Company? The technology comes from the East? The Eagle Jam country is also concerned about this news. The Eagle Jam country space agency even issued a statement on the official website. Our Raptor engine technology has been stolen. The space agency strictly prohibits the unauthorized use of Raptor engine technology. Once found, we will implement military strikes on the rockets launched. Accompanying the statement, the Eagle Sauce country simultaneously deployed silly anti-aircraft missiles in the cold country in the beautiful name of helping the cold country defend itself against foreign air power. Its defense range actually included the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and the southeastern coast. To the discerning eye, isn't this move just an air blockade against the Dragon Kingdom? Dragon Country Netizen 1, how many meanings? Is it trying to stop our Dragon Country's East Wind Express? Dragon Netizen 2, this Cold Kingdom stickman. He really doesn't want to be cleaned up. Cold Country Netizen, paper airplanes were invented by our cold country. All aerospace technology should be authorized by our cold country. Otherwise infringement. Netizen from Eagle Sauce Nation, you can say we're unreasonable, but please don't overlook our military strength. And dozens of well-known media outlets around the world also gave contacted Xiao Ran, wanting to book interviews. Although, Minister Chen Zilong advised Xiao Ran to keep a low profile at this time and not to add fire to the tense situation. But at this moment, Xiao Ran's desire to dry out the Eagle Sauce country was incomparably strong in his heart. He knew that the invincible pretend system would definitely be able to detect the true thoughts in his heart and issue him with the technology that could bring down the Eagle Jam country in his next pretense. And what he needed to do at this moment was pretend, play hard to get, and then obtain the technology that is enough to bring down the Eagle Jam nation after pretending to be a pussy. This would enable the Dragon Kingdom to have the strength to fight back when bullied by the Eagle Jam country. Mimi, all the reporters' interview appointments are promised for me. 3 days later, a press conference will be held and all reporters will be invited. Xiao Ran dialed young Mimi's phone and arranged such a task after reporting her safety. When are you coming back? On the other end of the phone, was Yang Mimi's eagerly looking forward to her husband's greeting. I have to be busy in Kyoto for a few days. Get ready. Someone will pick you up later. Pick me up? Young Mimi was a little disbelieving. Yes, come over when you've arranged the press conference. What do you want me to come over for? come over to accompany me. Hate. Young Nini couldn't help but blush as she thought of her upcoming reunion with Xiao Ran. Not long after, the noisy sound of propellers turning rapidly came from outside the house. Yang Bo went out to take a look and was stunned in place. Holy, what's the situation? Is this helicopter lost? How did it come to my place? Young Nini hurriedly went out to take a look. It was actually a helicopter slowly landing on the lawn of her house. Is this here to pick me up? Two soldiers with loaded guns came down from the helicopter. They gave a military salute to Young Bo and Young Nini. Hello, we were sent here by Mr. Xiao. May I ask who is Nini Young? Yang Nini pointed at herself with some shock and nodded her head. Miss Young, Mr. Xiao asked us to send you to meet him. Did Xiao Ran shoot you guys here? You guys are? Young Bo was a little disbelieving. Yes, Mr. Xiao is currently engaged in a very important research, and we are responsible for protecting him and his family's safety until the project is over. Young Nini was a bit confused and followed the soldier onto the helicopter. With a loud roar, the helicopter lifted off and flew towards Kyoto. With the establishment of the Longxiang Aviation Technology Company, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom would inevitably activate the agents and secret agents they had placed in the Dragon Kingdom to carry out an assassination on Xiao Ran. In order to ensure Xiao Ran's life safety, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense had arranged an entire reinforced company that would not move an inch to protect Xiao Ran's life safety. I say, soldier brother, I'm going to rest with my girlfriend now. You guys don't need to guard outside the door, okay? Xiao Ran was already burning with desire as he thought about young Nini who was taking a bath. No, Mr. Xiao, we have to ensure your safety. We have to do 24/7 protection. You and your sister-in-law just sleep. We'll be outside to make sure we won't disturb your rest. The soldier brother had a serious face. I'm not afraid that you'll disturb me. I'm afraid that I'll disturb you guys later. Xiao Ran explained somewhat awkwardly. Don't worry, even the sound of guns and cannons can't affect us, so you guys just sleep in peace. Are you sure? I'm sure. Please don't worry. Closing the door, Xiao Ran hungrily pounced on the tiger. Soldier 1, Soldier 2, Company Commander. When do we change shifts? Just wait, it's only 3 hours. It's still hours. I simply thought it was just snoring. I didn't realize. Chapter 77 Raptor Engine Technology that is junk? 3 days later the Imperial Hotel was bustling with activity. The guest rooms are full, because tonight there will be a press conference here for the Longxiang Aerospace Science and Technology Company. On the surface, this is just an external press conference of an aviation company, but in reality, it is a demonstration of Dragon Kingdom's aerospace technology strength to the world. The Dragon Kingdom is treating this conference with the highest level of security. Checks were conducted on all personnel entering the hotel. This left those who wanted to sabotage this press conference from Eagle Sauce, Eastern Japan and other countries with nothing to do. The Dragon Kingdom even opened a live broadcast to the global synchronization, so that the whole world could see the conference live. The conference began. Xiao Ran sat on the speaker's seat and faced the many reporters. Everyone who has questions just ask. Mr. Xiao, I'm a reporter from the Eagle Sauce country. May I ask if the company's satellite launching technology originated from the leaks from the Eastern Kingdom? In the world's view, the reason why Xiao Ran was closely protected by the Dragon Kingdom and set up a space company so quickly relied on the Raptor engine technology that was leaked by the Eastern Kingdom in order to obtain the chip technology. And this question from the reporter of Eagle Sauce country was obviously a trap. As long as Xiao Ran admitted that the technology originated from the East Japan, then the East Japan and even the Eagle Sauce country can let Xiao Ran stop research and development by infringement. And even the Eagle Sauce country can use this as a reason for Xiao Ran to launch a satellite to carry out military strikes. All the journalists present and the audience watching the live broadcast all over the world looked at Xiao Ran to see how he would answer. However, Xiao Ran smiled contemptuously and asked the reporter a question in return. If you mastered the technology of building trains, would you steal someone else's ox-drawn car technology? The reporter who asked the question was flabbergasted. Mr. Xiao, we are not discussing automobile technology. We are talking about rocket engines. Xiao Ran looked at the reporter and said calmly, don't worry, this is a question. Please answer it. If it were you, would you steal bicycle technology? The reporter did not think twice. Of course not. Xiao Ran smiled contemptuously. I'm just like you. I wouldn't either. At this time the reporter who asked the question reacted, full of surprise. Mr. Xiao, do you mean that the Raptor engine technology of the Eagle Jam country is just like the cow pulling a cart technology to you? Xiao Ran stood up and replied loudly. Yes. Oh my god. The foreign reporters present couldn't believe their ears. Oh my god, does he know what he's talking about? No one dares to belittle the Eagle Jam nation's space technology like that. Not even aliens. Don't say anything too early. When the time comes, snap your face. In the chip industry, I know he's strong, but come on. This is the aerospace industry. Can we not play be like this? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom held such a high-profile press conference just to let such a person full of big words brag on stage? The netizens waited like they were watching a joke to see Xiao Ran being punched in the face. One should know that this time, the reception was attended by not only journalists, but also experts from the aerospace industry of the Eagle Sauce country. They were not going to let go of a scientist who would only use his mouth to blow his bull up to the sky. Detected that the host is being despised by the whole world. This situation is suitable for pretending. Mission, demonstrate aerospace prowess and shut up the strong-mouthed contestants. Mission reward, moon mining technology. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, Xiao Ran was instantly excited. Finally, the aircraft carrier technology is coming. Looking at the reporters on stage who were raising their hands to speak, Xiao Ran unfolded his hands. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone can ask questions. Let's invite this lady. The one who asked the question was still a blonde, blue-eyed reporter from the Eagle Sauce country. Mr. Xiao, 2 years ago, an expert study showed that Dragon Country's space technology is 20 years behind Eagle Sauce Country. How many years do you think the difference between Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country's space technology is? Xiao Ran didn't even think about it and stretched out 5 fingers. The reporter who asked the question asked back, do you mean that there is only a difference of 5 years? The crowd began to whisper. Has the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace technology developed so rapidly in the past 2 years? Now it's only 5 years away from catching up with Eagle Jam Country. However, Xiao Ran asked the crowd to shake his head. It's not 5 years. It's 50 years. When the crowd heard this, they instantly understood. 50 years. Why have you suddenly become so humble? Logically speaking, the aerospace technology development of the Dragon Kingdom has been fine in the past 2 years. How could it be 50 years behind the Eagle Sauce Kingdom? The Dragon Country netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also not buying it at this time. I rely on. How can you grow other people's ambition and destroy your own wind? Our aerospace technology is not so backward. What happened to Xiao Ran? Didn't he just say that Eagle Sauce Country's Raptor engine technology is low? Why is he doing this now? This is broadcast live in front of the whole world. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Dragon Kingdom? Just when everyone was ready to see Xiao Ran's joke, Xiao Ran waved his hand and said to the female reporter who asked the question, No, this young lady, I think you misunderstood my realization. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran in disbelief, not understanding what Xiao Ran meant for a moment. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and said gently, when I say 50 years behind, I mean that Eagle Jam Country is 50 years behind Dragon Country. What? Eagle Jam Country is 50 years behind Dragon Country? Big brother, you didn't take your medication today. The female reporter who asked the question and the crowd present were completely messed up. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast also exploded at this time. I let you say Long Guoqiang. I let you say it objectively. I didn't let you brag. As a recidivist who has been in the fraud industry for decades, I can only say that he can brag even more than I can. Oh, Long Guoqian is really daring to blow. I'll wait to see how it ends. Mr. Xiao, if I understand correctly, you mean that Eagle Jam Country's aerospace technology, including the Raptor engine technology, is very backward, right? The one who asked the question was an Eastern Japanese journalist. The purpose of him asking such a question was to deliberately provoke the confrontation between Dragon Country and Eagle Jam Country. Xiao Ran shook his head. No, I'm not saying that Eagle Jam Country's aerospace technology is backward, but it's trashy. Not to mention the wine in the East, it's simply a fighter among trash. Holy, Eagle Jam Country's space technology is trash? Does he know what he's talking about? Come on, someone replace him. This may trigger the Eagle Kingdom's sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. Let's watch the show. We from the cold country will be the referee. Come on, let's see who's better. At this time, one of the Eagle Jam Country's aerospace experts, Pai Lai De, who was present at the meeting could not hold back any longer and stood up. Originally, he had come with a humble attitude to see the recent development of Dragon Country's aerospace technology. However, he didn't expect that this young man on the stage would talk about Eagle Jam Country's aerospace technology as if it was nothing in front of the whole world. Eagle Jam Country's aerospace technology had a share of his credit in it, so how could he be allowed to talk nonsense here? Mr. Xiao, you talk about Eagle Jam Country's space technology as such garbage. Then may I ask what world-leading space technology does the Dragon Country have that can be brought out for us to see? Pai Lida looked at Xiao Ran angrily, and the whole room followed his rhythm to see was lashing out at Xiao Ran. Right, show us the real thing if you have the guts. Don't tell me it's not convenient to show it today. I don't believe it. Oh, he definitely can't bring it out. Wait for the punch in the face. Everyone's mocking voices rose and fell. Xiao Ran could tell that this person's identity was not simple. It seems like it's time to show the real thing. Chapter 78 Unprecedented. 1. 500-ton rocket. Lift off. Looking at everyone's faces full of contempt and listening to the rising and falling taunts, Xiao Ran knew that it was time to show his strength to shut the crowd up. Xiao Ran stood up and pointed at the big screen behind him. Since everyone wants to see the aerospace strength of the Dragon Kingdom, let's show everyone. At this time, the big screen switched to the Dongchang satellite launch base site. At this moment, a huge rocket was being erected on the launch pad of the Dongchang satellite launch base. That size, it was more than a dozen times bigger than the biggest falcon in the Eagle Jam country. Holy, so big. This is a rocket? A rocket this big can fly? I'm not kidding. Everyone could feel the enormity of the rocket through the screen. It was impossible for such a large rocket to successfully lift off without a dozen or so failed launches. For example, Eagle Jam country's Falcon, which carried more than 100 tons, was launched multiple times and failed every time. Dragon Country had never launched a giant rocket of this size before. Objectively speaking, the probability of failure was high. Xiao Ran pointed at the large rocket on the screen and introduced it to everyone. This is the latest Long Sky 1 heavy rocket developed by our Longxiang Aeronautical Science and Technology Company, with a load capacity of 1,500 tons. What? 1,500 tons? The crowd was stunned and couldn't believe their ears. To send a 1,500-ton big guy into the sky, what kind of rocket engine would be needed? Pai Lai De flew in his mind to do a quick calculation. According to the Raptor engine, a 10-ton thrust to calculate, 1,500 tons must have 150 Raptor engine to promote. Can it be that there are 150 Raptor engines installed at the bottom of this big rocket? While Pirate was wondering, Xiao Ran began to connect to the Dongchang satellite launch site. 0707, please report your situation. 0202, this is 07. Long Space 1 is ready for launch. Whether to ignite, please instruct. Ignition. Xiao Ran gave the ignition order. A countdown began in the screen. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Accompanied by a huge wave of air, the Long Sky 1 slowly rose from the launch pad and shot straight up into the sky. Everyone held their breath and stared dead on at the huge rocket on the big screen. 1,500 tons. Ah, it can actually fly. Don't worry, the Falcon also flew up for 2 minutes before it exploded. Maybe in a few minutes. This big rocket is the same too. If this can even be launched successfully, Eagle Jam Country is more than 50 years behind Dragon Country. The crowd murmured about the rocket launch. Only Pai Lida looked at the jetting device at the bottom of the rocket and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that there were only 3 rocket engines at the bottom of this Long Sky 1. That made each rocket engine capable of providing 500 tons of thrust. This thrust was 50 times that of the Raptor engine. What kind of horrible thrust is this? Could this engine be using nuclear power? Time was ticking away, and the EVA-1 flew smoothly toward the sky. The explosion that many foreign reporters were expecting was delayed. This made them have to re-examine the aerospace technology strength of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, all the experts from the Eagle Jam Country's space agency on the other side of the ocean were also watching the live broadcast. Originally, everyone had a relaxed face, prepared bread and beer, and was ready to watch the joke of the Dragon Country's failed rocket launch. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Country lit up the King Bomb this time, directly launching a 1,500-ton supergiant rocket. Everyone's face was stony, like an eggplant in winter, dying. At this moment, Colonel Jack looked like he had discovered something, and a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. Fake. It must be fake. This video must be technically synthesized. No one can send a big guy this heavy into space. Mr. Colonel, as much as I don't want to believe it's true, there is one thing I must tell you. Our satellites have captured this big guy that's lifting off, and I'm sure that very soon, it's going to be a neighbor to our planetary chain of satellites. Oh no! And at that moment, the Long Space 1 carrier module had entered its intended orbit, and was now beginning to separate from the fuel module. Only the fuel capsule was seen falling vertically from high altitude. The speed was getting faster and faster. It was also getting closer and closer to the ground. Not good. According to the estimation of the speed and direction of the fuel capsule's descent at this point, it may fall in downtown Dongchang later. No way. The Dragon Kingdom can send this heavy big guy into space. Did they forget to consider the location of the fuel capsule's fall? Pai Lida pushed up his glasses and looked at the measurements on his draft paper, interrupting the crowd's discussion. You guys are wrong. The fuel capsule's drop location should be here. Where? The crowd curiously gathered around and looked at Pirate's draft paper. Pai Lida drew a circle around the coordinates he had calculated on the draft paper and said with a certainty, Dongchang Sanitary Launch Base. Which? Dongchang Satellite Launch Base? No way. That's the Dragon Kingdom Satellite Launch Center. Not to mention how many rockets are being prepared for launch there. Just the rocket fuel in reserve. If it explodes, it's worth several atomic bombs. Oh my god, what should we do then? Pillade looked happily at the panic-stricken crowd. Looks like you'll have to pray for God to be able to manifest. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the rocket launch at the Dongchang satellite launch base at this time were even more panicked. Although they had been told that the fuel capsule would land at the predetermined location as planned. However, the fuel capsule is getting closer and closer to the ground, and the ground is full of rockets filled with fuel. The crowd that was just bursting with pride and singing the national anthem in unison still panicked and scurried out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is no mistake. ITM to see the rocket to the sky. Nima but want to send me to the sky? Does this designer have in his head? Such a big rocket can be launched successfully. This bit of fuel capsule crash site is not done properly. Daughter-in-law, I feel like I can't go back. I guess this is the last paragraph I'll record for you. Remember to seek revenge on the designer of Long Space One. Pai Lai gloated as he looked at the crowd fleeing around in the big screen, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. 80% of the Dragon's rocket launch experts are at the Dongchang satellite launch base. This time, the Dragon's rocket technology has regressed at least 20 years. Far away across the ocean, the experts of the Eagle Sauce Country's space agency looked at the picture in the big screen and had already opened the champagne ready to celebrate. Jack, let's all raise a glass to this unprecedented disaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Cheers. Yes, to this unprecedented disaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Cheers. The red wineglasses filled with champagne clinked together with a crisp sound. Jack drank the champagne from the red wineglass in one gulp, then filled it with champagne again. He looked at the fuel capsule that was about to fall to the ground, anticipating the spectacular scene of the explosion at the Dongchang sanitary launch base. In that case, it looks like I still have to thank this Xiaoran for taking out the Dragon Kingdom Dongchang satellite launch base in one go. Chapter 79, Launched a Space Station by the way. Unprecedented catastrophe. Big explosion at Dongchang sanitary launch base. Pai Lai Day, the space expert of the Eagle Sauce Country, had all but figured out the headline for the Long Space One launch accident in the Dragon Country in his head. Now it was just waiting for the moment when the fuel capsule fell and triggered the explosion. He looked towards Xiao Ran, who was on the speaker's table, but realized that Xiao Ran was currently chatting with the female secretary behind him with a smile on her face. How could it be? After such a serious launch accident, how could he still have the heart to flirt with his girl? Could it be? The fuel capsule crash at the launch base was also in his plan? Could it be? No, 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 no way. He couldn't have mastered the technology of recoverable fuel tanks. No way. At this moment, the fuel module is only a few thousand meters away from the ground. According to the current rate of descent, the fuel capsule will hit the ground in a few tens of seconds. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from the bottom of the falling fuel pod. A strong reverse thrust was provided to the falling fuel module. The fuel capsule actually began to slowly decelerate. The speed of descent became slower and slower and slower. Finally, it landed in the designated recovery area. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rocket can be recovered. What kind of heaven-defying technology is this? Ha ha, Xiao Ran is really a god. Even this is possible. No wonder he was flirting with his girl just now. In this situation, I'm incredibly proud. Incredibly proud. I want to sing the national anthem. Come, 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 let's sing together. The netizens actually started brushing the lyrics of the national anthem over and over again on the pop-up screen when they saw the scene. That night, all the KTVs in the Dragon Country were full, causing a big boss of a KTV in the Dragon Country to be confused. At this time, he was drinking with his friends at the bar. Damn, I'm also the boss of hundreds of chain KTV stores. What world have I never seen before? This outrageous is still the first time. What do you think is going on today? How come everyone who comes to the KTV is singing the national anthem over and over again? Brother Wave, you don't know this. Look at this live stream. Ah, so it's Dragon Kingdom's rocket launching technology that's crushing the world. I'm TM going back to sing the national anthem too. Xiao Wang, this is Mr. Wave, reserve a KTV box for me. Also, give a word to all the KTV stores that anyone who sings the national anthem in our store today will all get a free ticket, and 12 free beers. Very different from the fervent celebratory atmosphere of the people of the Dragon Kingdom was the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's space agency. At this moment, Eagle Sauce Country Colonel Jack was filled with embarrassment. I've poured the ING champagne, ordered the KFC takeout, and made a date with the bikini babes. You actually gave me a safe landing? Jack, it seems that the Dragon Kingdom has broken through our technological barriers and researched the rocket recovery technology. Jack stared dead on at Xiao Ran in the live broadcast screen, his eyes so cold that he could kill. This young man is too scary. Every technology he is showing right now is far ahead of us, and the most scary thing is that I don't know what other heaven-defying technology he can come up with in the next second. At the launch site, reporters frantically raised their hands to ask questions. Mr. Xiao, may I ask when this technology was successfully researched by you? Xiao Ran pondered for a while and said with some embarrassment, to be precise, It was just researched and succeeded, because before this, we had never tested it. What? You mean, this is your first test? Xiao Ran nodded. Yes, this kind of pediatric technology doesn't need to be tested for us. Ah, Mr. Xiao, if I just heard you correctly, you mean that the rocket recovery technology is pediatric? Xiao Ran continued to nod his head. Yes, it is indeed very simple for me. Could it be that you guys find it difficult? Ha ha. After hearing Xiao Ran's answer, countless foreign netizens were so angry that their dicks were about to explode. Cold country netizen, ACI bar. Although I don't understand what is rocket recovery technology, but this kind of technology must not be as technological as our kimchi. What is there to be proud of? Ha, eagle have a dream. I want to everyone, include every dog. Dragon country netizen, really TM can pretend. However, I like. Just when everyone thought that this was already the peak strength of Dragon Country's aerospace technology, Xiao Ran straightened his suit and stood up. Everyone, there's something I forgot to tell you. From today onwards, Dragon Country has its own space station. Space station? When was that? Is it the one at the South Pole? Idiot, that's a research station. A space station is in the sky. Isn't it only the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom that have space stations? When did the Dragon Kingdom get one? How come there's no news at all? Is he bragging? You can say he's pretending, but don't ever think he's bragging. He's done everything he said. Just when the crowd was full of doubts, Xiao Ran knocked on the big screen. This is the Dragon Kingdom's space station. At this time, on the big screen, the rocket carrier capsule had reached the designated area, and the hatch slowly opened its flight wings. It was only then that the crowd realized, isn't it exactly a space station? Originally, the 500 tons carried by the Long Space One was an entire folded-up space station. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Sending a whole space station into space at once. Terrifying. It's horrible. What other countries had to send up a dozen times? The Dragon Kingdom did it in one go. Awesome. Truly awesome. We finally have our own space station. On the internet, the news of Dragon Country owning a space station rushed to the hot search. On the streets, the people of Dragon Country spontaneously gathered together. They sang the national anthem and drank beer, happiness and pride overflowing on their faces. This kind of pride was no less than the Dragon Nation winning the World Cup. The Ministry of Political Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom even issued a vacation notice to the whole country. All business units in the Dragon Kingdom will be on vacation for 3 days. Celebrate the leap in aerospace in the Dragon Kingdom. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, S. Grade, Forced King. Gained experience value 2000. Upgraded to Push Saint. Experience value 100/20,000. Obtained upgrade reward, Confined Environment Temperature Control Technology. Obtained mission reward, Lunar Mining Technology. As the system beep sounded, all the knowledge about the lunar soil structure and mining instantly flooded into Xiao Ran's brain. Confined Environment Temperature Control Technology can maintain the air temperature in a confined environment at any temperature in extremely low or high temperature environments. The huge body of knowledge made Xiao Ran's mind swell and he almost fainted. Mr. Xiao, this rocket launching technology has already brought too many surprises to the world. May I ask if there is any hidden black technology that the Dragon Kingdom hasn't shown? A blonde-haired, blue-eyed female reporter from the Eagle Sauce Country asked a question. Of course, we still have a lot of black technology that we haven't shown. Xiao Ran's confident face caused many foreign reporters to become jealous. Is it convenient to reveal which aspect of black technology? The blonde female reporter looked at Xiao Ran, fluttering and blinking her large Kaziran eyes. Xiao Ran said to the crowd in a very high profile. Sure, like going to space to mine resources. What the heck? Go to space? Mining resources? Chapter 80, $500 billion project, going to space to raise chickens. Hearing Xiao Ran say that the next step for the Dragon Kingdom was to develop how to go to space to mine resources, the crowd instantly exploded. They scrambled to ask Xiao Ran questions. What? Going to space to mine resources? Mr. Xiao, are you sure you're not joking? Mr. Xiao, may I ask what is the tool you use for mining? Do you mine with an excavator? Xiao Ran nodded his head repeatedly to one of the people asking the question as if he had been inspired. You guessed correctly. It's mining with an excavator. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran with a look of seriousness and internalized indignation. God, open your eyes and see. This man is too pretentious. Someone please come and clean him up. Driving an excavator to mine in space? Is he taking us for fools? Kill me. I can't stand him being so pretentious. Seeing everyone so agitated, Xiao Ran quickly waved his hand and everyone suddenly quieted down. Looking at Xiao Ran with a curious face, Xiao Ran said to everyone with a serious face, I haven't finished yet. Next, we will also study how to grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks in space to solve the food problem of space station astronauts. Xiao Ran's words once again triggered the anger of the crowd. Damn, too able to pretend. Even though there is space station technology and rocket recovery technology, there is no need to be so pretentious. Growing vegetables and raising chickens in space? Why didn't he say let mosquitoes wear masks and cockroaches wear condoms? Whose urine is yellow? Seeing the angry foreigners on the stage, Xiao Ran shrugged his shoulders and said with an innocent face, "Don't believe it even if you don't believe it. I'm serious. These can be the cutting edge of the future development of space technology." God please, a thunder split dead him. Really cannot stand him so pretending. Detected that the host is receiving skeptical abuse. In line with the environment of pretending. Mission, space mining, vegetable gardening and chicken raising. Shock them. Mission reward, controlled fusion technology. The system released a new pretentious mission in his mind. This time, the mission reward made Xiao Ran excited. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. This was a technology that was enough to change or even turn the world upside down. The Eagle Sauce Nation's space agency was buzzing at this time. Don't believe his bull mining in space. It's simply impossible. Yes, I also think that the Dragon Kingdom won't put its energy into bull space gardening and raising chickens. Yes, this is simply his misdirection of the world's spaceflight endeavors, deliberately making us go further and further in the wrong direction. Jack called a halt to the crowd. This young man turns out to be true every time he makes an absurd statement. Let's not underestimate him. Utilize our planetary chain satellites to monitor every move at the Dongchang Satellite Launch Base, Dragon Country Space Agency. The experts were full of praise for the rocket that Xiao Ran had spearheaded this time. Xiao Ran, today's rocket launch has won honor for our Dragon Country. You are not noticing those foreign reporters. Their eyes are green. Isn't that right? Those cold country rods on the internet who usually scream the loudest have shut up now. What a relief. But today we exposed the strength of our aerospace technology. In the future the Eagle Jam country will definitely join forces with his paparazzi to impose a technological blockade on our aerospace industry. That's right. We have to accelerate our research in space technology ourselves. Only by always running at the first will we not be surpassed by other countries. Yes, knowing that the rocket launch was successful, the Ministry of Finance allocated another $500 billion to support our research on space technology. Great! Speaking of which, let's come together and listen to the genius's knowledge on the future direction of space technology research. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran in unison. Some experts had even picked up their pens, ready to jot down Xiao Ran's research plan for future space technology. Xiao Ran looked at everyone's eyes full of expectation and was somewhat flattered. What is everyone looking at me for? Please tell us, you genius, the direction of our space technology research in the future. Research direction? Xiao Ran looked at everyone. Didn't I say that I'm preparing to take excavators to mine or and grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks in space? What? Xiao Ran, you're not kidding. Wei Dong, who had only just been discharged from the hospital, asked with some excitement. No kidding, I'm serious. This is the future direction of space technology research. Xiao Ran had a serious face, not at all like he was joking. The country gave us $500 billion. Are you sure you want to take this $500 billion to research how to drive excavators and how to grow vegetables in space? Earlier when Xiao Ran said his plan at the launch site, everyone thought that he was misleading and mocking foreign powers such as Eagle Sauce, and deliberately said so. Unexpectedly, this kid was actually serious. At this moment, Wei Dong forced himself to hold back his inner excitement as his eyes stared at Xiao Ran, expecting him to change his statement. However, Xiao Ran nodded with a firm expression. Yes, this is very valuable to study. After hearing Xiao Ran's words and knowing that he wasn't joking, the experts present couldn't sit still. Xiao Ran, don't joke. Don't stimulate Elder Wei, because he has been hospitalized 2 times. Xiao Ran took out a design and showed it to everyone. I'm really not joking. Look, I even drew the design of the excavator. Everyone curiously gathered around. Sure enough, it was a face full of design drawings of a remote control excavator. This kid came for real. Xiao Ran, why don't you reconsider? It's not appropriate to use $500 billion to study how to drive an excavator. Rocket expert Zhang Tianqi was still making a last-ditch effort, hoping that Xiao Ran would change the direction of his research. No, this is really worth researching. It's very important to analyze the soil composition of other planets and improve the life of space station astronauts. Xiao Ran still insisted on his choice. Our spaceflight research program, but it has to be reported to the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom. Are you sure? Zhang Tianqi was still undeterred and looked at Xiao Ran blearily. Xiao Ran didn't think twice and nodded. I'm sure and certain. This is the direction of our research. Or, do you have a better direction? Zhang Tianqi was dumbfounded by the question. The experts. In Xiao Ran's opinion, the level of rocket knowledge was still in the enlightenment stage. It seems that no one can change this $500 billion big project. Wei Dong was so anxious that he only felt his heart tighten and fainted again. Quickly call an ambulance. Chapter 81, Going to the Moon to Mine. Although not understood, the Ministry of Science and Technology approved Xiao Ran and the experts' project of preparing to drive excavators into space as well as growing vegetables and raising chickens in space. The Dongchang satellite launch base was also preparing nervously. The satellites of the Eagle Sauce country's planetary chain were monitoring the Dongchang satellite launch base 24 hours a day. Every move of the Dongchang satellite launch base was clearly seen by the Eagle Sauce country's space agency. What did you say? Dragon Kingdom is really preparing to send Digger into the sky? Jack looked very surprised after hearing the movements of the Dongchang satellite launch base. Yes, satellites have monitored that they've already loaded several excavators and some mining machines into the rocket carrier silo. Jack paced back and forth, pondering Xiao Ran's true purpose behind doing all this. How can that be? Are they really planning to mine in space? Where could he be going? Could it be the moon? No. The elements on the moon are similar to those on our planet. There's no need to mine there unless it's for helium-3. That's an abundant element on the moon. And helium-3 is the fuel for controlled fusion. Just as Jack was speculating to himself about Shoran's motives, he was interrupted by Pillade, who had come to visit. Colonel, you're overthinking it. No country has mastered nuclear fusion technology yet. Whoever masters uncontrollable nuclear fusion technology will master the future energy code. What's more, the temperature of the moon's surface is unsuitable for any living creature to survive. After listening to Pyrade's words, Jack felt very reasonable, but he always felt uneasy. Every time this Xiao Ran looks ridiculous, he ends up making a fortune. We must not be careless. And at this time in the Dragon Kingdom, the Dongchang satellite launch base had released a recruitment notice to the public, recruiting 10 mechanical repairers, 10 vegetable farmers, and 2 capable farmers. Physical requirements, able to get used to weightless environments. Work location, confidential. Work content, driving excavators, growing vegetables, raising chickens and ducks. Work period, 1 year. Treatment, salary of 50,000. Rocket transportation. Come on, for the sake of our relationship of 4 years of bunk beds in college, I recommend you a job of raising chickens, with a salary of 50,000 per month and rocket transportation. Ha ha, what job is so strange? Can't the scammers nowadays grow up? And rocket transportation. Who would be so stupid to believe this kind of GA waste advertisement? At first, people thought it was a scammer's way of tricking people into GA waifu. Until a hacker V saw the same message on the official website of Dongchang Satellite Launch Base. He was outraged that the official website of such an important organization in the Dragon Kingdom was actually hacked by a fraud group. He angrily dialed the phone number of Dongchang Satellite Launch Base. Hey, I say, can't you officials do a good job of maintaining your website? It's all been hacked by a fraudulent group. Sir, what did you say? What scam group? The hacker V was even more furious. As it turned out, they didn't even know that their website had been hacked yet. You guys go and take a look at the front page of your website. The scam companies are putting ads on the main screen of your homepage. You're talking about that job ad? The hacker V was stunned. What? The ads are real? Are you interested in signing up for it? Rocket transfer. Oh, crap. On the same day the hacker netizen announced the news to tell the netizens. Really? This job is real. Rocket transfer. Protested and effective. I have signed up. At first, people thought it was just a joke by a hacker V rubbing off on the traffic. It wasn't until more people went to the Dongchang satellite launch base to inquire that they realized the job ad was actually real. Really? It's really true. I have signed up. I'm sitting on a roller coaster to prepare for the test, and the weightlessness test in 1 month will be passed. Depressing. I'm a graduate of international finance from the University of Manhwa in Eagle Sauce country. I can't drive a digger. I can't grow vegetables and raise chickens. My major doesn't match my crap major. Once the Dongchang satellite launch base recruitment was confirmed, the official website was crowded. Resumes received for the job also flew in like snowflakes. News from various countries also reported on this seemingly odd job advertisement. Is this Dragon Kingdom recruiting space miners and space vegetable farmers? It's a shame that I'm not from the Dragon Kingdom, or else I could go raise chickens in space too. Ha ha. I heard that this project costs $500 billion. Is the Dragon Kingdom running out of money to spend? Spending money on this kind of research? Laugh to death. Go. They raise chickens and we eat them. I'm looking forward to tasting the flavor of Dragon Kingdom's space chickens. Most foreign netizens were only watching as a farce, and only a very few space experts felt deeply worried. If this comes to fruition, the plan to immigrate to space in the future will be one step closer, and the Dongchang satellite launching base side was ready for the final launch after months of preparation. The rocket for this launch was still the Long Sky Series 2. The carrying capacity is 1,500 tons. In addition to excavators and smelting or cars, there are also excavator drivers, some vegetable farmers, and a company of engineers. The destination of the launch was the moon. The moon is rich in minerals, especially helium-3. Helium-3 is the fuel for controlled nuclear fusion. 1 ton of helium-3 fusion produces enough energy for Dragon Kingdom for 1 year. Xiao Ran, the rocket is ready for boarding. Good. Let's let our Dragon Kingdom dig the first shovel towards the moon this time. Do you have to go by yourself? Of course. This is a plan I came up with myself. I have to participate. And there are a lot of problems I have to solve. Xiao Ran put on his space cap and looked into the deep sky. Everything was ready. The commander-in-chief gave the order to ignite. Ignition. Launch. Accompanied by a huge wave of air. Carrying the digger equipment and 100 or so people, the Long Sky 2 flew into space. The Eagle Sauce Country's space agency was also closely watching the launch of the Dragon Country's Long Sky 2 rocket. Quick! Get our planet change satellites to track the whereabouts of the Long Sky 2 rocket in real time to see what they're up to. Jack was hysterical. He had thought that Xiao Ran mining space was just a distant fantasy. Unexpectedly, it was only a few months ago that Xiao Ran really sent excavators into space and carried so many people. This look was serious, and Xiao Ran had the certainty of success. Colonel, should we have the nearby satellites intercept in their orbits as long as they collide? As long as the satellites collided, the Long Space 2 was bound to explode. However, Jack dismissed the proposal. No, don't do that as a last resort. Let's see what they're up to first. Okay, Colonel. I'll go and have the nearby satellites monitor the Long Space 2 24 hours a day. Chapter 82, Application for the Return of the Long Sky 2. It didn't take long for the Long Space 2 to arrive at the moon. The engineer company quickly wore thermostat suits and used the sealed glass developed by Xiao Ran to build a super-large sealed house and a farm on the moon. The airtight house would become their stronghold, while the farm would become a place for them to grow vegetables and feed chickens and ducks. Xiao Ran put the air from the compression tank into the airtight house and maintained the temperature of the airtight house at 26 degrees, which was the most suitable temperature for human life. And the moon would have day and night because of its rotation. The temperature during the day is over 100 degrees, while at night it is below -100 degrees. With this extremely cold climate, without Xiao Ran's confined environment temperature control technology, humans would not be able to survive at all. At this moment, Xiao Ran and everyone were at the constant temperature breeding plant, feeding the first batch of chickens and ducks on the moon. Mr. Xiao, look, these chickens and ducks have all adapted to the environment here. Xiao Ran looked at the chickens and ducks that were in the midst of frantically grabbing food and nodded his head in delight. Not bad. We want to establish a recyclable ecological chain. The excretions of the chickens and ducks are mixed with the lunar soil and used to grow vegetables, and the photosynthesis of the greens will in turn provide us with a constant supply of oxygen. Everyone work hard and strive to have everyone eating eggs and fresh vegetables in 2 months. Don't worry, our agriculture group will definitely raise the chickens and ducks to be fat and grow the vegetables to be green. An old Wu with many years of farming experience patted his chest and assured, our mining group also guarantees that we will refine the helium-3 element as soon as possible. Xiao Zhang, an excavation group with many years of mining experience, was also confident. Xiao Ran nodded with satisfaction. He looked at everyone's enthusiastic faces and believed that they would be able to create miracles. For a long time after the launch of Long Space 2, everyone no longer had any news about Long Space 2, and the disappearance of the Long Space 2 made everyone think for a while that the people who traveled on the Long Space 2 had died in the harsh climate and oxygen-free environment of the moon. Even the Eagle Sauce Country's satellites continuously photographed the moon and only observed extra houses on the surface of the moon. No machines of any kind were seen coming out for many days. Even the space experts of Eagle Sauce Country thought that all the humans who landed on the moon in Dragon Country had already died. Until the day of the Dragon Kingdom's Mid-Autumn Festival. A huge moon hung in the sky. Many people from the Dragon Country sat around on the grass eating mooncakes and enjoying the moon. Grandpa, look at the moon, there are bugs crawling on it. A child looked at the moon through the astronomical telescope and said to his grandfather in a milky voice, little baby, there are no bugs on the moon. It's not suitable for bugs to live there. There's a big temperature difference between day and night. The grandfather, who was a professor of astronomy, began to popularize the knowledge about the moon to his grandson. The kid looked his eyes towards the astronomical telescope, still saying with great certainty, Grandpa, you're wrong. There are clearly bugs crawling on the moon. I saw them all. Grandpa laughingly touched his grandson's head. Oh, really? Let Grandpa take a look. He brought his eyes close to the astronomical telescope. Crap, what is this? He actually did see a few small bug-like objects crawling on the surface of the moon. How could this be possible? Could it be that he was getting old and blind? He hurriedly moved a higher magnification astronomical telescope from home again and looked at the moon. Sure enough, he saw the real face of the bugs on the lunar surface. It was the excavators carried by the disappeared Long Space 2. I didn't realize that they were actually working at this time. It was strange that they hadn't been seen before, and it was thought that the LCA-2 experiment had failed. This serendipitous discovery made Long Space 2 explode on the internet again. All the astronomical telescopes on the internet were sold out. The stocks of all listed companies about telescopes all went up. Oh my god. It's true, yeah. I also saw our Dragon Kingdom's excavator on the moon. I saw it too. In the past, Chang'e's journey to the moon was a mythological story. Now moon digging has actually turned into science. It's amazing, isn't it? How did these people drive excavators in that harsh climate? It's impossible. I heard from my friends who are involved in this project that the excavators are all self-driven and remote-controlled, and don't need a human to sit on them at all. Then why haven't we seen excavators working before? They mine one place and then change it. I guess this time it's because they've finished mining one place and are looking for the next one. Eagle Sauce Nation's satellites also observed Dragon Nation's excavators' activities on the moon's surface at this time. The Eagle Sauce Nation's space agency decided to send their satellites to monitor it up close and figure out the progress of the Dragon Nation's space team's research. Only, their satellites inexplicably lost contact every time they got close. What's the situation? Lost contact again? Colonel Jack of the Eagle Jam Nation wailed in exasperation. This was already the 250th satellite he had sent close to the moon. Each time, he suddenly lost contact before he could see what the Dragon Nation's space team was really up to. Mr. Colonel, I suspect that the Dragon space team has built anti-aircraft guns on the moon, and I suspect that our satellite was shot down by the Dragon's anti-aircraft guns. Impossible. There's no way they could have survived on the moon for so long and still built anti-aircraft guns. Go and send out our laser satellites, and using the laser cannons, destroy every facility they can on the moon. At this moment, the remains of the downed satellites of the Eagle Jam country had been piled up outside the confined barracks where Xiao Ran was stationed. Xiao Ran looked at the anti-aircraft guns outside the barracks with a satisfied smile. When he had insisted on bringing an engineer company, it was to build the necessary defense facilities on the moon. Otherwise, with the Eagle Jam country's temperament, as long as you made a little achievement in your research, they would come and take it by force. It's just that they didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom had already built fortifications on the moon, not to mention satellites. Even if their fighters come, they will definitely tell him to come back. At this moment, another satellite with a red dot in the distance flew towards the barracks. Soon the air defense cracked down and recognized the unknown object. With a whoosh, it shot him down. Xiao Ran looked at the smoking satellite outside the barracks and sighed. Turning around, he walked towards the farm. Who would have thought that at this time, under the shroud of the barracks, on the moon, there was actually a large piece of vegetable land lush, with a group of chickens and ducks twittering. Turning to the moon has been 1 year. During this year, they had established a recyclable ecological chain on the moon. They also collected enough helium-3 materials to make Dragon Kingdom a super energy power. They also proved that it was possible to live an idyllic life on the moon. According to the plan, it was time to go home. Xiao Ran pressed the infinite satellite call phone. Long Space 2, requesting a return flight. Chapter 83 Return. Returning with a full load of helium-3, the Dragon Space Agency released the news of the imminent return of the Long Space 2 on its official website. It also released a video on the official website of the Long Space 2 space team growing vegetables and raising chickens on the surface of the moon. Only green vegetables were seen to be verdant and the chickens and ducks were plump. This video was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the world. How is it possible? The temperature on the moon is not suitable for human survival at all. How did they do it? Xiao Ran, this kid really planted vegetables and raised chickens on the moon. He really did it. It's just growing vegetables and raising chickens. What's so exciting about it? You're stupid. They've been living on the moon for a year. This proves that the plan for human beings to move to the moon can completely become a reality. Yeah, it looks like interstellar travel and habitation has been getting closer and closer to our lives. I still don't believe that the Dragon Kingdom can have such technology. I suspect that this video is fake. It must have been filmed on Earth. Yes, it's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to do what we can't even do in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Looking at the overwhelming discussions on the internet, and the skepticism of the foreigners, Xiao Ran contacted the Dragon Country Space Agency. The return of Long Space 2. The whole thing will be broadcast live. What? Will this leak secrets? Xiao Ran looked at the azure planet on the moon with a cold face. Don't worry, with our current technology, they can't even read it. On the day of the return of the Long Space 2, countless foreign journalists flocked to the site of the Dongchang satellite launch base. Manhwa was even live broadcasting the entire event through the news and major live broadcast platforms. Hundreds of millions of viewers instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. Everyone was looking forward to this moment of rewriting the world, only to see the live broadcast screen. Xiao Ran and others came out from the green vegetable field on the surface of the moon. They wore spacesuits and got on the carrier capsule. With the ignition of the rocket thrusters, the rocket flew away from the moon and towards the blue planet. Soon there was a huge rapidly descending flying object in the sky. Everyone looked at it with binoculars, and it wasn't the returning Long Space 2, only to see the Long Sky 2 descending rapidly. the aero body rubbing against the air made a loud tearing sound. Finally, when it was a few thousand meters from the ground, the rocket propellers of the EVA-2 suddenly started, shooting out huge flames downward, providing a huge reverse thrust for the EVA-2. The long Space 2 decelerated and descended, finally coming to a steady stop at its intended position. Successful return. Everyone present erupted into a huge round of applause. The reporters also grabbed their cameras and aimed them at the EVA-2's hatch, ready to record this historic moment, only to see the hatch of Long Space 2 slowly open. Xiao Ran and the others walked out of the carrier bay intact. The uninterrupted continuous live broadcast of the whole process also made those rumors that the video of the moon planting vegetables and feeding chickens was fake go away. Awesome! My dragon country! The moon inhabitants have successfully returned. Earth welcomes you. Is there another recruitment? I'll sign up too. Let me feed the chickens. Fuck. I didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom's lunar migration program is at least 100 years ahead of our Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Mission complete. Mission rating, S. Rank, Forced Saint. Gained experience value, 2000. Experience value, 2100/20,000. Obtained mission reward, controlled nuclear fusion technology. A system beep sounded in Xiao Ran's head. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. This is a technology that is enough to change the world's energy status quo. Dongchang Rocket Launch Base Site. Xiao Ran had just gotten off the rocket when an old man who came to meet him held his hand tightly. Xiao Ran looked up. It was actually the No.1 chief of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Ran was flattered and couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Ran, I've heard them mention you many times, and when I see you today, you are indeed young and promising. I thank you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you for your contribution to Dragon Country's aerospace as well as science and technology. Chief No.1 shook Xiao Ran's hand and gripped it tighter. You're welcome, Chief. This is what I should do. Xiao Ran burst into tears. Chief No.1 said to the finance and science and technology ministers behind him. Minister Li, Minister Lu, in the future, all the requirements of Xiao Ran's scientific research program, you should do your best to guarantee it. Give money to money, give people to people, without my consent. Minister Li and Minister Lu nodded repeatedly. Xiao Ran, let's go. We've already set up a banquet to receive your group of guests from the moon. Chief No.1 smiled and joked, saying that he was going to pull Xiao Ran's hand towards the banquet hall. Xiao Ran pulled back Chief No.1. Chief, I have a gift for everyone. Gift? Chief No.1 was a bit puzzled. Xiao Ran looked towards the shipping silo and ordered to the engineer company, carry it out. The soldiers of the engineer company quickly carried out one compressed steel cylinder after another, stacked on top of each other. They were surprisingly arranged into a small mountain. What's in here? No.1 chief was a bit puzzled. Xiao Ran looked at the piled-up cylinders and said indifferently, Helium-3. What? Helium-3? On the side, Minister of Defense Chen Zilong didn't care that the chief was around, and directly rushed towards those steel cylinders, carefully stroking them. It was as if what was in front of him was a rare treasure. Chief No.1 knew that Helium-3 was precious, but was still puzzled by Chen Zilong's behavior. The director of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute at the site explained, Chief, what mankind is currently researching is the nuclear fusion of deuterium, D, and tritium, T, but the disadvantage of these two materials is that this reaction produces a large number of neutrons, and neutrons are not electrically charged, so there is no way to magnetically confine them. This results in the walls of the fusion device being constantly bombarded by neutrons, so they need to be replaced, and the replaced material may become nuclear waste because it is radioactive, making fusion devices costly and difficult to control. Helium-3 is the perfect fusion fuel, but there is very little of it on Earth, with scientists estimating that there are only about 500 kilograms of helium-3 known to exist on Earth. This also leads to helium-3 being very expensive, roughly worth $21 billion per ton. Chief No.1 understood the reason for Chen Zilong's excitement after hearing this. He looked at the cylinders that were arranged in a small mountain in front of him, and he also became excited inwardly. This, all helium-3? Xiao Ran nodded. Yes, all helium-3. There are roughly 100 tons. 100 tons. Chief No.1 also got excited. Minister Chen, hurry up and send these helium-3 to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. You personally escort it. Chen Zilong nodded his head straight with excitement on his face. Good. Guarantee to complete the mission. The foreign journalists and foreigners who were watching the live broadcast were envious and jealous to the extreme when they saw the helium-3 that Xiao Ran brought back. Asterisk. The ore he's going to mine is actually helium-3. There's plenty of this stuff on the moon. How on earth did he refine it from the moon? It's so awesome. Is our president watching the live broadcast? Can we go to the Dragon Kingdom to get a bottle back? What is our space agency doing? Hurry up and go to the moon to mine it. And the president of the Eagle Sauce country was the first to respond to the Dragon country's moon collection of helium-3. The moon belongs to all mankind. No country has the right to mine it without authorization, and the helium-3 mined by the Dragon Kingdom should be divided equally among all countries. Chapter 84 J8 Blockade. Energy Crisis. The statement of the President of the Eagle Kingdom, Defeat Den, drew the concurrence of other countries. Kamiya Taro, Prime Minister of the Eastern Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom should share their space technology and not mine the moon privately. The moon belongs to all mankind. Li Jae-hwan, President of the Cold Kingdom, the minerals of the moon belong to all mankind. The Dragon Kingdom's private mining behavior is immoral. The resources recovered should be shared equally. In order to suppress the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Sauce Nation even formed the J8 alliance with 7 other countries, including the Eastern Ing and Cold Kingdom, to block all supplies of technology and energy to the Dragon Nation. The purpose was to force the Dragon Kingdom to share the technology of exploring the moon as well as helium-3 with them without compensation. The J8 alliance also issued a warning to all the countries in the world that whoever dared to supply energy to the Dragon Kingdom would have to suffer economic sanctions from the J8 alliance. For a while, oil powers such as Saudi Arabia also feared the Eagle Sauce Nation sanctions and stopped supplying oil to the Dragon Nation. Even the Bear Country, which was on good terms with the Dragon Country, also feared the Eagle Sauce Country's economic sanctions and reduced the supply of natural gas to the Dragon Country. For a time, the Dragon Country was in a huge energy crisis. The people of the Dragon Country were in a panic and began to frantically buy gasoline and other fuels. Fleets of cars lining up to refuel at gas stations blocked the roads. At this rate, in less than 7 days, transportation in the Dragon Kingdom would be paralyzed due to the energy shortage. Electricity would also be unable to be supplied in sufficient quantities, and factories would even be shut down as a result, with losses that would be incalculable. In the J8 summit, Mr. Loden swore to the member states that in less than 7 days, the Dragon Kingdom would hand over the moon landing technology and give them helium-3 for free. At that time, they can sit back and enjoy the benefits, and they can land on the moon and take the resources there for themselves. At this time, the Dragon Country's Energy Bureau and Power Bureau were already on fire. According to the energy stocks reported from all over the world, to maintain the current operation, they could only last for 3 days. After 3 days, they were not allowed to reduce 80% of the industrial electricity consumption in order to safeguard the residents' living electricity. By then, 80% of the factories will be shut down. It will even trigger a wave of layoffs for workers, causing an even more serious crisis. For this reason, Chief No. 1 urgently organized an energy conference with the Energy Bureau, Electricity Bureau, Nuclear Energy Research Institute and other departments, and Xiao Ran also attended the meeting as a special invitee. Chief, our remaining coal and oil reserves can only last for 3 days at the current rate of consumption. The Director of Energy reported the situation truthfully, with bean-sized beads of sweat appearing on his head. Chief No. 1 listened and frowned. The situation of our power supply is not optimistic either. It's winter now. There is a serious shortage of hydroelectric power generation, so we can only rely on coal thermal power generation. Right now, our stored coal for power generation can barely last for 1 week. After 1 week, our power generation will be reduced by 80%. By then, we may have to shut down those businesses that consume a lot of electricity. The Director of Electricity was also filled with sadness as he stated the power supply situation. After hearing this, Chief No. 1 frowned even more tightly. What I'm most worried about right now is the residents' lives. It's winter now. The north can't do without heating. If there's a shortage of energy, I'm worried that all the northern residents' heating will be a problem. The Social Security Chief spoke out a more worrying fact. Chief No. 1 was already worried after hearing this. Chief, why don't we promise the J8 alliance that we'll give them some helium-3? Solving the energy crisis is the priority now. Someone proposed. Yes. With our current technology, we haven't mastered the controlled fusion technology. Even if we have the raw material of helium-3, we can't fusion him into energy. Why don't we trade it for some energy back? I also agree. Now even the Bear Country is afraid of the Eagle Sauce Country's sanctions. The natural gas given to us has shrunk to 30% of what it used to be. I'm worried that if we continue, this amount will still be reduced, and we'll be in an even worse situation by then. How about we plan ahead? The experts attending the meeting began to respond in droves, all in favor of the proposal to share helium-3 with the J8 alliance. After all, this was the only and effective method that could quickly solve the Dragon Country's energy crisis at the moment. Chief No. 1 was furious and his face was blue, and he also understood that everyone was acting helplessly for the sake of the future of the Dragon Kingdom. It was just that this kind of rogue and overbearing demand from the Eagle Sauce Country was undoubtedly a humiliation for the Dragon Country. Chief No. 1 looked around, and he realized that Xiao Ran had been sitting in the corner from the beginning of the meeting until now, as if he was pondering over something, not saying a word. Xiao Ran, tell us what you think. Chief No. 1 directly named Xiao Ran. He put all his hopes on this young man who had repeatedly created miracles. Xiao Ran stood up, his eyes firm. I don't agree with sharing my scientific research with a bunch of J8 stuff. The era of the Eagle Jam Nation controlling the world is over. Chief, no. One listened to Xiao Ran's words and looked at Xiao Ran with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Then what's your good idea? Xiao Ran looked around the room, his eyes as firm as iron. 7 days. Give me 7 days. I'll develop a hollowable nuclear fusion technology. Turn helium-3 into an inexhaustible source of energy. What? 7 days to figure out controllable nuclear fusion? Xiao Ran. You're not kidding, right? The experts present almost dropped their jaws when they heard Xiao Ran's words. What a joke. This was controlled nuclear fusion technology. The Eagle Sauce country had not succeeded in researching it for decades. And he, a brat, actually said that it would only take 7 days to figure it out. Chief, no. One looked at Xiao Ran's confident appearance and asked with some concern. How sure are you? Xiao Ran nodded confidently and said, I don't dare to say 100%. 99% is there. Controlled nuclear fusion technology was all in Xiao Ran's mind, and it was not a big deal to get nuclear fusion. The reason why he needed 7 days was that he had calculated that it would take 7 days to build the fusion reactor and set up the energy supply network. Xiao Ran, this is not something that can be joked about. You have to think clearly, the Minister of Energy kindly reminded. The head of the Nuclear Energy Research Institute also chimed in. Yeah, why don't we share out some of the helium-3 energy first to solve the immediate energy crisis, and you take your time with your fusion research. No, Xiao Ran interrupted the Nuclear Energy Research Institute director. The days when the Dragon Kingdom was left to be bullied and humiliated are over. This time, I will not compromise. But, you have to consider our residents. Our energy can only be used for 3 days. Are we going to let our residents freeze? The energy director interrupted Xiao Ran, placing this realistic problem in front of Xiao Ran. Suffer from freezing? Look at what our Dragon Kingdom people say. Xiao Ran took out his cell phone and opened the Energy Bureau's official website. There were already hundreds of millions of netizens leaving messages here. I'd rather starve and freeze to death than accept the Eagle Sauce country's bullying. The days of Eagle Sauce country calling the shots are long gone. Don't dream of using underhanded tricks to make Dragon country submit. I'm afraid of being poor, and I'm also afraid of dying. But I'm even more afraid of having no dignity. Never compromise. Dragon Kingdom netizens were unprecedentedly united at this moment, their hearts coalescing together. Chief, no. One looked at the netizens' messages and was moved to tears. He stood up and slapped the table. Good job. We will never compromise. 7 days. Xiao Ran, I'll give you 7 days. You are only allowed to succeed. No failure. Xiao Ran stood up, word for word. In 7 days, I will make sure that the people of the Dragon Kingdom use helium-3 energy. Chapter 85 Helium-3 Fusion Success. In 7 days, I will definitely let the people of Dragon Kingdom use helium-3 energy. Xiao Ran's words gave all the experts present hope and united everyone like never before. Good. Xiao Ran, we believe in you. Just rest assured that you will boldly engage in your research. And the energy crisis, we will definitely find a way to solve it. Chief, no. One clenched his fists. This time he decided to lead all the Dragon Nation people to fight with their backs against the current. The next day, Xiao Ran released a statement to the world in his personal name. Within 7 days, Longxiang Aerospace Company will develop controlled nuclear fusion technology and introduce helium-3 energy to the world. All the countries that supply energy to the Dragon Kingdom and help the Dragon Kingdom get through the energy crisis. Longxiang will provide them with helium-3 energy at the lowest price. All countries that participated in Dragon Country's energy sanctions will be listed as unfriendly countries by Dragon Xiang Corporation and will never be supplied with helium-3 energy. When the statement came out, it immediately triggered Eagle Sauce, Eastern Japan, and other countries to mock it. 7 days to research controlled nuclear fusion? You think you're God? Ha ha ha. Laughing. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. Eagle Sauce country research for decades have not touched the doorway. Save you. 7 days can build it? Don't you need to draft your bragging? He probably forgot that the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear fission technology was all imported from the Manhwa Kingdom. Now that the old Maoist is honest, how dare you clamor? Is he sure that he really understands nuclear fusion? The sun is heated by nuclear fusion reactions, with a center temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius. If he wants to research nuclear fusion, the temperature would have to be at least hundreds of millions of degrees. Isn't this a joke? Mocking voices and remarks filled the internet. Detected that the host is suffering from unprecedented mockery and contempt. This environment is extremely suitable for pretending. Mission, research fusion technology and use helium-3 energy. Mission reward, air compression bomb design. The pretending system released another pretending task in Xiao Ran's mind. Xiao Ran looked at the cynicism that flooded the internet, clenched his fists, and dove headfirst into the lab. And most of the countries in the world were afraid of the strength of the Eagle Sauce country and the rest of the J8 alliance. and they didn't dare to supply energy to the Dragon Country anymore. Only a few of the Dragon Country's ferromagnetic brothers, Ba Tai, Mao Xiong, and Xiao Guo rose to lend a helping hand at the critical moment, secretly sending energy for the Dragon Country. In the blink of an eye, time came to the 7th day. This was also the last day that Xiao Ran boasted to the world that he would research nuclear fusion technology. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom's energy reserves had been exhausted, except for the enterprises that safeguarded the lives of the residents. All other enterprises had been shut down. If the energy problem was not solved tomorrow, the enterprises that protected the residents' lives would also be shut down due to insufficient power supply. And Xiao Ran and the Dragon Country officials haven't had any news yet. Countless foreign netizens had long been ready to see Xiao Ran's jokes. Countries such as Eagle Sauce Country and Eastern Japan had even built joint laboratories, ready to receive Dragon Country's helium-3 for research. At this time, inside the Dragon Country's nuclear energy laboratory, after 7 days and 7 nights of fighting, Xiao Ran finally connected all the equipment together. He activated the equipment and began to heat the reactor continuously. His mouth kept muttering, "Higher temperature, higher." His pupils were seared red by the heat, and the veins on his arms burst out. Finally, accompanied by a loud roar, a violent fusion reaction occurred with helium-3 in the reactor. The energy detection instrument connected to the reactor directly exploded. Success! It finally worked! The crowd in the lab screamed with excitement. They had worked without sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. This moment finally paid off. Quickly, transform the heat energy from the helium-3 fusion into electricity and deliver it to the whole country. Xiao Ran gave the order and everyone began to move. Soon, the wiring of the equipment began to emit beeping electric currents, and dazzling flames began to appear within the laboratory. Relying on the powerful power network, the helium-3 energy was quickly transported to all parts of the country. On the internet, there were all the news of congratulations to Longwei for successfully developing controlled nuclear fusion technology, and Longwei deserves to be the first in the world. The Dragon Country's energy department even released a message on the official website. From now on, the use of helium-3 energy by the people of the Dragon Kingdom and friendly countries is all free of charge. All unfriendly countries never supply. As soon as the news came out, the Dragon Nation was abuzz with excitement. The populace of the Woolly Bear Nation, Ba Tai, Chao Nation, and a host of other Dragon Nation ferromagnates were also thrilled to the point of tears. Really? Is this true? Helium-3 energy is really free to use. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. No longer do we have to suffer from that bird's breath from the Eagle Jam Nation. Meanwhile, the J8 Alliance and the countries involved in imposing energy sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom were dumbfounded. How is it possible? This kid really came up with nuclear fusion technology. Free? It's so unfair. We can't even afford to fill up our gas tanks, and they actually have all their energy for free? Kamiya, this SB Prime Minister, why did he listen to the Eagle Jam Country like a dog? Now we don't even get our share of free energy. Protest. Xiao Ran's experiments must have used our cold country's technology. Helium-3 energy should have our share. Successful in pretending to be a pussy. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS. Grade, Pushing Saint. Gained experience value 2000. Experience value is 4100/20,000. Gained experience value 2000. Experience value is 4100/20,000. Mission reward, Air Compressor Bomb Design. Air Compression Bomb, a mysterious and scientific bomb that can change air pressure through explosion, affecting the climate environment within 500 kilometers. A system voice came from Xiao Ran's mind. This made Xiao Ran ecstatic. With this air controller, one could control nature. And at this time in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the office of the No. 1 chief was busy. The chief had already received protest calls from more than 50 countries one after another. These countries all had a common characteristic. That is, they had all participated in the energy sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. Their attitudes were very uniform, demanding that the Dragon Country immediately stop the energy sanctions, and that they enjoy the free use of helium-3 energy, just like the furry bears and other countries. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to use force to defend their interests. A bunch of jumping clowns. The chief cursed in anger. How could there be such a shameless country that imposed energy sanctions on Dragon Country in the first place? But now they wish to use Dragon Country's research results for free. How could that be? Chief, what should we do if the Eagle Sauce Country joins forces with the Eastern Ing and Cold countries to carry out a military strike against us? The Minister of Defense, Chen Zilong, had a worried look on his face. This was because he had already monitored from the satellite that the Great Flat Ocean Fleet of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom was moving towards the waters of Eastern Ing. It was highly likely that it was heading towards the Dragon Kingdom. The East Ing and Cold countries had also sailed their warships out of the harbor and were constantly testing the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom and the waters close to the border of the Dragon Kingdom. There were also some other countries that were also dumbfounded and began to frequently deploy their troops. They all wanted to follow the Eagle Sauce Kingdom to get a piece of the Dragon Kingdom. Chief no. One waved his hand. If you strike one fist, you'll be spared 100. Whoever dares to be the first to set foot in Dragon Country territory, I'll have the East Wind Express send him to meet their god. Chapter 86, J8 Alliance invades the Dragon Kingdom. The president of the Eagle Kingdom has joined forces with the East Kingdom and the Cold Kingdom to form the J8 Alliance, and they've sailed their aircraft carriers into the waters of the East Kingdom under the guise of joint military maneuvers. Most of the cities on the east coast of the Dragon Kingdom were within the J8 Alliance's gunfire coverage. The world's major media outlets are scrambling to report on this military maneuver. The fleets of the J8 countries participating in the military maneuvers are fully loaded with ammunition. Eagle Jam has even mobilized their strongest fleet, the Taihio fleet. The sea is filled with frigates and cruisers. There are 5 nuclear-powered carriers, and the carriers are filled with strategic bombers and Falcon helicopters. The Eagle Kingdom's Taihio fleet carries enough ammunition to sink the East Kingdom of Japan 10 times. This is a drill? Who would believe it? A discerning eye can tell that the J8 Alliance is coming for the Dragon Kingdom's helium-3 energy source. The Dragon Kingdom is in danger. Chief 1 of the Dragon Kingdom has declared a state of war for the entire country. All soldiers are to be mobilized in response to the invasion of a foreign enemy. Inside the war conference room, Chief Number 1 was paying close attention to the movements of the J8 Alliance's army through military satellites. Defense Minister Chen Zilong was standing right behind him, and in his hand was the Dongfeng Express launch cipher box. Chief, they've now formed a siege on Dragon Country. Our dams, nuclear energy bases, Dongchang's satellite launch base, and these important strategic facilities are all within the coverage of the Eagle Jam country's missiles. Naval Commander Xue Wu analyzed the current situation with a worried expression. While this was happening, a communication soldier hurriedly ran in with a panicked face. Chief, the Southern Border Defense has just sent urgent news that a large number of Indu tank units are massing at the border. What? Chief no. One slammed the table. Indu they dare to advance towards our borders? The Indu tanks were the main battle tanks of the World War II era. Their artillery was powerful, and their air force was also very formidable. Now that the Dragon Kingdom's troops were all mobilized to the eastern coast together, the southern side was empty of troops, and Indu's troops were near the Dragon Kingdom's borders, where there were many Dragon Kingdom residents who couldn't be struck with nuclear weapons. With Indu's move to take advantage of the void, the Dragon Kingdom was attacked from the back. While the chief was pondering on countermeasures, another communication soldier hurriedly ran in. Chief, it's not good. South Vietnam has also gathered 100,000 troops and is heading towards our southern border. What? Even South Vietnam has come. Damn it. Damn it. The chief was so furious that his face turned red as he paced back and forth contemplating a countermeasure. Chief, I'm guessing that the J8 Alliance is posturing, not really wanting to attack us, but threatening us and demanding helium-3 energy. Why don't we have J8 Team 1 and Marine Division 2 pull back from the coastline and rush to the Southland at a rapid pace? Xue Wu proposed. Commander Xue has a point. The most important thing right now is the crisis in the southern realm. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom won't easily launch an attack. The other experts chimed in. Chief no. One finally made up his mind after thinking left and right. He slammed the table and roared. Pass on my order. Fighter Team 1 and Land Warfare Division 2 withdraw from the combat sequence and rush to support the southern border at fire speed. Yes. The messenger led the order and left. However, just as the Fighter Team 1 and Marine Division 2 that had withdrawn from the combat sequence were rushing to the southern border at high speed, President Biden of the Eagle Jam Nation stood on the deck of the aircraft carrier and began to release a statement to the world. After the J8 Nation Alliance's multi-party appraisal and argumentation, the Dragon Nation's helium-3 energy is a heavy polluting energy source. The Dragon Nation must immediately hand over its helium-3 energy source. The Dragon Country must immediately hand over the helium-3 energy and stop the application of helium-3 energy. Otherwise, the J8 Alliance will carry out a military strike against the Dragon Country in order to protect all of humanity. Once the statement was released, it immediately triggered a furor. Ridiculous. 2 years ago Defeaton himself said that helium-3 energy is the most environmentally friendly energy source for the future of mankind. But today he is forcing a smear campaign for his own purposes. What can't the Eagle Jam Nation do? Have you guys forgotten that they forcefully described laundry detergent as a biochemical weapon and wantonly invaded other countries? Damn it, we Dragon Nation people will never back down. We'll fight him to the end. They have an aircraft carrier, but we Dongfeng Express are no slouches either. If there is a war, we will return. The people of the Dragon Kingdom on the internet were inviting for war. After listening to Defeat Den's statement, Chief No. One knew that this time, Eagle Jam Country was getting real. In the past, the strength of the Dragon Country was far weaker than the Eagle Sauce Country, and if there was any conflict, the Eagle Sauce Country would be on point. But now, the Dragon Country has been in the chip, aerospace, energy, these important areas far ahead of the Eagle Sauce Country, which has threatened the Eagle Sauce Country's world hegemony. Therefore, the Eagle Jam Nation would find every reason to wipe out its rising rival. And at this moment, the satellite transmission could be clearly seen. The J8 Alliance of Eagle Jam, Eastern Japan, and Cold Kingdom were moving rapidly towards the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The sound of an alarm also came from the screen. Minister Chen, bring the code box. The chief stared angrily at the red warning on the map and had already made up his mind. Chief, do we really need to send the East Wind Express? Chen Zilong carefully placed the password box in front of the chief and confirmed to him in a low voice. When the East Wind went out, not an inch of grass would grow. As the Dragon Kingdom's great killing weapon, the East Wind Express would not be taken out by the Dragon Kingdom until it was absolutely necessary. The chief looked at the J8 Alliance forces that were getting closer and closer to the coastline, his eyes firm. As long as they dare to intrude into the Dragon Kingdom's waters, I'll tell them to have no return. At this moment, Defeat Deng was standing on the deck of the Eagle Jam Nation's air carrier, heading towards the Dragon Nation's waters. Mr. President, will we piss off the Dragon Kingdom like this? Their East Wind Express is no joke. Kamiya, the Prime Minister of Eastern Japan, asked worriedly. He and the other 7 heads of state, including the Cold Kingdom, had been invited by Defeat Den to the aircraft carrier to participate in the attack on the Dragon Kingdom. Yeah, rumor has it that the Dragon Kingdom's East Wind Express can circle the globe 2 times before hitting its target. The president of the Cold Kingdom, Li Jae-hwan, chimed in, unable to hide his worry in his words. Defiant Den knew that Kamiya and the others were afraid that the Dragon Kingdom would bombard him with the East Wind Express. He inwardly despised this group of rats, and every time they engaged in an operation, they always hid in the back, letting the Eagle Jam Nation charge forward and then reap the benefits. This time, he intentionally invited all 7 heads of state to the aircraft carrier just to make them advance and retreat together with himself. Don't worry guys, now that South Vietnam and Indu have stationed a large number of troops in the Dragon Kingdom's southern border, the Dragon Kingdom is surrounded by enemies on its back. Moreover, as long as the Dragon Kingdom dares to use the East Wind Express, we will have a reason to counterattack. With over 5,000 nukes in my Eagle Jam country, we can make the Dragon Kingdom completely disappear from the map. After hearing Defeat Den's words, Kamiya and the others were depressed to the core. Damn, this Defeat Den is almost 80 years old and has lived long enough, but old men are only over 40. Old men don't want to be buried with them. Kamiya watched the aircraft carrier closer and closer to the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom, and the mood became more and more nervous. Chapter 87, Air Compression Bomb. On the eastern coast of the Dragon Kingdom, there was silence in the combat lab. Chief No. 1 slowly opened the code box that controlled the East Wind Express, his eyes fixed on the large screen. As long as the J8 Alliance dared to set foot in the Dragon Kingdom's waters, he would press the East Wind Express launch button. Behind the chief, Chen Zilong was staring at the big screen with a deadly stare. A huge blue whale submarine had already exposed itself to the surface of the sea, opening its launch hatch, ready to launch the Dongfeng Express at any time. Chief, are you sure you want to do this? Once it's launched, the Eagle Jam Nation will send all of their nukes over. Chen Zilong hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but open his mouth and said, Yes, Chief, once it's launched, our Dragon Kingdom may be plunged into an ocean of war. She Wu was also a bit worried. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. He was just worried that the residents of the Dragon Kingdom would be implicated in the war. Chief No. 1 looked sadly at the raging J8 Alliance warships on the screen. We have no choice. More than 100 years ago, it was also the J8 Alliance that blasted open the gates of the Dragon Kingdom with their warships. They wantonly invaded and did nothing evil. Today, it's the J8 Alliance that is committing crimes again. How similar is this picture to the picture 100 years ago? It's just that our Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom of 100 years ago. The Dragon Kingdom is now united in its hatred and unity. If we compromise with the J8 Alliance, we will once again bear the humiliation of 100 years ago. Our nation's dignity will be trampled under their feet. Chief No. 1 let out a long breath, his eyes firm. Once the Eagle Sauce Nation carries out a nuclear strike on our country, all of our Dragon Nation's Dongfeng Express will be delivered to the J8 Alliance within 2 hours. At this moment, on the big screen, the J8 Alliance's fleet was getting closer and closer to the coastline of Dragon Country. 20 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 8 kilometers. The J8 Alliance's carrier was getting closer and closer. The screen could even see Defeat Den, Kamiya and the others standing on the carrier. Everyone quietly watched the screen, and beads of sweat were already oozing from their foreheads. Chief Number 1 had also already entered the 6-digit launch code and was just waiting to press the launch button. While everyone was tense, a clamor came from outside the door. Quick, let me in. This is a military heavy ground. Put down the bombs in your hands and get out of here. I said I'm here to save the Dragon Kingdom. What I'm holding isn't a bomb. Quickly let me in. Wait, it's too late. Quick, put down the bomb. Otherwise, I'll shoot. Go and take a look. What's going on outside the door? Shen Zilong went out to see that it was actually Xiao Ran. It turned out that Xiao Ran had successfully built an air compression bomb that could change the weather by utilizing the air compression bomb design diagram rewarded by the system. He hurriedly came here because he wanted to use the air compression bomb to stop a possible war. Xiao Ran? Shen Zilong saw the missile-like object in Xiao Ran's hand at a glance and looked puzzled. What are you doing with a missile if you're not doing research in the lab? Xiao Ran was like a savior when he saw Chen Zilong. He patted the missile on his hand. This is my new invention. It can save the Dragon Kingdom. Come to me to go in and see the chief. Asterisk. You clap gently. Shen Zilong hurriedly took the missile in Xiao Ran's hand, deeply afraid that he would give it a pat. Quickly, take me in. Xiao Ran pushed Chen Zilong into the combat conference room. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the missiles in Xiao Ran and Chen Zilong's hands. Chief, I can stop the J8 Alliance from invading the Dragon Kingdom's waters. Xiao Ran was agitated. Xiao Ran, don't mess up. There's no way we're going to give up helium-3 energy. Xuewu thought Xiao Ran was trying to let out the helium-3 energy to stop the J8 Alliance. No, I'm using this to stop them. Xiao Ran took the missile from Chen Zilong and placed it on the conference table with a bang, showing it to the crowd. Big brother, be gentle, be careful of the bomb. Chen Zilong has been blocking in front of the chief, fearing that Xiao Ran's kid might accidentally blow up this guy. Xiao Ran began to introduce it to everyone. This is what I first researched. A super compressed air bomb with 50,000 cubic meters of air compressed inside. Air compression bomb? Shui Wu froze, then shook his head straight. We've put out our East Wind Express. The J8 Alliance isn't even retreating. You want to stop them from advancing with this thing? The other officers present chimed in. Too naive. If the J8 Alliance was so easily intimidated, they wouldn't have come. Xiao Ran, you'd better hurry up and we'll go to the lab. You're good at scientific research, but when it comes to fighting a war, it's still up to us. Did I not make myself clear? I said that there are 50,000 cubic meters of air compressed in here. Xiao Ran still wanted to explain to everyone, but was drowned out by everyone's skepticism. Xiao Ran, go back. Don't worry, we will defend the dignity of our Dragon Kingdom. Chen Zilong also gave his expulsion order with some disappointment. Wait, an old expert with thick glasses sitting in the combat conference room stood up. He was the Dragon Kingdom's combat staff officer Yang Hushua, who was proficient in physics, chemistry, aerospace and other types of knowledge to help the troops deploy combat missions based on the environment. Yang Hushua held a draft filled with arithmetic in his hand. You said that you have stored 50,000 cubic meters of air in this air compression bomb of yours? The words were filled with shock, as he had just done the math, and the effect of this air compression single when it exploded was nothing short of terrifying. Yes, 50,000 cubic meters. Finally there was one who understood. Xiao Ran hurriedly walked over to Yang and Shua and repeated, 50,000 cubic meters of compressed air. If you release it all at once, you get it right. How do you want to do it? Yang Hushua pursued, his tone urgent. I want to create a storm to stop them from advancing. Good idea. Yang Hushua nodded repeatedly. The chief took a look at the fact that he could actually stop the J8 Alliance without using weapons, and hurriedly asked, quickly, tell us your plan. Xiao Ran looked at the J8 Alliance fleet on the screen that was only 5 kilometers away from the border of the Dragon Kingdom's waters. Chief, can you let me get on the phone with Defeat Deng? Call Defeat Den? The crowd was dumbfounded. I want to let him know what it means to be shocked by the thunder. This heavenly cultivation. The sky collapsing and the earth falling with the purple golden hammer. The words were split into two. At this time, Defeat Den and Kamaya and Li Jie Huan and the others were standing on the deck, looking at the gradually clearing coast of the Dragon Kingdom. He couldn't help but feel smug. See, I told you, the Dragon Kingdom won't dare to fire. We're about to enter their waters. The president is wise. Admire, admire. Yes, the president's wisdom is like ocean waves, continuous. The crowd gathered around Defeat Den and patted Rainbow's ass. At this time, a colonel walked over quickly with a handheld military phone, and he handed the phone to Defeated Den. Mr. President, a call from the Dragon Kingdom. What? A call from the Dragon Kingdom? Defiant Den proudly showed off to the crowd. See, I told you the Dragon Kingdom would compromise. I guess the call was to beg for mercy. Defiant Den picked up the phone and pretended. Hello. Xiao Ran at the end of the phone directly burst foul mouth. Hi you, Jay, dead old man. You give me a good listen. The weather forecast said that the weather is going to change soon. There will be a typhoon of more than 12. You'd better hurry back to the B port of the East Japan with your broken ship to stay. Otherwise, when you capsize, we won't save it. Xiao Ran hung up the phone after saying in one breath. Left Defiant Den holding the phone facing the calm sea Nessie. What did the Dragon Kingdom say? Kamaya and the others were all excited, looking forward to taking over helium-3 energy. Defuden. in his geriatric dementia, took a long time to respond. I think he scolded me on the phone. What? The crowd dropped their jaws in shock. Could it be that the call came just to scold you? Chapter 88. The typhoon is coming. Boss, what else did Rukoku say? Kamaya and the others looked at Defiant Den with eager faces. If the call wasn't a plea for mercy, could it be a final warning? Defiant Den tried to remember the call he just made. He also said that the weather forecast said that there will be a typhoon of magnitude 12 or higher soon. What? A typhoon? Kamaya hastily looked around. At this time the sun was shining brightly. The sky was high and the sea was wide. The sea was calm. Where was there any sign of a typhoon? It turned out that the phone call wasn't the final warning, and Lee Jae-hoon breathed a sigh of relief. He fanned the hot sweat on his face with his hand and said pretentiously, bluffing, right, there's no wind at all. It's hot as hell. I was hoping for a typhoon to cool off. Colonel, be discreet. Scan the cloud map with the satellite and predict if there will be a typhoon later. Defiant Den commanded. Mr. President, I've just confirmed it. In the last 24 hours, the sea winds won't exceed 3, let alone a typhoon. Figuring out the weather before using troops was a necessary operation for every general. The colonel reported what he learned about the weather truthfully. Ha ha, it seems that the Dragon Kingdom is scared and wants to scare us off. Too childish. Just this to make us retreat? Does he think we're playing house? It just couldn't have been any Dragon Kingdom fool who called, actually threatening us like this. I'm so scared. Kamaya and the others joked around the call. Xiao Ran's well-intentioned reminder was actually treated as a joke by them. Detected that the host is being taunted by a bunch of stupid losers. Can this be tolerated? Mission release. Create a typhoon and send guests thousands of miles away. Mission reward, jet design. The system released the mission in Xiao Ran's mind. Listening to the tone of the system, Xiao Ran even suspected that the system had a personal grudge against Defeat Den and the others. Commander Shui, here, have a go? Xiao Ran pointed to the coordinates about 10 kilometers away from the J8 Alliance. Just one round? Is it enough? How about 2 rounds? Shui Wu guessed that he wanted to send the J8 Alliance to the moon and asked tentatively. Xiao Ran hastily stopped it. Don't, it will cause a tsunami. 1 round is enough. Loading. Launch. The air-compressed bomb flew towards the designated area. Mr. President, look, the Dragon Kingdom has launched a missile. The colonel pointed at the missile flying in the distance, alerting Defeat Den and the others. The carrier's radar also detected the air compression bombs flying from the distance and beeped an alarm. Defiant Den and the others looked in the direction the colonel was pointing. They only saw a small missile of about 1 meter flying towards the distant waters. Colonel, is Dragon Kingdom serious about this? Who is such a small missile trying to scare? Defiant Den was puzzled. Mr. President, this kind of missile should belong to a kind of mountain cannon. Its power is so small that it can't even penetrate our deck. The colonel spoke his judgment through the size of the missile. Far out in the sea, the small missile shot crashed into the water without a sound. The scene was clearly seen by Defeat Den and the others. Ha ha, not only can't it penetrate, it's also not allowed to hit. Not only can't it hit, it's still a dud. Ha ha, the quality of this military industry of the Dragon Kingdom is also too poor. Defiant Den and the others laughed out loud. Suddenly, a huge wave thousands of meters high rose from the sea in the distance. The sea was suddenly choppy. The air also seemed like it had suddenly been drained. And the wind was raging. Asterisk. What's going on? Is it really a typhoon? Didn't we say that the wind won't exceed level 3 for 24 hours? This nigga is only level 3? Lie down. Don't be blown away by the wind. Quickly climb back into the cabin. After a moment of panicked crawling, Defiant Den and the others crawled back to the inner cabin of the aircraft carrier. The crowd was in shock, holding on to the chairs secured to the cabin. Don't worry everyone. Our aircraft carriers are the most resistant to hurricanes. A Category 12 typhoon is just a piece of cake for an aircraft carrier. The colonel reassured everyone. Are you sure? This time the wind and waves are so strong, we won't sink. Kamaya was still a little worried. Don't worry. The limit of our aircraft carrier to withstand wind and waves is 18. At present, such a hurricane doesn't exist in nature. You guys just sit at ease and drink coffee. Before the colonel could finish his words, the carrier lurched violently. Defiant Den and the others couldn't stand steadily, so they could only hold on to the chairs fixed to the floor. How can this be? The colonel was in a state of panic. Based on the bumps, the wind on the sea had reached at least 18 magnitude. At 18 levels, it was impossible for nature to generate such high-pressure air convection, unless high-pressure air convection was artificially created. But this only existed in theory and no one had succeeded yet. Could it be that this hurricane was caused by that small missile from the Dragon Kingdom? Thinking of this, the colonel's face turned white as he uploaded the wind and sway parameters sensed by the carrier's radar to the Eagle Jam Nation's operations research room. At this time, Xiao Ran was riding in his cruiser observing the changes in the wind at sea in the distance. he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. I say, Commander Shui, was that the small shell from 20,000 square meters that you just released? Xiao Ran asked Shui Wu. He had calculated that the power of a 20,000 cubic meter air compression shell would trigger at most a level 12 wind wave. But now, at a conservative estimate, the wind and waves were already up to level 18. I took one randomly. What small cannon to hit? If you want to hit a big one. Shui Wu pretended to be confused. What? You hit that 100,000 square meter air compression bomb? Xiao Ran froze in place. 100,000 cubic meters. The instant release produces a wind wave of at least 18 levels, and it can last for 1 month. It's only 100,000 cubic meters. Next time you get a 100,000 cubic meter one, I'll blow them straight to Mars. Shui Wu joked, happily watching the J8 Alliance fleet drifting from side to side in the huge waves. Xiao Ran. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's combat conference room, everyone couldn't help but worry about the J8 Alliance fleet when they saw the monstrous waves caused by the air compression bombs. I say, was it better for us to hit the East Wind Express in the first place? I'm not worried about the J8 fleet now, because it's useless to worry about it. What I'm worried about is whether or not Dongying Island will be blown to the South Pole. Go, tell Xiao Ran to hand over all the air compression bombs from his research lab to the warehouse. This kind of weapon is too powerful. It has to be controlled according to the requirements of nuclear weapons. At this time, a system beep sounded in Xiao Ran's mind. Successful loading. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS. Grade, Pussy Saint. Gained experience value of 2000. Experience value of 6100/20,000. Mission reward, fighter aircraft design drawings. Mission reward, fighter aircraft design drawings. In an instant, the complex jet design diagrams and parameters unfolded in Xiao Ran's mind. Just understanding the parameters of the fighter jet left Xiao Ran dumbfounded. Maximum bomb load, 52,000 kilograms. Maximum speed, 10 times the speed of sound. This bomb load was twice as much as the B-2 heavy bomber of the Eagle Sauce Country, and it also has a terrifying flight speed of 10 times the speed of sound. 10 times. At this speed, even missiles can't catch up. Such a sick fighter. How can you ask others to play with you? Chapter 89 Eagle Sauce Aircraft Carrier. Wasted. At this time, the Eagle Jam Country's Operations Research Laboratory received anomalous data transmitted back from the Taihio Fleet's aircraft carriers, and an alarm was sounded. All the experts and scholars of Eagle Jam Country gathered at the data center to analyze the data transmitted back from the aircraft carrier. How is it possible? The pressure data received from the carrier's hull showed that the wind speed exceeded 100 meters per second. Is there something wrong with the data? The wind speed of a Category 18 typhoon is only 65 meters per second, and a Category 18 typhoon only theoretically exists in nature. 100 meters per second. Theoretically, such a hurricane could blow down the Statue of Liberty. It's horrible. The hull of this aircraft carrier has been bent 15 degrees by the wind. It's losing power. What? It's bent 15 degrees. Then this carrier is a goner. This one is even worse. It's bent nearly 20 degrees, and the power bearings have been damaged. Look, this one's even worse. The curvature is about 35 degrees. What a concept. Oh my god. It reaches a semicircle with a radius of 350 meters. It's unbelievable. The carriers, cruisers and frigates of our entire Taihio fleet are all ruined. Impossible. That's a state-of-the-art aircraft carrier. The power systems, weapons systems, and electronic systems are all world-class. How could they be damaged by the wind? This is the strongest storm ever. Oh, my god. A storm of this magnitude is enough to destroy the entire Americas. How can there be such strong winds? Winds this strong only occur in space, and only under extreme conditions like the solar wind and the Leonid meteor shower at the same time. What are we meteorological teams for? How come we didn't predict this air current? Injustice. We used hundreds of satellites to monitor the cloud charts of the Great Flat Ocean waters, and there was no trace of this hurricane at all. Could it be that our weather satellites are malfunctioning? Quick, look at the playback. The crowd dialed back the weather cloud map to 1 hour ago. Sure enough, the weather cloud map showed that the Pacific Ocean waters were calm. The maximum wind force did not exceed 3. However, as time passed, suddenly, an eye of the wind appeared on the surface of the Great Flat Ocean, and the initial speed of the eye of the wind reached 90 meters per second. It gets bigger and bigger. The speed is also getting faster. The place where the eye of the storm appeared was no more than 10 kilometers away from the J8 fleet. It's too strange. It's so strange. This fenny looks like it came out from the bottom of the sea. That's impossible. How could a wind eye suddenly appear on the sea surface? This doesn't conform to common sense physics. Could it be a super typhoon? But a super typhoon can't be this fast. And the time it takes to trigger a storm can't be so short. Look, the eye of the storm is getting bigger. No, there's something wrong with this eye of the storm. It's not round. It's oval. What? Oval. The crowd gathered around to take a closer look. Sure enough, this eye of the wind was actually oval. This was already beyond the physics and meteorological knowledge they had learned. There is only one possibility for so many anomalies. What possibility? This wind is man-made. What? Artificial? Do you know what you're talking about? This person, unless it's God. Only God has this ability. I know you guys don't believe me, but think about it. A hurricane out of nowhere, abnormal wind speeds, an oval-shaped eye of the storm. All this can only happen if the air is suddenly highly squeezed. And what causes the air to be suddenly squeezed must be man-made. Are you saying that someone has researched a weather weapon? Weather weapons? Never. We have engaged in research in this area. It would take compressing the air 500,000 times and then suddenly releasing it to cause the effect we saw. 500,000 times. Do you guys know what the concept is? It's when the atoms of all the elements in the air come together. Any closer and there'd be a fusion reaction. You guys seem to be forgetting an important person. It's entirely possible for him to do it. Are you talking about that young man from the Dragon Kingdom? Shao Ran? Connect to the aerial surveillance data. Let's take a look. The surveillance video from the aircraft carrier was projected onto the large screen. Look at this surveillance in the direction of Phoenix Eye. Time it a little bit further, to 1 minute before the formation of the Phoenix Eye. Yeah, right here. The crowd carefully stared at the big screen, and suddenly, a small missile-like object flew past in the video. Slow. Right there. Rewind and slow play. Stop. The video stopped at the moment when the air-compressed bomb flew past. The crowd nervously watched the missile-like object in the video. Sure enough, found it. That's the weather bomb. What? That's it? So small? Are you sure? A bomb this small probably couldn't even kill a shark. You guys don't believe me? Then let's watch. In the video, the small missile crashed into the water without even a single bubble. Professor, you got it wrong. Look, it didn't even blow up. It's just a dud. It must be a mistake. Don't worry guys, keep looking down. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a hurricane appeared out of nowhere at the place where the small missile disappeared. The sea surface was instantly rocked by shocking waves. The video was also interrupted by wind damage a few seconds later. The crowd had completely frozen at this point. They couldn't believe that someone in the world had actually created a weather bomb. Now, you guys believe it. It's too horrible. This time it's fortunate that he only dropped the weather bomb on the Taihio Ocean. If it was dropped on our Nyonya province, then we might all be blown into space. We must accept the reality. Hurry up and propose to the president to stop picking on the Dragon Kingdom. The current Dragon Kingdom. We can't afford to mess with it. The crowd lost their heads in a beat, yet they had to accept the reality, even though they were unwilling to admit it. A powerful Eastern Empire had already risen majestically. Before proposing to the president, we still have a problem that needs to be solved. What problem? The crowd looked puzzled. Rescuing our Lord President. Right now, he's on an aircraft carrier in the Taihio Ocean. Oh, damn. How could I forget about this? Quickly, get the troops from the nearby bases out to rescue our president. At this time, Defeat Den and the heads of state such as Kamaya and Lee Jae-hoon were already confused by the carrier that was bouncing up and down and swaying from side to side. Although the carrier material could guarantee that it wouldn't capsize, but the violent bumps had caused everyone to experience physical and mental discomfort. They had thrown up all the steak they had eaten 3 days ago. Moreover, the wind on the sea was still whistling now, with no sign of decreasing. And the so-called united and prosperous heads of the J8 countries were now in a tussle over grabbing the chairs fixed to the ship's cabin. Piss off. This is my Eagle Jam country's carrier. This chair is mine. This is on my Eagle Kingdom's waters. And everything within the boundaries of the waters has my Eagle Kingdom's share. I don't care. If we trace back history, all humans evolved from the Cold Kingdom. So what's yours is mine. And what's mine is still mine. Enough. You guys stop arguing. The colonel, who couldn't stand it anymore, heckled off the crowd. He was already dizzy and now he was fired up. He was also feeling unusually cold. Haven't you guys noticed that it's getting colder? Cold? It's still true. Defianton responded. God, the carrier isn't taking on water. Ah, no way. You stupid defeated Deng. You said it's fine to sit in the command room and command, but you have to go on an aircraft carrier. What? You're so proud of having an aircraft carrier. As soon as Kamaya heard about entering the water, he felt that his life was in danger. And he couldn't care less about his status as a defeated Deng, and directly cursed to release the resentment in his heart. Lee Jae-hoon also chimed in. That's it. I thought aircraft carriers were so powerful, but they're just trash that can't withstand the wind and waves. Defeat Deng was so angry that he stomped his feet. You two goods. Remember this, I'll make you look good. Who are you scaring? You bad old man. If you weren't the president of the Eagle Sauce Country, I would have kicked you into the sea long ago. Me too. I say that's enough of you guys. The colonel interrupted the crowd. The carrier didn't take on water. We were blown to the South Pole by the wind. Chapter 90, Blitzkrieg Plan for the Dragon Kingdom. The J8 Alliance fleet was blown by the wind to the South Pole. It's freezing out there. Eagle Jam. Eastern Japan. Cold Kingdom and other countries have excluded their rescue teams and traveled all the way south along the hurricane to try to rescue the trapped fleet. However, the wind in the center of the area is too strong for the rescue team to enter and start the rescue. Can only wait for the wind to reduce and then implement the rescue. In the icy Antarctic waters, the temperature drops to -30 degrees. Fortunately, although the aircraft carrier had lost its power, the heat generated by the nuclear power was still able to provide heat to the carrier's inner compartment. It was in these conditions that Defiant and the others waited for rescue. Finally, after half a month, the monkey Skinny Defiant and Kamiya waited for the rescue team. They were rescued. This near-death experience made Defuden furious, and because he had frozen out sick in Antarctica, he developed shivering and unsteady walking, and loved to fall. He swore inwardly that he would make the Dragon Kingdom pay. In the presidential palace of the Eagle Sauce country, the Black Palace, Eagle Sauce called a meeting with the generals and strategists of the three armies. The content of the meeting was to discuss the comparison of military power between Eagle Jam Nation and Dragon Nation. All of you tell us what ways we can blitz the Dragon Kingdom. Defiant Den sat alone on one side of the conference table, his hands shaking uncontrollably. What? Blitz attack the Dragon Kingdom? Everyone looked at each other with shocked faces. That was the Dragon Kingdom. A single small missile had wiped out the J8 Alliance fleet in a sea of water. They hadn't recovered from the fiasco. They were all silent. What? Are you guys scared? Defiant Den's face was cold as he scanned the participating generals. If you're afraid, you guys take off your ranks. Leave this. Listening to Defeat Den's tone, he was truly angry. Everyone could only harden their heads and start coming up with ideas. Mr. President, we have several times more nukes than the Dragon Kingdom. If we fight for nukes, the Dragon Kingdom is no match for us. Are you a fool? The Dragon Kingdom doesn't have as many nukes as us, but it's enough to destroy us. Defiant Deng immediately dismissed the proposal. Mr. President, our aircraft carriers are the most advanced in the world. Although we have already lost 5 of them, we still have 10 at home. As long as we send out our carriers. Defeat Den heard this and inwardly had fucked the person who suggested it hundreds of times. What a pot calling the kettle black. 5 carriers and the entire J8 Alliance fleet are folded in Dragon Kingdom waters. Do you want to lose more carriers? Defiant Den denied 2 proposals in a row. The participating generals and strategists all dared not speak again for a moment. Defiant Den looked at the silent crowd with some annoyance and split his head and cursed. You all claim that our Eagle Sauce country dominates the world. And now you're asked to find a military method that can blitz the Dragon country, and you can't even say it. What? You guys are so used to bullying weak countries that you only deal with unarmed refugees? Defiant Deng humiliated these normally flamboyant generals to his heart's content, not showing them any mercy at all. President, I've thought of a military force that can crush the Dragon Kingdom. The strategist Kiranen, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Kiranen, known as the strongest brain of the Hawk Jam Nation, had participated in planning the High Maru War. In that war, Eagle Jam country had killed 100,000 troops of Anak at the cost of 4 deaths. Korinam's scheming ability was evident. This time when he opened his mouth, he must have already thought of a way that could defeat the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone got serious and looked at Korinam. What's the best method? Speak up. Defiant Den couldn't wait, his eyes dead set on Kiranen. The most terrifying power of our Eagle Jam Nation is not the nukes piled up in warehouses or the lumbering aircraft carriers. But, Korinian paused for a moment, looking into the expectant eyes of the crowd. The most terrifying power is the air power that allows us to reach any location in the world in 4 hours. The crowd responded, as if in a dream. Right, yes, our fleet of fighter jets, unrivaled in the world. Yeah, our supersonic fighters are so fast that they aren't afraid of the Dragon Kingdom's weather bombs. If we send out our fighter jets and bombers at the same time, I don't even know how the Dragon Kingdom should respond. Defiant Den nodded his head straight in satisfaction after hearing Kiranen's proposal. Good, Kiranen. You draw up a battle plan to blitz the Dragon Kingdom. Remember, it has to be a 1-2 punch. Don't worry, Mr. President. I'll make the Dragon Kingdom live in perpetual fear of bombardment by the Eagle Jam Kingdom's fighters. Korinam took the task, and his eyes began to turn venomous. At this time in the Dragon Country, there were lights and colors everywhere, and it was peaceful. The Spring Festival was approaching, and the homes of the Dragon Country's people who loved to be lively had put up window displays and hung up the national flag. They used the most simple way to express their love for the country and life. After Xiao Ran came back from the moon, he spent the whole day getting bored with young Mimi. The years longing for each other was transformed into one intimate interaction at night. I say, can you guys get married early and move out? Yang Bo started complaining early in the morning. Ever since Xiao Ran came back and lived in his house, he hadn't slept well. Dad, you're willing to let me move out? Yang Mimi still didn't know why her dad was suddenly like this. Wasn't he Xiao Ran's favorite? Of course I can't give up. It's just that you're all living together now. It's time to get married. Mimi, your dad is right. Why don't we, in a couple of days, let's go get a license. Xiao Ran knew that he couldn't keep driving without a license, and raised the idea of getting a license. Yang Mimi was a little embarrassed and was just about to say something. Yang Bo snatched the words and agreed with his mouth full. Good, let's do it tomorrow. I'll take care of your wedding. I'll go and inform my friends and relatives now. Chapter 91, Xiao Ran's Wedding. The Galaxy Hotel was decorated with lights and was nervously setting up the wedding site, where a grand wedding was about to take place. The main characters of the wedding are Xiao Ran and Yang Mimi. Xiao Ran, handsome appearance, extraordinary ability. Now that he was the most well-known man in the country, the news of his marriage broke the hearts of countless young girls in the Dragon Kingdom for a while. Hubby got married. The bride is not me. 555. Point your face, okay? I'm the original match. I'm the one. You guys know yourselves a little bit better. Just you kind of princess of peace. Also want to be Xiao Ran's woman? Aren't you just a C cup? You don't have any self-awareness. She's a D cup. Yang Mimi. And far away on the other side of the ocean, Defeat Den also received the news of Xiao Ran's marriage. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose and he dialed Kamaya's phone. Kamaya, today is Xiao Ran's wedding. Aren't you going to send some gifts to show your appreciation? Lord President, please don't worry. I will definitely make his wedding a hot one. Unforgettable for a lifetime. Kamiya hung up the phone and looked at Defense Minister Kamita. Kamita-kun, I've heard that you have a good friendship with the 3Qs group. Have their strongest assassin One Blade make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the name of One Blade, a trace of fear flashed in Kamita's eyes. First Blade, the strongest assassin in the East. Every time he performs an assassination, he kills with one slash and never cuts a second slash. Currently, he had made 80 slashes, and 80 people had died under his blade. Now that Kamiya had asked him to send out One Blade, it was bound to cause a storm of bloodshed in the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, inside the Kiln Bay Hotel, Xiao Ran's wedding site, Dragon Country politics, business bigwigs are all present to send blessings to Xiao Ran, and at the entrance of the hotel, a red flag sedan slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The one who came down from the car was actually the No. 1 chief. At this time, Vice Minister Xiao Jianjun of the Ministry of National Defense had been waiting at the hotel entrance for a long time. Do you really intend to keep hiding it? Chief No. 1 asked. It's better not to tell him, although at that time it was because there was a special mission to abandon the two of them. But to him, for whatever reason, I'm not a competent father. Xiao Jianjun was a bit gloomy. He recalled the rainy night when he received the mission to leave. He hadn't been able to say a quick hello to his wife before he hurriedly left. He disappeared into this rainy night and also disappeared from the world of his wife and children. After so many years, he had made a lot of contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. However, because of the special nature of his work, and the consideration for the safety of his wife and child, he had to continue to cut off contact with his wife and child. Now, the wife had passed away. His son has also grown up and become a household name in the Dragon Kingdom. For the big wedding tonight, he should have appeared on stage as a male relative to hear his daughter-in-law call him dad, but he knew that his son would rather believe that he was dead, and would never accept someone who had left his wife and son for his job. Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I'll still witness the marriage for Xiao Ran. A hero can be aggrieved, but a hero's son should enjoy the glory. The chief patted Xiao Jianjun's shoulder before striding into the hotel. Xiao Jianjun stood at the entrance of the hotel, listening to the joyful voices inside, and burst into tears. The presence of the No. 1 chief had even raised the specifications of this wedding by a few notches. Moreover, he was attending as a witness, a distinction that made the guests attending the wedding cry out in crouching silence. Dear friends and family, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the wedding of Mr. Xiao Ran and Miss Yang Mimi. Xiao Ran wrapped his arms around Yang Mimi with an incomparable smile on his face. He looked fondly at Yang Bo on the stage, as well as the guests who came in one after another. The corners of his eyes were stained with tears, and his heart was incomparably excited. From today, I will make Yang Mimi the happiest woman in the world. As soon as the words fell, there was a tidal wave of applause. Just as the two parties entered the ring exchange session, suddenly a person with a ghost mask outside the banquet door walked in with a long knife on his back. This person was none other than the number 1 assassin in eastern Japan, Kamita Ichiju. The guests present were horrified when they saw this person's costume. Xiao Ran also saw that this person was not coming from a good place. Friend, if you are here to drink the wedding wine, I welcome it. If you're here to look for trouble, then you've come to the wrong place. Xiao Ran protected Yang Mimi behind him, and in his heart, he began to calculate how to get away. If this person could dare to enter the wedding site alone, he must have excellent kung fu. At this time, there is also the No. 1 chief and Yang Mimi's father present. To protect them under the premise of the whole body to retreat. How easy it will be. A knife slowly approached Xiaoran, coldly said, I heard that even Miyamoto is not your opponent. Is this true? Xiaoran, upon hearing this, judged that this bastard was from the east and there was a possibility that he had come to avenge Miyamoto's death. So what if it is? Idao clutched his long sword to his chest and looked at Xiaoran provocatively. If you are a man, pick up your weapon and accept my challenge, both to divide the high and the low, and to decide life and death. He had already reached the highest level of Eastern martial arts, and it was hard to find an enemy in the world. Loneliness. He felt very lonely. He was looking around for an expert who could compete with him. Looking at the long knife on Idao's chest and his aggressive appearance, the chief did not feel some regret that he wanted to attend Xiaoran's wedding as an ordinary guest and insisted that he did not let the bodyguard who was with him follow him. Just when Xiaoran was ready to accept the challenge, a calm-looking old man blocked in front of Xiaoran. He looked at Idao and said coldly, if you want to make trouble here, don't look at how much weight you have. The crowd looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and were amazed. Where did this old man come from? Could he be a Jedi expert? Xiaoran was a bit confused at this moment. Who is this old man who suddenly appeared? Why is the tone of voice so tugging? Only the head honcho recognized at a glance. Wasn't this Xiaoran's father? Xiao Jianjun. Killing intent. Monstrous killing intent. A knife saw in the old man's eyes the contempt of the strong for the weak. A master. Absolute hidden masters. It is said that the Dragon Kingdom has hidden tigers and dragons, and there are extraordinary kung fu sweepers everywhere. This is true. Idao instantly ignited the will to fight. If I were to draw my long sword of dragon cutting, I wonder how your excellency should respond. The old man snorted coldly. Try drawing your sword. The first blade laughed up to the sky. If the dragon beheading is sheathed, someone will die. Shaga. Finally, my long sword of dragon beheading can finally taste the flavor of blood. Old man, look at your sky. There's a UFO. One blade pretended to be surprised and pointed behind the old man. The old man curiously turned his head. Opportunity. It was this moment. Taking advantage of this moment when the old man turned his head back, Idao pulled out his long knife and with great speed, slashed at the old man. Watch out! Xiaoran's heart was in his throat. This dog than the easting thing, seemingly expert, turns out to be a sound east and west, playing tricks. The old man was about to be assassinated. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out. A knife stopped in place. He held his long knife in both hands, raising it high above his head. Before the knife could cut down, his chest had already been pierced by a sharp object, emitting a thick smell of blood. The old man in front of him, on the other hand, was standing 3 meters away from him, was looking behind him calmly without looking back, yet his right hand was holding a pistol pointing straight at the sneaky slash from behind. The muzzle of the gun was still smoking. Times have changed. Don't play long knives in front of me. Thunk! A knife fell heavily to the ground. That old man began to shout to the crowd at this time. You can all see. It's him who cut me with a knife. I was in self-defense. Xiaoran looked at the old man who saved his life and couldn't help but feel emotional. This old man. Really interesting. Chapter 92 Dragon Slayer Program. Despite the hiccups in the middle of the day, Xiaoran's wedding was a success. Kamiya, who had been waiting in the east, was shocked when he learned that the assassination operation had failed. Nanny, how could it miss? He's our #1 assassin in the east. How does this make him account for himself in front of Defeat Den? Inside the Black Palace presidential office, in the Eagle Jam country, Defiant Den was talking to Kamiya. When Kamiya told Defiant Den the news of the failed assassination, Defiant Den acted as if he had already expected it. There was no anger or disappointment. Oh, got it. Is there anything else? The tone was as cold as ever. No, good night, Mr. President. On the other end of the phone, Kamiya said respectfully. Defiant Den hung up the phone. He called in combat specialist Kuronin. How is our Dragon Slayer plan prepared? The Dragon Slayer plan was a plan developed by Kurinam to bomb important cities and military facilities in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. President, all the warplanes have successfully arrived at the military bases in the Cold Kingdom. Now all that's missing is a good time. Curry was full of confidence. He believed that his plan could succeed in one strike. Defiant Den said coldly, I have already created a perfect timing for you. Just now, the East Ing assassination failed. The Dragon Kingdom must not have imagined that we have a second bombing after the first assassination failure. As soon as Kuronin heard this, he also secretly admired Defeat Den's deviousness and cunningness. Alright Mr. President, I'll have them start moving. Kurinam finished. Head also did not return out of the Black Palace. At 3 a.m., all civilian flights were grounded at the Beast's Ear Airport in the Cold Kingdom. This place had been temporarily requisitioned by the Eagle Sauce country's military. Many people from the Cold Kingdom who were traveling were stranded at the airport. Is there any mistake? This is in our Cold Kingdom. How can you occupy our airport? Get your asses back to Eagle Jam country. You're not welcome here. Despite the opposition of the people of the Cold Kingdom, the government of the Cold Kingdom dared not utter a single breath in response to the barbaric behavior of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Cullinan arrived at the Beast's Ear airport in a Falcon fighter and began to make the final deployment for the bombing operation. This time, there were a total of 2,000 Eagle Jam Nation planes participating in the bombing operation, 1,000 B-2 heavy bombers, responsible for bombing ground targets. The other 1,000 Falcon fighter planes were responsible for airborne guarding and striking air targets. This time, with 2,000 airplanes deployed together, the Dragon Kingdom would surely be plunged into an ocean of flames. At this time, one chief of the Dragon Kingdom had just returned to the imperial capital from Kilowan City on a special plane. He received an internal call from the Ministry of Defense. With such a late internal call, something urgent must have happened. Sure enough, the Ministry of National Defense had observed the unusual movements at the neighboring Cold Kingdom's airport via satellite. Thousands of Eagle Jam Country fighters were gathering at the Beast Ear airport in a steady stream. It seems that the Eagle Jam Country must be trying to launch a military strike, and the target of the strike was most likely the Dragon Kingdom. When the chief was informed of this news, he resolutely ordered that an emergency meeting of the National Defense be called. Not long after, the Dragon Kingdom's Defense Ministry and the 3 military commanders gathered together. Upon learning of the Eagle Sauce Country's movements in the Cold Kingdom, those attending the meeting were shocked. They were aware of Eagle Jam Country's air force strength. The Eagle Jam Country had the world's fastest fighter jets and bombers with the largest bomb load. He was able to utilize the military bases deployed across the globe to carry out precision strikes on any location in the world in 4 hours. Even if the air forces of the other countries in the world were combined, they would only be able to tie with the Eagle Jam Country. Now that the Eagle Jam Country had mobilized several thousand military planes to assemble in the Cold Country, then the target of his attack would almost certainly be the Dragon Country. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had made all the warships of their Great Flat Ocean Fleet turn into scrap metal not too long ago, letting Defeat Den almost lose his life. This time, the Eagle Jam Nation was here to take revenge. Everyone, how can we stop the Eagle Jam Nation's attack? The chief looked at everyone eagerly. The current situation was critical, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom were almost all asleep. If the Eagle Sauce Country attacked at this time, there was no telling how many casualties would be caused. Chief, I'm sure our air defense guns will intercept the incoming enemy planes, an artillery expert proposed. But his proposal was quickly rejected. No, Eagle Jam Country's Falcon fighter is the latest stealth fighter developed by Eagle Jam Country, so if it is flying at high altitude, it will be difficult for our radar to detect it. This way, our anti-aircraft guns won't be able to hit it. At this moment, the Air Force commander stood up. Chief, we can have all of Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets take off and conduct an aerial interception of the incoming enemy planes. How many chances do you have of winning our fighter jets against the Eagle Jam Country's Falcon 9? The chief looked at the Air Force commander with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Air Force commander was silent for a moment. Our Air Force will defend our Dragon Kingdom's homeland security to the death. Upon hearing this, the chief was very moved by the determination of the sergeant to serve his country, but he still continued to pursue the question. I don't want you to serve the country with your deaths. I want you to repel the enemy forces. Say, what are the chances of victory? The commander of the Air Force could only bow his head somewhat ashamedly and answer truthfully. Less than 1 point. The chief was somewhat disappointed, and the hope in his eyes dimmed. Chief, why don't we have a few air compression bombs in Dragon Country's airspace, so that the Eagle Jam Country's airplanes won't dare to come? Right, bad weather is not suitable for high-altitude flights. This will stop Eagle Jam Country from attacking. Good idea. It just so happens that we still have a lot of air compression bombs in our warehouse. Just when everyone decided that this was a good idea, Defense Minister Chen Zilong had a worried look on his face and raised an objection. You've all seen the power of air compression bombs. If we drop them in the Dragon Kingdom's own airspace, it will inevitably cause a hurricane in our Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, when the wind calms down, the Eagle Jam Country will still come. These words were undoubtedly a pot of cold water poured over everyone's head. The hope that everyone had ignited was instantly extinguished. Chief No. 1. His brows furrowed as he once again looked at the crowd, holding on to his last glimmer of hope and asked, is there any other way? None of the people spoke, bowing their heads in silence. At this time, Chen Zilong thought of someone, holding the attitude of trying. He asked, why don't we let him try? Maybe he can create a miracle again. Could it be that you're talking about him? Being reminded by Chen Zilong, the chief also thought of someone as he looked towards Chen Zilong. With 4 eyes, Chen Zilong was certain that he and the chief were thinking of the same person. He nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, it's him, Xiao Ran. Chapter 93, Xiao Ran steps in. Yes, that's him, Xiao Ran. When Chen Zilong said Xiao Ran's name, the crowd was stunned. What? It's him again. Is he Superman? Isn't he getting married today? He's cavorting right now. Isn't it appropriate to look for him now? A weak question. Is it really useful to look for him for something that none of our three armies can do anything about? Facing the crowd's questions, Chen Zilong spoke out the reason why he was looking for Xiao Ran with an excited face. I've heard that he's now working on a fighter jet, and its performance absolutely crushes the Falcon and B2 of the Eagle Jam Nation. What? He can build a fighter jet? Really? Is this true? What Eagle Jam country attack are we afraid of? What are we waiting for? Quickly call him. The crowd was excited as well. At this moment, someone raised a fatal question. Isn't Xiao Ran he in Kiloan? It's almost 2,000 kilometers away from here. Even by plane it would take 3 hours. Right. What? 2,000 kilometers? That's too far away. Then even if he rushes here now, can we afford to wait? I'm afraid the Eagle Jam country won't give us that much time. Learning that Xiao Ran was thousands of kilometers away in Kiloan, the crowd became frustrated again. Chen Zilong looked at the frustrated crowd and hemmed and hawed. What if he's researching at 10 times the speed of sound annihilator? What? 10 times the speed of sound? Isn't that 3,400 meters per second? Such a fast speed, Newton's coffin board can't even hold it down. That makes 10 minutes to arrive. The chief rejoiced at the news. What are you waiting for? Quickly, invite Xiao Ran. At this moment, Xiao Ran was holding the big white rabbit on Yang Mimi's chest and dreaming. Suddenly, a roar of a propeller came from outside the window. Xiao Ran was awakened by the loud roar. Rubbing his eyes, he took a look, only to see a helicopter gunship hovering in midair. Several heavily armed soldiers had broken the window and stood in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? And Yang Mimi was also woken up at this time, revealing her sexy half-shoulder. She was also dumbfounded, thinking she was still dreaming. Xiao Ran hurriedly wrapped Yang Mimi, who was on the side, tightly with the quilt, deeply afraid that she would go naked. Sorry, Mr. Xiao, calling your phone. There has been no answer. We received an order from the Ministry of Defense. Please rush to Kyoto now. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom may bomb the Dragon Kingdom within an hour. The heavily armed soldier explained the purpose of his visit. What? Eagle Jam Country is preparing to bomb Dragon Country? Xiao Ran bounced off the bed in a flash, suddenly realizing that he had just finished exercising with Yang Mimi. He had no clothes on. You guys wait for a moment. I'll be right there. A few moments later, Xiao Ran was sent by armed helicopter to his Longxian Aerospace Laboratory. Xiao Ran walked to his newly developed fighter jet, and he had already changed into his pilot outfit. Prime Sky. This was the name he gave to this fighter jet. It possessed the fastest flight speed in the world currently, and the largest bomb load. He boarded the fighter jet and started the airplane's engine. Called Chen Zilong. Minister Chen, Optimus Prime is requesting liftoff, targeting the imperial capital. Please release all airspace en route. Xiao Ran, I've already poured you some tea and am waiting for you to drink it. Chen Zilong poured a cup of tea on the seat reserved for Xiao Ran. The tea's fragrance was overflowing, emitting a steaming heat. Good tea. A few moments later, Xiao Ran arrived at the Defense Ministry conference room. He picked up the cup of steaming tea that Chen Zilong had poured for him and drank it in one go. At this moment, the conference room was filled with people. One by one, they were wearing military uniforms with generals on their shoulders. Looking at Xiao Ran with amazement, they couldn't believe that, in 10 minutes, he had rushed over from Yaoan, which was 2,000 kilometers away, and Xiao Ran, dressed in a white pilot's outfit, sat in the middle of the crowd, extraordinarily conspicuous. He looked at the crowd present and, say, what's the situation now? Chen Zilong told Xiao Ran the situation in detail. Xiao Ran fell into silence. Although the performance of the prime fighter developed by himself was far superior to that of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, however, the warplane that he had developed himself was not in mass production yet. It was difficult to have a chance of winning with one Optimus Prime against the thousands of fighters of the Eagle Jam Country. Someone proposed, why don't we just hit the airfields of the Cold Kingdom and destroy their fighters? Chen Zilong shook his head. No, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom has deployed the Silly Virtue defense missile system in the Cold Kingdom. All of our artillery shells will be intercepted. Moreover, they haven't taken action yet. If we strike first, the international community will consider us an aggression. This won't work either. That won't work either. Then how do we deal with them? Everyone looked at Xiao Ran with anticipation. This was their last hope. Xiao Ran thought about it. Maybe that was the only way to try. He looked at one chief and, Chief, I want to call defeat Den. The chief looked at Xiao Ran with a puzzled look on his face and, call him again? Xiao Ran nodded and, well, I just want to tell him the target of my operation, so that he knows what I'm going to do but can't do anything about it. At this time, the Black Palace presidential mansion was still brightly lit. The military and political ministers of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom were all in the command room, waiting for news of Korinam's bombing of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Karinam had already completed the division of Air Force bombing targets, and the fighters had already entered the flight track in order, just waiting for an order from Defeat Den. Then all the planes would fly together. Defeat Den was just about to give the order to attack when suddenly the secretary hurried in with the encrypted phone. Mr. President, a call from the Dragon Kingdom. What? A call from the Dragon Kingdom? Defiant Deng picked up the phone. Hello, this is President Defuten. I'm your father. Are you senile? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? The head of the phone splitting a scolding, but the voice is very familiar. Again, the kid who warned himself last time that the sea would blow a hurricane. I'm warning you, those paper airplanes you have in the Cold Kingdom, hurry up and get rid of them. Otherwise, within 1 hour, I'll drop air bombs over your Black Palace. Xiao Ran's warning made Defiant Den furious and roared into the phone. Kid, come here if you have the guts. Oak, you invited me yourself. Don't regret it. Xiao Ran's arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone, and then the phone was hung up. Putting down the phone, Defeat Den's face was red with anger. Mr. President, was it the Dragon Kingdom that came over to beg for forgiveness? What was said on the phone? Everyone looked at Defuten curiously. He said that he told us to evacuate the Cold Kingdom. Otherwise, in 1 hour, he dropped an air bomb over the Black Palace. What? Tell us to evacuate? Who does he think he is? Ha ha. Are they scared and deliberately trying to scare us? Coming to the Black Palace to drop air bombs. He really dares to blow it. Doesn't he know that we've already laid down the silly virtue air defense system around the Dragon Kingdom? All missiles from the Dragon Kingdom will be intercepted. The Eagle Jam country's silly virtue air defense system was called an invisible airborne iron net. All missiles with regular flight paths could not escape its interception. But, what if someone from the Dragon Kingdom flies over in a fighter jet? Pirate, the strategy expert, sat in the corner and raised this possibility. Well, Prof. Pilade, if someone flies over in a fighter jet, the flight trajectory is not regular, so it's true that it's not good to intercept them. However, we have early warning radar and airborne fighters. How could an airplane from Dragon Kingdom evade our radar and come to us? Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom is more than 10,000 kilometers away from us. No plane can fly this far. Even an airplane flown by God can't. Detected the host being mocked. This environment is extremely suitable for pretending. Mission, fly a plane to the Black Palace and evacuate the Eagle Sauce country's fighters. Mission reward, Galactic Higher Civilization UFO designs. Mission reward, Galactic Higher Civilization UFO designs. The system released the mission in Xiao Ran's mind. This mission prize was actually a UFO. This reward filled Xiao Ran with anticipation. Chapter 94 Aerial Attacks on the Hawksbill Country. The crowd began to laugh uncontrollably at the threatening phone call from the dragon. Defeat Den, on the other hand, felt a twinge of concern. Last time, he was like this, not believing the warnings on the phone and almost getting killed. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. He contacted Kiranin. Pay close attention to the movements on the Dragon Country side, and beware of the bombers in the direction of the Dragon Country. Bombers? Kiranin had a look of contempt on his face. The Cold Kingdom was littered with their silly virtue missile interceptor systems. The Dragon Kingdom couldn't even get a flyover here, not to mention bombers. Defiant Den repeated his concerns over the phone. Don't be careless. The Dragon Kingdom said it would come and bomb the Black Palace of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Cullinan smiled contemptuously with a scornful look on his face and, Lord President, don't worry, not to mention the airplane, a hair I won't let it fly to the Eagle Sauce Country. As he spoke, the air defense radar at the airport in the Cold Kingdom sounded an urgent alarm. Do. Kiranin hurriedly looked towards the sky, only to see a fighter jet, like a meteor, speeding towards the direction of the Eagle Sauce Country. The silly virtue missile defense system began to send out multiple missiles in succession, flying towards the fighter. However, the fighter was too fast and all the missiles exploded in the air. It did not hit its target. Looking at the exploding missiles behind him, Xiao Ran revealed a satisfied smile. He intentionally flew low over the Cold Kingdom's airport just to draw the attention of the Eagle Jam Kingdom's fighter jets. In this way, the Eagle Jam country would definitely interrupt its plan to bombard the Dragon country and send its warplanes to pursue. So fast. Kiranin looked at the warplanes that flashed by in the sky and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Defiant Den heard the sounds of explosions and air defense warnings from the phone, and an unsettling feeling welled up in his heart. What's the situation on your end? Kiranin sounded panicked. It's not good, President. A fighter from the direction of the Dragon Kingdom is heading towards the Eagle Jam Kingdom. Our missiles didn't intercept it. Defiant Den's heart stuttered and he hurriedly ordered, change the bombing plan. All fighters lift off and return to the defense of Eagle Jam. Kiranu hung up the phone and began to command, all Falcon fighters, all lift off, shoot down the Dragon Kingdom fighters at all costs. At one time, thousands of Falcon fighters flew up from the Cold Kingdom's airports. It was a sight to behold. all of them flew in the direction of the Eagle Sauce country. The speed of the Falcon fighters was 3 times the speed of sound. However, all the Falcon fighters of the Eagle Sauce country turned up their horsepower to the maximum, but they couldn't even see the tail lights of the Dragon country's fighters. Seeing such a scene, the uneasiness in Kurinam's heart intensified. He hurriedly called Defeat Den. Mr. President, the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes are too fast. Our planes can't intercept the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes. Requesting for support. I'm deploying air defense missiles on the western coast of Eagle Sauce country. Please do hold on. Defiant Den hung up the phone and began to deploy his defenses. The west coast was Eagle Sauce country's key defense area. Tens of thousands of air defense missiles had already been deployed here. Defiant Den even arrived at the west coast on a special plane and personally took charge of the defense. He also ordered 5,000 fighters from the 3rd and 4th Air Force formations to lift off and strike at all unidentified flying objects. In order to make sure, he even mobilized a whole 50,000 units of the country's air defense artillery trucks, moving only the west coast of Eagle Sauce country. As long as the Dragon Kingdom planes came over, the bombs fired by the air defense gun trucks could also form a wall, making it impossible for the Dragon Kingdom warplanes to pass through. Lord President, just now the Nick Island's silly German missile defense network was triggered by an airborne flying object that triggered the defense. Unfortunately, it wasn't intercepted. A secretary in charge of intelligence hurriedly came to report. Damn! Defiant Den's heart became even more tense. It had flown nearly 8,000 kilometers in 40 minutes to reach Nick Island. At this speed, then in 10 minutes, the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes would have reached the west coast of the Eagle Jam Kingdom. Quickly get all the air defense gun trucks activated. Make sure to intercept the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes. Defiant Den's palms began to sweat. In a flash, all the air defense guns aimed skyward. In the air, there were even a few thousand fighter planes forming a tight wall. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes. Quickly look, what's that? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone's eyes were drawn to a scene in the sky. One could only see a warplane that was flying towards the west coast of the Eagle Jam country at high speed. It's a Dragon country warplane. At this moment, the ground radar began to frantically alarm. Surface-to-air missiles were also fired intensively into the air. Defiant Den also hurriedly ordered the air formation and air defense gun carriers to quickly fire missiles at the enemy planes. All of a sudden, the thousands of fighters in the air launched missiles with flames, lighting up the sky like day. On the ground, 50,000 anti-aircraft guns were firing at the same time. However, those warplanes and missiles simply couldn't catch up with the speed of the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's warplanes, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's Falcon warplanes and missiles were like snails. It was easy as pie to dodge the Eagle Sauce country's warplanes and missiles. Countless missiles exploded in the air like a grand fireworks show. Xiao Ran piloted the prime fighter, enjoying the fireworks outside the cabin, weaving back and forth amidst the dense explosions. Mr. President, look, the Dragon warplane is actually flying back again. Defiant Den and the others looked at the Dragon Kingdom warplanes flying back and forth with an angry face. He's being provocative. He's mocking us for not being able to do anything about him. Defiant Den was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Mr. President, we've run out of defense missiles. Our fighter missiles are also emptied. Without the explosion of the missiles, the sky darkened for a moment. Only the air defense radar on the ground could be heard frantically sounding an alarm. Xiao Ran saw that the Eagle Sauce Nation's ammunition had been exhausted, and drew a graceful arc in the air, flying through unharmed. Several thousand Falcon fighters were left far behind. Finished. It's over. Defeat registered and yelled. He remembered that Xiao Ran had said on the phone that air bombs would be dropped over the Black Palace. The power of air bombs was something he had learned. If one was dropped on the Black Palace, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Now that the Dragon warriors have crossed over the most heavily defended west coast, the Black Palace is in danger. God, save us. Defiant Den looked at the warplanes flying towards the Black Palace and closed his glasses. Chapter 95, Bombardment of the Demons and Goddesses Society. Defiant Den closed his eyes silently as he watched the Dragon Kingdom warplanes flying towards the Black Palace. He really didn't dare to imagine the scenario of an air attack on the Black Palace. The military and political minister standing beside him lost even more of his usual arrogance. It had already begun to pray to God. A system beep sounded in Xiao Ran's head. Pretending to be a pussy is successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS. Grade, Pushing Saint. Gained experience value of 2000. Experience value of 8100/20,000. Obtained mission reward, Galactic Higher Civilization UFO Designs. Obtained mission reward, Galactic Higher Civilization UFO Designs. Immediately, Xiao Ran's mind flashed with the design drawings of the flying machines of various outer planets such as the Three-Body Civilization and the Songwriter Civilization. And the UFO vehicles of these outer planets were 100 times more advanced than the vehicles of this planet. Some of the flying machines were even close to the speed of light. Xiaoran quickly absorbed the UFO knowledge rewarded by the system while taking out his dedicated phone line. At this time, the politicians on the west coast of Eagle Jam Country were in despair. Defeat Den was even pounding his chest. If it wasn't for him being so bent on revenge and the Dragon Slayer bombing program, today, Eagle Jam Country wouldn't be in such a state. Just when Fudong was in despair, the secretary ran over with a dedicated phone line. Mr. President, quick, the Dragon Country's phone. Defiant Den hurriedly picked up the dedicated phone with both hands, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hello, this is Defeated Den. Defeated Den's tone was not as arrogant and domineering as in the past, but instead became humble. Old boy, said I would blow up your black palace, now believe it. On the other end of the phone, was Xiaoran's voice. Believe it, I'll order a withdrawal immediately. Defeat Den was on the phone, pleading as if begging for mercy. Good, I'm satisfied with your performance so far. It's just that I came here with great difficulty, so I can't just go back like this. Xiaoran's words made Defiant Den instantly tense up. Then, what do I have to do to satisfy you? How about, on your way to retreat, you blow up the East Ying's Toonami shrine by the way? What? Bombing the Eastern Ying's Togeisha shrine? Defeat Den was a bit shocked. Blowing up the Eastern Japan's Toastmaster's shrine? Isn't that equivalent to directly declaring war with the East Japan? The war criminals buried there were regarded as heroes by the people of Japan. Bombing there would be tantamount to digging up people's ancestral graves. Just tell me if you're going to bomb it or not. But I'm arriving over the Black Palace right now. On the other side of the phone, Xiaoran's tone was a bit impatient. Defiant Den knew that this was the last chance Xiaoran gave him. He weighed the pros and cons, gritted his teeth, and immediately agreed. Fry, I'll bomb. Good, I'll go back and wait for your news. Remember, don't bring back a single shell. If you don't do it, you know the consequences. After saying that, Xiaoran hung up the phone. Not long after, a Dragon Kingdom fighter jet flashed past from the sky. Defeat Den stared blankly at the lightning-fast Dragon Country fighter plane, completely understanding that the days of Eagle Jam Country's world domination were gone. He dialed Kirinan's phone. All warplanes, withdraw to Eagle Jam Country. What? Withdraw? Didn't that Dragon Kingdom fighter plane intercept it? Kirinu was a little surprised. He couldn't believe that so many pairs of anti-aircraft missiles on the west coast of Eagle Jam Country couldn't stop a single fighter plane. Defiant Den was afraid that Kirinan would get into trouble if he didn't follow orders. He said to Kirinan in a commanding tone, Kirinan, listen carefully, stop fantasizing about bombing the Dragon Kingdom and retreat quickly. Also, carry out another special mission, bomb the Eastern Japan Toonami Society. Kirinan's jaw dropped in shock. What? Bombing the Togeisha shrine? Yes, it's the only way to save Eagle Jam Country from the bombing of Dragon Country. So please execute the order. Defiant Den's words caused Kirinan to have a momentary lapse of consciousness. Protection from the bombing of the Dragon Kingdom? When did the Dragon Kingdom become so strong? General, when do we leave? The pilots of the B-2 Bomber Team 1 were a bit impatient and asked Kirinan. Kirinan looked at the pilots who were full of excitement and ordered with his eyes falling. Immediately take off and execute the bombing. Bombing target Eastern Japan to the Onaikan Society. What? Eastern Ing? General, are you mistaken? The Eastern Japan is our ally. The pilots looked puzzled. Instead of giving an explanation, Kirinu repeated the order once again. Mission confirmed, clear the artillery and bombard the East Japan to honor the Onaikan Society. Depart immediately. The B-2 bomber, before Optimus Prime had appeared, was the world's largest warplane in terms of bomb load. A single bomber carried a terrifying 500 tons of bombs, and the amount of ammunition carried by 1,000 B-2 bomber cords was enough to bomb all over Eastern Japan. And so much ammunition all to a place to carry out bombing. That place, there will not be an inch of grass left. Thousands of B-2 fighters rose to a height of 10,000 meters and flew in formation towards the east, accompanied by a huge roar. The airplanes arrived at the waters of Eastern Japan. The people of Eastern Japan were awakened by the loud roar of the airplanes and poked their heads out. And the radar on the ground in Eastern Japan detected the airplane and had issued an air defense alarm. The Ministry of Defense was the first to report the news to the still sleeping Minister of Defense, Takeshi Kameda. Minister, a large number of bombers have been spotted in the western waters heading towards our territory. Nani, quickly check the identity of the enemy planes. Kameda roused himself from his bed and hastily activated the highest level defense meeting in Eastern Japan. The Prime Minister of Eastern Japan and ministers were all present. Inside the Easting Combat Command Room, everyone was already in disarray. They were still unclear about the identity of the fighter that had invaded the airspace. Mr. Prime Minister, it's clear. It's warplanes from the Eagle Jam Country. There are thousands of them. Intelligence officers sent in the latest information. Warplanes from the Eagle Jam country? Kamaya was even more puzzled. The Eagle Jam country was an ally of the East, and even more so, the boss of the East, so how could they suddenly fly to the East without saying hello? Why don't we make a call to defeat Den and ask? Someone suggested. Tried that. President defeated Den hasn't been answering his phone. Prime Minister, is it possible that Hawk Jam deliberately flew to us in order to paralyze the Dragon Kingdom so that it would let its guard down? The strategy expert speculated that there was such a thing that would explain why Hawk Jam Nation's warplanes came uninvited. Kamaya thought about it and nodded repeatedly. Well, that's right, it's possible, but at that moment, someone else voiced a different opinion. Prime Minister, beware of the plan to destroy the state of Guo under false pretenses. Hawk Jam country might be coming at us. They're coming for us? Kamaya thought about it, but couldn't find a motive for the Hawk Jam country to do so. Foolishness. Hawk Jam country is our ally, our strongest backing. How could it possibly bomb us? Besides, if we were to bomb us, where would we need so many warplanes? Isn't this a waste of ammunition? After hearing Kamiya's words, everyone nodded their heads. Kamaya ordered, inform down, shut down all ground air defense missiles and let the Eagle Jam country's warplanes fly over. What? Shut down air defense missiles? Defense Minister Takeshi Kamida immediately objected. Prime Minister, it can't be done. In case the Eagle Jam country is really here to bomb us, shutting down the anti-aircraft missiles is tantamount to giving up resistance. Kamiya cast a sidelong glance at Kamida. What do you know? It's not like you don't know about the air defense missile system you developed yourself. There are a lot of bugs and it often doesn't distinguish between enemy and self. Hell, last time it blew down our own fighter planes. Turtle Sky instantly blushed. The air defense missile system of Eastern Japan was developed by his brother-in-law, and he also ate a lot of kickbacks. It was just that in the end. The air defense missile system delivered by his brother-in-law often made mistakes. It often blasted down the birds flying in the sky as enemy planes. Not to mention the warplanes, just the civilian airplanes of Eastern Japan alone were bombed down a dozen or so for no apparent reason. If he hadn't been in the position of Minister of Defense, his brother-in-law would have been investigated long ago. Kamehameha knew about the problems with the air defense missile system and couldn't say anything else. Kamaya once again issued an order. On my command, shut down all air defense missiles. Chapter 96, Kamigai Prime Minister, Nima bombing. Prime Minister's order. Shut down the air defense missiles. With Kamiya's order, all air defense radars in the Easting Territory were shut down. On the mainland of Eastern Japan, all air defense missiles all stopped working in an instant. What does this mean? It means that the entire country is exposed to the B-2 bombers' bombing range. The Japanese dignitaries are watching the Eagle's planes from the command room. According to the B-2 bombers' route, they'll reach Hiratori in 30 minutes. Hiratori, an important economic zone in eastern Japan. This place was once bombed by Eagle Kingdom's super missiles. To this day it remains a scar that eastern Japan dares not face up to. Now that Eagle Jam country's warplanes are once again flying over Hiratori, is the tragedy about to happen again? Many people in Hiratori Prefecture were awakened from their sleep by the roar of the bombers. They looked in horror at the blackened swarm of bombers in the sky, as if they had returned to the hell they had once been in. Back then, the Eagle Jam Nation dropped 2 super missiles. Tens of thousands of people and buildings vaporized instantly. This kind of bitter historical memory is engraved in the heart of every white-bird person. Now seeing swarms of warplanes once again in the air, countless Hiratori people hid under their desks and shivered. And in the winter capital combat command room, the dignitaries of Eastern Japan also oozed bean-sized beads of sweat on their foreheads. They chose to believe that the warplanes of the Eagle Jam country would not attack, and that blocked the lives of all the people of Eastern Japan. Boom! The B-2 bomber group flew over with a loud roar. There was no offense in the fall. The B-2 bombers did not bomb Hiroshima. It seemed that the Eagle Jam country had no malicious intent. Soon, the Eagle Kingdom bombers arrived in Oban City. This is the economic center of Japan, just like Kotobukio. About 40% of the listed companies in the country are headquartered in Oban. If one were to choose a bombing target, the capital city of Tokyo would naturally be the best bombing target, followed by Oban. However, the B-2 bombers flew directly over and still did not carry out the bombing. Looking at the safe and sound Uku, Kamaya revealed a satisfied smile. Ha ha, it seems that I was right. The Eagle Jam country is really just passing through. Everyone doesn't need to worry anymore. You can go home and sleep in peace. However, Defense Minister Kamida felt a hint of uneasiness. He looked at the direction of the advancing B-2 bomber group with a melancholic face and said with some concern, Prime Minister, according to the path of the Eagle Jam country's warplanes advancing, in another 30 minutes, they will reach the skies above winter capital. Hearing Kamida say this, the crowd hurriedly looked at the big screen. Sure enough, the trajectory of the Hawk Jam country's bombers extended from Hiratori to Oban and back again. And the next stop was Tokyo. Not good. Could it be that they are targeting Tokyo? That's something to do. If they're here to bomb Tokyo, then we're all screwed. Prime Minister Sama, activate the air defense missiles. Looking at the jittery crowd, Kamiya took a deep breath. Everyone stop arguing and listen to me. Everyone instantly quieted down and looked at Kamiya. Right now, the Eagle Jam country bombers are not bombing us, and if we use our anti-aircraft guns to shoot down their bombers, it's tantamount to declaring war on the Eagle Jam country. If the Eagle Jam country uses this as a reason to enter the country with a large army, who among you can stop it? Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. No one dared to say anything. Kamiya continued. Right now, we can only choose to trust our allies, and I'm sure the Eagle Sauce Kingdom wouldn't bomb us for no reason. After all, this is a strategic place for them to curb Dragon Kingdom's development. After Kamiya finished speaking, he clenched his hands into fists and slammed them heavily on the table. After hearing this, the crowd felt that Kamiya had a point, so they stopped refuting. Everyone began to sit quietly, waiting for the B-2 bombers to fly overhead. It was already dawn when the roar of the B-2 bombers was heard in the distance. Kamiya and the others rushed to look at the sky outside the window, only to see a dark, blackened mass in the distance, covering the sky with B-2 bombers. Many of the interior ministers were so scared that their legs were weak when they saw the scene. Heavens, this is the B-2 bombers of the Eagle Jam country, isn't it? With so many bombers out in force, it's simply the rhythm of starting a world war. God bless. I hope their target isn't us, Tokyo. At this time, the B-2 bombers were getting closer and closer to the Eastern Parliament. Kamiya closed his eyes and prayed silently in his heart. Whoosh! The B-2 bomber flew over Kamiya and the others. Nothing happened. Ha ha, it seems that I was right. The Eagle Jam country's target is not us. Kamiya bragged proudly. If he had listened to these two biters and let the anti-aircraft guns shoot a few bombers down, probably Tokyo would have been flattened by now. Worthy of being Prime Minister Sama. Seeing things right. Yes. If it wasn't for the Prime Minister Sama's bold decision, we might have already offended the Eagle Jam country. The crowd who thought they were safe surrounded Kamiya and blew rainbow farts. Kamiya was also intoxicated by the crowd's praise and couldn't help himself. Boom, boom. Suddenly the ground shook and explosions rocked the sky. What's going on? Kamiya was dumbfounded by the explosions. Not good. It's not good. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom has suddenly bombarded our Eastern Kingdom. A soldier ran in and hurriedly reported the sudden military situation. Quickly, activate the air defense missiles. Find out where they are bombing. Kamiya ordered in a hurry. He really couldn't figure out that where they were was the exact center of Tokyo. How could the Hawksbane Kingdom bypass the most important target and strike other targets instead? At that moment, the soldier from earlier ran in, panting. Prime Minister, we've found out clearly. The area that the Hawk Jam Kingdom bombed is the Eastern Japan Toonami Shrine. What? To Oni Shrine? Kamiya was shocked in place. To Oni Shrine? It could be said that it was a holy place that was worshipped as a shrine in Eastern Japan. Many of the leaders of Eastern Japan's fathers were there. His mom was the same. As a prominent woman representative of the comfort and safety of Eastern Japan, she was also buried there. At that moment, again you soldier hurried in and said to Kamiya with a pale face, "First of all, Lord, something big has happened. Nima blew up." Nani? Chapter 97, Riots. A soldier hurried into the combat lab, looked at Kamiya, and shouted in alarm. "It's not good. It's no good. Mr. Prime Minister, Nima blew up." Kamiya was furious when he heard this. He grabbed the soldier by the collar. "Nima blew up. Your whole family blew up." When the soldier was grabbed by Kamiya, he was at a loss for words. He stammered, "Ren. I mean, your mom's grave was blown up by the bombers. Baka." Kamiya growled angrily as he pushed the soldier to the ground in anger. "Quickly, activate all air defense missiles and blast all the bombers in the sky for me." Eastern Japan restarted its anti-aircraft missile defense system and set the mode to automatic attack defense mode. For a moment, all radars went wild. Countless air defense missiles shot towards the Eagle Sauce country bombers in the air. Although the Eagle Jam country B-2 bombers were fast, they were too dense. Although the Easting air defense missiles were not fast and not highly accurate, they were able to run into dead rats blindly and managed to blow up a few of the bombers. Kiranen saw that the bombers lost several units one after another, and his heart was broken. "ITM just blew up a few of your graves. You actually blew up my airplanes." In order to minimize his losses, he picked up his wireless microphone and shouted to all the B-2 bombers, "All pilots on command. Free attack will now commence. For all possible threats, you may bomb directly." Good. Finally we can let go and have a big bombing session. The B-2 bombers that received the order to attack freely began to utilize their strengths, pulling up strongly to 10,000 meters in the air. This way, the missiles of the Eastern Japan couldn't catch them at all. Instead, they could drop bombs downward with their eyes closed. Where is bombing not bombing? Just throw it. At one time, with the KO Shrine as the center, The area in a 10 kilometers radius was subjected to heavy bombing by the bombers of the Eagle Kingdom. At this time, Xiao Ran had already returned to the Dragon Country Combat Command Center. "How's it going?" Everyone gathered around and asked curiously. "The crisis is lifted. The Eagle Jam Country should be retreating soon." "Retreat? That's great." Chen Zilong was overjoyed. "However, there's one thing that I did not go through your consent and took the liberty of doing." Xiao Ran was a little anxious to speak. "What is it?" Chen Zilong had a worried look on his face. "It can't be. You really dropped an air compression bomb in the Eagle Jam Country, right?" "Ah, really? Then aren't we mortal enemies with Eagle Jam Country?" "Xiao Ran, quickly tell me, what's going on? You wouldn't have gotten into such a big trouble." Everyone looked at Xiao Ran with a face of fear. Xiao Ran looked at everyone's worried faces and said, "No, I didn't bomb the Eagle Jam Country." Hearing Xiao Ran say this, everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you didn't bomb Eagle Jam Country. You kids scared me to death. Quickly say, what is it?" Chen Zilong's tense expression instantly relaxed. "I had defeat Deng blow up the Eastern Japan's Toonami Shrine by the way when he retreated." "What? To the Demon God Society? You actually had the Eagle Jam Kingdom bomb the Togeisha Shrine?" "Xiao Ran, is this true?" Everyone had serious expressions of shock. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Xiao Ran was a little apprehensive in his heart. He looked at everyone and weakly asked, "Did I do something wrong?" At this moment, the sound of an explosion came from the direction of the east coast. A moment later, a soldier hurriedly ran into the combat command room, saluted everyone and said loudly, "Chief, an explosion has occurred in the direction of Dongjing in the east. The exact cause is unknown. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Eagle Kingdom really went for an explosion?" "Chief, no." One stood up with a serious face as he slowly walked over to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran also unconsciously stood up. "Chief, it's me who was impulsive. I didn't consider the consequences." "No." The chief called out to stop Xiao Ran. He held Xiao Ran's hand tightly. "You did the right thing in this matter. You are a national hero." "Ah, Chief, this." Xiao Ran was somewhat flattered. "Good brat. How true. Admirable. You've done the one thing we've all dreamed of doing. Easterning owes us too much. This garbage Toastmasters Society should have been blown up a long time ago." Everyone praised Xiao Ran repeatedly, and in the distance, in the direction of Easterning, there were already flames in the sky. The bombing of Easterning by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom lasted for more than 2 hours. After 2 hours, the B-2 bomber group cleared all the shells and whistled away, and the place where the Ko Shrine was located had been bombed out with a large crater of several tens of meters. The people of Eastern Japan were agitated when they found out about this, and they gathered at the entrance of the Eastern Japan Diet, demanding that Eastern Japan send troops to blow up and flatten the Black Palace. Kamaya was already in a state of anxiety at this point. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom had bombed the Ing graves, and then carried out indiscriminate bombing on the Kikoku Shrine, in public and private. He should have taken military action against Eagle Jam Nation. However, the difference in military strength between Eagle Kingdom and Eagle Sauce Kingdom was like ants versus elephants. Launching a military action against the Eagle Sauce Country was tantamount to riding on a mantis. Just as Kamaya was still hesitating, a secretary hurriedly ran in, looking panicked. "Not good. It's no good." The marcher set fire to the Eagle Sauce Nation's embassy and killed Eagle Sauce Nation's ambassador. Mock. Now, the marchers are preparing to go to the Eagle Jam Country's base in eastern Japan. "Nani, quickly, send the army to stop them." Kamaya panicked. He was worried that the situation was getting bigger and bigger, so big that he couldn't control it. And Defeat Den also received the news that the Eagle Jam Country's embassy in eastern Japan had been burned and the ambassador killed. Not to mention shooting down the Hawk Jam Country's warplanes last night. "I didn't realize that the Eagles actually dared to burn the Hawk Jam Country's embassy." In Defeat Den's logic, "I can hit you, but you can't hit back." He roared angrily and waved his hand. "Gather all fleets and sail to the Sea of the East." The Eagle Sauce Country's military base in eastern Japan was already surrounded by angry people. Even though the Easting sent out troops to desperately try to stop it, the number of people marching was so large that even the army's human wall was dispersed. The Eagle Jam Country's army could only close the gate tightly, heavily armed, and defend the base to the death, while the frantic people of East Japan were outside, picking up homemade incendiary bombs, rocks, bottles, all kinds of things they could get their hands on and throwing them inside. Within a short time, the Eagle Sauce Nation's base in eastern Japan was ablaze with fire. It seemed that the Eagle Kingdom soldiers were about to be trapped in the fire. At this urgent moment, Kamaya urgently called on military helicopters to bring in water and began to extinguish the fire. This move directly set off the angry masses of the marching crowd. "Damn, what's the point? They're bombing us and our prime minister has to protect them. Enemies aren't scary. Insiders are disgusting. This dog be Kamagai. Is he so afraid of the Eagle Jam Country? Is this really our prime minister of eastern Japan? Go smash this dogbit parliament." At this time, all the dignitaries of Eastern Ing were gathered in the meeting room of the Diet, discussing the current urgent situation. Report. The marchers have begun to riot and vandalize the streets, and are now rushing towards the Diet. Kamaya instantly blackened his face. What? Report. A large number of carriers and ships from the Eagle Jam Nation have been spotted in the east, heading straight for the east coast of our East Kingdom. What? The Eagle Jam country is coming to attack? Kamaya's eyes went black and he almost fell over as he pointed hysterically at the military personnel. Quickly! You guys fend off the Eagle Jam Nation warships. You can't let them move on. Chapter 98. A letter of distress from the east. Troubled internally and externally, Kamiya was on the verge of collapse at this point. Prime Minister Sama. The situation is now critical. The Eagle Jam Kingdom has entered our eastern sea. Lord Prime Minister. The marchers have already surrounded the East Japan Diet. Kamaya was already in a state of disarray. He had wanted to control the situation and give himself room to maneuver, but now the Hawk Jam country had attacked as well, forcing himself into a corner. Kamagai crossed his heart. It was death either way, so why not just let it go? Kamaya, order the troops, attack on all fronts, destroy all incoming enemies. Koji, activate the state of war throughout the country. All those willing to join the war, free guns and ammunition. Ryuzawa, go tell the marchers that we'll resist the Eagle Jam Nation's aggression together. Pushed to the brink of extinction, Kamaya completely turned his back on the Eagle Jam country. His deployment caused the morale of the East Ing people to rise. This is our Prime Minister of Eastern Japan. The Eagle Jam country dares to come. We'll let them have no return. We'll take out the Eagle Jam country's military bases first, and then wheel their warships. Let's go. Follow me if you're not afraid to die. Not long after, the Eagle Sauce country's military base in eastern Japan was surrounded by Eastern Japan people holding guns. Both sides engaged in a fierce gun battle. After paying a heavy price, the East Ing people finally wiped out all the Eagle Jam country soldiers in the base. And on the east coastline, the war was even more intense. All the troops of the East Japan assembled on the east coast, constructing impenetrable fortifications. The Eagle Jam country, on the other hand, utilized their air superiority to launch bombardments on the major military facilities, energy sources, etc. of Eastern Ing. Not good. Tokyo Power is under attack. The Oban Ammunition Depot is under attack. All the ammunition has been bombed. East Coast Command under bombardment. Deaths and injuries unknown. The whole of Eastern Japan is in an emergency situation. And what's even more frightening is that Eagle Jam country is mobilizing his soldiers from nearby military bases and is on their way to provide support. Kamaya's face was ashen as he listened to one worse military situation than another. He totaled the battle. The enemy was still growing and he had no more usable troops on hand. Prime Minister Sama. The Eagle Jam Nation's fleet has torn through the defenses of the eastern coastline. This terrible news was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Kamiya collapsed to the ground. He looked at the military and political ministers who were also in despair and waved his hand. Surrender. Surrender? Lord Prime Minister, you can't surrender. Yes, we can't vote. We can still fight again. The crowd urged Kamiya. Kamiya waved his hand. Resisting any further will not change the end of the war. It will only send our eastern soldiers to their deaths. Surrender. Just as the secretary was about to issue Kamiya's surrender order to the troops in front, Defense Minister Kamita spoke up. Mr. Prime Minister, there is still a way we can make the Eagle Jam country retreat. Kamiya's eyes lit up with hope and asked hurriedly, what method? Quickly say. Kamaya sighed. Perhaps, we can try to get the Dragon Kingdom to step in and help us. What? Let the Dragon Kingdom step in? Kamaya shook his head straight after hearing that. We have an undying hatred with the Dragon Kingdom. They won't help us. No. There are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. Once the Eagle Sauce Kingdom captures East Ing, then the Eagle Sauce Kingdom will set up their missiles at the entrance of the Dragon Kingdom. By then, all the cities within Dragon Kingdom will be within the range of Eagle Sauce's missiles. At that time, there will be no peace in the Dragon Kingdom. After hearing Kamita's analysis, Kamaya felt it made sense. Good. Hurry up and contact the Dragon Kingdom and ask for its help. At this time, the top management of the Dragon Kingdom also noticed the war in the east. I can't imagine that Xiao Ran letting the Eagle Jam country bombard the society of honoring demons and gods trigger such serious consequences. It's estimated that Eagle Jam country is unwilling to be suppressed by us, so it's taking advantage of the situation to go after Eastern Ing to declare his might to the world. It's just that in case the East Japan is overrun by the Eagle Jam country, then the Eagle Jam country's gun muzzle will be directly at the entrance of our brain. Yes, the defeat of Eastern Ing is not a good thing for us. Everyone was talking and concerned about the war in the east. Chief No. One was also filled with worry at this time. Eastern Ing had now lost again and again. Even the east coast had been lost. If it continues to develop like this, then within 7 days, the east will definitely be completely defeated. The chief looked at everyone who was discussing and realized that there was a figure missing. He couldn't help but ask Chen Zilong, Zilong, where is Xiao Ran? Why is he missing? Oh, he went back to the lab and said he wanted to build some sort of flying machine. He said that this experiment is very complicated and told us not to look for him if we are fine. Oh, the chief was a little lost. It was at this moment that a soldier walked in, delivering a top-secret letter from Eastern Ing. Chief, the East Ing side sent over a letter. Please take a look. The chief opened the letter and hurriedly read it. After reading the letter, he became more and more entangled. What's wrong, Chief? What does the letter say? Everyone gathered around with curious faces. This is a letter from the Prime Minister of Eastern Japan, Kamiya, who requests the Dragon Kingdom to send troops to help drive out the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. As long as troops are sent, the Eastern Japan will recognize the Dragon Kingdom's sovereignty over Hookfish Island, and also give the Dragon Kingdom the exclusive right to operate the Eastern Japan waters for 20 years without compensation. When everyone heard this, they discussed it. What? Begging us to save them? This Turtle Valley is shameless. Hookfish Island was originally ours. Want him to admit it? Chief, we can't save them. Saving them would be the same as making an enemy of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. With our current strength, we can't completely defeat the Eagle Jam country. We can't save it either. Then the Eagle Jam Kingdom will occupy Eastern Japan and then impose an air blockade on us. At that time, we will be completely surrounded by the Hawk Jam country. The chief sighed after hearing everyone's opinions. The fact that Kamiya sent us this distress letter shows that they've reached a point of total desperation. Their war today, in the end, is still because of us. If Xiao Ran hadn't had the Eagle Sauce Kingdom bomb the Eastern Japan's Toastmaster Society, they wouldn't be at war with each other. Now we can't save it. We can't not save it. Then what can we do? Everyone was at a loss as to what to do for a moment. The chief looked at the hand-wringing crowd and remembered Xiao Ran. He was always able to think of a way out of a desperate situation and win by surprise. If only he were here. Chapter 99, The Lightspeed Spaceship. The war in the east is getting more and more intense. The Eagle Jam country is getting closer and closer to the eastern coastline, and all of the troops of Eastern Japan have been bet up. Yet you are still losing ground in the face of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's attacks, and there was a delayed response to the East Japan's request for help. At this time, Xiao Ran was in the lab, working on a lightspeed ship based on the UFO design drawings. This time, what he was making was the space warship of the three-body planet. According to the design drawings, this warship was like a huge circular pot lid, as big as a soccer field, loaded with high-energy laser cannons. The laser cannon was made using the principle of nuclear fission, and was so powerful that it could pierce through all matter. In addition to the laser cannon, this warship was also equipped with a triple-body communication device. Within a range of 300,000 light-years, real-time communication could be realized. And the most unbelievable is also his speed. The highest speed can reach 1 times the speed of light. At this moment, under Xiao Ran's command, the workers had tightened the last screw. Mr. Xiao, it's all installed. Start. Xiao Ran pressed the start switch. A huge wave of air erupted from the bottom of the airship. The high-energy generated by nuclear fusion burned the soil at the bottom of the spaceship to a reddish color. And while the spaceship started, the spacecraft's three-body communication device also started synchronously, sending out electromagnetic waves into the universe. Begin laser cannon experiment. Target, the lunar crater. Xiao Ran gave the command and pressed the laser cannon switch. Chirp! A dazzling laser beam fired out from the head of the ship. Instantly, through the astronomical telescope, the lunar crater was shattered to pieces. Xiao Ran looked at the powerful laser cannon with satisfaction. This was a weapon that was even more terrifying than the existing missiles. Now open the flight test. Start with 0.1 times the speed of light. Xiao Ran adjusted the speed to 30,000 kilometers per second. Whoosh! A second later, he appeared in his spaceship over the Eagle Jam country's Times Square. Whoosh! He instantly moved to the Bear Country mountain range again. A group of people in the Eagle Sauce country's Times Square were marveling at the scene they had just seen. Was it an illusion just now? I think I saw a UFO. You saw it too? I saw it too. It was a big round flying saucer. Ha ha, you alien fanatics. There's no such thing as a UFO. It's all a lie by the space agency to get space funding. I didn't believe it either. But I was just taking a picture of my girlfriend. Look what this big flying saucer is behind her. Everyone gathered around and looked at the man's cell phone. Sure enough, a huge flying saucer appeared in the background of the cell phone screen. Quickly, notify the space agency. Aliens are coming. And the flight experiment continued on Xiao Ran's side. Now starting 0.5 times the speed of light flight experiment. Experiment successful. Now starting 0.8 times the speed of light flight experiment. Experiment successful. The 1x light speed flight experiment will begin next. Xiao Ran sat in the cockpit, bean-sized beads of sweat oozing from his head. He had made the spaceship according to the design plan. and according to the explanation of the design plan, the limit speed that this spaceship could reach was 1x the speed of light. It was just that all the materials for his spaceship were taken from Earth, although he had used the most heat-resistant and pressure-resistant materials on Earth. But with the temperature and pressure brought about by flying at 1x the speed of light, could these materials hold up? He was not sure. According to the analysis of physical principles, flying at the speed of light, the heat generated by the friction with the air when the spaceship was flying could make the temperature of the shell of the spaceship reach 10,000 degrees. The slightest slip, Xiao Ran and the spaceship would both vaporize directly. Xiao Ran nervously checked the data of the spaceship. Inspection complete. Everything is normal. We can start the 1x light speed flight experiment. The assistant reported the situation of the spaceship to Xiao Ran. Start the experiment. Xiao Ran gave the order and the assistants withdrew away from the place 5 kilometers away from the spaceship. Xiao Ran pressed the start button. The spaceship's nuclear fusion engine accelerated rapidly. The ground of the airship ejected a huge amount of energy. All 10 miles in a radius were burned red by the enormous energy. Ship. Xiao Ran flashed into the Antarctic glacier. Spacecraft cabin temperature normal. Ship's power is normal. Measured flight speed. It has reached 299 kilometers per second. It's already infinitely close to the speed of light. The assistant excitedly reported the results of the experiment in the communication device. Success! Success! The laboratory people's personnel shouted loudly in excitement. Whoosh! Xiao Ran started the ship again and piloted it back to the base. The enormous energy caused the Antarctic glacier to melt by an average of 10 meters. These 10 meters melted into water and flowed into the ocean. It caused a huge tsunami, and the sea level even rose 2 meters directly. At this time, on the waters of eastern Japan, the battleships of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom were attacking the coastal defenses of eastern Japan. Suddenly, huge waves came from behind, impacting the battleships of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Moreover, the wind and waves on the sea were getting bigger and bigger. What's going on? What's with this inexplicable tsunami? Kiranu, who was commanding this battle, was hysterical. It looked like he was about to succeed in breaking down the defense line of eastern Japan. Now the battleships were being attacked by the wind and waves, unable to attack. Admiral, this tsunami is coming from the south, probably caused by the Antarctic glaciers breaking into the sea. Kiranang was so angry that he took off the military cap on his head. He looked at the Near Eastern coastline and ordered in anger, cease the attack and retreat 30 miles. And the easting side looked like it was about to be unable to hold out. Suddenly the sea was raging. The battleships of the Eagle Jam country were attacked by the wind and waves, bouncing up and down in the waves. It instantly lost its combat power. Kamaya laughed out loud. The heavens have helped me. Heaven help me. However, a word from the intelligence officer instantly made him stop laughing. Prime Minister, it's bad. The water level is rising. The sea has backed up into the east. Oban and Kamiho have been severely affected. Nani? How much has the water level risen? Kamaya asked anxiously. The sea has risen 1.5 meters and is still rising. It's expected that it could rise up to 2 meters. By then, 90% of eastern Japan will be underwater. What? Kamaya instantly fainted. Chapter 100, Connecting to the Tritons. At this point, the official phone number for the Eagle Jam National Space Agency is being blown up. Everyone was on the phone claiming they had seen a UFO in Times Square. The operators were not surprised by such calls saying they had seen a UFO. These days, there are all kinds of people. For the sake of attention, some even say they have been taken by aliens. They did this for no other purpose than to get the attention of others. Okay, you saw the circular UFO in Times Square, right? Swear on God's honor. I believe you're telling the truth. We'll get over there and check it out as soon as we can. As you know, we're very busy. Still have to rescue the children trapped on the outer planets, don't we? Okay, good. I believe you, but you'll have to excuse me, dear. I have to take the next alien call. The operator, Catherine, hung up the phone and began to vomit inwardly. Can't these rabid alien fans have some new tricks? Round UFOs. Instant disappearance. Oh, I can recite all these old phrases by heart, okay? While Catherine was spitting, a young man barged in. Hello there, young man, what are you? Catherine asked politely as she looked at the young man who had barged into the space station. Beautiful lady, we would like to see the Supreme Commander of the Space Agency. I have an important clue about the aliens. The young man explained the purpose of his visit with an excited face. Alien clues? Catherine asked rhetorically, looking at the young man. Yes, I promise it's the most valuable clue that can directly prove that aliens really exist. The young man looked at Catherine, unable to hide his excitement. Catherine had a look of disdain on her face. Wasn't it seen in Times Square at 10 o'clock this morning? The young man was instantly interested. What? You saw it too? Catherine spread her hands. I receive hundreds of calls like this every day. Come on, can you get a good job at your young age and not do boring things? You don't believe me? what I said is true. The three young men were a bit exasperated and placed the pictures taken on their cell phones in front of Catherine. Catherine looked at the cell phone and contemptuously tossed it aside. And, may I remind you that providing false information to the space agency, this is a matter of being arrested by the space agency. The young man didn't look the least bit scared. I'm not afraid if you upload this picture. That said, Xiao Ran drove the spaceship back to the experimental base. He was still in the cockpit checking the various data on the dashboard. At this time, Chen Zilong from the Ministry of Defense hurriedly approached him. Xiao Ran put down his hands and went out of the cabin to greet him. As soon as he entered the lab, Chen Zilong was stunned to see a spaceship the size of a soccer field. This, Xiao Ran, is this a UFO? Chen Zilong asked with a look of amazement. This is my latest developed flying machine. It still needs to be debugged. Holy, such a big flying machine. It's the first time I've seen it. Chen Zilong's tone was filled with marvel. Tell me what's wrong? Looking for me in such a hurry. What's the matter? Xiao Ran asked. Only then did Chen Zilong remember the purpose of this visit, and hurriedly pulled Xiao Ran up and headed outside. Quickly, follow me to the combat command room. The chief is looking for you. The chief is looking for me? Xiao Ran was puzzled. What's so urgent? The Eagle Sauce Kingdom is about to take over eastern Japan. What? How come this bunch of lazy dogs in eastern Japan are so unforgiving? Xiao Ran originally thought that with the strength of the East Japan how can also withstand a 3 May. Did not expect this only a day or 2 days East Japan on the collapse of the army. It seems that the military strength of the Eagle Jam country is indeed formidable. You guys continue. I'll be right back. After Xiao Ran instructed his assistant, he followed Chen Zilong and hurried towards the combat command room. At this moment, the sound of sizzling electromagnetic waves emanated from within the spacecraft's three-body communication device. Hello? Is it there? Please reply if you receive. Xiao Ran and Chen Zilong came to the combat command room. Everyone was in a bit of a dilemma as to what to do about the situation in the East and Eagle Jam countries. Seeing Xiao Ran's arrival, everyone threw expectant glances at him. Xiao Ran, sit down. The chief greeted Xiao Ran and sat down on the seat next to his own. Then he began to introduce the current tense situation to Xiao Ran. Currently, the Eagle Jam country had already broken through the defenses of the eastern coastline of Donying. Moreover, there was a steady stream of reinforcements that were rushing late to East Ing. It was only a matter of time before Inging lost its defense. If the Eagle Kingdom occupies East Ing, then China will be surrounded by the Eagle Kingdom's artillery. Now, the Eastern camp is praying for the Dragon Kingdom to send troops to rescue them. To save or not to save is the question. If we save them, the Dragon Kingdom does not have the strength to defeat the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. To not save, the Eagle Sauce Nation's artillery shells would be racked on the Dragon Nation's chest. Everyone looked at Xiao Ran with anticipation. Xiao Ran also looked puzzled after listening to the introduction and pondered, momentarily unable to decide. At this moment, the assistant who was researching the spaceship, looking flustered, hurriedly broke into the combat command room. Xiao Ran's heart thumped, knowing that something must have happened to the spaceship. What's the matter? Did something happen to the spaceship? Xiao Ran anxiously asked his assistant. The assistant shook his head and said in a panic, it's not a spaceship, it's an outer space signal. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. The assistant took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. And, just now, the spaceship received a request from an outer space civilization requesting a connection. Outer space civilization requesting a connection? Hearing this, Xiao Ran's brows furrowed. The assistant continued. Out of friendship and curiosity towards the outer space civilization, we agreed to the outer space civilization's request to connect. However, after connecting, I realized that this outer space civilization is a three-body civilization that is 40 light-years away from Earth. They have FTL vehicles, nuclear pulse cannons, and other weapons that we can't even think of. Their technology far exceeds that of our Earth. Now that their planet has been depleted of resources, they are desperately looking for the next immigrant planet, and our connection with them has just exposed where our Earth is. Now the Tristerians are flying their super spaceships at 10 times the speed of light towards Earth, in order to overrun our Earth. The assistant finished in one breath with a tense expression. He expected everyone to panic, yet they looked at him with unbelievable faces, as if they were looking at a fool. What I say lad, are you in the wrong place? We are, but this is a combat command room, not a drama theater. Kid, don't affect our study of the international situation, okay? If you have any science fiction novel creation ideas, you can discuss them with Xiao Ran later. Three-body aliens, 10 times the speed of light. Ha ha ha, you've got a great imagination for this one. The assistant was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying when he saw that everyone didn't believe him. Only Xiao Ran knew the seriousness of the problem. He's not joking. Xiao Ran looked at everyone with a serious face. Maybe we really have been targeted by a higher civilization in outer space. What? Xiao Ran, even you say that? You're not kidding, are you? There's such a higher civilization within 40 light years. Why didn't we find it before? 10 times the speed of light. 10 times the speed of light, yeah. Xiao Ran, do you know what you're talking about? Xiao Ran looked at the shocked crowd and said with a serious expression, I know you guys don't believe me, but every word I say next is true. Everyone looked at the serious-looking Xiao Ran and knew that something might be bad. Xiao Ran paused for a moment and, first of all, the Tristerians are objectively real, and 10 times the speed of light spaceships also exist. According to the time projection, they maintain 10 times the speed of light flight, and by the time they reach us it will be 4 years later. In other words, the time left for us to prepare for war is only 4 years. Chapter 101, UFOs are real. What? The time left for us to prepare for the war is only 4 years? Xiao Ran, is this all true? After 4 years, will we all perish? The difference in strength is so big. 4 years won't change anything. After listening to Xiao Ran's words, everyone was full of frustration about the future. Indeed, with the current speed of humans' technological development, it would be difficult for another 100 years to reach the technological strength of the three-body aliens. What's more, they only had 4 years left. Then what about the East and Eagle Jam side? Are they still saved? Chen Zilong asked Xiao Ran. Of course they have to be saved. A great enemy is at hand. Now all the world's humans have to unite. Xiao Ran imagined the scene 4 years later. If humans continued to fight each other like this, there would be no escaping the fate that they would be exterminated 4 years later. How to save? Chen Zilong asked curiously. Xiao Ran thought about it and said, let me give defeat Den a call. What? Call him again? That said, Colonel Jack of the Eagle Sauce National Space Agency was scrutinizing the photo sent by Catherine at the front desk. It was rumored that the photo was a UFO photo that a young man in Times Square had accidentally captured. These days, young people use all kinds of tactics, such as lying and pictures, in order to be in the limelight. Jack looked at the photo in the computer screen. It was the first time he had seen a UFO photo with such a close view. Okay, dumbass, let me see how good you are at PS. Jack put the photo inside the identification software. Over the years, there were always a lot of people providing all kinds of false information to them. Some people said they saw a UFO land in Forest Park. Some said they saw an alien UFO crash into the ocean. Some even provided plausible photographs. These false information to make the space agency suffered a lot, do a lot of useless work. In order to identify the authenticity of the pictures, the space agency of the Eagle Sauce Country has specially developed a software to recognize the authenticity of the pictures. As long as the picture was put in, all the modifications would be invisible. The software began to analyze the picture. Jack, on the other hand, leisurely sipped his coffee. Unsurprisingly, this photo would soon show its original form. However, 1 minute later, the software popped up the identification result. The photo is genuine. It has not been modified in any way. What? Jack sprayed a mouthful of coffee on the computer screen. This is a real photo? Is there a mistake in the software? He imported the photo into the software again. However, a minute later, the same conclusion was reached. This photo of a UFO was real. In other words, the UFO had appeared in the real world. Quickly, notify the military. We've found important clues to the UFO here. At the front desk of the space agency of the Eagle Sauce Country, that kid Nick who provided the UFO photos was still waiting for news. The receptionist Catherine looked at him with a look of contempt. This kid was afraid that he had a problem with his head. Providing false photos to the space agency and not running away now. Providing false photos to the space agency. This problem is very serious. Maybe you have to go in and squat for a few days. At this moment, a group of armed soldiers in full uniform walked in and blocked the entire space agency gate. No one may not enter or leave. They were being led by Colonel Jack, walking straight towards the front desk. Catherine spat out her tongue. She knew that these men were definitely here to arrest Nick. Sure enough, the soldiers walked straight up to Nick. You're Nick? Yes. And you are? Nick had never seen such a big battle and looked puzzled. Did you take this picture? Jack asked as he pulled out the photo of the UFO. Yes. How about this? It's a real UFO. Nick looked excited. You're a lucky boy. This is the first time humans have taken a photo of a UFO. Looks like you'll have to come with us and tell us about the UFO you saw at the time. The G.I. of the Hawksbane country made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Nick went out and got into the military vehicle under the GI's Husson. Catherine looked at what was happening in front of her with a dumbfounded look on her face. Oh my god, UFOs are actually real? The military takes Nick to the space lab. Here they extracted the data from Nick's cell phone and enlarged and analyzed the photo that captured the UFO. Colonel, quick look. Zooming in on the photo, we can vaguely see an alien sitting in the cockpit of the UFO. Let me see. Jack stared at the computer screen excitedly. Sure enough, after the photo was magnified 10 times, a humanoid pilot could be vaguely seen in the cockpit. It was just a pity that the human figure was very blurred after magnification. Is there any way we can see this face of the alien clearly? Jack asked the researcher with anticipation. The researcher considered for a moment and said hesitantly, there is a way, but it requires the use of Eagle Jam Country's super quantum computer to simulate and reshape the silhouette of the figure. Then what are we waiting for? Start the simulation now, Jack urged. Just a moment, I'll start the simulation reconstruction right away. Without stopping for a moment, the researcher began to reconstruct the human figure in the photo. Mr. Colonel, look, this is the simulated side of the pilot's face. Only, how does this alien look exactly like a human? Let's see. Jack looked at the computer simulation reconstruction of the side face and was stunned. Isn't this the young man from the Dragon Kingdom? The one piloting the UFO is actually him. No, I have to hurry and tell the president this news. Jack would not turn his head and hurried straight to the Black Palace. At this time, inside the presidential office of the Black Palace, Defeat Deng was in a rage over the war in the East. He was about to crush the troops of the East and land in the East. Who would have expected a tsunami to suddenly rise in the sea? At this time, the secretary sent a dedicated phone call. Mr. President, a call from the Dragon Kingdom. Defiant Den frowned and reluctantly took the phone. Hello, this is Defiant Den. Mr. President, this is Xiao Ran from the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Ran? Defiant Den's frown tightened. Yes, there's something very important to tell you. Right now Earth has been targeted by aliens, and in 4 years they will arrive on Earth and make it their home. So, Defiant Den laughed at that, and didn't wait for Xiao Ran to finish before he started interjecting. So, the most important thing at the moment is for all mankind to unite and work together to fend off the alien invasion, right? Yes, Xiao Ran's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha, Xiao Ran, can't you find a more reliable reason if you want me to let East Ing go? An alien invasion? How dare you think of that? As if he had recognized Xiao Ran's ruse, Defiant Den's tone was filled with mockery. President Defuden, I don't have the time to joke with you right now. You must stop the war right now and join forces with the Dragon Kingdom and the other countries to think about how you can defend yourself against an alien invasion. Defuden's eyes rolled around bone deep as a vicious plan flashed out of his mind. Xiao Ran, since you said there's an alien invasion, how about you come to the Black Palace and we'll discuss how to deal with it together? Good, no problem. Xiao Ran on the other end of the phone was full of promises. Defiant Den smiled wryly. Xiao Ran, this time, I will make sure you have no return. Chapter 102, This Pussy. I'm going to pretend. Xiao Ran's full promise to come to the Black Palace to discuss dealing with the aliens was a big surprise to Defeat Den. After the last humiliation of Xiao Ran's 10 times the speed of sound fighter, he had already asked the Ministry of Defense to strengthen the deployment of anti-aircraft missiles. Even if it was Xiao Ran's 10 times the speed of sound airplane, it could not escape the interception of air defense missiles. This time, he was sure to make Xiao Ran's plane destroyed. When are you coming over? Defiant Den asked. How about now? Alright, I'll open up the airspace and let you come in safely. Hanging up the phone, Defiant Den immediately ordered. Quickly, activate all air defense missiles and directly shoot down any Dragon Kingdom craft you see. No need to report to me. Okay, Mr. President, our air defense missiles have all been turned on. Even airplanes at 10 times the speed of sound can't escape our fire. After deploying all this, Defiant Den smiled triumphantly. At this time, Colonel Jack of the Space Agency hurried in with a photograph. Mr. President, we've spotted a UFO. UFO? Defiant Den's heart stuttered. Could it be that what Xiao Ran said was true? He received the UFO photo with a skeptical look on his face. Is this photo real? It's real. We've verified it, and the photo hasn't been modified. Defeat Den was even more stunned when he turned over the second photo, because this one was a photo of Xiao Ran setting up the UFO. This photo is also real? Jack nodded his head. Yes, according to the recollection of the person who provided the photo, the UFO appeared and disappeared in an instant. Conservatively estimated, the speed of the UFO was close to the speed of light. What? The speed of light? Are you sure you're not kidding? Defiant Den was stunned in place. Jack said with a serious face, Mr. President, when I say the speed of light, it's still a conservative estimate. Defeated Den. At this time, the Eagle Sauce Nation's air defense radar monitored the anomaly, and the air defense siren snapped. Could it be that Xiao Ran has come to Eagle Sauce country so soon? Quickly go and see what's going on. It was at this moment that Defiant Den's dedicated phone line rang once again. Defiant Den picked up the phone. Xiao Ran's voice came from the phone and, Mr. Defiant Den, I've arrived. Arrived? Defiant Den was dumbfounded. Yes, I've arrived at the Black Palace. The Black Palace? Defiant Den was even more confused. So soon? Look up. Fail Den walked out of the office and looked up towards the sky. Crap! Only to see a huge flying saucer suspended in the air. Xiao Ran was waving at Defeat Den through the cockpit. At this moment, the Minister of Defense also hurriedly ran over. President, It's clear. The air defense system spotted a UFO over the Black Palace, so the alarm was raised. Should we shoot it down? Defiant Den looked horrified. Don't shoot down. We're no longer a match for the Dragon Kingdom. Defiant Den then ordered. Receive Xiao Ran at the highest specification. This meeting between Defiant Den and Xiao Ran, it made defeated Den, who had been newly high and proud, realize what was called the gap. From the 1 nanometer chip in the chip field, to the nuclear fusion technology in the field of energy development, to alien migration technology, to lightspeed space vehicle technology, to nuclear energy laser cannons. Each and every technology made defeated Den's scalp numb. Xiao Ran also invited Defeat Den to experience the fun of instantaneous transportation in a lightspeed spacecraft. Only then did Defiant Den completely fold at Xiao Ran's feet. For a while, I thought that only our Eagle Jam nation was the world's hegemon. It wasn't until you appeared that I realized what it means to be crushed in all directions and without any dead angles. I realized how wrong I was. Mr. Xiao Ran, if you're willing, I'm willing to recommend you to be the president of Eagle Jam Nation. In the face of Defiant Den's sincere praise and invitation, Xiao Ran smiled faintly. Mr. Defeated Den, right now, there are aliens 100 or 1,000 times stronger than us heading our way. 4 years from now, if we're both still alive today, maybe I'll think about being your next president. Defianten would smile. It's a deal. Of course, it's a deal. 3 days later, all 200 countries in the world received a call from Defeated Den. Hello, this is President Defeat Deng of the Eagle Sauce Country. There's a matter to inform you that you'll be attending the World Alliance meeting in Eagle Jam Country in 7 days. No vacations, no tardiness. The president of the A Touch of Tumblr Nation was obviously a bit surprised and couldn't believe that the call was from Defeat Deng, but looked at the message on the dedicated channel. It was indeed a dedicated call from the Black Palace presidential office. Okay, Mr. President, I just wonder what it is that needs your personal phone call, Defianten said, with a serious look on his face. For the sake of the continuation of the human race, in order to ensure that all countries could attend the conference, Defeated Den not only made the call personally, but also sent a special airplane to transport the heads of remote countries. 7 days later, the conference room of the Black Palace of the Eagle Sauce Country, the heads of state of more than 200 countries in the world gathered together. This was also an unparalleled time in history. The Defeated Deng, who was sitting in the front row, was even lowering his head and bringing his body towards the young man beside him, as if he was asking the young dragon country sitting next to him for advice on something. It was just like a little brother's appearance. Who is this young man? It's the first time I've seen Defiant Den lowering his voice like this. Who says it isn't? All the countries have all arrived. What exactly is the topic of this meeting? I guess it's not an alien invasion. Ha ha. Maybe it's another national debt issuance by the Eagle Jam country, or Martian immigration or something. At this point, Defeat Den walked onto the stage and began to introduce the purpose of this meeting. The theme of this meeting is fighting aliens and defending Earth. When Defeat Den finished introducing the situation of the Trinus attacking Earth, everyone revealed an unbelievable expression. I just randomly guessed. I didn't expect to guess. Aliens are really coming? Is this really true? Aliens? 10 times the speed of light? We only have 4 years left? Will the aliens really exterminate us humans? Won't they choose to live in peace with us? There was a lot of discussion. Defiant Den called a halt to the chattering crowd. In order to better deploy resources and unify our command in the future, today we elect an ally to fight against the alien alliance. In the future, all of our country's resources and technologies will all be shared. Everything will be under the command of the ally. When everyone heard that, this Defeat Deng definitely wants to be the ally himself, in order to madly plunder the technology and resources of other countries. It was just that what everyone didn't expect was that Defeated Den didn't push himself this time, but instead pointed his finger towards the young man from the Dragon Kingdom sitting in the front row. He is the person I'm going to push for, Xiao Ran. Everyone looked at the young Xiao Ran and exploded. What? Elect him? Is Defiant Deng senile? Or is there an ulterior secret between this young man and Defiant Deng? Is there any mistake? In terms of age and seniority, where is he qualified? Putting the fate of Earth in the hands of such a young man, isn't this a joke? The stage was filled with questions. Detected the host being mocked. This environment is extremely suitable for pretending. Mission release, punch the crowd in the face and become an ally. Mission reward, black hole manufacturing technique. Black hole, the abyss that swallows everything. A system prompt came from the system. The moment he saw the reward, a light flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. This pussy, I'm going to pretend. Chapter 103 Allies Against Aliens. Defeat Den's push for Xiao Ran to be the alliance leader triggered skepticism from the many heads of state on stage. Everyone was skeptical of Xiao Ran's qualifications and abilities. If he can be the alliance leader, why can't I? I'm also running for alliance leader. Kamaya stood up. It was only after Eastern Japan had suffered an attack from the Hawk Sauce Kingdom, the Toonami Shrine had been bombed out of existence, and all the important cities had suffered varying degrees of damage. If it wasn't for a sudden tsunami, Eastern Japan might have been overrun by the Hawk Jam Kingdom long ago. Because of this attack, Kamiya's support among the nation plummeted. He had to come forward to run for alliance leader and raise his image in the hearts of the nation. Everyone saw that Kamiya had grossly recommended himself, and they also stepped forward. Even Kamiya can run for election. Why can't I? I'm also running for election. Yeah, I'm a million times better than Kamiya. I'll join too. Count me in too. In an instant, many heads of large and small countries stood out to run for alliance leader. You guys stop fooling around. Even I didn't run for alliance leader. Why are you guys fooling around? Defiant Dan looked at the coaxing crowd and asked in exasperation. Isn't your Eagle Jam country the most democratic? How is it that you only allow yourself to not run for office, and you still don't allow us to run for office? That's right. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to contribute to the long-term development of Earth, don't we? It seemed that everyone hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem in the slightest, and were still treating this competition for alliance leader as their political capital. While everyone was cajoling, Xiao Ran stood up. He looked around the crowd and said loudly, "Good. Since everyone wants to run for alliance leader, I welcome everyone to come and compete. Why don't we all talk about how to repel the aliens? What skills do you have? Show them all." That's a good idea. Hearing Xiao Ran's speech, everyone said yes. Let me go first. Kamiya stood up first. I'll set up air defense missiles on all the coastlines of the Great Flat Ocean. As soon as the alien ships appear, our missiles will fire all the bombs. In addition, I'll concentrate all the atomic bombs and use them to pierce the alien spaceships. Kamiya finished his speech and looked at everyone triumphantly. Mr. Kamiya, are you sure that your missiles can hit spaceships that are close to the speed of light? Xiao Ran asked coldly. If all the atomic bombs were concentrated and exploded together, are you sure the Earth could withstand it? Yeah, if the alien spaceships are at the speed of light, the missiles won't be able to intercept them. Moreover, with so many atomic bombs exploding, the Earth would be destroyed. Right. After Xiao Ran reminded him, everyone questioned Kamiya. You're good, you go on, Kamiya said defiantly. I'll do it. Li Jaehuan, the president of the Cold Kingdom, stood up. I think we can establish a very good interaction with the aliens and coexist peacefully. We can go back in history with the aliens to the moment before the Big Bang, when our ancestors and the aliens' ancestors were all the same ancestors. That way we can sensitize them to live in peace with us. Even they will realize that they are of the same ancestry as our Cold Kingdom, and they also have our Cold Kingdom's blood flowing through them. Cut. Get lost. This to be super look of you Korean sticks is unbearable. The heads of the countries were up in arms at Li Jaehuan's self-righteous statement. Li Jaehuan could only spit out his tongue and walked off in embarrassment. Then there was a campaign for the prime minister from the Bear Country as well as the Sunbelt Country. However, everyone's plans to fight the aliens always remained at the level of the current human technological means. There was never a program given that would satisfy everyone. While everyone was hesitating, not knowing who to choose as the ally, Xiao Ran stretched his back. What? Do you guys still have any more to run for alliance leader? These words managed to catch everyone's attention, and everyone turned their gazes toward Xiao Ran. Kid, didn't you say that you're going to run for alliance leader? Why don't you let us hear your plan? Finally, it's time for me to go on stage and perform. Xiao Ran fiercely stood up and walked onto the stage. He looked around the stage at the crowd that was ready to see his joke and said with a serious expression, I plan to create a giant cosmic black hole to devour alien spaceships. Before the words left his mouth, the stage erupted in laughter. Black hole? Hey, brat, are you talking about a black hole that can devour everything? Xiao Ran looked at the laughing crowd under the stage and nodded. Yes, what I'm going to do is the black hole that can devour everything. A black hole? Ha, I didn't expect you to be so young, but your bragging is so dry. President Losten, is this the ally you recommended? If this was a science fiction contest, I would definitely pick you as the ally, but unfortunately this isn't it. Everyone was extremely sarcastic about Xiao Ran's plan. Xiao Ran looked at the gradually out of control level on the stage and didn't talk nonsense. He directly dialed a video call to the lab assistant, and the content of his video call was synchronized in real time to the large screen in the conference room. The assistant connected the video call, but he was wearing a spacesuit on the screen. The background was also in the dark and boundless pale universe. It gave the impression that he was in outer space. Where are you? Xiao Ran asked. Taking a moonwalk right now. I'll give you a minute to come to me. Send a location over. Xiao Ran didn't bull **** and directly pushed the geographic coordinates of the Black Palace to his assistant. The assistant started the navigation, and the navigation showed that he was 180,000 miles away from here. Why does it take a minute to get this close? 30 seconds is enough. The crowd that was watching the video call, go ahead and pretend. I'll quietly watch you pretend. The assistant boarded the spaceship. Inputting the location coordinates into the spaceship, he turned on the autopilot mode. In less than a second, the assistant then drove the spaceship to arrive over the Black Palace. At this time, the assistant's video call had not yet hung up. Mr. Xiao, I've arrived. Seeing this bizarre scene, the crowd on stage looked at each other. Is this a ING joke? From the moon to the Black Palace, a distance of 108,000 miles. Even if it's a missile, it has to fly for a few ING hours. You got there in less than a second with this drop? Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? You want us to believe this bull ***** with a pre-shooting video. Do you really think we're stupid? We're playing a double act here, aren't we? The crowd on stage was full of sarcasm towards Xiaoran. Only Defeat Den said nothing and was silent, because he knew that everything Xiaoran said was true. Xiaoran did not talk nonsense and walked straight to the door of the conference room. As he pushed open the door of the conference room, sure enough, a flying saucer the size of a soccer field was hovering over the Black Palace. This. The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Don't look at this universe with your shallow knowledge. This universe will always be much more amazing and dangerous than you can imagine. At this moment, the hatch of the airship opened and an air suspension ladder stretched out from the airship. Xiaoran stepped onto the air suspension ladder and looked back at the crowd full of surprised faces. All those who mocked me and questioned me. Welcome to the Lightspeed cosmic ship. Everyone trembled, hands on the hanging ladder, and curiously stepped into the spaceship. In order to dispel the crowd's doubts, Xiaoran asked, in a very gentlemanly manner, where does everyone want to go? I want to go to my sub-Saharan homeland to see zebras. I want to go to Antarctica to see the penguins. I want to go to the moon to see. Xiaoran entered these destinations into the spaceship system. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spaceship carried the crowd of people in electric transients. The scenery outside the cabin changed as it did. From the steaming desert, to the icy Antarctic, to the magical and rosy surface of the moon. Media outlets around the world covered the sudden UFO incident. It was only at this point that the crowd had to face reality. This young kid really possessed very human comparable abilities. This ally in the fight against alien invasion was not him. Chapter 104, the final chapter. You're really crazy. Pretending to be successful. Mission accomplished. Mission rating, SS. Grade, Pussy Saint. Gained experience value, 2000. Experience value, 10100/20,000. Obtained mission reward, Black Hole Manufacturing Technology. Obtained mission reward, Black Hole Manufacturing Technology. As the system beep sounded, all kinds of knowledge about black holes surged into Xiaoran's brain like a tidal wave. Xiaoran's brain was so hot from instantly absorbing too much knowledge that he almost fainted. Xiaoran slowly unfolded the materials required for black hole manufacturing in his mind. Helium-3, 200,000 tons. Enriched uranium, 8 million tons. Pure water, 50 million tons. Adamantium, 68 million tons. Energy required for production, 800 billion joules. With all the elements mixed together, hundreds of millions of tons of material have to be compressed to only the size of a soccer. And it was even more difficult to prepare the materials and conduct the experiment. Xiaoran began to divide the labor for each country according to the steps of the experiment. Eastern Japan. All the uranium in the world. You will process it. I want to see 8 million tons of enriched uranium in 2 years. Nanhai. 68 million tons of adamantium to you. 2 years later. Give it to me. Cold Kingdom and Indu. You guys are responsible for 50 million tons of pure water. Remember to be absolutely pure. Not even a single bubble is allowed. Eagle Sauce Country. Within 3 days, I want 50 million programmers at my disposal. Up to this point, Xiaoran hoofed it, and with 50 million programmers, began to research his black hole manufacturing machine. There were 20,000 pages of design drawings alone. The characters needed for the programs designed into it were even more to the point of requiring 50 terabytes of memory to store them. 2 years later, Xiaoran sat paralyzed in front of the black hole manufacturing machine they had produced. This machine took up the entirety of the Great Flat Ocean. Instead of a black hole maker, it was a cosmic supercompressor that could compress matter to trillions of times its original size, even atoms. And the energy required for compression is immense. And for this reason, the entire region south of the Sahara is covered with solar electric panels. All the power generated by the solar panels is sent to the black hole maker. It took this huge amount of energy to start it up. A huge roar shook the world. Xiaoran commanded the crowd to mix the raw materials according to the ratio and continuously fed them into the entrance of the black hole manufacturing machine. All the raw materials were compressed for 1 year and fermented for 1 year. Eventually, it would turn into a black hole that could devour everything. Spring to autumn X1. Spring goes autumn comes X2. In the blink of an eye 2 years have passed. According to the production schedule, today is the time to exit the black hole. The heads of state all gathered 5 kilometers away from the black hole maker's product exit, waiting for the product they had been preparing for 4 years, the black hole. They all watched the big screen broadcasting the real-time footage of the black hole maker with great emotion. So excited. What is this black hole that devours everything? Yeah, I'm so excited that I'm screaming just thinking about the fact that I'm involved in the battle to save the Earth. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, a soccer ball-sized black sphere rolled out of the black hole maker and fell into the vacuum transparent container. Look, it's out. However, seeing that the black hole they had been looking forward to for several years was actually just a black ball, everyone was instantly disappointed. Is there any mistake? This is a black hole? This TM can devour everything? Want to rely on this little ball to save humanity? Are you kidding? Xiao Ran is a liar. The Tristerians are still 3 days away and we've only managed to get a ball? Everyone was filled with skepticism and angrily surrounded Xiao Ran. Kamaya was even the first to lash out at Xiao Ran. After electing you as the ally and spending so much manpower and resources, you just messed up the ball out? Xiao Ran ignored it and just pointed at the screen, the gravity sensing device under the vacuum container. You guys look at that electronic gravity sensing device. The value shows that that ball weighs more than 3 trillion tons. Anything with signs of life within 5 kilometers of that ball will all be sucked in. Don't lie. This kind of trick can only fool me once. It can't fool me a second time. Kamaya's face was furious, and in order to prove that Xiao Ran was lying, he took a step towards the ball. Don't go. Dangerous. Before Xiao Ran could pull him back, Kamaya had already stepped into the gravitational range of the black hole. Kamaya started to step forward again with a teasing look on his face. I said it's okay. Look. Before he could finish his sentence, Kamaya was sucked in by the black hole like lightning. Turtle Valley. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this frightening aspect. Xiao Ran. Quick. Save him. Xiao Ran waved his hand. It's hopeless. He's been compressed to the size of an atom. Crowd. 3 days later, a triumvirate lightspeed spacecraft finally arrived in the Earth's atmosphere. The Triskelion warriors in the cabin also woke up from their dormant pods. General, this should be the Earth that linked up with us last time. Well, it's so beautiful here. The sun is warm, the temperature is suitable, and the water resources are abundant. It's been 4 years. We've finally arrived. The Trinosphere. It's saved. General Li Ku of the Triplanet looked greedily at the blue Earth under the atmosphere through the window of the spaceship. Report our position to the Triplanet. Tell the bugs on Earth in Earth's language that we are here. The only thing left for them to do but surrender and be our slaves is to die. The aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. The three-body alien spaceship hovered over the Eagle Sauce Country's Black Palace, and many citizens fled in all directions. The three-body alien spaceship was too big to be seen. It looked like it had to be as big as 10 soccer fields. Bugs of Earth, listen up. From now on, this planet is ours to rule. The spaceship began to shout at Earth and sent a haphazard shot of three-body magnetic energy cannons towards the ground. In an instant, a 20-kilometer radius of the city north of the Black Palace was reduced to nothing. This was a warning from the three-body aliens to the human race, and if they did not follow it, the consequences could be imagined. It was at this time that Xiao Ran manually maneuvered his autopilot spacecraft to appear above the Triumvirate's ship, and he provoked the Triumvirate through the ship's speakers. Oh, you're just tramps in the galaxy. I'm still in charge here. Unwilling worm, destroy him, Li Ku coldly ordered. The Triskelion ship was about to fire its magnetic energy cannons when Xiao Ran remotely flew the ship to the Great Flat Ocean near the black hole. Chase! The Triskelion general gave the order, and their spacecraft instantly flew over the Pacific Ocean as well. There, the black hole detected signs of a statement and was emitting billions of tons of gravity. There dash! The spacecraft of the Tristerians was instantly sucked in. The Trinesians, who had been wandering for 4 years, didn't understand what was going on even to their deaths. We won! We won! Xiao Ran, you're the savior of humanity. All the humans cheered when they saw the Trinitarians being annihilated. Xiao Ran also proudly enjoyed everyone's praise. Suddenly, the sound of electromagnetic waves came from the spaceship. Hello, is it there? Requesting connection. Xiao Ran looked through the panel of the remote control and realized that the source of the signal was coming from a place 5,000 light-years away. A long-distance connection of 5,000 light-years was really unkind to refuse. So far away. Could you still be able to get through? Curious, Xiao Ran connected the link. Hello, this is Planet Singers. Congratulations, your coordinates have been acquired by us. Prepare for destruction. The voice from 5,000 light-years away was chilling. Ha, you think I'm afraid of you? Don't pretend. 5,000 light-years, yeah. Do you think it's 5,000 meters? Just say it? Xiao Ran angrily disliked back. Ignorant bug. You are really crazy. Don't use shallow knowledge to set the universe. It's deep and dangerous. See you in 5 years. The call was interrupted. Xiao Ran recalled what the Planet Singers had just said. See you in 5 years? What does that mean? Can it be that they can fly 1,000 times the speed of light? Don't play with me. End of book.